The confession failed, and Gao Yan awakened the divine gain system. As long as there is a gain, the system can double the return. Chapter 1, Divine Level Gain System. Divine Profit System, Level LV1. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Face value, 67. Personal wealth 2213 yuan. Physical, 70. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Earnings return multiplier, 1x. Newbie gift pack, to be collected. Lucky draw, none. Experience, none. Waking up from a hangover. Gao Yan then realized that there was such an extra screen in front of him. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but after rubbing his eyes and pinching on his arm, he realized that this screen still existed. He knew it was not an illusion. So, he carefully studied the screen. Then, couldn't help but have his heart beat faster. Because, most likely, he had acquired a system. Taking a few deep breaths, he slightly calmed his inner tension and excitement. Gao Yan asked in a low voice, "System, what functions do you have?" The system did not answer. Instead, it directly injected information related to what functions the system had into his mind. In an instant, Gao Yan understood all of the system's functions. The system functions were simple and crude. Currently, the system was still level 1, and the system would return to him as much income as he had on his own. For example, his salary for a day of working and studying was 80 yuan. After getting his paycheck, the system would return 80 yuan to him. Simply put, it was doubling his income. Of course, this is still the case when the system is still level 1. If the system reaches level 2, then the rebate will become 2 times. When it reaches level 3, the rebate can reach 3 times. And how does the system upgrade? For every dollar he earns, he gains a little experience. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, he needs 10,000 experience points. That means he needs to earn $10,000. Every time he upgraded, he would also get a chance to draw a prize as well as an attribute point reward. But what exactly can be drawn? It depended on luck. What made Gao Yan feel good was that the system also gave him a newbie gift pack. Thinking of this, he whispered, "System, open the novice gift pack." System, newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a super hot pot base recipe. In the next moment, Gao Yan felt another detailed copy of how to make super hot pot base in his mind. A moment. Gao Yan was a little disappointed. What was the point of giving him hot pot base? Was it hard to let him open a hot pot restaurant? He only had $2,000 on him. It's hard enough to set up a stall, let alone opening a hot pot restaurant. No. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes lit up. He seemed to have heard Cheng Hao mention it. Yang Yu's family was the one who opened a chain of hot pot restaurants. And the scale wasn't small. There were 3 stores in southern metropolis alone. Why don't we find Yang Yu and try? Yang Yu was his classmate. But during these 2 years, they didn't have much contact at all. Just nodding acquaintances. Better than strangers at best. Mainly, she was a rich white beauty. He was just an ordinary poor student. Therefore, if he wanted to sell the hot pot base to Yang Yu, she might not take care of him. But what if it became a success? But before that, he had to try whether the super hot pot base was as heaven-defying as the system said or not. So, Gao Yan hurriedly got up. After a simple wash, he went out the door and first bought 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk from the breakfast store downstairs, eating them while walking towards the food market. Most of the recipes for the super hot pot base were ordinary seasonings that could be bought at the food market. In addition to that, there were also 3 Chinese herbs that needed to be purchased at the herbal store. Coincidentally, there was an herbal medicine store near the university town. Driving around for more than an hour, Gao Yan re-entered the rented room. Following the information in his mind, he fried the super hot pot base step by step. Next door 503. Inside a bedroom full of teenage girl style, Lin Moore was lying on the bed watching a TV series on a flat screen while eating a snack. Suddenly, an extremely tantalizing spicy smell floated into the room. Darn it! Who's putting out poison at this time? Lin Moore inhaled 2 mouthfuls fiercely and said with some dissatisfaction, and put a chip into her mouth. Ka 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 ka. The potato chips that were still relatively tasty suddenly became unappetizing. About 40 minutes passed. The super hot pot base was finally finished. Gao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided to create a pot of hot pot to taste the flavor. Although this hot pot base was very fragrant, but how exactly was the flavor? He still had no idea in his heart. First, he put 1/3 of the hot pot base into another round pot and added 2 pounds of white water. Carrying the pot to the living room, took out the induction cooker plugged in and put it on. When he went to the food market to buy ingredients, Gao Yan incidentally purchased a box of chopped fatty beef, mutton, tripe, as well as 2 potatoes and a cabbage heart. When he came back to the kitchen to take care of the potatoes and cabbage, The hot pot soup base in the living room was already boiling and emitting a rich and incomparable aroma. This scent was vaguely mixed with a faint smell of Chinese medicine. Ah, I'm going crazy. Smelling the hot pot smell that drifted into the room, Lin Amour couldn't help but rub her hair in annoyance, accompanied by a strong sense of hunger. Yummy! After placing the fatty beef into the pot and scalding it for more than 10 seconds, Gao Yan fished it out. Blowing on it and sending it into his mouth, he merely chewed a mouthful. There was an unspeakably fragrant breath that exploded in his mouth, and after swallowing it into his stomach, Gao Yan's face followed suit with an expression of satisfaction. Immediately following, he immediately clamped another piece of lamb and a piece of tripe and put them into the pot to cook. As everyone knew, eating hot pots required dipping sauces. However, the super hot pot base opened out by the novice gift pack did not need dipping material at all, and the flavor was still quite great. Gao Yan was from the Southwest. Southwest was most famous for hot pot. It wasn't even an exaggeration to use a phrase about growing up eating hot pot. However, he could say with certainty that the hot pot made with the super hot pot base was definitely the best hot pot he had ever eaten. Boom boom boom. A sharp knock sounded on the door, vaguely permeated with a few grievances. Gao Yan frowned and temporarily put down his dishes and walked to the door to open it, realizing that there was a 17 or 18-year-old teenage girl in a cool nightgown standing outside the door. The young girl's hair was slightly disheveled. It should have just gotten up. Her features were slightly three-dimensional, and her skin was very white, so she should be of mixed blood, thus looking like an exquisite porcelain doll. The most eye-catching thing was that her nightgown was held up high. It's really marvelous. At a young age it's already. Gao Yan retracted his surveying eyes. If he remembered correctly, this young girl should be the daughter of the landlord. I heard that she was in her senior year of high school. Your sister Lin's daughter. Is there something wrong? Gao Yan asked with slight suspicion. Lin Amour, on the other hand, stretched her neck to look into the house, then sniffled again. Are you cooking hot pot? Yeah, why don't you come in and eat some? Gao Yan politely said. That's great, I'll be polite. Seeing Lin Amour, who rushed towards the table at a speed of 100 meters, Gao Yan couldn't help but freeze. He then smiled helplessly, and was about to say that he would help her go to the kitchen to get the dishes, when the other party had actually already picked up his chopsticks from picking up the fatty beef and putting it into the pot to shabu-shabu. You wait, those are my chopsticks. I'll go get you a new pair. Gao Yan hurriedly reminded. It's okay, I don't mind you, Lin Amour said without looking back, a pair of eyes staring dead at the fatty beef clamped on her chopsticks. Vaguely, Gao Yan seemed to hear the sound of swallowing saliva. Gao Yan, who had re-grabbed a set of chopsticks from the kitchen, walked into the living room, just in time to see Lin Amour put the scalding fat meat into her mouth. Then her pair of eyes narrowed, and an expression of extreme enjoyment surfaced on her white and delicate face. How's the flavor? Gao Yan asked. Good times, the young girl vaguely said. Seeing this, Gao Yan also couldn't help but smile, vaguely feeling that he should be able to sell this super hot pot base for a good price. Chapter 2, Yangyu. The ingredients that Gao Yan purchased were not many, and were only used to test how the super hot pot base tasted. Therefore, it was less than 5 minutes. The two of them fought over each other, and a box of fatty beef, a box of lamb, a box of tripe, including potatoes and cabbage hearts were all created clean by the two of them. Nothing? Lin Amour looked at Gao Yan and asked, with a face that was not yet finished, because she was worried about acne. She rarely ate spicy food, especially hot pot, but after tasting Gao Yan's hot pot today, she felt that even if she got 2 pimples, it would be worth it. Sorry, I didn't know you were coming, so I prepared fewer ingredients. Gao Yan helplessly spread his hands. Alright. Lin Amour was a little disappointed and decided to let her mom take her to eat hot pot in the evening. What's little brother's name? My name is Gao Yan. What's yours? My name is Lin Amour. You can just call me Amour. Just now being attracted by Gao Yan's hot pot aroma, Lin Amour didn't notice that there was something wrong with her dress. Only now did she realize that she actually ran to a strange man's house in her pajamas, even though it was her own tenant. Her expression was still a bit embarrassed and unnatural. Brother Gao Yan, I'll go back first. Thanks for your hospitality. Without waiting for Gao Yan to respond, Lin Amour stormed out of the room again in a flurry of wind. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. Quite an interesting little girl. If there was a rating system for beautiful women, with a maximum of 100, this Lin Amour would get at least 92 points. However, he didn't have any non-interesting thoughts about Lin Amour. Firstly, the age was not enough. Secondly, I'm afraid that Lin Amour's mother, also known as the landlord, Sister Lin's identity was not simple. From the dress code, the other party was a proper elite person. And secondly, the other party's car was a Maserati President. Retrieving his mind, Gao Yan quickly cleaned up. Pouring himself a glass of water and sitting on the sofa, he pondered on how to get in touch with Yang Yu and sell the super hot pot base to her family's hot pot restaurant. Treating her to a handmade hot pot? Not very likely. In these 2 years, there were quite a few boys who pursued Yang Yu. There was no lack of rich second generation among them, but none of them were successful. Therefore, inviting Yang Yu to his home to eat hot pot would not work at all. Or maybe asking Yang Yu to help introduce her family? Whether it worked or not, there was always a need to try. Gao Yan studied in the business school of Nandu University, studying business administration. Although it is not a key institution like 211, 985, but it is also a good undergraduate. That night, Lin Xiumin, who drove back first, changed into a set of white home clothes, pushed open the door of her daughter's room with a smile on her face, saw her daughter was burying her head in brushing up on her problems, and couldn't help but be quite pleased. Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will go and make it for you. Lin Moer stood up from her seat, hugged Lin Xiumin's arm, and said in a petulant manner, Mom, I want to eat hot pot. That hot pot in the morning was still unforgettable to her. Even when she was brushing up on her problems, she always recalled the taste of that hot pot. Lin Xiumin's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. She knew her daughter's tastes. Why did she think of eating hot pot today? However, her daughter had always been well behaved and seldom asked her for anything, so she nodded. Baby wants to eat. Mom will call to set a place. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiumin drove her daughter Lin Moer to the most upscale seafood hot pot restaurant in Nanchang City, Shang Food House. The consumption level here was not low, above 500 renminbi per person, but with Lin Xiumin's financial strength, it was nothing. After all, her company's annual revenue was over $10 million. She asked for a small box and ordered the Mandarin duck pot base. Anticipation was also written all over Lin Moer's face. Soon, the bottom of the pot opened. Lin Moer couldn't wait to scald a piece of fatty beef and send it into her mouth. But immediately, her brows were furrowed. What's wrong, baby? Not to your liking? Noticing her daughter's frowning action, Lin Xiumin asked in a hurry. No, it's quite delicious. Lin Moer shook her head. She knew that her mother was already tired from having to run the company every day. Although the taste of this Shang Food House's hot pot was quite a bit worse than the one made by Gao Yan in the neighboring rented room, but it was actually still quite delicious. If she said it wasn't delicious, Mom would definitely find a way to satisfy her. In order to not let her mom toss her around, she pretended to be happy for the rest of the day and ate quite a bit, but it made her miss the hot pot made by Gao Yan more and more. The next day, Monday, Gao Yan came to the school classroom, and just as he took his seat, Fatty Chang Hao came over. Are you kid okay? It's fine. There's no trouble that can't be solved by a drink. If there is, then add another one. Gao Yan smiled and said, is not just a failure of confession. It's not like he hasn't failed. Besides, what he is most interested in now is to get money. Sure it's okay? Chang Hao asked again. Your father is really fine. Gao Yan rolled his eyes at Chang Hao, but his heart was also warm. In the entire dormitory, it was him and Chang Hao who had the most ironic relationship. As for why he wanted to rent a house outside the school, it was mainly because he and Zhou Yuchao in the same dormitory had a large conflict, and the two looked at each other. Plus he had to work outside and came back later, so it was more convenient to live outside. It seems that you are really okay, but you have to be psychologically prepared. I'll tell you one thing. Chang Hao lowered his voice. Say it, Gao Yan said without caring. Bai Wei and Zhou Yuchao have hooked up. Chang Hao had been paying attention to Gao Yan's expression as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's face slightly stiffened, and he couldn't help but have a more somber look in his eyes as he took a deep breath and suppressed his inner rage. Alright, I know. Bai Wei was exactly the object of his confession the day before yesterday. He didn't know if Zhou Yuchao was sincere or not when he took Bai Wei, but he was certain that Zhou Yuchao must have hooked up with Bai Wei in order to deliberately irritate him. See, the woman you love but can't have is already taken by me. Seeing Gao Yan can suppress his anger, Chang Hao also secretly relieved, whispered, Bai Wei, that woman is not a good thing. Before I cannot say, since now she and Zhou Yuchao together, I have nothing to worry about. That woman and several of our school's second generation of rich people have talked about. Private life is more chaotic, and the typical dislike of the poor and love the rich. See, it will not take, she'll be sure to stomp on that grandson. Although Zhou Yuchao also has a few dollars, a short period of time may still be able to satisfy Bai Wei's appetite. A long time, certainly cannot afford. Didn't you see that the woman was wearing and carrying designer labels? Fatty, have a heart. I understand. Gao Yan patted Chang Hao's shoulder. Right at this moment, Yang Yu, who brought her own aura, walked into the classroom. The originally noisy classroom suddenly quieted down for a few seconds, waiting for Yang Yu to take her seat before returning to normal. What? Have thoughts about Yang Yu? Noticing Gao Yan's eyes, Chung Hao asked with a smile. Nah, I'm still self-aware. Gao Yan shook his head. As the bell rang, the associate professor who was teaching the class announced the dismissal of the class. Gao Yan followed and got up, chasing after Yang Yu. Student Yang Yu, can we talk? Chasing after Yang Yu 3 steps behind her, Gao Yan opened his mouth and shouted. Yang Yu turned her head and glanced at Gao Yan with slight doubt. I still have things to do. Let's talk while we walk. Thanks, Gao Yan said gratefully. Then he took a deep breath, calmed a trace of nervousness within him, and said with a smile, I hope you won't be offended if I take the liberty of disturbing you. Fellow student Yang Yu. It's okay, Yang Yu faintly said. Towards Gao Yan, she did not have a deep impression. A very ordinary boy. Her understanding of him was limited to his name. I have a hot pot base recipe in my hand. I heard that your family has a chain of hot pot restaurants, so I want to sell this recipe to your family's hot pot restaurant. Believe me, with this. Hearing this, Yang Yu suddenly paused and looked at him with an inexplicable look. Under Yang Yu's gaze, Gao Yan couldn't help but stutter in his tone, his face slightly swollen. At the same time, he also noticed Yang Yu's expression, still calm, but with a few hints of disdain and ridicule towards him in her eyes. Feeling the meaning in her eyes, Gao Yan's entire body was bad, feeling as if his heart was holding a breath. Student Gao Yan, only to hear Yang Yu slowly speak. I know what you mean. However, I'm still a student now. I have to focus on my studies. My family's business has professionals taking care of it. I can't intervene, so I can't help you. I hope you'll understand. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at Yang Yu's beautiful back, Gao Yan could not help but reveal a bitter smile. From the beginning to the end, Yang Yu had acted relatively polite, but the kind of detachment that came out of her politeness made Gao Yan understand that they were completely two worlds apart. Impulsive, Gao Yan sighed darkly. However, he had nothing to be deflated or angry about. In fact, he had long predicted that this matter would not come to fruition. He was just an ordinary student, so who the hell was Yang Yu to give a damn about him? Besides, he was confident in the super hot pot base given by the system, and if Yang Yu wasn't willing to help introduce her family's hot pot restaurant, the one who would lose was not him, but the other party. Thinking of this, Gao Yan was ready to go and talk to other hot pot restaurants. Are you kid irritated? What? You want to hit Yang Yu's idea? At this time, Chung Hao chased after him and said with a weird face. Chapter 3, A Village in the Darkness. Of course not. Gao Yan shook his head decisively. I'm just looking for her for something. What is it? Chung Hao pursued. After thinking about it, Gao Yan said. I have a very good hot pot base recipe in my hands. Didn't you say that Yang Yu's family has a chain of hot pot restaurants? So I looked for her to see if I could sell the recipe to their family. What was the result? Chung Hao asked with a smile. Of course it didn't work, Gao Yan said with some depression. At this time, Chung Hao revealed a thoughtful look, and after a long time, he asked, Are you sure that formula of yours is good? After getting along for 2 years, he still knew Gao Yan relatively well and would definitely not be aimless, so he was still more confident that Gao Yan really had that one recipe in his hands. Gao Yan said, Let's do it this way. I happened to fry quite a lot of hot pot base out yesterday. Let's go buy some vegetables and cook a pot to try. Alright, if your kid's hot pot base is really that good, I'll introduce you to someone who might be interested, Chung Hao said. Thanks then. There was only one major class in the morning, so Gao Yan and Chung Hao partnered up and went out of the school and purchased quite a few ingredients at the nearby food market. Returning to the rental house, Gao Yan began to busy himself. 1 hour later, Chung Hao was lying on the sofa with a big belly and a satisfied face. Gao Yan did not ask Chung Hao if it was delicious. The answer was already found from his high bulging belly. Brother, this hot pot base of yours is just too awesome. What you cook is damn delicious. Speaking here, he looked a little hesitant. Such a good thing. Do you really plan to sell it? Or else? Gao Yan followed to the sofa and sat down. He knew that with this recipe opening a hot pot restaurant would definitely be very hot. However, he had no money and no connections. So what would he take to open the store? Besides, even if he opened the store, what would happen? Can he guarantee that the formula will never be leaked? Once the formula was leaked, what would he play with capital? Although he was only a sophomore, his family had made him precocious. Since he was incapable of keeping the formula, it would be better to sell it for a sum of money. As the saying goes, there's no gain without a give and take. He could also take the money exchanged for the formula to upgrade the system, thus gaining more benefits. A single newbie gift pack could bring him a super hot pot base, and he believed that he could obtain more through the system in the future. Being a human being still had to look at the long term. Why don't we team up and open a hot pot restaurant? How about you give the recipe and I give the capital? Chung Hao spoke again. You? Gao Yan looked at Chung Hao with contempt. This guy was poorer than him, and usually didn't beat him less. Shanghao, why not? Forget it, this young master does not pretend. In fact, I am rich second generation. Son, hurry to kowtow to dad. Dad take you to pretend to take you to fly. Scram! Gao Yan glared at him in a bad mood, because he didn't believe Changhao's words at all. This dead fat guy was stingy, not to mention that he also liked to take advantage of small advantages, and he was dressed in a rather ordinary way. He really couldn't see how he was like a rich second generation. Gao Yan, I'm serious. Changhao's expression became quite serious. Since you're a rich second generation, I'll sell you the formula. Gao Yan sneered. Quote a number. Dad will transfer the money to you right away. Shanghao revealed a grin of a burgeoning rich man. $500,000. As long as you can get $500,000, the formula will be yours. What's the card number? Shanghao pretended to take out his cell phone. Gao Yan cooperatively reported the bank card number to Shanghao. Only seeing Shanghao continue to operate on his cell phone for a while, he looked up and said to Gao Yan, $500,000 has been transferred to you. Getting addicted to acting. Ha! Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, but right at this moment, his cell phone vibrated. Picked up the phone and looked. Actually a bank arrival message. Clicking on it, Gao Yan's expression steeply became very bizarre. Looking at Shanghao, fatty, are you really a rich second generation? This was because this message indicated that his bank account had just received a transfer of $500,000. At this time, the system's beep arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning $500,000. The returned $500,000 has arrived. The host can withdraw it through the system. Ding! The system has reached the upgrade requirements. Please ask if it is upgraded. Upgrade! Gao Yan said silently in his heart. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. Currently at level 2. Each income will be returned twice. At the same time, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 lottery draw and 5 free attribute points. At this time, Shanghao's voice rang out. Hey, did you receive the money? Right? How about it? Dad didn't lie to you. Hide quite deep well. Since you are rich second generation, still mixing food and drink around me then. Grandson, you say, how should I pack you? Gao Yan let out a caricatured laugh and walked towards Shanghao with no good intentions. Don't, brother Yan. I'm wrong. Gently don't hit my face. Dad, don't hit. I'm really wrong. Shanghao gave a beating. Gao Yan only out of a mouthful of bad gas. This dead fat man is really too good at pretending. Obviously a rich second generation, but also in front of him to pretend to be poor and pretend to be poor to mix food and drink, and enough to deceive him for almost 2 years. Sitting back on the sofa again, Gao Yan glanced at Shanghao. Say it. Why did you lie to me, brother Yan? In fact, I also have bitter feelings. This has to start from high school. To put it simply, in high school, Shanghao appeared in school as a rich second generation, and then fell in love with a beautiful girl. Shanghao thought that he had found true love and didn't spend much money on that girl. As a result, the girl is simply to run to his money, and also with a group of people to cheat his money. After learning the truth, Shanghao was depressed. Although that girl was punished in the end, but Shanghao's heart was hurt a lot. So from the beginning of college, he began to pretend to be poor. Shanghao stood up with a bitter smile and said, Brother Yan, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lie to you. In fact, I've always wanted to find a chance to show my cards to you. I just didn't know how to say it. 10 big meals and you'll be forgiven. Gao Yan, who had been keeping a stoic face, revealed a smile. That's too much. How about 3 meals? Shanghao also smiled and bargained. Just 10 meals, not even 1 less. Alright, 10 meals is 10 meals. Shanghao said with a meaty face. In the next moment, his face straightened. Right, brother Yan, your formula of $500,000 is too cheap to sell. How about pricing it at $2 million? No, $500,000 is $500,000. If you haggle again, we can't even be friends. Gao Yan waved his hand impatiently. To be honest, although the value of this formula was relatively high, it wasn't easy to sell it for a higher price. If it was anyone else, it would be good to give $100,000, not to mention $500,000. By the way, this is the formula. Keep it. Gao Yan pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Shanghao. Brother Yan, this time it's considered me taking advantage of you, but don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Shanghao put away the recipe, seriousness written all over his fat face. Right, do you still have extra base ingredients? I'll bring it back for my parents to try? There are still some. All for you. Gao Yan went to the kitchen and put all the remaining hot pot base into a bag, after sending Shanghao away. Gao Yan, however, couldn't wait to find the system to settle the score. System, it only takes 10,000 experience to upgrade to level 2. My income of 500,000 is equivalent to 500,000 experience. How come I'm only upgraded to level 2? Host, the experience is cleared every time you upgrade, the system replied. Once he heard the system's answer, Gao Yan was speechless. If he had known this, he should have let Cheng Hao transfer money in batches, wasting 490,000 experience for nothing. By the way, after upgrading, it also rewarded a lottery draw. Thus, Gao Yan hurriedly shouted, "System, I want a lottery." Chapter 4, The So-Called Loved Ones. Ding! Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 32 milk tea recipes. Immediately afterward, Gao Yan's mind was filled with 32 more milk tea concoctions. This is good. Gao Yan was still satisfied with this milk tea recipe. The hot pot base recipe could only be sold when held in his hands. However, with the milk tea recipe, he could open a milk tea store. Right. The system also rewarded 5 free attribute points. Thinking of this, he called up the system interface. Divine Prophet System, level LV2. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Face value, 67. Wealth, 50. 2003 yuan. Physique, 70. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Earnings return multiplier, 2x. Lucky draw, none. Experience, none. Stored funds, 500,000 to be claimed. Free attribute points, 5 points. Gao Yan noticed that there was an extra plus sign after the numbers for face value, physique, and spirit. Obviously, he could add 5 free attribute points to any of them. With a slight hesitation, Gao Yan added all 5 free attribute points to physique in one breath. Instantly, Gao Yan felt a warm current spread throughout his body. It took a full 30 seconds before it disappeared. Gao Yan then felt that he had become extraordinarily refreshed, and there were a few more abs on his originally soft belly. At the same time, the more modestly fitted underwear also became taut. After a while, only then did Gao Yan return to normal. Thinking of the 500,000 funds still stored in the system, he asked, "System, will there be any problems with the funds you returned into my account? Right now there was only 500,000, so surely no one would check on him. If the amount of funds returned in the future was large, there would definitely be people investigating him." System, host, please rest assured. The returned funds are credited to a futures account registered in the host's name, and various taxes have been paid. There won't be any problems. That's good. Hearing the system say this, Gao Yan also felt relieved. Just at this moment, the phone rang. Seeing the caller's note displayed on the screen, Gao Yan couldn't help but frown as he picked up the phone, and a commanding voice came from inside. "Gao Yan, immediately transfer $1,000 over to me. I have an urgent need." The person who asked him to transfer the money was his younger brother, Gao Lang. Originally, Gao Yan was an orphan, adopted at the age of 2 by his adoptive parents who could not have children. At first, his adoptive parents did treat him very well, treating him completely as their own son. Unexpectedly, when he was 4 years old, his adoptive mother's infertility was actually cured and she managed to conceive Gao Lang. Later, his younger brother Gao Lang was born. The adoptive parents naturally poured their affection into their biological son. Gao Yan's status in the family naturally plummeted. As the two brothers grew up, the better Gao Yan behaved, the more uncomfortable the adoptive mother became inside, and the more she looked at him. Her attitude towards Gao Yan, her adopted son, also became worse and worse. However, Gao Yan didn't hold a grudge against them because of this. Although his adoptive father and mother treated him poorly, at least they didn't lack him for food and clothing, and even provided him with a college education. However, Gao Lang, his younger brother, had an extraordinarily bad attitude towards Gao Yan. To put it bluntly, he was jealous, because from elementary school to high school, Gao Yan's grades are very good. Every exam is the top 3. If not, he had a fever when the college entrance examination cold play error. Surely he could have gotten into a key institution like 211 or 985. And Gao Lang cannot. Back to the examination are the existence of the bottom of the class. Gao Yan also wanted to ease the relationship between the brothers. But unfortunately, Gao Lang did not appreciate it at all. And even more so, he did not less sneer at him, calling him a hypocrite. This was not the first time Gao Lang had asked him for money. In fact, his adoptive father and mother did not give him much money for living, only 400 yuan per month. This amount of money was still enough to eat in the school cafeteria, but it was definitely not enough to eat as well as he wanted to. Therefore, from the beginning of his freshman year, Gao Yan began to work outside at odd jobs. By the second half of his sophomore year, he didn't even ask his adoptive parents for tuition fees. It was all paid with his own money from odd jobs. Gao Yan frowned and responded, What does a high school student like you need so much money for? Why do you ask so much? Just ask you. In the end, do you transfer money to lousy? Gao Lang's tone became more and more arrogant, seemingly eating up Gao Yan. Gao Yan also had a fire in his heart, and said in a bad mood, "No money, no transfer. Good you Gao Yan, you ungrateful bastard. You've been freeloading in our family for so many years, letting you transfer $1,000 and not even giving it to me. Believe it or not, I'll call my mom right now and let him cut off your living expenses." Hearing Gao Lang's words, Gao Yan's heart also can't help but well up with anger. His face became extraordinarily gloomy. Sternly said, "Gao Lang, you listen to me well. I admit that I owe my mom and dad. In the future I'll look for a chance to repay them. But, I don't owe you, and I'm your brother. Do you think it's appropriate for you to talk to me like this? What qualifications do you have to be my brother? I'm telling you Gao Yan, in my eyes you're not even as good as a fart." Gao Lang's words were getting harder and harder to hear. Hearing Gao Yan's veins rippling on his forehead, if that kid was right in front of him, he would absolutely be unable to hold back from slamming his fist on it. He took a deep breath and directly hung up the phone. But Gao Lang didn't stop there, and soon sent a few WeChat voices. Gao Yan knew it wasn't good words, decisively deleting these WeChat voices, and then pulling Gao Lang's WeChat black. After thinking about it, he pulled black Gao Lang's phone number as well. Comfortable. After doing all this, Gao Yan felt much better as a whole. But just at this moment, the phone rang once again. Seeing the caller's note, Gao Yan's face became more than a little helpless. When he picked up the phone, a questioning voice came from his adoptive mother. "Yang Huishan, Gao Yan, I'm asking you, why did you make your brother angry?" Gao Yan held back the discomfort in his heart and explained. "Mom, Gao Lang called and asked me for money. I didn't give it to him." Yang Huishan continued. "Why didn't you give it? Your father and I raised you so much. How much money did we spend to pay for your education? Now your brother asked you for some money and you didn't even give it. Do you still think of Gao Lang as your brother? I think you want to be a white-eyed wolf. If I had known that, I shouldn't have adopted you." Adoptive mother's words deeply pierced Gao Yan's heart, and she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Mom, I'm still a student, and you guys only give me 400 renminbi per month, so where can I find the money to give him?" "Okay, stop. If you don't want to give it, just say so. Where are all the excuses? Didn't you earn enough for tuition by working part-time? In the future, you will earn your own living expenses. We will pretend that we don't have you as our son." As soon as the words fell, Yang Huishan directly hung up the phone. Hoo-hoo! Gao Yan heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, but his chest was still suffocating. "That's just it. When we have money, let's double the repayment to our adoptive father and mother, and repay them for their nurturing," Gao Yan secretly said. After staying in the rental house for a while, Gao Yan then got up and went to school. That afternoon class didn't start until 3 o'clock. He arrived now because he had previously found out that there was a milk tea store in the snack street of the university town that was going to be transferred. It just so happened that he had won the milk tea formula in a lottery and could totally take this store over. He did not directly approach the door. Instead, he stood nearby and observed silently for half an hour before taking a step towards this milk tea store. Chapter 5: Growth and Metamorphosis. This milk tea store to be transferred was called Neat Milk Tea Shop. The store area was not large. It was only about 10 square feet. In the half an hour that Gao Yan observed, he realized that this milk tea store had only sold 4 cups of milk tea. It was important to know that there were 6 universities in this university city. There were at least 600, 000 to 700, 000 faculty members and students combined. And as the only snack street in the university town, the flow of people is absolutely considerable. But why is this milk tea store doing so poorly? According to Gao Yan, observation and research found 3 reasons. First, location. Neat Milk Tea is located in the street Snack Street. Generally to Snack Street students are holding the mindset of some fun, and Snack Street Milk Tea Store has 5 or 6. Students with a comparative mindset generally do not choose the first. Secondly, the problem of decoration. Neat Milk Tea Store decoration is very common, can be said to be relatively simple, but the face of the consumer object is college students. As we all know, college students are more discerning. Finally, the product problem. Meet the milk tea to take are the most primitive brewing milk tea, although the price is cheap, but ignored. The main consumer of milk tea is the girl, and now the girl's climbing hard and more heavy. In the case of choice, they naturally will not choose to meet the milk tea. And of the 4 cups of milk tea sold in this half hour, 3 were purchased by boys. Handsome guy, want milk tea? Seeing Gao Yan approaching, the clerk who was playing with his cell phone absently stood up and asked, "Want a cup of watermelon flavor?" Gao Yan smiled. "By the way, what flavor do you like to drink?" The slightly chubby clerk froze, then said somewhat shyly, "I like to drink mango flavor." Then let's have another cup of mango flavor. Soon, 2 cups of milk tea were ready. Gao Yan picked up a cup of watermelon-flavored milk tea and drank it, then pushed the mango-flavored one towards the clerk. Please drink it. Handsome guy, are you trying to chase me? The sales clerk girl asked boldly. Don't get me wrong, pretty girl. I just want to pry some information from you. Upon hearing this, the sales clerk girl couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Alright, what do you want to ask? With the bribe of a cup of milk tea, the clerk girl could be said to know everything. The owner of the milk tea store was a senior student who was about to graduate. The reason why he wanted to transfer this milk tea store was that he was about to go to Magic City to work. And secondly, the business of the milk tea store was getting worse and worse, can be said to have been unable to make ends meet. For this reason, also dismissed a clerk. In addition, the milk tea store signed a 5-year lease. There are still 3 years left. Rent is paid annually. There are still 3 months to go before the next year's rent is due. The summer vacation will be over in a month. The main consumers of the milk tea store are students. Once the summer vacation is over, the business will become even worse. Therefore, the owner of the milk tea store is very eager to transfer the store. In the past few days, there are a few people to ask about the transfer of milk tea store. However, the milk tea store owners disliked that the transfer fee was too small. When Gao Yan asked what the milk tea store owner's psychological price was, the sales clerk girl became a bit evasive. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled slightly, decisively added the girl's WeChat, sent her 200 yuan red envelope. Then the girl told him that the boss's psychological price is 30,000 yuan. After thanking the shopkeeper's sister paper, Gao Yan dialed the number on the transfer advertisement. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a tall young man wearing a white body shirt and jeans arrived. He was the owner of this milk tea store, named Hu Bo, a senior student at Nandu Commercial College. Nandu Commercial College was just a privately run second university. The next negotiation was smooth. One has the intention to transfer, the other has the intention to take over. Plus, Gao Yan also added 1,000 to Hu Bo's psychological price. Therefore, both sides quickly negotiated and signed the transfer agreement. Happy cooperation, brother Gao. Hu Bo solved a matter of heartache, and the whole person was in a much better mood. Happy cooperation, Hu Bo continued. By the way, at the risk of asking, what do you plan to do after brother Gao disks this store? I plan to open a snack bar. Gao Yan did not reveal that he would continue to be a milk tea store. Upon hearing this, Hu Bo was a little disappointed and said somewhat awkwardly, Brother Gao, look at it this way. I'm going to work overseas soon, and these equipment and seats are useless. So how about transferring them together to you? This? Gao Yan deliberately showed hesitation. The seats are fine, but this equipment I bought is also useless. That's right. How about this? Everything in this store is transferred to you. You just take $1,000. Gao Yan showed hesitation. But I can't use these things at all. Brother, consider this as a favor to your brother. Pretending to ponder, Gao Yan then said, let's do it this way. I'll charge you 500 yuan. I'll consider it a favor to brother Hu. Okay, 500 on 500. Hu Bo pretended to meet pain. In fact, the heart but secretly happy. These devices are 2 years ago to buy. No one is willing to take over. Can only take to buy scrap iron. Gao Yan 500 package to take. He has earned. Of course, he did not know. Gao Yan is also used to open the milk tea store. These machines can be used to make do. Next, Gao Yan paid part of the transfer fee to Hu Bo. As for the rest of the fee, it would need to be given to Hu Bo after he re-signed a formal rental contract with the school accompanied by Hu Bo. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yan came to the classroom, but strangely did not see Chang Hao. So Gao Yan sent a message to inquire. Chang Hao replied that he had gone home on vacation. He would come back to school in the next 2 days. At this, Gao Yan didn't think much about it because he knew that Chang Hao was a Nandu local. Suddenly, an uninvited guest sat down in the seat beside Gao Yan, and it was Zhou Yuchao. He looked at Gao Yan playfully and said, Gao Yan, Bai Wei is now my girlfriend. I hope you won't harass her in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Facing Zhou Yuchao's provocation, Gao Yan said indifferently, don't worry, although we are not friends, but at least we have lived in the same dormitory for more than a year. I'm not so underhanded as to harass my girlfriend in the same dormitory. Zhou Yuchao heard the meaning of Gao Yan's words, scolding him for being underhanded. The smile on his face steeply disappeared, and an even more furious fire emerged in his eyes, as he lowered his voice and said, after Bai Wei and I finalized our relationship, I took her to the hotel. Is that so? Gao Yan remained unperturbed and said indifferently, since she can go to the hotel with you so easily, I guess she didn't go to the hotel with other people less often in the past. I chow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuchao almost stormed out. He had originally come with the purpose of irritating Gao Yan. He didn't expect to be irritated by Gao Yan instead. If he wasn't in the classroom, he would definitely be unable to resist punching this guy. After a long time, Zhou Yuchao dropped a harsh sentence and left. However, Gao Yan was disdainfully skimming his lips. Although he had only obtained the system for a day or so, his mindset had already undergone a large transformation. Especially just now, in the face of Zhou Yuchao's provocation, he had always appeared calm. If it were before, perhaps he would have already fought with the other party with fists and feet. Chapter 6 Milk Tea Shop. The University City Snack Street was created by a joint effort of 6 universities. The store's frontage that Gao Yan intended to take over belonged to the Nandu College of Commerce, so it was necessary to head over to the University of Commerce to re-sign a contract. The next morning, Gao Yan, accompanied by Hu Bo, went to the department of Nandu University of Commerce that specialized in snack street fronts. Hu Bo first presented the old contract. Gao Yan roughly swept the eye, found that Hu Bo rental price is actually only 6,000 yuan a year. According to the rental agreement, the annual rent upward adjustment of 5%, and Hu Bo took that facade is no transfer fee. As we all know, the student's money is the best to earn. Therefore, the snack street front is quite tight. Even if the new facade rental need to pay transfer fees, Hu Bo did not give a penny transfer fee. This shows what? Shows that the other party, most likely someone above. Now Gao Yan took over, immediately have to pay the third year's rent. But even if it is 5% higher than the second year, the rent is only about 7,000 yuan. This price is far below the market price. As far as Gao Yan knows, the cheapest frontage in the snack street today is more than 10,000 yuan. No wonder Hu Bo was biting the bullet on the $30,000 transfer fee. Soon, Gao Yan signed a new contract with the side of Nandu Commercial College, and did not wait until March to pay the next year's rent, but directly paid the next year's rent. When they parted ways, Gao Yan also went to the school's mini-mart and bought a packet of huazi and stuffed it to Hu Bo. Taking advantage of the rent, Gao Yan also had to show, although the transfer fee was slightly higher, but if you calculate the rent for the next 3 years, Gao Yan is considered to have earned 7,000 or 8,000. Hu Bo accepted huazi after a little bit of excuses, and said that if there are any problems on the store side, call him at any time. Gao Yan just listened, did not take it seriously. There is no class this morning. So, Gao Yan went directly to the snack street. Boss, you're here? Wang Qin, who was playing with her cell phone with her head down, saw Gao Yan's arrival and hurriedly put away her cell phone, saying somewhat nervously, because she didn't know if the new boss would continue to use him, because Hu Bo didn't manage much. He rarely came to the milk tea store. Coupled with the bad business, even if she was the only one watching the store, the work was actually quite easy. Let's chat. Gao Yan smiled. Now the decoration of this milk tea store was really too simple. The location was already not advantageous. If the decoration was still in this hellish state, it would definitely not be able to attract consumers. Therefore, Gao Yan was ready to redecorate after taking over this milk tea store. How much was your previous salary? Gao Yan asked. 2,500, said Wang Qin. Still planning to continue working here? Gao Yan continued to ask. Aha. Wang Qin nodded her head. Gao Yan said, don't be in a hurry to say yes. I can responsibly tell you that going to work in the future will definitely not be as easy as it is now. Moreover, there is still a period of renovation to be carried out. If you really intend to continue to work here, I can give you an increase in your salary by 500, but you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. The milk tea recipes extracted from the system were the key to victory, but Gao Yan was still a student and couldn't possibly watch the store in person, so those recipes would still have to be taught to the clerk. Fear was afraid that after the milk tea store caught fire, someone would hit on the recipes. Hearing that wages can be increased, Wang Qin could not help but see her eyes light up. She has been here for more than a year, and only in January, when Hu Bo fired another employee, he gave her an increase of 300 yuan. Now the new boss will give her 500 yuan a year. As for the confidentiality agreement, she did not take it seriously. This is a milk tea store and not a scientific research unit, so did not hesitate to agree. Seeing that Wang Qin agreed to stay and continue to work, Gao Yan also welcomed. After briefly explaining a few sentences, he left. After about 20 minutes, Gao Yan returned to the store. In his hand, he also held a contract of employment and a confidentiality agreement for Wang Qin to sign. Wang Qin secretly skimmed his lips, thinking that this small boss is a little too serious, but seeing as the salary has increased by 500 yuan, she still signed. After signing the contract, Gao Yan gave a few more instructions and put a job advertisement on the glass door. Wang Qin, do you have the contact information of the decoration company? Gao Yan casually asked. Yes, my cousin's family is a decoration company. Then will they take over the decoration of this store of ours? Of course. Then you give her a call. See if it's convenient for her. If it's convenient, then come over. If it's not convenient, I'll go to her company. Then you wait. Not long after, Wang Qin put down the phone and told Gao Yan that her cousin would arrive within an hour. While there was still time, Gao Yan took out a whiteboard and wrote on it, "Meet the milk tea shop giving back to customers. 20% off for 1 cup, 70% off for 2 cups, 50% off for 3 cups or more." It turns out that the milk tea in the milk tea store is uniformly priced at 10 yuan. As for a cup of milk tea, material cost will not exceed $2. The daily rent, utilities and staff wages add up to just over 100 yuan, which can be said to be quite inexpensive. As long as you sell more than 10 cups of milk tea, will be able to save money. But Hubo didn't have the heart to run the business at all. Gao Yan learned from Wang Qin, the worst business day, can only sell more than 20 cups, business is good time to sell more than 50 cups. Based on an average of 40 cups a day, that would be 400 yuan, and after deducting the cost, there was a profit of more than 200. If there is only one employee, you can still earn $6,000 or $7,000 a month, and if there are 2 employees, there will only be 3,000 or 4,000. When Gao Yan put up the whiteboard, it really attracted a lot of students to come and spend money. In just 1 hour sold 22 cups of milk tea. Among them, 6 cups were sold at a 20% discount, totaling 48 yuan. 10 cups were sold at a 70% discount, totaling 70 yuan, and 6 cups were sold at a 50% discount, totaling 30 yuan. It seems like a very low profit. However, the system would return twice as much. Therefore, Gao Yan directly received a return of 296 yuan of earnings from the system, in addition to 148 points of upgrade experience. For the system to go from level 2 to level 3, it needed 20,000 points of experience. Not long after, Wang Qin's cousin came. After some negotiation, a 15,000 yuan renovation contract was finalized. The other party and said that the renovation could be done the day after tomorrow at the latest. After sending Wang Qin's cousin away, Gao Yan returned to help the milk tea store, and slightly improved the current milk tea formula, making the taste of milk tea improved a lot. Plus the price was cheap. More and more students came to buy it, especially at noon. The number of students attracted to consume by the discount increased a lot, and even formed a queue outside the store, busy until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The milk tea store's foot traffic gradually declined. Gao Yan took the time to check the system, and with the previous earnings return actually reached 2,044 yuan. In other words, in just a few hours, the milk tea store flowed 1,022 yuan. Because there were still classes in the afternoon, it was impossible for Gao Yan to stay in the store all the time, but with the addition of the evening hours, the earnings should also be able to exceed 1,000 yuan. Wow, boss, today's business is really good. If only it could be like this all the time, Wang Qin said rather happily. It will definitely be better than today in the future. Gao Yan smiled. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? My treat. Thanks boss, I want to eat. Taking out $100, Wang Qin was told to go buy the food, while Gao Yan watched the store alone. Just then, a pair of men and women stepped into the snack street hand in hand. It was none other than Zhou Yuchao and Bai Wei. When he saw Gao Yan inside the milk tea store, Zhou Yuchao's heart stirred and pulled Bai Wei over, reaching out and wrapping his arm around Bai Wei's waist, demonstrating, Gao Yan, found a new part-time job. You're also too scrappy, right? Chapter 7, System Loophole. Facing Zhou Yuchao's provocation and sarcasm, Gao Yan laughed. Can't help it if I don't spell it out. After all, after stepping into the university, we are all adults. We can't open and close our mouths and ask for money from our family. So what's the difference between that and being a giant baby? Hearing Gao Yan's irony, Zhou Yuchao could not help but turn black. It was obvious that Gao Yan was mocking him for being a giant baby who would only ask for money from his family. But he also did not want to admit defeat. So he laughed coldly. No way, my family can't afford me to suffer. Besides, studying in college is the time to learn knowledge. If all the thoughts are spent on earning that little bit of money, that's not throwing away the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds, then what else is going to college? Directly go to work to earn money. Don't you think so? Long ago when Zhou Yuchao tore his face, Gao Yan's words also more and more nonchalant. He snorted. Learning knowledge? I heard that in the first half of the semester someone took 2 makeup exams before passing. Is this how you learn knowledge? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuchao was almost so angry that he spat out blood. Right at this moment, Wang Qin, who went to order the meal, also came back and said to Gao Yan, Boss, the meal is ready. We'll send it over to us when it's ready. Here's the rest of the money. Boss? Zhou Yuchao suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Gao Yan. This milk tea store is yours? Gao Yan smiled and nodded. Yeah, just took over. Right. Do you want 2 cups of milk tea? For the sake of all of us being classmates, I'll give you a 50% discount. I won't even drink it for free. Upon hearing that this milk tea store was owned by Gao Yan, Zhou Yuchou was almost so angry that he spurted blood and pulled by way away. Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile, sort of taking a bite out of his anger. Walking out a distance, Zhou Yuchou suddenly reacted. Gao Yan wants to take over this milk tea store at least several tens of thousands of dollars. Where did this guy come from so much money? As far as he knew, Gao Yan and Chang Hao were both poor. There was no way they could come up with so much money. In other words, this milk tea store shouldn't be Gao Yan's. As for Bai Wei, she was also a bit puzzled. According to what she had learned, Gao Yan had to rely on his part-time job for his living expenses. Now that the other party had actually dished out a milk tea store, could it be that he was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Thinking about this, she suddenly had some interest in Gao Yan. The other party had been chasing her for several months. If there was oil and water to be salvaged, it was not impossible to give him a little sweet taste. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Gao Yan instructed Wang Qin a few words and hurriedly left the milk tea store. There was a big class this afternoon. The lecturer was an old retired and rehired professor. Don't look at him being nearly 70 years old. But the content of his lecture was not boring, but instead was wonderfully interesting. However, Gao Yan was somewhat unable to listen. Instead, he pondered how to make more money. The investment in the milk tea store was not high, and it would not add up to more than $100,000. In this way, he still had more than $900,000 in his hand. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved. The name of this system was called Divine Income System. As long as there was income, he could return points, but there was no stipulation on what method was used to make the income. What about borrowing money? If this method worked, he could brush the system to tears. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. So, he sent Cheng Hao a WeChat and asked him to transfer 20,000 to him for urgent use. Cheng Hao was also relatively dry. He directly transferred 20,000 to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host's experience value for reaching the upgrade standard. May I ask if you want to upgrade? Haha, if it wasn't for the fact that he was still in the classroom, Gao Yan almost laughed out loud, decisively choosing to upgrade. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The return funds will be raised to 3 times, rewarding 1 lottery draw and 4 attribute points. With a thought, Gao Yan called up the system panel. Divine Profit System, Level LV3. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Face value, 67. Physical, 75. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Earnings return multiplier, 3 times. Lucky draw, 1 time. Upgrade experience, 0/50,000. Stored funds, $502. 0.44, to be collected. Free attribute points, 4 points. 1 more chance for the lottery. Gao Yan was about to open the lottery. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Ding! A loophole has appeared in the system. Open repair. Ding! The repair was successful. In light of the host discovering the system loophole, rewarding 1 advanced raffle draw, Gao Yan froze. Then his face could not help but appear depressed. He had just found a way to be able to quickly upgrade the system, but he did not expect to be drilling a hole in the system. But it didn't matter. The road of borrowing money didn't work. There were other ways. By the way, the system had also rewarded him with an advanced draw. So he asked, System, what's the difference between a premium draw and a lottery? System, host, all draws without a prefix are ordinary draws, and advanced draws will draw advanced prizes. So that's how it is. Gao Yan suddenly realized, and a few more points of anticipation grew in his heart. In the next moment, he silently said in his mind, System, use the ordinary draw first. Ding! Open ordinary lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 super seasoning recipe in the draw. Another recipe? Gao Yan froze. Was the system asking him to become a food tycoon? In the next moment, a golden light that only he could see entered his brow, and immediately afterward, a super seasoning recipe for any cuisine was added to his mind. As long as the super seasoning recipe was used, even a rookie chef would be able to make top-notch cuisine. If you use this super seasoning to open a fast food restaurant, you can definitely make a fortune, Gao Yan secretly said. Immediately afterward, he ordered, the system opens the advanced draw. Ding! Advanced draw opens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill fighting master. May I ask whether to receive it? Not collecting for now, Gao Yan replied. The previous 3 formulas all turned into golden light and rushed into his brow, but this time, he was asked if he would collect it. Obviously, fusing the skills shouldn't be as simple as imagined. It was better to wait until he returned to the rental house at night to collect it. more than 5 in the afternoon. The big class ended and Gao Yan left the classroom following the general flow. He didn't go to the milk tea store, because he thought of another way to brush up his experience. Gao Yan went directly to a fruit cell phone store. Using $72,000, he purchased 15 of the latest model fruit cell phones, then used the cell phone to take pictures, and then send the cell phone photos to the class group. And with the words, relatives of the cell phone store to gather funds, let me help a number of low-priced batch of the latest models of fruit cell phones. Interested students can chat with me privately. The message in the group was sent out only more than 10 seconds. There were people chatting privately with Gao Yan. Star Ocean, Gao Yan. You have no problem with that cell phone, right? Star Ocean is the WeChat name of Wang Bo, a boy in the same class. Born to be talented, are not unsealed original machine. Only 15 units. The market price of 5,000 yuan. Now only 4,000 yuan. First come first served. Star Ocean, I go. Seriously? College students have always been more sensitive to the price of cell phones and computers and the like. Therefore, Wang Bo knows that Gao Yan did not lie. The market price of this cell phone is indeed at 5,000 yuan. Even if you find a relationship to take, at most 200 yuan cheaper. If 4,000 yuan to take one, absolutely big profit. So, he told this matter to a few roommates in the dormitory. Will not be a liar. The latest models of fruit cell phones are not worried about selling. So cheap may be water goods. That's right, cheap is no good. Another roommate also agrees with this point of view. It shouldn't be. Gao Yan again are our classmates. If he dares to cheat people with water goods, there is no place for him in the class in the future. Wang Bo shook his head. That's true. Although I don't know much about that person Gao Yan, he shouldn't be able to cheat people. Another roommate said. After thinking about it, Wang Bo decided to send WeChat to Gao Yan to test the waters. If I want to get my hands on one, when will it arrive? Born me talent, now you can. You come to the Snack Street Neat Milk Tea Store to find me. One hand to pay, one hand delivery. The phone is guaranteed to be no problem. If there is a problem, I double compensation. Star Ocean, good. You wait for me. Come right away. Wang Bo decided to try, in case it is true. So, he said to a few roommates in the dormitory, and hurried out of the dormitory. Gao Yan's side had just finished dealing with Wang Bo, and someone else was chatting privately with him. By the time he arrived at Neat Milk Tea Shop with more than 10 fruit cell phones, he had already identified 5 purchasers. About 10 minutes had passed. Wang Bo arrived at Neat Milk Tea Shop out of breath. Gao Yan, I'm not late, am I? No, you were the first to arrive. Your cell phones are all here. Gao Yan smiled and pointed to the 15 cell phones on the table. Chapter 8 Surging Upgrade Experience. Wang Bo's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped to the table and reached out to pick up a well-packaged fruit cell phone to inspect it. Coincidentally, he had long wanted to get his hands on one of the latest models of fruit cell phones, only to get together 4,200 yuan. There is still a gap of 7 or 800. He didn't expect to see Gao Yan's message of selling this cell phone at a low price in the class group, because he had been thinking about this cell phone for some time. So, he also checked how to identify the authenticity. Suddenly, he said to Gao Yan, "Bro, can you take it apart and inspect it?" "That's definitely not possible." Gao Yan shook his head. "However, I happen to want to change my cell phone as well, so if you don't want it after taking it apart, I'll buy it myself." "Bro, thanks," Wang Bo said gratefully. He knew that his request was a bit too much. He thought that Gao Yan would reject it, but he didn't expect to agree to it. So he simply removed the packaging and took out the new cell phone inside and carefully surveyed it. Then he turned it on and tried it, and he could be sure that it was definitely the genuine version, not the Hong Kong product that had been brushed. The same type of cell phone in Hong Kong Island is relatively much cheaper. However, after being brushed, the system would have certain problems and there was a certain risk. Therefore, there were people who sent Hong Kong goods to the country to be brushed and sold. "How is it? No problem?" Gao Yan looked at the loving Wang Bo and asked, "Brother, the cell phone really only sells for 4,000 yuan?" Wang Bo asked. Gao Yan smiled and explained, "Yes, just 4,000 yuan. If not for my relative's urgent need for financial turnover, it is impossible to sell it at a loss. Do you want it or not? Think about it yourself. Anyway, in my opinion, there is no worry about selling it at this price. I'll take it, since I'm sure the cell phone is fine, and the price is so cheap. What else is there to hesitate about? Are you cash or WeChat, or Alipay?" Hearing that Wang Bo wanted to buy it, Gao Yan was still relatively happy, even though it looked like this was a losing deal. "I'll transfer it to you on WeChat." Wang Bo decisively transferred 4,000 yuan to Gao Yan on WeChat. The moment he received the money, the system beep in his head sounded again, but it was a 12,000 yuan return fund that had arrived, and at the same time, His upgrade experience had increased by 4,000 points. After waiting for a while, the system did not prompt a system vulnerability. Gao Yan could not help but squeeze his fists. It seems that this method of brushing experience can be used for a long time. At this time, Wang Bo, who had gotten the cell phone, did not leave, but said to Gao Yan, "Brother, Yutong and Zhao Yangfei also want to buy too." These two were his roommates. Gao Yan naturally wouldn't refuse. "Fine, let them hurry over, because there are still people coming to see the phone, and if they come late, I can't guarantee that there will still be phones left." As soon as his words fell, two girls stepped into the meat milk tea shop together. Also from their class, one named Zhang Fei and one Li Yanxue. Wow, so many cell phones. As soon as they entered the store, Zhang Fei's attention was attracted by the fruit cell phones on the table, and she quickly rushed up to them. Using fruit cell phones was a trend nowadays. Even Gao Yan had seen the news that someone who wanted to buy a fruit cell phone actually sold one of his kidneys. Thus, fruit cell phones also had an alias, kidney phone. Zhang Fei, Li Yanxue, I can tell you, these cell phones are all genuine. Buying is earning. I've already gotten my hands on one. Wang Bo, who was the first one to buy a cell phone, directly transformed into a tap water prop, persuading up for Gao Yan. "Really? Look, this is the one I just bought. Try it." Wang Bo handed the cell phone in his hand to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei took it and played with it for a while, and was indeed quite impressed, then looked at Gao Yan and said, "Gao Yan, can it be cheaper?" "Can't. 4,000 yuan is already the lowest price. Moreover, there are only 14 units left right now." Gao Yan decisively refused. Although the system would also give him rebates, these phones were all bought by him at 4,800 yuan. Buying them at 4,000 yuan was already taking advantage of the price, so naturally, he would not lower the price again. Besides, he had just sold one to Wang Bo at 4,000 yuan. If he reduced the price and sold it to Zhang Fei, he would either offend Wang Bo or make up for the lesser amount of money to Wang Bo. "Just a little less. Leave me 200 living expenses," Zhang Fei begged. "No less." Gao Yan's face turned a little cold, feeling that this woman, Zhang Fei, was a little uneducated, so he refused quite dryly, not even bothering to explain one more word. "If you give me less, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend." Zhang Fei was still undeterred. "No need." Gao Yan shook his head. "Che, how petty." Repeatedly rejected by Gao Yan, Zhang Fei was also a bit unhappy. Although she wasn't a rich white beauty like Yang Yu, her face value wasn't low either, and there were quite a few boys pursuing her in class. Originally, Gao Yan thought that after successive rejections of Zhang Fei, she wouldn't buy another one, but unexpectedly, she and Li Yanxue still bought one each. At once, Gao Yan received another 24,000 yuan rebate from the system, as well as 8,000 experience points. After reaching another deal with Zhang Fei and Li Yanxue, a few more classmates arrived at the milk tea store. After checking that there was no problem with the cell phone, they decisively gave money to buy it. When Wang Bo saw that he sold 6 units so quickly, he hurriedly sent a WeChat to urge his two roommates. When there are still 4 cell phones left on the table, the two roommates finally arrived sweating. When the two gave to buy the phone to Gao Yan transfer, Gao Yan, who had successfully sold 13 cell phones, reached 52,000 experience points. The upgrade requirements had been met. Ding. Host, the system has met the upgrade requirements. Please tell me if you want to upgrade. Upgrade. Ding. The system is starting to upgrade. Ding. The upgrade is complete. The system returns 4 times the amount of money, rewarding 1 lucky draw number and 3 free attribute points. With a thought, Gao Yan called up the system panel. When he saw the next upgrade experience, he couldn't help but frown and asked the system in his mind, "System, how did the upgrade experience become so high?" It was only 50,000 experience points for level 3 to level 4, but the experience for level 4 to level 5 had actually increased to 1 million. System, the first 3 upgrades are the novice protection period. After completing 3 upgrades, the novice protection period is lifted and the difficulty of upgrading increases. So that's how it is. Gao Yan understood and didn't say anything else. After all, he had also reaped a lot of benefits from the system here. After all, with 13 cell phones, the system had already given him 156,000 yuan back. When the remaining 2 units were sold, it was a 4x return. Another 32,000 yuan. Deduct the 12,000 yuan loss from buying the cell phone. Pure income 176,000 yuan. Just at this time, 4 more people came to the store. One is from the class, but the other 3 are from the same department. All 4 came to buy cell phones. but now there was only one left, and Gao Yan sold one of them to the boy in the class, leaving the other three to make their own decisions on the remaining one. This made that boy in the class very happy, praising Gao Yan for being good enough. After the 15 cell phones were sold out, but some people rushed to the milk tea store with inquiries, some from the same class, and some from other classes. So, Gao Yan hurriedly sent a message to the class group that the cell phones had been sold out. Soon, Gao Yan sold cell phone news spread in the class. Those who bought a cell phone were happy to show off in the group. Those who didn't buy it, on the other hand, greatly regretted it. There are also students who chat privately with Gao Yan on WeChat, asking if he can still get a cell phone. Gao Yan also did not say the words to death, just said that he was not sure. If the relatives still have to deal with the phone at a low price, he will definitely notify the class at the first time. The upgrade experience had already risen to 1 million, and if he continued to sell cell phones, he would have to sell 250 units to get enough upgrade experience. Therefore, Gao Yan was also considering whether to continue with this method. Chapter 9 Late Night Poisoning. At 9:30 that night, Gao Yan returned to the rented room. Because of the discount, the milk tea shop sales broke a record today, with total sales reaching over 2,500 yuan. But it also exhausted him and Wang Qin. It was good that a new sales clerk had been recruited and could come to work tomorrow. In fact, Gao Yan could have waited for the renovation before recruiting a new employee, so that he could also save some salary. However, he planned to take advantage of this time of renovation to teach the sales clerk how to mix the new milk tea. There were a total of 32 recipes given by the system, but Gao Yan did not intend to utilize them completely. He planned to launch 3 flavors of special milk tea at the Snack Street milk tea shop first. The other flavors would be introduced later when he opened a branch. Right, there's still a fighting master and 7 attribute points that haven't been utilized with use. Gao Yan suddenly remembered. With a thought, the system interface surfaced. Divine Prophet System, Level LV4. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Face value, 67. Physical, 75. Spirit, 72. Charisma, 55. Earnings return multiplier, 4x. Draw, 1. Experience, 9,480. Stored funds, 690. 000 to be claimed. Free attribute points, 7. Seeing that the funds stored in the system had reached 690. 000. Gao Yan couldn't help but have a smile of satisfaction on his face, knowing that a few days ago, he was still a poor boy with only 2,000 or so on him. He didn't expect that in just a few days, his funds had broken 1 million, not to mention that he also had an additional milk tea store. System, transfer 90,000 yuan to my CCB card. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved and he planned to withdraw a sum of money to his card. Although he believed that the system wouldn't screw him over, he still wanted to give it a try. In less than 3 seconds after he gave the order, the arrival message from the cell phone arrived. $90,000 was not a penny more, not a penny less. Right at this moment, Bai Wei actually sent him a WeChat. Click to take a look. Wei is very dumpy, Gao Yan. I heard that you have the latest model of fruit cell phone there? Seeing this WeChat, Gao Yan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had only disliked her boyfriend in the afternoon, and now she actually sent him a WeChat, or had pursued her. This woman is really interesting? Gao Yan showed a cold smile on his face. Before he pursued Bai Wei, he only saw that she was pretty. To put it bluntly, he was just interested in sex. To say that he had how deep feelings, that was complete bull asterisk. What's more, he has already learned from Chang Hao's mouth about this woman's behavior, so he won't take it seriously. After a little deliberation, Gao Yan replied, yeah, but it's already sold out. Wei is very dumpy, that's really a pity. In fact, I've long wanted to change my cell phone. Seeing Bai Wei's reply, the corner of Gao Yan's mouth could not help but outline a sneer. This Bai Wei really took him as a lickspittle. If replaced with a real lickspittle, surely he would beat his chest and said that he would get a fruit cell phone for the goddess. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was not. Born me talent, that's not simple. Let Zhou Yuchao buy you one is. Wei is very inclined to the city. What do you take me for? Although Zhou Yuchao and I are in a relationship, we are very pure with each other. Pure my ass. Seeing Bai Wei's reply, Gao Yan gave a disdainful smile. It was obvious that this woman clearly wanted to develop him into a fish in her pond. Born to be me, you're really a good girl then. Shy, emoji. By the way, haven't congratulated you on having your own milk tea store. Born me talented, thanks. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Chat sometime. After replying, Gao Yan exited WeChat. Other side. Inside the girls' dormitory. Seeing Gao Yan's reply, Bai Wei had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon, she reacted. Wasn't Gao Yan's excuse for ending the chat exactly what she often used to deal with licking dogs? This asshole. A wave of anger surged through her heart. Bai Wei couldn't wait to send a message to scold Gao Yan. Inside the rental room, Gao Yan put down his cell phone and said to the system, "System, Fusion Fighting Master." The next moment, a golden light didn't enter Gao Yan's body, followed by an additional memory of practicing fighting arts in his mind. And at the same time, there was a surge of energy rapidly transforming his body, accompanied by a strong tingling sensation. Now, Gao Yan understood why the system had asked him to fuse or not. 1 minute later, the transformation was complete. Gao Yan heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, but felt energized all over his body. He was sure that even if he suffered a siege from 10 adults, he could easily solve it. Once again, he called up the system interface. It was discovered that his own data had undergone a large change. First of all, the height had grown by 2 centimeters to 1 meter 8. The face value did not change at all. However, the physique had increased by 5 points to 80 points. Anyone with a body mass of 60 points or more was normal. Those with a physique below 60 were weak or sick. Those with a physique of 70 points were of the type that had been exercising for a long time and were relatively healthy. And those who reached 75 points are already athletes or special forces. Those above 80 points belonged to the traits of top special forces. In other words, Gao Yan's current physique had already reached the level of a top-tier special forces soldier. In addition to this, with the skill of Fusion Fighting Master, his mental strength had also grown by 3 points. The biggest increase was in charisma. The original charisma of only 55 points had actually soared directly to over 70 points. Thinking about this, Gao Yan got up and walked into the bedroom. Standing in front of the closet mirror, Gao Yan realized that his appearance hadn't changed, but the temperament of his body had changed quite a bit. Confident and masculine. There were still 7 free attribute points left. Where should I use them? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to add a few points to the face value. After all, a face value of 67 was considered not ugly at most, and was not related to handsome at all. Thus, Gao Yan tapped 3 times on the plus sign behind the face value. His face value also became 70 points. At the same time, he only felt a heat on his face and became a little stiff. Not long after, his cheeks returned to normal, but a lot of greasy stuff gushed out from his face. Quickly walking to the bathroom, he smeared soap on his face and washed the greasy stuff off afterward. Taking another look in the mirror, Gao Yan immediately felt much smoother. There was no change in his features. However, the location of his features had been fine-tuned, and other than that, the skin on his face was also much fairer and more compact. Originally, he had blackheads on his nose. Now, the blackheads on his nose had completely disappeared. If the original he can only be considered not ugly, now he had already advanced to the small handsome range. Should I add all the remaining points to the face value? Gao Yan secretly said. After thinking about it, he still gave up this tempting idea. If he added the remaining 4 points to his face value, the change would be too great. Thus, he decisively added the remaining 4 points of attributes to Spirit. Spirit was able to increase intelligence. After adding the points, Gao Yan's spirituality became 79 points, already stepping into the category of high intelligence. Many memories that had been forgotten followed and gradually came to mind. Goo goo. Suddenly, a rumble came from his stomach. I can't believe I'm getting hungry so soon. He had only eaten dinner at 6 or so, and just over 3 hours had passed now. Since I'm hungry, I'll get myself a late night snack. It just so happened that in the afternoon, he went to buy the various seasonings needed to configure the super seasoning recipe. It was just the right time to configure this seasoning to taste the flavor. It took half an hour. Gao Yan configured the super seasoning, then boiled water to cook noodles. Soon a bowl of white water noodles out of the pot. The noodles just add some lard and salt, and then Gao Yan put some super seasoning, and stirred a few times. At once, an incomparably strong flavor emitted. It caused Gao Yan to unconsciously swallow his saliva. This is too fragrant. Gao Yan hurriedly picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and sent them into his mouth. Then an extremely intoxicated expression unconsciously appeared on his face. Next door, Lin Amour, who was brushing up on her problems in her room, suddenly inhaled her nose. Her face revealed gluttony, and she couldn't help but say, "It smells so good. Oh, that guy next door is releasing poison in the middle of the night again. Nasty." Chapter 10 Hot Pot Restaurant Shares. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, Nandu University, College of Commerce. Gao Yan appeared in the teaching building with a confident stride. Just in time, he bumped into Yang Yu walking from the other direction. "Good morning, Ms. Yang Yu." Gao Yan smiled and nodded at the other party before stepping onto the stairs. It was Yang Yu who was slightly stunned, feeling that the boy who greeted her was somewhat familiar, but immediately she remembered. Wasn't this the little transparent Gao Yan who had sold her the hot pot base recipe on Monday? How is it that after just 2 days of not seeing him, such a huge change had occurred in him? Before, Gao Yan was busy working to earn money. He came and went to every class in a hurry. He was not keen on joining the student council, nor did he participate in any clubs, and even the collective activities organized by the class were pushed away and avoided when he could. This leads to his presence in the school as well as the class is extremely weak. After going to college for almost 2 years, he only had one friend like Chung Hao. However, after Gao Yan crossed into the classroom today, there were quite a few students who took the initiative to greet him. This was mainly due to the batch of fruit cell phones he sold at a low price yesterday. Gao Yan responded with a smile to those who greeted him. Compared to before, Gao Yan's mentality had changed a lot. In the past, he used his part-time job as an excuse not to contact other people, and to put it bluntly, he still had a bit of an inferiority complex. Now, he had the system. In the future, even if he couldn't become the richest man in the world, there would definitely be a place for him on the rich list of the great Xia country. Have you guys noticed that Gao Yan seems to have become quite handsome? Wang Yuting whispered to the few girls around her. Upon hearing this, several other girls subconsciously looked towards Gao Yan. Then someone nodded approvingly. Yes, oh, I didn't notice before. It seems really quite handsome. Wang Yuting asked thoughtfully. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Ma Yuan said. I don't think so. I heard that Gao Yan's family is quite difficult, and he has to work on his own to earn his living expenses and tuition. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuting, who originally had some thoughts about Gao Yan, quickly disappeared. Che, what do you guys know? People, Gao Yan already has a milk tea store in the snack street. At this time, Zhang Fei, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly couldn't help but turn around and interject. Yesterday, when she went to buy milk tea from the meat milk tea shop, she heard the clerk call Gao Yan the boss, so she inquired about it and realized that Gao Yan had already dished out that meat milk tea shop, and intends to redecorate. She estimated, to disc on so a milk tea store and redecoration, at least have to invest 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Although Gao Yan was working outside, even if he didn't eat or drink, it was impossible to save 50 to 60,000. So, in her opinion, Gao Yan's money to open the milk tea store must have been asked for by his family. Therefore, Gao Yan's family situation should not be as bad as the legend. In fact, Gao Yan's family wasn't really bad. His adoptive father, Gao Jinchang, is the owner of an advertising company, which makes a net profit of $500,000 a year. In addition to this, the adoptive father and mother have 3 sets of real estate in their names, a BMW of more than 800,000 yuan, and an SUV of more than 300,000 yuan, and the adoptive father Gao Jinchang also plays stocks. I heard that all his stocks together also have $1 million. As for how much money he had in his bank card, Gao Yan didn't know, because the Gao family was located in a 4th-tier city. The house prices were not as expensive as Nandu, and the 3 suites together amounted to 2 million. Even so, the total assets of the Gao family exceeded 5 million. Definitely a middle asset family. Hearing that Gao Yan opened a milk tea store, Wang Yuting's several girls were a little surprised, especially Wang Yuting, who was flooded with thoughts again. On the other side, Gao Yan took out his cell phone from his pants pocket. He found that there were 2 friend add requests. One was Zhang Fei and the other was Wang Yuting. Zhang Fei was quite good looking. If there was a beauty rating system, it should have reached about 75 points. And if the beauty effect was added, it could barely be called a goddess on the internet. As for Wang Yuting, she had a round face and a petite figure, belonging to the cute type, and was also above 70 points. It must be said that the business school produces beautiful women. The most colorful one in the class is naturally Yang Yu. Her face value and body are not bad, and her comprehensive score is definitely above 90 points. In addition to this, there were also 3 others in the class with more than 80 points. However, all of them had their own owners. As for Bai Wei, who Gao Yan had pursued before, she was also a beauty with more than 80 points. Ask Gao Yan if he likes beautiful women? The answer is yes. If in the past, there were beauties like Zhang Fei and Wang Yuting who took the initiative to add him, he would have been very excited. But now, he appeared calm. Perhaps it was because he had a bottom line, and his vision had followed suit. First, he set a small goal for himself, to find a beautiful woman with a score of 90 or more to fall in love with. After all, a university without falling in love is incomplete. However, Zhang Fei and Wang Yuting are both girls in the same class. Therefore, Gao Yan still chose to pass their friend requests. Cutie, hello fellow Gao Yan, I'm Wang Yuting. Born me talent, hello classmate Wang Yuting, I'm Gao Yan. Little cutie, I heard that you opened a milk tea store. Can I get a discount if I go to your store to buy milk tea? Born me talent, of course you can. there is an event going on right now. You go and report my name, and I'll give you a 50% discount. Cutie, thank you. I'll invite you to dinner sometime. Born me talent, no need. You're too polite. Who are you chatting with? Just then, Chang Hao's obese figure appeared beside Gao Yan. Wan Yuding, Gao Yan casually said and asked, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? You guess. Chang Hao said mysteriously. Love to say no. Gao Yan, however, did not eat this. Chang Hao lowered his voice and said, forget it, don't sell secrets with you. I took your formula back to see my parents. They are also very agreeable to this formula. And then I acquired a hot pot restaurant yesterday, and reopened it 3 days later. By the way, this is for you. Sign it. What's this? Gao Yan casually took the folder and opened it. 30% of the shares of the hot pot restaurant, Chang Hao said. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan froze and was somewhat silent. He had sold the super hot pot base to Chang Hao for $500,000, and now, the other party was going to give him 30% of the shares. While his heart was moved, he didn't know what to say. Isn't it touching, buddy enough? Chang Hao patted Gao Yan's shoulder and said, Fatty, I don't want this share. Gao Yan closed the folder and excused himself, although he knew that the super hot pot base was worth much more than $500,000, but having value might not necessarily sell for a high price. Chang Hao could give $500,000. He was already very satisfied. Are you stupid? You don't even want it for nothing. Chang Hao said somewhat anxiously. Gao Yan also said seriously, Fatty, listen to me. The deal between us has been completed. Now that formula belongs to you. It has nothing to do with me anymore. No, you must have it. Chang Hao's face sank. If you don't want it, you're not my brother. But Gao Yan was still unwilling to compromise. Fatty, calm down. The most taboo thing between brothers is to do business together. You are my only friend and brother. I don't want us to have a day in the future when we will turn our backs on each other. No way. Chang Hao shook his head. You have had to work for your own living expenses for the past 2 years. Yet you are willing to help me with the money you earned from your part-time job. I don't believe you will flip out with me in the future because of benefits. That's because you're too thick-skinned for me to refuse. Gao Yan said breathlessly. To be honest, at first, he was really a bit disgusted by Chang Hao's dabbling, but as he got in touch and realized that this guy was not bad, he accepted his dabbling. Chang Hao seriously said, I don't care. In short, in a word, you either accept this 30% of the shares, or cut off. The two stared at each other for more than 10 seconds before Gao Yan finally lost. Okay, I'll sign. That's right. A smile resurfaced on Chang Hao's face. Fatty, you don't like men, do you? I'm warning you, I don't like men. Suddenly, Gao Yan snickered. Scram, you're the one who likes men. I like women. Chang Hao was furious, and his voice unconsciously rose. Then the gazes around him looked in unison, and the fat man died on the spot socially. Chapter 11, Chen Yue. Fortunately, the bell rang in time to save Chang Hao from social death. This morning, there were 2 professional classes in a row. Gao Yan, whose mental power had been raised to 79 points, sounded extraordinarily relaxed, and was even able to learn by example. And he also realized that his memory had followed suit. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the time between classes, Chang Hao also told him about the hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant that he acquired was a large hot pot restaurant with 2 floors. The first floor was a hall and the second floor was a private room, and it cost a total of $2.4 million. The new name of the hot pot restaurant was called Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. Fatty took it. Gao Yan also couldn't help but spit out a few words about the name of the hot pot restaurant. Fatty was the only son in the family. His parents were very supportive of him starting his own business. Fatty intended to make this hot pot restaurant a national chain. For this reason, he had registered a special catering company, and the shares he gave Gao Yan were limited to the first hot pot restaurant. If a branch was opened, Gao Yan wanted to keep his 30% stake. He would also have to come up with the corresponding funds to invest. In response, Gao Yan was also relieved. To be honest, he didn't want to owe Fatty too many favors. Brother, to celebrate the launch of our business, I'll treat you to a big meal. After class, Chang Hao took the initiative. Not today at noon. Gao Yan shook his head. I took over a milk tea store, and I have an appointment to interview new employees at noon. So if you're okay, come over with me, and after the interview, I'll treat you to lunch at the snack street. Before class today, he received another job application call and made an appointment to interview at the milk tea store at noon. What's more, the new clerk he applied for yesterday just started work today, so he had to check it out. You actually took over a milk tea store. It won't be the one on the street, right? Chang Hao asked curiously. Well, it's that one. Chang Hao, how much did it cost for the transfer fee? Gao Yan, $31,000. This price is not high though. If you wait a little longer, you can definitely take it at a lower price, Chang Hao said. Why? Gao Yan asked thoughtfully. Chang Hao explained, at the time this snack street is a university city of 6 universities jointly developed. But who knows? Snack street facade is the meat and potatoes. So just built, more than 80% of the facade was divided clean, and then upside down. Easily earn a few tens of thousands of transfer fees. Hupo that boy is that time to take that facade. Did not spend a penny of the transfer fee, and he that milk tea store to now almost has not made money. That kid and to work abroad. As long as the delay to the summer vacation, I estimate 25,000 will be able to take. It's okay, although the transfer fee is a slight loss. The rent isn't too high. Gao Yan smiled and laughed. Also, Chang Hao nodded. Unlike other stores, many of them are second landlords. Talking, the duo also arrived at the snack street. Discovering that the business of meat milk tea was quite good, there were more than 10 people in line. Business is good, Chang Hao said unexpectedly. Where's the discount? Gao Yan laughed. It's going to be redecorated tomorrow. It's also true that the decoration is just too simple. Chang Hao nodded deeply. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Wang Qin and Lu Ran, who were busy, both greeted him. Lu Ran was the new store clerk, 22 years old. She joined the garment factory after graduating from high school. Recently the garment factory closed down and came here to see her younger sister who was going to school and happened to see that the milk tea store was hiring. Gao Yan did not treat her poorly. The internship period of 2,500 yuan. If transferred, it is also the same as Zhang Qin 3,000 yuan. After more than 10 minutes, 2 girls came jointly. It was the ones who had arranged to come for the interview in the morning. And by the looks of it, both girls were not too old and should be school students. Please sit down. Gao Yan greeted the two and said, thank you. After the 2 girls sat down, Gao Yan opened his mouth and said, why don't the 2 of you introduce yourselves? Let's start with you. The girl on the left lowered her head and said somewhat timidly, my name is Chen Yue. I'm 19 years old, and I'm currently a freshman student at the School of Economics of Nandu University. So it's a schoolmate. I'm also from our Nandu University. Gao Yan smiled and then looked at the other girl. The other party appeared to be generous. Good day, senior. My name is Shen Lingling. I'm in the same class as Yue. In fact, we're here to look for a part-time job. Is senior still accepting part-time jobs here? Looking at your dress, you shouldn't look like you're looking for a part-time job, right? Gao Yan sized up Shen Lingling and said, this girl's dress was not flashy, but what she wore on her body was afraid that it had to be several thousand. Senior brother really has a discerning eye. Shen Lingling hurriedly sent a slice of horse's ass. Actually, I'm accompanying our family Yue here. Her nature is a bit soft, easy to be bullied. I'm a bit uneasy. Then roughly how many hours of work do you guys get per day? Gao Yan asked again. It should be possible to work 6 hours. Shen Lingling said. Gao Yan thought for a moment. How about this? If you guys can guarantee to work 6 hours a day, I can offer you a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan. And if your performance is good, there's a bonus. Yue, what do you think? Shen Lingling didn't care about this salary, so she asked Chen Yue. I think it's quite good, Chen Yue whispered. Gao Yan said again. It's like this, I've also just taken over the store, and I'm going to start decorating it tomorrow. And during this period of time during the decoration, I need you guys to learn how to mix milk tea. Is there a salary? Shen Lingling asked. Yes, then there is no problem. Right, when you guys come tomorrow, bring your ID cards. You have to sign an employment agreement and a confidentiality contract. Gao Yan reminded. No way, senior. You have to sign a confidentiality agreement to work in a milk tea store? Shen Lingling was surprised. Wait until tomorrow and you guys will know. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand, signaling that the 2 girls could leave. Alright, goodbye senior brother. Bye boss. Seeing the 2 women leave, Chang Hao lowered his voice and said, the one called Shen Lingling is not bad. What? Have an idea? Gao Yan asked with a smile. In fact, Chen Yue was even more beautiful, only that she kept her head down and was dressed a bit plainly, so it was easy to be ignored. About more than 2 months ago, Gao Yan once bumped into Chen Yue in the school cafeteria. Squatting down to pick up something just happened to see the other party's face, even without makeup. Its face value is also higher than Yang Yu, so half a chip. Precisely. Even after a lapse of more than 2 months and meeting again, he recognized Chen Yue as the girl who bumped into him. I was just talking off the top of my head. Chang Hao shook his head. The most important thing now is to make the hot pot restaurant. Right. Do you want to go to the hot pot restaurant in the afternoon to have a look? Well, at least you're the second owner. I won't go. Gao Yan shook his head. I still have to go buy some things in the afternoon. He planned to go and buy back the ingredients for making milk tea in the afternoon, waiting until tomorrow so that he could teach Wang Qin's 4 girls to make milk tea. After having lunch at the snack street, Gao Yan came back to the milk tea store to help out. During this time, he took the time to go out and buy all the materials needed to make milk tea. After returning to the rental house at night, Gao Yan had a craving for noodles again, so he went to the kitchen to cook himself another bowl of noodles. Next door, smelling the rich aroma of noodles, Lin Amour's face was torn. In the end, she still didn't resist the temptation and came next door to lift her hand to knock on the door. Gao Yan, who was eating noodles with a big mouthful, heard the knock on the door and couldn't help but feel a little strange. At this time, how could someone knock on the door? Getting up and opening the door, he found that the one knocking on the door was actually Lin Amour. Chapter 12 Mother and Daughter. Rental house. Kitchen. Gao Yan was cooking the second bowl of noodles. This bowl of noodles was cooked for Lin Amour. Why don't you go wait in the living room? Gao Yan turned his head to Lin Amour, who was standing in the kitchen eyeing him. He was now sure that this was a foodie teenager, who had been attracted by the aroma of his hot pot the first time. This time, she was attracted over by his noodle scent again. No need. I also want to see why the noodles you cook smell so good, Lin Amour said curiously. Her family's conditions were still good, and she was passionate about food, so whenever she was free, her mom would take her to eat food. She had eaten a lot of delicacies from the mountains and the sea, but no matter which one it was, it couldn't compare to Gao Yan's hot pot, and perhaps now she would have to add noodles to the mix. Soon, a pot of noodles was cooked, and after picking the noodles into a bowl and stirring them with the super seasoning, a rich noodle flavor emanated. It caused Lin Amour to unconsciously swallow her saliva. On the other side, Lin Xiumin also returned home. Today, an important partner of her company came to talk about orders. She needed to accompany him personally. It was good that the order was also successfully taken. Just after changing her slippers, she subconsciously looked towards her daughter's room, but found that the door was open and there was no daughter's figure in the room. Baby? Lin Xiumin heart panicked, quickly rushed into the room to look for her daughter's figure. No one was there. Then searched the entire room again. Still no one. Where did she go so late at night? Lin Xiumin hurriedly picked up her cell phone and dialed her daughter's number. The phone ringing from her daughter's room. Something couldn't have happened, right? The cell phone was in the room, but her daughter was missing. Lin Xiumin's face turned a little white and subconsciously wanted to call the police. Suddenly, she thought of a college student tenant next door and went to ask him if he had seen her daughter. Hearing the knock on the door, Gao Yan revealed a helpless look. Why was someone knocking on the door again? Couldn't they wait for him to finish the bowl of noodles before they came to knock? He put down his chopsticks and got up to open the door. Just as he opened the door, he heard a panicked voice. Xiao Gao, have you seen my daughter? She's gone. Sister Lin. Don't worry. Your daughter is here with me. Gao Yan stepped aside. Then Lin Xiumin saw Lin Amour who was sitting on the table eating noodles. After seeing her daughter's figure, Lin Xiumin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But what immediately followed was suspicion. Why would her daughter run to Gao Yan's house to eat noodles? When did Gao Yan and her daughter's relationship become so good? For a while, she looked at Gao Yan with a little more suspicion and caution. Feeling Lin Xiumin's eyes, Gao Yan felt that he had suffered an unwarranted disaster and hurriedly explained. Sister Lin, don't misunderstand me. I was a little hungry so I cooked a bowl of noodles. And when your daughter smelled the aroma, she came to find me to cook a bowl of noodles for her. Or, is that so? Lin Xiumin asked as she looked at her daughter. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It's mainly because the noodles cooked by brother Gao Yan smelled too good. I didn't hold back. Just now she also heard her mom's panicked voice. It must be that her mom came home and found her missing. Her heart was worried and anxious. In Lin Xiumin's mind, her daughter was well-behaved and understanding, and she was willing to believe in her daughter's words. But was the noodles cooked by Gao Yan really so delicious that it actually attracted her daughter who lived next door? Worthy of being a mother and daughter who have been together for a long time. As soon as Lin Moore took a look at Lin Xiumin's expression, she knew that she still had doubts in her mind. So she took the noodle bowl and went forward, then handed it to Lin Xiumin. Mom, why don't you try it? It's really delicious. Originally, Lin Xiumin wanted to refuse, but smelling the aroma coming from within the noodle bowl, her stomach was actually a little hungry. And tonight, when she accompanied her client for a drink, she had only eaten a little bit of food on the go, so she nodded. I'll try it, but out of reserve. Lin Xiumin only picked a noodle and put it into her mouth. Right away, an indescribable flavor conquered her taste buds. Subconsciously, she picked quite a few more noodles and sent them into her mouth. Then she couldn't stop eating this one. This noodle, it was inevitably too delicious. Mom, can you save some for me? Seeing Lin Xiumin, who had eaten several bites one after another and still didn't stop, Lin Amour said in an aggravated manner. Hearing her daughter's voice, Lin Xiaomin couldn't help but make a big red face, and now she understood why her daughter was attracted to Gao Yan's noodle fragrance. Sister Lin, why don't I cook you a bowl as well? At this moment, Gao Yan interjected. Lin Xiaomin subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the words came out of her mouth and then retracted. Then I'll trouble Xiao Gao. You're welcome. Gao Yan smiled and quickly ate the rest of the noodles in the bowl before heading towards the kitchen. Not long after, a bowl of steaming, richly scented noodles was once again out of the pot. Sister Lin, the noodles are here. Thanks. Lin Xiaomin thanked her once again and reached out to take the bowl of noodles. Soon, a bowl of soup noodles was eaten up by Lin Xiaomin. She also couldn't help but burp. For a moment, she blushed a little and complimented. Xiao Gao, your craftsmanship is simply excellent. If you go and open a noodle shop, it will definitely be quite a hit. Then I'll borrow Sister Lin's auspicious words. Gao Yan smiled and said. He hadn't even opened the milk tea store yet, so how would he have the time to mess with a noodle shop? However, after the milk tea store stabilized, he planned to open a Chinese fast food restaurant. With super seasoning around, he definitely wouldn't worry about not having business. Xiao Gao, we, mother and daughter, have caused you trouble tonight. It's getting late, so we'll take our leave. That's okay, I'll see you guys off. Goodbye brother Gao Yan. Lin Moer also waved her hand towards Gao Yan. Bye. Closing the door to his room, Gao Yan took the noodle bowl on the table to the kitchen and washed it, then took another shower and lay on the bed. Casually taking over his cell phone, he found that the woman by Wei had sent him another WeChat. Looking at the time, it was 20 minutes ago. At that time, he was entertaining Lin Xiaomin's mother and daughter. After thinking about it, Gao Yan still ignored it, letting this woman go and scourge Zhou Yuchao. In addition to this, Zhang Feifei also sent him a WeChat. To Zhang Feifei, Gao Yan also did not have a good impression. After all, when buying a cell phone, the other party was a bit overbearing. However, for the sake of being in the same class, he still chatted with the other party in a salty manner for a few sentences before ending the chat on the grounds of sleeping. By the way, there seems to be one more lottery draw. One draw for a milk tea recipe and one draw for a super seasoning. It was estimated that this draw should still produce a recipe or something. So, Gao Yan planned to keep it for now. He would draw again when he had a use for it in the future. Time has come to the next day. Today, the milk tea store was going to start decorating. So, he first went to the milk tea store side to hand over some. Immediately following, he received calls from Zhang Qin and Lu Ran in succession. Gao Yan directly asked them to go to his rented room. Subsequently, Gao Yan sent the location of the rental room to Chen Yue and Shen Lingling respectively. Zhang Qin and Lu Ran were the first to arrive. Shen Lingling and Chen Yue arrived only at 9:10. At first, Shen Lingling still felt that Gao Yan was making a big deal out of asking them to sign a confidentiality agreement. But after they drank the milk tea made by Gao Yan, they lost this idea. Because the milk tea made by Gao Yan was so delicious, even the shy Chen Yue drank a lot of it. Senior brother, can we drink milk tea for free at work from now on? Shen Lingling said. If you don't want a paycheck, feel free to drink it. Gao Yan smiled and said. After tasting the milk tea he made according to the system's recipe, he was sure that when his milk tea store reopened, it would be a hit. Chapter 13, Shopping and Meeting Old Classmates. The next time, Gao Yan began to teach the 4 women how to mix 6 different flavors of milk tea. Although the 6 types of milk tea had different tastes, they all had the same characteristic. That is, they were delicious. Senior brother, did you research all 6 flavors of milk tea yourself? Shen Lingling inquired curiously. Sort of. Gao Yan nodded. After spending almost an hour together, he had also figured out the character of Shen Lingling and Chen Yue. Shen Lingling had a good family background and a lively personality, but had no mind tricks and almost said whatever came to her mind. Chen Yue, on the other hand, belonged to the kind of girl who was honest, working silently all the time and never taking the initiative to speak. Then how did you research it? You're too powerful, right? Shen Lingling complimented with admiration in her voice. She knew that just with these 6 flavors of milk tea, Gao Yan's milk tea store would definitely be a hit. Alright, that's enough for today. Remember, don't ever divulge our milk tea recipe. Gao Yan solemnly reminded. Don't worry boss, we know the importance. Zhang Qin hurriedly said. The other 3 women also followed and nodded their heads, and they didn't dare to leak it. After all, they had signed a non-disclosure agreement. If they leaked the formula, Gao Yan had the right to sue them and make them pay for the money. Moreover, Gao Yan also left a mind in advance part of the materials in accordance with the proportion of the mix, and the future mix of materials will also be made by him personally. As long as the proportion of the materials is not right, it will be very difficult for others to modulate the perfect flavor of the milk tea. Seeing that the time was only 10 o'clock out, there was only one open class today, which would not be held until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan decided to go buy himself a few sets of clothes and shoes. Because of his adoptive parents' favoritism, his clothes were all of the cheaper kind. After going to college, he relied on part-time jobs to earn tuition and living expenses, and he couldn't afford to buy himself expensive ones. Now that he had money, there was no need to treat himself poorly. Not to mention, after fusing the skills of the fighting master, he grew 2 centimeters taller and his body shape also showed a large change. The original clothes were already somewhat unsuitable. Although Nandu was not an international city like the capital as well as the Magic City, it was still a provincial capital. University City was located in the eastern suburbs of Nandu City, and it was 7 or 8 kilometers into the city. Gao Yan's destination, on the other hand, was the Bandung Mall. Bandung Mall is developed by Bandung Group. Wanlong Group is the largest real estate development company in Yangdong Province. As for the chairman of the Wanlong Group, Wang Wanlin was the star entrepreneur of Yangdong Province, with a fortune of over $100 billion, and was a renowned presence in the country. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan used a taxi to arrive at the Wanlong Mall, and took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the mall. The 3rd floor of the mall concentrated all kinds of domestic and international famous brand specialty stores. Gao Yan stepped into the LV specialty store. There was no bloody episode of being despised by the shopper because of the cheap dress. After all, like this brand specialty store, shoppers are specially trained. Face-to-face mockery of the guests will never happen, at most in the heart of contempt. LV style, although some old-fashioned, but more suitable for Gao Yan's appetite, because he was not a high-profile people, also do not like to dress up their own flamboyant. Gao Yan picked a t-shirt, a shirt and 2 pairs of shorts, and directly take a t-shirt and shorts to change into. To the mirror, I do not know whether it is psychological effect. Gao Yan feel as if he is handsome a lot. Pulling out the system panel to take a look, the charisma had indeed increased a little. It was true that people depended on their clothes. Sir, this outfit suits you well. However, you can pick a pair of shoes to match, the young shopper standing beside him suggested. Alright, then pick a pair of shoes. Thus, under the guide's recommendation, Gao Yan found a pair of casual shoes to change into. In the end, once the checkout was done, good lord, just this much, it actually cost 13,018. But after a slight flash of hesitation in Gao Yan's eyes, he decisively checked out. Sir, do these old clothes need to be packed up for you? The shopper asked. No need. Please throw them away for me. Gao Yan waved his hand. Suddenly, his eyes swept over the sunglasses in the store. So he went up and took off one to put it on, and looked in the mirror feeling good. A look at the price tag. Actually 3,680 yuan. More than 10,000 have given. There is no need to hurt the more than $3,000. So, Gao Yan once again paid the bill. Carrying a shopping guide, hands up the shopping bag with a confident step out of the LV store. Next, Gao Yan went to the Nike store to buy a set of sportswear and a pair of basketball shoes. Then went to the Gucci store to buy a jacket and pants. In total, the spending was close to $30,000. Almost done. Gao Yan decided to call it a day for today's shopping. Before obtaining the system, he never thought that he would one day spend 30,000 in just less than an hour. It was somewhat extravagant. After shopping for such a while, he also felt a bit hungry, preparing to go to the 4th floor restaurant to eat. After his physique became stronger, his food intake had not only increased greatly, but he was also easily hungry. Fortunately, he was not poor now. Gao Yan? A not-so-sure voice rang out. Gao Yan turned his head to look, just in time to see a pair of girls walking out of the Chanel boutique arm in arm. It's really you. Zhuo Jianyue let go of her companion's hand and walked up quickly, then stopped a meter away, examining Gao Yan from head to toe. Her mouth sked. You guy, after not seeing you for almost 2 years, you've actually undergone such a big change. In fact, Gao Yan genuinely hadn't changed much in these 2 years, and he had only changed in the last few days. Zhuo Jianyue was Gao Yan's high school classmate and classmate. Both of them were top students in the school, but Gao Yan had a cold and fever in the college entrance exam, and played poorly, and didn't get into the school of his choice. Zhuo Jianyue, who played normally, was admitted to Yangdong University of Science. In fact, in high school, both of them have a little bit of interest in each other, but because of the college entrance examination, everyone did not pierce through that layer of paper. Later, Gao Yan played poorly in the college entrance examination and became a bit self-absorbed. Zhuo Jianyue was born more beautiful. Family conditions are also relatively good, and Gao Yan only take out is the academic performance. Therefore, after the failure of the college entrance examination, also feel unworthy of Zhuo Jianyue. So much so that the two went to college in the same city for almost 2 years, but never contacted. As for why Zhuo Jianyue had a good feeling about him, the reason is also very simple. A certain time after school, Gao Yan saw Zhuo Jianyue was blocked by the punks outside the school. At that time, he didn't even think before rushing up. The hero failed to save her, but was beaten up by the punks. Since then, Zhuo Jianyue started to take the initiative to contact him. You're still so beautiful. Gao Yan similarly sized up Zhuo Jianyue and said, compared to 2 years ago, the current Zhuo Jianyue had become more and more beautiful and attractive. Definitely a big beauty with more than 95 points. Yo, after not seeing you for 2 years, you guys actually became oily? Zhuo Jianyue smilingly joked, but immediately, her eyes have more a touch of resentment. The same city for 2 years. This guy actually did not contact her once. To know, for a certain guy, her phone number has not changed. Zhang Yu, who is this handsome guy? Don't introduce me? Zhuo Jianyue's abandoned best friend Song Yufei also came over, because just now, she found that after calling out Gao Yan's name, her girlfriend's body actually trembled a little. To know, in these 2 years, her own girlfriend rejected the suitor even if there is not 100. There are 80. In front of this called Gao Yan is at most small handsome. On the handsome, in Zhuo Jianyue's suitors, even the top 10 are not ranked number, but her best friend was so excited to see the other party. Therefore, she immediately judged that these two people have problems. Thick gossip soul also followed the awakening. Chapter 14 The Roadblock. In the face of her girlfriend's inquiry, Zhuo Jianyue pretended to be calm and introduced, Gao Yan, this is Song Yufei, my girlfriend and classmate. Yufei, this is Gao Yan, my high school classmate and classmate? Just a classmate, not a childhood friend or anything? Song Yufei teased in a promising tone. In the face of Song Yufei's flirting, Zhuo Jianyue's pretty face flushed a faint layer of halo, and Song Yufei, who had been watching her expression all along, discovered it and became more and more certain that her own BFF had a problem with this Gao Yan. Soon after, Zhuo Jianyue regained her composure. Don't talk nonsense. We're really just classmates. Otherwise we wouldn't have been out of touch for 2 years. On the word 2 years, Zhuo Jianyue's bite was extremely heavy, vaguely transmitting a flavor of grudges. Gao Yan also heard out, the heart secretly guilty. To be honest, he has deliberately avoided Zhuo Jianyue. Thought that 2 years passed, that year that a little ignorant feelings have long been scattered. I didn't expect Zhuo Jianyue to still remember him. For a while, he was still a bit smug and happy inside. Isn't it meal time? I wonder if I can invite the two beauties for lunch? Gao Yan deliberately changed the topic and said, fine, but there are many people in the school who want to treat our family Jianyu to dinner. We won't go to ordinary restaurants. Song Yufei grabbed and said. In fact, Song Yufei was also a beautiful woman. Although her face value was not as high as Zhuo Jianyue's, it was still above 90 points. Don't listen to her. Just eat casually, Zhuo Jianyue hurriedly said. She knew what kind of situation Gao Yan's family was in and didn't want Gao Yan to waste money. Still saying there's no relationship. So quick to protect it. Song Yufei whispered in Zhuo Jianyue's ear and snickered. Zhuo Jianyue once again blushed. At this time, Gao Yan spoke. It's okay, it's my honor to treat the two great beauties to dinner. You guys can pick whatever you want from the restaurant upstairs. I can still afford this amount of money. He knew that Zhuo Jianyue was saving money for him, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. Before, he felt unworthy of Zhuo Jianyue, but now, he has the system, is no longer the poor boy. Zhuo Jianyue, such a good girl, naturally have to fight for some. Hearing this, Zhuo Jianyue looked at Gao Yan with some skepticism. As far as she knew, Gao Yan was not the kind of person who puffed up his face. Don't worry, missy, you can't eat him poorly, just this one on his body. It's going to be a good $10,000. Song Yufei laughed. Her eyes are still relatively poisonous. Found that what Gao Yan is wearing is LV. Even if there is no big money, but small money should not be lacking. So the line of 3 went up to the 4th floor of the mall. This Sichuan restaurant looks good. Why don't we go to this one to eat? Zhang Yu, Song Beauty, what do you think? Gao Yan sought the opinion of the two women. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue were both Southwesterners and liked spicy food. Both women did not object. Handsome girl, how many of you? The waiter greeted him and asked. Just the 3 of us. This way please. After being seated, the waiter brought the menu. Gao Yan asked the two women to order. It's better if you do it. After all, you're treating. Zhuo Jianyue smiled. That's fine. Gao Yan took the menu and asked Song Yufei, can Big Beauty Song eat spicy food? She's a Hunan girl. She can eat both spicy and numbing. Zhuo Jianyue said. That's good. Gao Yan nodded and ordered a mapo tofu, small pan fried chicken, black bean and garlic pork and hot and sour potato shreds, as well as a hot and sour potato shreds and meatball soup. Hearing the names of the dishes that Gao Yan reported, Zhuo Jianyue, however, felt a sweetness in her heart, because these were the dishes that she preferred, and she didn't expect that 2 years had passed, and this guy still remembered her preferences. Similarly, Song Yufei, who knew Zhuo Jianyue quite well, also revealed a smiling expression after hearing the names of the dishes. If there was no situation with these two, she would wash her head upside down. A meal that both Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyu ate quite happily as they ate and chatted about things from their high school days. Song Yufei on the side couldn't interject at all, so they could only eat the food in silence. Unconsciously, they ate too much. This meal wasn't expensive. The spending was only around 200 yuan. Gao Yan, thank you for treating us to dinner. I'll treat you to milk tea. Zhuo Jianyu smiled and said, alright, then I'll be polite. Do you still like to drink lemon flavor? Zhuo Jianyu asked again. Right. Gao Yan nodded. Alright then, I'll go buy it right now. Looking at Zhuo Jianyu who was heading towards the milk tea store, Song Yufei hurriedly shouted. Jianyu, you haven't asked me yet? Don't you like drinking taro flavor? Zhuo Jianyu asked back. I want a change of flavor today. I want Hong Kong style. Song Yufei felt like she was being ignored, and her heart was slightly sour. Alright then, you guys wait for me here. Gao Yan, honestly, what exactly is your relationship with our Jianyu? Song Yufei stared at Gao Yan and asked. High school classmates plus tablemates. Gao Yan said. Che, fooling the ghost? Song Yufei smiled disdainfully. You remember what Jianyu likes to eat, and she's familiar with what flavor of milk tea you like. How could you possibly be just a deskmate and classmate? It's really just that. Gao Yan said again. It's meaningless. Song Yufei bristled. But I have to remind you, in our school, Jianyu has many high-quality suitors. It won't be easy for you to chase after her. Thanks for the reminder. I know. Gao Yan nodded. If in the past, he would have chosen to retreat. But now, he had the system and the confidence to defeat the other competitors. What's more, he had already sensed that Zhuo Jianyu had a good feeling towards him. And with that, he already had an absolute advantage. Don't you ask Jianyu what's the situation with those suitors? Song Yufei snickered. Then I'll trouble Big Mistress Song to point them out. Gao Yan said seriously. In that case, you really want to chase Jianyu? Song Yufei said smugly. Do I look like a blind man to you? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Song Yufei froze. What do you mean? Gao Yan said. It's simple. I'm not blind. Why wouldn't I chase after a girl as outstanding as Jianyu? Makes sense. Song Yufei nodded. In fact, although Jianyu's suitors are many, but really only need to pay attention to only two people. One is the president of the student union, Chen Jian. This person's family life is not good to say, but the ability of the appearance are quite outstanding. The character of the mild and elegant, and has already bailed out of the graduate school. Is the school's focus on cultivation object? Within the student union is also quite care for Jianyu. Is not it to feel the pressure? Gao Yan nodded his head, only to hear Song Yufei continued. The second person you need to pay attention to is called Deng Yu. This guy is a playboy rich second generation. It is said that his family is one of the major shareholders of the Wanlong Group. This person's character is extremely perverse and arrogant. There is no less scourge of other girls. The key is that this person is extremely impecunious. Wherever he feels threatened by his suitors, he will try to find ways to get people. If you want to be with Jianyu, this guy is your biggest obstacle. If you want to be with Jianyu, this guy is your biggest roadblock. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan also felt a sense of awe in his heart. Thanks for reminding me. I'll remember. Let's do it this way. Let's add a WeChat. If there's anything with Jianyu, you can also contact me. Okay? You sweep me. After the two added WeChat, Zhuo Jianyu also bought 3 cups of milk tea and came back. Chapter 15. Going to the landlord's house for dinner. Originally, Zhuo Jianyu planned to invite Gao Yan to watch a movie. However, she still had classes in the afternoon, so if she watched a movie she would definitely be too late, so she could only politely decline. However, Gao Yan took the initiative to invite Zhuo Jianyu to go see a movie together this Saturday. Slightly hesitant, Zhuo Jianyu agreed. When they parted, Gao Yan took the initiative to ask for her WeChat and also gave her his phone number. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan appeared in the step classroom on time and walked straight to Chung Hao's side to sit down. The teacher for this class also arrived right after. 2 hours later, the lesson ended. Gao Yan had to go to the snack street to see the progress of the milk tea store's renovation, while Chung Hao had to go over to the hot pot restaurant to check the progress of the renovation. The milk tea store wasn't large, so the construction was fast. By now, the ceiling was over and the walls were being plastered. However, Gao Yan found a figure that shouldn't have appeared in the store. Chen Yue, come out here. Gao Yan called the other party out and asked, why are you here? Chen Yue lowered her head as usual and whispered, boss, I can't get paid for nothing. I know that the store is being renovated, so I came over to help out in hopes of opening earlier. You're such a simpleton. Gao Yan cried and laughed. The store's renovation is fully contracted to the renovation company. For you to come and work is taking my salary and working for the renovation company for nothing. Okay, Hurry back and rest. Come back when it opens. Got it, boss. Chen Yue nodded. You wait. Suddenly, Gao Yan called out to Chen Yue again. Then he quickly bought a bottle of drink from the store across the street and handed it to Chen Yue. Even though you didn't help me, you did it out of the goodness of your heart. This bottle of drink rewards you. Boss, no need. Chen Yue waved her hand and refused. Take it when I tell you to, or I'll get angry. After a moment of silence, Chen Yue reached out and took the drink and whispered her thanks. Alright, go back. Gao Yan waved his hand. Witnessing Chen Yue leaving, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. It was really rare to find a girl with a solid heart like Chen Yue in this day and age. Subsequently, Gao Yan went into the store again and handed a cigarette to a few decoration masters and left. He intended to go to the market to buy some meat and vegetables to go back to cook for himself. He didn't realize that just after he walked out of the university town, he received a call from the landlord, Lin Xiaomin, and invited him to her home for dinner. Gao Yan originally wanted to decline, but did not expect Lin Xiaomin's attitude is quite determined. He had to agree, but it was his first time going to the landlord's house. He couldn't go empty-handed. It just so happened that there was a fruit store outside the neighborhood, so he went back to the fruit store and bought some fruits, ready to bring them to the door. Returning to the rented room, Gao Yan first washed his face, and then returned to the room to open the air conditioning lying on the bed to play with his cell phone. When he opened WeChat, he found that an hour ago, Shuo Jianyue had sent him a text WeChat, asking him if he wanted to go back to his hometown after this year's summer vacation. To be honest, Gao Yan did not have a sense of belonging to that current home. The differential treatment from his adoptive father and mother made him feel like he was always an outsider. Therefore, except for the first half of his freshman year vacation, when he went back, after the second half of his freshman year and the first half of his sophomore year vacation, he didn't go back on the pretext of working. He didn't want to go back on this vacation either. After all, when he went back, he would have to face Gao Lang's picking on him and his adoptive mother's counting. He wasn't a masochist, so why go back to find a crime? Born me talent, I'm sorry, I was in class before. My cell phone was set on silent. I didn't see your message. I shouldn't go back this summer vacation. What about you? Are you going back? Yangdong Polytechnic, girls' dormitory. Zhuo Jianyue was reviewing her homework, but from time to time, her eyes would glance down at the cell phone placed aside. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated. A new WeChat message had arrived. She hurriedly picked up her phone and saw that Guy finally returned her WeChat. Her face could not help but reveal a faint smile. Unlocked and clicked on the WeChat, and after reading the content, she could not help but be a little disappointed. But after thinking about Gao Yan's family situation, she also somewhat understand why Gao Yan is not willing to go back. In high school, although the two did not poke through that layer of paper, they also confided a lot of things to each other. Slightly pondering, Shuo Jianyue typed a reply, our tutor has a research project. Need to pick a few people to serve as assistants. If selected I will not go back. Not selected should go back. In fact, only yesterday, the tutor asked for her opinion, asked her if she was willing to be her assistant. Because of her usual excellent performance, she was very much valued and loved by Qin Yiren, the youngest associate professor in Yangdong Science. Generally speaking, in this situation, the instructor would choose a graduate student as an assistant, and at the very least, a senior. Letting her, a sophomore, act as an assistant was definitely a breakthrough promotion for her, because acting as an assistant for a research project would be recorded in the file, and if she chose to stay in school in the future it would be a great advantage. Born me talent, worthy of being a female academic bully. She can act as an assistant to a tutor in her sophomore year. Zhuo Jianyue, no, things haven't been finalized yet. Born me talent, I believe you will be chosen. I'll treat you to a big meal then. Zhuo Jianyue, I don't want to eat big meal. I want to eat hot pot. Born to be a genius, okay, I know a hot pot restaurant flavor is very good, but to this Sunday before opening, then we go together. Zhuo Jianyue, yes, yes, yes. Chatting with Zhuo Jianyue, Gao Yan felt very relaxed. Therefore, unknowingly, the time has come to 6 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiaomin called again, so he and Zhuo Jianyue ended the chat, turning off the air conditioner. He went out of the bedroom and carried fruits to the next door 503. The door to the room was hidden. Gao Yan pushed open the door and shouted, Sister Lin, I'm Xiao Gao from next door. Can I come in? Lin Xiaomin, who was wearing a housecoat and an apron, walked out of the kitchen and smiled. No need to be so polite. Come in. There are new slippers on the shoe rack. Okay, Sister Lin. After Gao Yan changed into the slippers, he saw Lin Moer bouncing out of the room. Brother Gao Yan, you came. You even brought a gift. What did you bring? Let me see. Mori, don't allow to be so unruly. Hurry up and pour a cup of water for little brother Gao. Then he said to Gao Yan, Little Gao, you sit for a while, there is just one last soup left. You can eat right away. Not long after, Lin Xiumin greeted Gao Yan and took his seat. Tonight, Lin Xiumin made 4 dishes in one soup. Originally, Gao Yan thought that the cooking skills of a rich woman like Lin Xiumin should be average, but he didn't expect that after tasting the dishes made by the other party, the flavors were quite good. Sister Lin, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Really? Then you eat more. Lin Xiumin said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Gao Yan responded and began to feast. In the end, more than half of the 4 dishes in one soup went into Gao Yan's stomach. In response to this, Lin Xiumin didn't mind at all, but was rather pleased. Especially when she saw Gao Yan feasting, her appetite was much better. When Gao Yan put down his chopsticks and realized that the mother and daughter were both sizing him up, he didn't feel embarrassed, but smiled and said, Sister Lin, your cooking is so delicious. I didn't hold back, so I made you laugh. It's okay, seeing you eat well, our appetites are much better too. Yes, brother Gao Yan, I also ate a third more than usual today. Lin Moer also nodded in agreement. Chapter 16, Wildly Earning 960,000. After the meal, Gao Yan intended to help clean up the dishes. However, he was rejected by Lin Xiumin, and from within the kitchen, he brought out fruits and snacks that had long been cut up and placed them on the coffee table, asking Lin Moer to accompany him to the sofa to chat. Lin Xiumin's age should be at least 36 or 77, but it looked like she was only 27 or 18. Previously, he was not familiar with her, and the other party gave Gao Yan a sense of being high and cold and not easily approachable. But today, he again felt the gentle and virtuous side of Lin Xiumin. Brother Gao Yan, I heard from my mom that you are a student of Nandu University. Can you tell me about your school? Lin Moer was already a senior in high school and would be taking the college entrance exam in a short while. She was still full of longing for the university. Facing Lin Moer's request, Gao Yan really didn't know where to start, because the first 2 years, his college life is really very boring, either studying or working part-time, not participate in the student union activities, also did not join the clubs, class parties and activities or even able to put off. Even 2 years down, Gao Yan does not guarantee that the campus that has been treated for 2 years are familiar with. After thinking about it, he said, relatively speaking, the learning environment of the university is relatively easy. Unlike high school teachers chasing you to learn, if you only want to mix a diploma, as long as the test does not fail on the line, usually play games, brush drama or something no one cares about you, even if the class period, as long as it does not disturb the other students, you do something else, the teacher will not say anything. But if you have the intention to graduate school, from the freshman period to start to study, you have to start to study. But if you have the intention to go to graduate school, you have to start preparing during your freshman year. Nowadays, in this society, the requirements for education are getting higher and higher. It is very difficult to find a good job with a good salary with a master's degree from Nando's University. Therefore, before obtaining the system, Gao Yan had planned to take the graduate school of Yangdong Science. Therefore, apart from his part-time job, he had almost always focused his mind on his studies, and with his own talent, he had always gotten good grades in his class. However, now that he had obtained the system, he no longer needed to work for others, and his desire to take the graduate school exam was not as strong as before. After all, isn't the purpose of getting a good degree to get a good job and earn more money? Not long after, Lin Xiumin came out from the kitchen and found that Gao Yan and her daughter were chatting quite a bit, so she smiled and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Lin Moer said, "I'm asking brother Gao Yan for advice on things in college." "Little Gao, you'll be a junior next semester, right?" Lin Xiumin asked. "Yes, Sister Lin. Then do you plan to go to graduate school?" Lin Xiumin asked again. Gao Yan said, "I've been preparing, but it's too early to tell the specifics." Lin Xiumin nodded. "If you have the idea of going to graduate school, prepare early. Are you going to directly take your school's exam, or an outside school's?" "Before that, I plan to take the graduate school of Yangdong Science," Gao Yan directly said. "Ambitious, then you have to work hard. The graduate school of Yangdong Science is not a good test," Lin Xiumin said. Yangdong Science was ranked in the top 10 existences in the national colleges and universities. In the south, it is also second only to Zhejiang University. Just have this idea. I don't know if the specific success or not. Gao Yan smiled. "Right. Where is your hometown?" Lin Xiumin asked again. "Jiangsu City, Southwest Province," Gao Yan said. "I've been to this place. The scenery there is quite beautiful." Gao Yan, "Yes. We still have quite a lot of scenic spots there. There are 2 scenic spots. One is the giant panda base, and the other is the Great Snow Mountain, and it's quite nice to go to the hot springs after skiing in winter. Mentioning skiing and soaking in hot springs, Gao Yan's mind surged back to a past event. The winter vacation of the first year of high school. His adoptive parents discussed where to go on a trip, and finally decided to go to the Great Snowy Mountains to ski and soak in hot springs. He was secretly happy for a while. As a result, the adoptive parents only took his younger brother Gao Lang, and he could only stay behind to watch the house. Other people's families came back happily after the new year, and he could only stay home alone. Since then, he understood one thing: a real son is always a real son, and an adopted son cannot become a real son even if he performs well. After nagging Lin Xiaomin for a while, Gao Yan excused himself and left. After going home and taking a shower and lying on the bed, Gao Yan pulled out the system interface. The experience was still more than 9,000 and hadn't grown. Can't be satisfied with just having some money. We still need to continue brushing experience to get the system upgraded and increase the rebate multiplier. Reuniting with Zhuo Jiangyu today. Although Gao Yan no longer had an inferiority complex, however, he knew that Zhuo Jiangyu's family conditions were quite good. Zhuo Jiangyu's father was an official in one of their cities. Exactly what level Gao Yan didn't know, but it certainly wasn't low, and her mother was also a strong woman in business. The scale is also not small. Therefore, Zhuo Jiangyu has not lacked money since she was a child. Now Gao Yan is to room without a room, to car without a car. As for the money is also just over $1 million. In the south of the city to buy a larger set of houses are not enough. Once he and Zhuo Jiangyu have made a success of it, this achievement is definitely not enough to look at. So, still have to work hard. So, how to brush up on experience? Keep selling cell phones? Nowadays, the system's return is 4 times. A fruit cell phone sold will return 16,000 yuan. After deducting the 800 yuan loss of the purchase, the pure profit can reach 152,000 yuan. For now, this method is still good. So Gao Yan decided that tomorrow he would go to the city to acquire a batch of fruit cell phones to sell at the school. The next day, Friday, there were 2 specialized classes in the morning and no classes in the afternoon. So, before the class, Gao Yan clicked on the class WeChat group at all. Relative side of the funds have not come together enough. Need to deal with a batch of genuine fruit cell phone at a low price. The selling price and the last time the same 4,000 yuan each. I go to the city in the afternoon to get the goods. The intention of the students, please prepare the cash. Not on credit. After this message was sent, the quiet group suddenly became lively. The last class has about 10 students have purchased a cell phone. Absolutely genuine. After using, feel good. One of them called Jiang Pengfei also resold it to a friend at a price of 4,600 yuan, making a pure profit of 600 yuan. So see Gao Yan and want to get out of the phone. Cannot help but move the mind, because he also has a few friends also want to take the phone at a low price. So he came directly to Gao Yan's seat. Gao Yan, how many cell phones do you have this time? You still want to buy it? Gao Yan looked at Jiang Pengfei and asked. Right. Jiang Pengfei nodded. I mailed that one to my sister last time, and I want to replace it myself because after my sister showed it off in the family group, my cousin also want to buy it. For Jiang Pengfei's bull ********, Gao Yan is not at all convinced, knowing that the other party most likely wants to be a resale cell phone, but this is just what he wants. So he asked, how many units do you want? 5 units into it? Jiang Pengfei asked tentatively. Yes, but you have to pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Gao Yan reminded. This is no problem. Jiang Pengfei nodded. Next, several more students ran over to ask. Instead, it caused Chang Hao to be puzzled and ask him when he started selling cell phones, and Gao Yan continued to use the excuse that his relatives needed financial turnover. After the end of the 2 professional classes, Gao Yan hurriedly took a taxi to the city, and swept through several cell phone stores in succession, and finally got enough for 60 units of the latest model of fruit cell phones. On the way back, he sent WeChat to those students who were interested in purchasing cell phones and agreed on a place to meet, inside a small pavilion within the school. When Gao Yan arrived, he found that not only the few students who had made the appointment had arrived, but also people from other classes. Together there were more than 30 people. Jiang Pengfei was the most active. Directly WeChat transferred 20,000 to Gao Yan and took 5 cell phones. Of the remaining people, they also saw the business opportunity. Some bought 3, some bought 2. So in less than 10 minutes, 60 units of the latest model of fruit cell phones were sold out, and the money returned in the system account reached $960,000. However, the upgrade experience only went up by 240,000. The total experience was close to $250,000. With a few more times, the system could be upgraded again. Gao Yan felt that the days were getting more and more judgmental. Chapter 17, First Date. Packing up his mood, Gao Yan headed back towards the milk tea store. After asking the decorator, it would be completed in 2 days at most. Thinking that after reopening, the business would definitely be good. He also had to order a batch of brand new equipment. So, Gao Yan used his cell phone to check on it and spent more than $5,000 to order a batch of equipment. The seller was the local one in Nandu, and made an appointment to deliver it tomorrow morning. However, he had a date with Zhuo Jiangyu tomorrow, so Gao Yan dialed Wang Qin's number again and asked her to come over tomorrow morning to receive the equipment. Heading to the vegetable market, he bought half an old hen, a small half a kilogram of white beans, and half a kilogram of greens, and carried them back to the rental house. Gao Yan had been arranged by his foster mother to cook and fry vegetables since he was 10 years old. Therefore, his cooking skills were still good. After going to college, when he lived in the dormitory, he ate in the cafeteria, and after renting a room, he cooked by himself. Often, if he fried 2 dishes, he could eat for a day, clean and cheap. Even if he has money now, it is difficult to change the habit of thrift, so he spends lavishly. Getting violently rich and thus having revenge spending was non-existent for Gao Yan. What's more, he still had the super seasoning recipe at home. With this recipe in place, the dishes he made were definitely a step above those made by a special chef. After cleaning half of the old hen's meat, Gao Yan poured it into a pot and mixed it with water and then added the super seasoning and directly started stewing it. As for other seasonings, he didn't need to put them in. The super seasoning is the heaven is, can be used to stew, stir fry, mixing cold dishes and so on, simply as the oil of 10,000 gold. And all the dishes have different flavors. If this super seasoning is extended to the whole country, it is estimated that chefs will lose their jobs. After stewing the old hen, Gao Yan took care of the head of rape again. Then he prepared to pan the rice for cooking. Just when putting the rice, Gao Yan couldn't help but think that it would attract Lin Amour's little foodie over again. So he panned some more rice to cook it. The old hen has been stewed and the rice has been cooked. Gao Yan then picked up a professional book from the bedroom desk to review. The exam was coming up in less than a month. His homework was usually quite solid, and he was confident that he wouldn't fail, but he also wanted to do better on the exam. What's more, with the growth of his spiritual power, his memory and comprehension increased greatly with it. Studying efficiently was also a pleasure for him. After about 7 or 8 minutes, there was a strong smell of chicken soup wafting out from the kitchen before drilling into Gao Yan's nose. So fragrant, Gao Yan couldn't help but inhale 2 mouthfuls hard. Getting up, he went to the kitchen and pulled the lid of the pot, leaving a slit to prevent excess water vapor from allowing the soup in the pot to roam out and douse the stove fire. Without realizing it, more than an hour passed. Gao Yan reappeared in the kitchen, fished out a piece of chicken and stabbed it with chopsticks. Another half hour of simmering and it's almost done. So he added another ladle of water to the pot. 40 minutes. Gao Yan tried the chicken meat again and it had become quite fluffy. So he adjusted the stove flame to the minimum and prepared to stir fry. Outside the door, the elevator opened, and Lin Amour, who was carrying a school bag, walked out of the elevator. She inhaled violently. Wow, what a fragrant chicken soup. Is brother Gao Yan cooking something delicious again? Should I go and rub my nose in it? Lin Amour was a little hesitant. Forget it, it's not good to keep dabbling. Lin Amour shook her head and opened the door to her room to put down her heavy school bag. It was just that she somewhat overestimated the resistance of foodies to food, especially with the scent drilling into her nose uncontrollably. Whatever, I'm going to dine. Hearing the knock on the door, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. Presumably it was Lin Amour who was attracted by the scent again, so he quickly walked to the door and opened it, and said, "Come in first, I'm frying vegetables, wait a little 2 minutes and you can eat." Without waiting for Lin Amour to reply, Gao Yan folded back into the kitchen, while Lin Amour's cheeks were slightly reddened. Brother Gao Yan was not at all surprised by her arrival. He obviously knew that she was going to come to dine. Could it be that in brother Gao Yan's eyes I'm just a snacker? Then she walked in with slightly heavy steps and came to the kitchen door and asked, "Brother Gao Yan, do you need help?" Gao Yan, then you can serve the rice first. By the way, the bowl is in this cabinet. Okay. Not long after, the living room dining table. Gao Yan smiled at Lin Amour. "Move your chopsticks, then I'll be polite." Smelling the tantalizing aroma emanating from the dishes, Lin Amour had long been unable to hold back. This meal, Lin Amour ate with exceptional satisfaction. Subconsciously touching her stomach, she realized that it had bulged. Then, Lin Amour grabbed to wash the dishes and brush the chopsticks. Gao Yan did not allow him but said that she came to rub the meal. Washing the dishes was appropriate. So, Gao Yan did not stop anymore. After washing the dishes and chopsticks, and cleaning up the kitchen, Lin Amour waved her hand to say goodbye. "Brother Gao Yan, I'll go back first, Or else mom will come back and not be able to see me and should be anxious again. Go back. Gao Yan nodded. Walking to the door, Lin Mo turned back and smiled brightly at him again. Brother Gao Yan, thank you for your hospitality. Gao Yan, you're welcome. After Lin Mo left, Gao Yan went to the kitchen and realized that Lin Mo was very meticulous and the entire kitchen was cleaned up. Thinking about tomorrow and the day after seemed quite busy, Gao Yan decided to go to the city tonight to purchase another batch of cell phones, and then take them to the school for sale on Monday. 10 o'clock at night, Gao Yan returned to his rental house carrying a large bag of fruit cell phones. After a night of running around, he had procured 100 units of the latest models of fruit cell phones. As long as all of them were out, another 400,000 experience would be credited, and the system return would also reach 1.6 million. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., Gao Yan took a car and arrived outside the Bandung Mall. With a sweep of his eyes, he found Zhuo Jianyue sitting on a bar stool outside the mall. How long have you been here? Gao Yan quickly stepped forward and asked. Just came not long ago. This is the breakfast I bought for you. Zhuo Jianyue handed Gao Yan 2 large meat buns, a cup of soy milk and 2 tea eggs. Thanks. Gao Yan took it and sat down next to Zhuo Jianyue's body. Have you eaten yet? I've already eaten. Zhuo Jianyue smiled sweetly. You eat the bun first. I'll help you peel the tea eggs. Thanks. Gao Yan thanked again and picked up the bun and ate it, carefully sizing up Zhuo Jianyue as he ate. Feeling Gao Yan's slightly fiery gaze, Zhuo Jianyue looked a little shy. What are you looking at? I'm looking at a beautiful woman. Gao Yan hemmed and hawed, becoming so oily. How many girlfriends have you had? Zhuo Jianyue asked as if it was casual. Not a single one, Gao Yan said without hesitation. Hearing that Gao Yan hasn't had a girlfriend, Zhuo Jianyue was inexplicably happy in her heart, but on her lips, she continued to ask, why don't you talk about it? Because I know someone is silently liking me. Gao Yan stared at Zhuo Jianyue with burning eyes. Under the gaze of his fiery gaze, Zhuo Jianyue couldn't help but stall in her movements, and then pouted. The devil silently likes you. Is that so? Gao Yan seemed to be smiling. Zhuo Jianyue couldn't help but be annoyed and shy, and directly sent the peeled tea eggs to Gao Yan's mouth, saying with a milky ferocity, hurry up and eat. Gao Yan reached out and took it, biting into it fiercely, and said with a bright smile, yummy. Chapter 18, One step further. Gao Yan was asking Zhuo Jianyue to watch a movie, but going to the movies at this point in time was really unsuitable. So, the two of them conferred and prepared to go to the local attractions in Nandu first and have lunch before going to the movies. The two of them, a groom and a concubine. On the way to play, Zhuo Jianyue stepped on a banana peel and almost fell. Gao Yan was quick to help her. Taking this opportunity, he took her hand, and never let go. Zhuo Jianyue symbolically struggled a few times, found that cannot break. White eyes that shameless guy after, also defaulted to his hand behavior. Male and female relationship determination. Formal confession is rare, often are unannounced. Through the confession to determine the relationship, in fact, often is not sure. For example, when Gao Yan confessed to Bai Wei before, it was because he couldn't grasp what Bai Wei really thought inside. At noon, the two ate at a specialty restaurant in the scenic area. The price was deathly expensive, not to mention that the flavor of the meal was genuinely average. After the meal, the two left the attraction and found a movie theater to watch a movie. The movie, specifically what Gao Yan did not remember. Anyway, Zhuo Jianyue looked quite moved, and he only cared to play with the other side of the delicate little hand. During the period by Zhuo Jianyue more than 5 times blank stares, as well as pinching the waist on the soft meat warning. After watching the movie, the two of them found a coffee shop to chat. Seeing that it was almost time, Gao Yan proposed to go to a more well-known seafood restaurant for dinner. Zhuo Jianyue said that she didn't need to go to such an expensive place because she knew Gao Yan's situation and she wasn't the kind of girl who disliked the rich. Gao Yan, however, smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not a swollen face person. I'm currently already starting my own business and making some money. At this, Zhuo Jianyue was quite curious, but Gao Yan said that he would keep it a secret and tell her only after he became bigger in the future. This seafood meal was very enjoyable. To be honest, it was also the first time for Gao Yan to come to such a high-class restaurant to eat. His adoptive father and mother had a good family, but every time they went to a high-class restaurant to dine, they wouldn't take him there. After the meal, the two of them walked along the inner river of Nandu City holding hands. Men and women who have just fallen in love are hard to part with. At 9 o'clock, when sending Zhuo Jianyue back to the university, Gao Yan clearly felt the attachment and reluctance in her eyes. Give me a hug. See you tomorrow. Gao Yan smiled and opened his hand. Zhuo Jianyue only hesitated for a second before she threw herself into Gao Yan's embrace. Smelling the ethereal fragrance emanating from Zhuo Jianyue's body, Gao Yan was a little emotional. He had never dreamed that a girl as outstanding as Zhuo Jianyue would become his girlfriend. The system thanks you. he said silently in his mind. System, host, you're welcome. After hugging for almost 10 seconds, the shy Zhuo Jianyue took the initiative to break away from the embrace. After all, at this point in time, there were still quite a number of students coming in and out at the university gates. After seeing Zhuo Jianyue's silhouette completely disappear into the campus of Yan University, Gao Yan decisively twisted around and took a taxi to leave. The scene of their embrace fell into the eyes of many people. Zhuo Jianyue was one of the celebrities of Yangdong science, and was the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, and now the goddess was actually embracing with a boy at the school gate. Someone posted the photo of the two of them hugging on top of the campus network. In just 20 minutes, it had been topped to the headlines. Fortunately, the light at the school gate was rather dim, plus there was no picture of Gao Yan's face. Maybe there would be a boy with a knife looking for the door. Royal View Clubhouse. Inside the luxury box, Deng Yu was enjoying the happiness of hugging left and right. Suddenly, the phone rang. Deng Yu picked up his cell phone and pushed away the woman beside him to pick up the phone. What is it? Young Yu. It's not good. Jian Yu has a boyfriend. A woman's voice came from the phone. This woman was the eyes he had planted beside Zhuo Jianyue, and was also one of Zhuo Jianyue's roommates, named Shen Mei. Instantly, Tang Yu's face became extremely gloomy and roared. Who is it? Is it that dog Qin Jian? To Zhuo Jianyu's other suitors, Tang Yu didn't have any regard for them. Only Qin Jian was full of vigilance. Others didn't know about Qin Jian's background, but he did. If other people didn't know Qin Jian's background, but he did. If other people didn't have a background and were extremely threatening to his pursuit of Zhuo Jianyu, he would have long ago found a way to give the other party a hard clean-up. Young Yu. It's not Qian Chen. It seems like the other party is not from our school. Chen Mei replied. Then who the hell is it? Tang Yu roared. Young Yu, don't be anxious, I will help you inquire. Chen Mei hurriedly stated. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu calmed down a little. Okay, find that guy out for me as soon as possible. I won't treat you badly. Young Yu, I have my eye on a LV bag. Chen Mei started to talk about the conditions. Her face value was average. She knew that she couldn't get into Deng Yu's eyes. The reason why she was willing to act as Deng Yu's eyes was just to reap the benefits. Of course, there was another reason, which was that she was jealous of Zhuo Jianyue. Good. Someone will contact you tomorrow and take you to buy a bag. After finding out who that guy is, I will send you another 10,000 red packets. Tang Yu said. Then thank you Xiao Yu, Chen Mei said with a smile. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mei carefully looked around and put away her cell phone as if nothing had happened and walked towards her dorm room. At this moment, the other two girls in the dormitory were asking after who the boy on the campus network who hugged Zhuo Jiangyu was. Song Yufei naturally knew it by heart. As for Zhuo Jiangyu, she just smiled and did not intend to reveal Gao Yan's identity. She was a smart girl and knew that Deng Yu, who was stalking her, was not a good person, and if she exposed Gao Yan's identity, it might bring him a lot of trouble. Seeing that Zhuo Jiangyu did not answer, Chen Mei was a bit anxious. Jiangyu, just say something, so we can help you refer to him and see if he is worthy of you. Does being worthy have half a cent to do with you? Song Yufei nonchalantly sneered. I don't usually see you so enthusiastic. Chen Mei's character was not pleasing to the eye. Her love for small advantages, not to mention her utilitarianism, was relatively strong. Anyone else would have put up with it even if they didn't like her. But Song Yufei didn't. In her words, everyone was a human being for the first time. Why should she be spoiled? Thus, whenever Chen Mei-fan was wrong or displeased, she would say so. Naturally, their relationship was no better. In the beginning, Chen Mei even went toe-to-toe with Song Yufei, going around saying bad things about Song Yufei. As a result, she was caught by Song Yufei one time when she said something bad. Song Yufei didn't treat her politely and went up to her and gave her 2 hard slaps. Since then, Chen Mei became much more honest. Nor did she dare to confront Song Yufei head-on. Hearing Song Yufei's words, Chen Mei was furious over it. Alright Fei, we're all roommates, so cut the crap. Zhuo Jianyu persuaded. Back in the rental house, Gao Yan first called Wang Qin to inquire about the status of the equipment, and the other party told him that the equipment had already been received and there was no problem. Afterwards, he called Chang Hao again. It was because the brothers' hot pot restaurant was going to open tomorrow. In the afternoon, Chang Hao called him and asked him, the second boss, to attend the opening ribbon cutting, but gave Gao Yan a pushback. Chapter 19, Tang Ya's Temptation. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan was a bit amused because in the call just now, Chang Hao told him that he had also invited all the students in his class to go to the hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. The fact that the fat man could pretend to be a poor man for 2 years showed that he wasn't the type of person who liked to pretend. But this time, he had invited all of his classmates. Was it to make a splash? Of course not. Rather, it was because of Yang Yu. She wanted to take revenge for Gao Yan, her brother. Didn't Yang Yu reject Gao Yan? Cheng Hao wanted to tell Yang Yu through this way. You are blind and missed a great opportunity. Regarding Cheng Hao's good intentions, Gao Yan didn't say any unnecessary hypocritical words. Everyone was a young man who didn't have a bit of pride in their heart, although he did not resent the other party just because of Yang Yu's rejection. But being able to see Yang Yu feeling sorry and regretful about it, he was still more than happy to do so. After all, the reason he first thought of looking for Yang Yu was because he considered that we were all classmates, and that the water was not flowing outside the family's field. It was still early. Gao Yan first went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then he picked up the professional books and flipped through them. Now, it was as if his memory and comprehension had been buffed, and he was really energized by learning. The time came to 11 o'clock. Gao Yan put down the books and turned off the light to sleep. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Gao Yan took a taxi to Brother Hot Pot restaurant. Brother Yan is here. Let me show you around our turf. Cheng Hao enthusiastically pulled Gao Yan to visit both floors of the Hot Pot restaurant and asked, "Feelings? How is it?" "Not bad." Gao Yan nodded. He could tell that Cheng Hao had indeed used his heart for this Hot Pot restaurant. He, that's good. Cheng Hao smiled smugly. Ribbon cutting at 10:40. I specifically asked the master to calculate the time. You'll go up together later. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. I'll just be a quiet shareholder. I'll leave the publicity to you. Are you sure you don't want to go? Cheng Hao laughed. If people know that you're also one of the owners of this store, there will definitely be a lot of girls chasing after you, so you won't have to worry about your girlfriend in the future. No need. I already have a girlfriend. Zhuo Jiangyue's figure flashed in Gao Yan's mind. When was it? How come I don't know? Cheng Hao was stunned. The relationship was just finalized yesterday, and she'll be here today as well. Gao Yan smiled. I'll introduce you to her later. Just then, a strong engine sound rang out. It was closely followed by a large red Ferrari 488 driving to the open space outside the Hot Pot restaurant. The car door pushed open. A slender big white leg stepped on the ground first, followed by a blonde wearing sunglasses with flaming red lips and big waves was seen drilling out of the car. This woman was also in her 20s, and her makeup and dress were somewhat retro. If it was an ordinary person, she would definitely not be able to handle it, and would give off the suspicion of being heavily made up and showing off. But when it fell on her, it gave people a sense of being an inviolable queen. The woman stepped into the Hot Pot restaurant, removed the sunglasses on her face, and shouted, "Little rat, still not out to receive the driver? Goo, my sis, I'm the boss now, can you give my little brother some face?" Cheng Hao hurriedly rushed down from the second floor and said with a compensating smile, "The little brat is still holding on to sis." Tang Yi disdainfully skimmed her mouth, laughter hidden in her eyes. A bitter smile flashed across Cheng Hao's face, and knowing that he couldn't help this auntie, he asked, "Sis, when did you return to the country? Why don't you tell me, so I can pick you up at the airport?" "Alright, less of a false sentiment here." Tang Yi waved her hand dismissively. "Say, how did you come up with the idea of opening a hot pot restaurant?" The family such a big foundation didn't think of inheriting it, but ran to open some hot pot restaurant. "Sis, you don't know, there's a reason why I opened a hot pot restaurant." At this time, Cheng Hao waved to Gao Yan. "Gao Yan, I'll introduce you. This is my own cousin, Tang Yi." "Sis, I opened the hot pot restaurant. It's this brother of mine, Gao Yan, who provided a hot pot base that is second to none in the world." "Hello Sister Tang, I'm Gao Yan." Gao Yan greeted with a smile, but didn't reach out his hand. Tang Yi sized up Gao Yan with scrutinizing eyes, then smiled a smile on her face. "Your little rat's only friend. Help him out properly. As long as you don't have anything else on your mind, we won't treat you poorly." Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao's face instantly changed, and Gao Yan also felt some discomfort in his heart, as the other party's words carried a warning and patronizing intent. In the next moment, Cheng Hao opened his mouth and questioned, "Sister, Gao Yan is my best brother. What do you mean by this? You must apologize to him." Gao Yan's mouth also opened, but he didn't open his mouth, because if he opened his mouth to dislike Tang Yi, the one who would be in trouble on both ends would only be Cheng Hao. It was obvious that Tang Yi treated him as the kind of villain who climbed up the ranks of the powerful. To be honest, if Cheng Hao hadn't forced him to take 30% of the shares, he wouldn't have wanted it at all. What's more, the value created by that super hot pot base when it was operated well was definitely in the billions. Even if Cheng Hao gave him 30% of the shares of this store for nothing, he still took it with peace of mind and didn't feel that he had taken advantage of Cheng Hao. What's more, with the system, he was also confident that his future accomplishments would definitely not be anywhere near as bad, so he never wanted to go over and climb over anyone. But Tang Yi clearly took him for that kind of person. Facing Cheng Hao's questioning, Tang Yi's expression picked up. "Little rat, your guts have grown fat. Are you sure you want me to apologize? Sure. A flash of fear flashed in Chang Hao's eyes, but immediately became firm. You've just come back and don't know anything. I forced Gao Yan to accept the shares of this hot pot restaurant. I can guarantee that he definitely didn't approach me with an agenda. So I forbid you to insult our friendship. Alright, I apologize. Tang Yi nodded, then said to Gao Yan, Gao Yan, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. It's okay, I can understand. I know you're also doing it for Haozi's sake. Gao Yan secretly shook his head. At the same time he also realized his weakness. Although he had no intention of climbing on Chang Hao, just because of his weakness, he would still be thought to be climbing on him. On the contrary, Chang Hao was quite stunned, not expecting Tang Yi to really apologize. His heart followed suit with a sigh of relief, saying, Sister, thank you for your understanding. Tang Yi waved her hand. Okay, in fact, I just tested you. You and Xiao Gao's matter. I also heard my sister-in-law talk about it. In the case of his own conditions are not good can go out to help you. Obviously really take you as a friend. You are also willing to dare to blow up with me for his sake. It shows that you really grew up, able to take charge of your own. Chang Hao was quite moved to hear this. Sister, thank you. However, Gao Yan didn't completely believe Tang Yi's words. Maybe she was really trying to test Chang Hao, but why did she involve him in this? Obviously, people didn't take him seriously, but he didn't show it either. Because the raving of the weak was meaningless and only added to the joke. The only way was to make yourself strong so that no one would dare to ignore you and humiliate you at will. I've heard my sister-in-law brag about your family's hot pot. Let sis taste the flavor first. At this time, Tang Yi spoke again. Sis, trust me, if you eat it once, you're guaranteed to never forget it in your life. Chang Hao hurriedly said. Chapter 20, an extra 1.5 million for you. Brother Yen, I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. She really didn't mean any harm. I hope you don't mind. After introducing Tang Yi into the upstairs box, Chang Hao also purposely ran to Gao Yan's side and said, Alright, it's not like I'm glassy-eyed. Besides, hasn't your sister already apologized? Gao Yan smiled and patted Chang Hao's shoulder and said, Brother, thank you for understanding. Chang Hao said gratefully, Right, I have to go in and stay with my sister. Look after the store. Okay, go. Gao Yan waved his hand. 10 minutes later, inside the upstairs box, the bottom of the pot inside the copper basin had already opened, emitting a rich hot pot aroma, and under Chang Hao's urging, Tang Yi picked up a slice of tripe and put it into the pot. More than 10 seconds later, she picked up another piece of tripe and put it to her mouth and blew on it, putting it into her mouth and chewing on it. Sister, how does it feel? Chang Hao, who had been staring at her expression, asked somewhat nervously. Much better than I thought. Right. A smile immediately surfaced on Chang Hao's face. Even someone as picky as you, sis, thinks it's delicious, so there's definitely no worries about business in the future. How? Let me ask you something. Although Tang Yi had already been overwhelmed by the taste of the hot pot, she still restrained the urge to continue eating and put down her chopsticks, saying with a serious expression. Chang Hao's heart tightened once again. Sister, what do you want to ask? You bought this hot pot base recipe from Gao Yan, right? Tang Yi asked. Right. Chang Hao nodded, somewhat smugly. Originally, Gao Yan wanted to sell this formula to Yang Yu's family, but unfortunately, that woman Yang Yu was too arrogant, and didn't give Gao Yan a chance at all. So I kind of picked up the slack. So have you signed the acquisition contract? Tang Yi asked again. That's not true. Chang Hao shook his head. Sis, I know what you're worried about. Gao Yan and I are the best of brothers, and I believe in him. Hearing this, Tang Yi was frowning slightly. Xiao Hao, you have to understand one thing. Friendship is friendship. Business is business. What's more, human nature can't stand up to the test the most. To be honest, the mode of the hot pot restaurant has been figured out now. If you want to grow bigger and stronger, you have to win from the taste. If your hot pot restaurant wants to be strong, then the hot pot base formula is your killer app. But right now, this killer app is not just in your hands. It will become your biggest loophole in your future expansion. Sister, what do you mean? Chang Hao said in a deep voice. Tang Yi said in a resolute tone. Sign a transfer agreement with Gao Yan. This isn't good. Isn't signing an agreement a clear indication that you don't trust him? Chang Hao shook his head in embarrassment. It's not about trust, Tang Yi said with hatred. If he treats you as a brother, he should understand you, not make things difficult for you. But the 500,000 purchase price is a bit low. If he is willing to sign, then compensate him with another 1.5 million. And this hot pot restaurant still has 30% of his shares, and every year's earnings are enough for him to be rich and prosperous for the rest of his life. But the rest of it has nothing to do with him. Chang Hao was caught in a tangle, but in the end, he still clenched his teeth. Sister, I still believe in Gao Yan. He is my only friend and brother. I don't want to cause a rift in our brotherhood because of this. Silly boy. Tang Yi was about to be laughed at. My words have been made clear. Friendship is friendship. Business is business. I let you do this, but also for your own good. If in the future, someone is eyeing on this hot pot base formula, others don't dare to hit your idea, but people still don't dare to hit Gao Yan's idea? Only by plugging all the loopholes. Gao Yan can't be caught in a dilemma, and the bond between your brothers can last. Don't you think so? Chang Hao nodded. It was indeed true. He grew up in a merchant family, and his father had intentionally cultivated him, and had also told him about the things of deceit in the shopping mall. But sis, this is something that I still can't say. Seeing Chang Hao being persuaded, Tang Yi was also relieved. In fact, she didn't want to be the villain, but who asked this task to be given to her by her sister-in-law. Tang Yi, let's put it this way. Since you can't open this mouth, when cousins help you to open it, okay, don't get entangled. You go and call Gao Yan in. I'll talk to him alone. Alright, but sis, don't say anything excessive. Chang Hao reminded uneasily. Don't worry, he's your good brother. Sis will consider your feelings, Tang Yi assured. Not long after, Chang Hao walked out of the box and saw Gao Yan who was busy in the store, so he quickly walked over and whispered, Brother Yan, my sister wants to talk to you. Looking at Chang Hao, whose eyes were somewhat flickering, Gao Yan nodded. Alright, I'll go now. Please come in. Gao Yan pushed open the door of the box and walked in. Seeing Tang Yi unhurriedly putting the hot ma into his mouth, she didn't say a word, pointing to the chair, signaling him to sit down and talk. Only after swallowing the food in his mouth did Tang Yi speak. Xiao Gao, I've made you laugh. It's the first time I've had such a delicious hot pot. It's good that Sister Tang likes it. Pa. Tang Yi once again placed her chopsticks on her plate as she gazed at Gao Yan and smiled. I heard that you sold this hot pot base to Little Rat for $500,000? Yes. Gao Yan nodded, also pondering what Tang Yi was meeting him alone for. Did he feel that this price was too high? This price is low. Tang Yi spoke again. This time, Gao Yan was more and more confused about the other party's mind. He said, Sister Tang, actually, this price isn't low. I'm already satisfied. There's no rush. Just hear me out first. Tang Yi waved her hand. With this hot pot recipe it's completely possible to build together a chain of hot pot restaurants across all major cities in the country. So the hot pot base recipe you provided is very precious and key. But then again, in order to build such a large chain of hot pot restaurants, it's also necessary to invest a huge amount of money. Since you're Chang Hao's friend, we can't bully people. So I'm going to recompensate you $1.5 million. Gao Yan was stunned, not expecting Tang Yi to call him in to actually compensate him. However, he wasn't what he used to be. In the past, 1.5 million was an astronomical figure for him. But now, he could earn it by selling his cell phone twice more. Therefore, he waved his hand. Sister Tang, no need. I'm already satisfied with $500,000. You surprised me. Tang Yi was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect Gao Yan to be able to resist the temptation of 1.5 million. Knowing that she had also heard her sister-in-law talk about Gao Yan's family situation, Gao Yan smiled. If Sister Tang doesn't have anything to do, I'll leave you to dine. Wait, Tang Yi shouted. Xiao Gao, don't be in a hurry. Although we intend to give you an extra $1.5 million. There are conditions. What conditions? Gao Yan sat back down again. Sign a formal transfer agreement. And after you take this $1.5 million, your hot pot base formula can't be transferred to others, or you will face high compensation. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan also instantly came to his senses. It turned out to be Tang Yi who was worried that he would leak the hot pot base formula in the future, and wanted to plug the loophole by signing a contract. Thus, the smile on his face disappeared and he faintly said, Alright, I promise you. Chapter 21, System Upgrades Again. Seeing Gao Yan promise, a smile also appeared on Tang Yi's face. Xiao Gao, thanks for your understanding. Actually signing an agreement is also for your own good. After all, after the hot pot restaurant becomes bigger in the future, there will definitely be people who crave for the benefits of it. And if others can't help the Chang family, they can only think of ways from other aspects. So signing an agreement is also a kind of protection for you. And this matter was also raised by me. So I hope that it won't affect the friendship between you and Xiao Hao. Sister Tang, I can understand. Gao Yan nodded. Although there was that tiny bit of discomfort in his heart, he also thought that Tang Yi's approach was not wrong. What's more, the person had compensated 1.5 million. With this 1.5 million, his system could be upgraded again. Tang Yi, it's good to understand. It's also lucky for Xiao Hao to have a good brother like you. By the way, this is a transfer agreement. You can take a look at it. And if you don't feel comfortable with it, You can also find a lawyer to help look at it. Then I'll take a look. Gao Yan reached out and took this agreement, watching it carefully. Firstly, Chang Hao acquired this hot pot base formula of his at the full price of $2 million. Secondly, after signing the agreement, he would not be able to transfer the formula to anyone else. Lastly, if he violated the agreement by leaking the formula or transferring it to another person again, he would be compensated with $100 million in liquidated damages. Sister Tang, I'm done reading. Gao Yan raised his head and said, any questions? Tang Yi asked. No problem. I can sign it now. That's good. Tang Yi handed over a pen, and after Gao Yan took it, he quickly wrote his big name on the agreement where he needed to sign. Subsequently, Tang Yi called Chang Hao in again and asked him to sign. Brother Yan, alright, don't rub it in. Sign it quickly. After all, I can get an extra $1.5 million. Gao Yan smiled. After the agreement was signed, Tang Yi gave Gao Yan a copy and asked for his bank account number. In less than 5 minutes, a sum of $1.5 million was credited into Gao Yan's bank account, and the system's experience pool was full. Asking if he was upgrading, Gao Yan naturally did not hesitate, decisively choosing to upgrade. Divine Prophet System, level LV5. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Face value, 70. Physique, 80. Spirit, 79. Charisma, 70. Revenue return multiplier, 5x. Draw, normal draw x1. Intermediate draw x1. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 7. 560. 000 to be collected. Free attribute points, 2 points. For this upgrade, the system rewarded an intermediate draw and 2 attribute points. The most crucial thing was that the stored funds in the system had reached 7.56 million. It was just a matter of time before his wealth broke through $10 million. The normal draw could be kept, while the intermediate draw could be used now. Thus, Gao Yan ordered, System, I want to conduct an intermediate level draw. Ding. Opening the intermediate level draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the information on the future January trend of a big rising stock. Immediately afterward, a golden light that was invisible to outsiders directly disappeared into his mind. Then, there was more information related to a stock in his mind. Starting from next Wednesday, this stock that had fallen for almost 3 years finally started to turn around, and in just 1 month, the stock price directly rose several times. This was an old pharmaceutical stock. From 3 years ago, they had invested a large amount of money in researching a new type of potent medicine, which led to yearly losses in their financial reports, coupled with internal disorganization. This has led to a drop in the stock price from the original $120 to the current $40, with assets directly shrinking by 2 times. But in general, the fall was relatively smooth. However, since the beginning of the recent month ago, the stock price has fallen somewhat abnormally. Friday's closing price has fallen to 22 yuan. Obviously, this is a dealer is washing the market, deliberately suppressing the stock price, because once this company announced the success of the new drug research, the stock price will be able to rise by leaps and bounds. According to the information in his head, the stock price will continue to fall next Monday, and finally stabilized at $15.50. That's the best time for him to get in. And the pharmaceutical company will announce the success of the new drug development on Wednesday, so he has 2 days of opportunity in eating into the stock. No longer thinking about the stock, Gao Yan's eyes were on the 2 attribute points. A little hesitation. His 2 attribute points were added to spirit, and his spirit increased from 79 to 81 points. The reason for adding spirit was that spirituality could grow memory, comprehension and thinking ability, as well as analyzing ability and so on. Sure enough, with his spirit reaching 81 points, Gao Yan felt that his mind was much clearer again. The time came to 10 in the morning. Chang Hao's invited classmates arrived one after another and each sent a flower basket. And Chang Hao had long ago left 2 large private rooms upstairs, each with 2 tables, just enough to accommodate the nearly 40 people who were off duty. Fellow students, thank you for coming. Gao Yan and I don't have anything to entertain you all. I just hope that you all eat with an open stomach and never save for Gao Yan and I. Hearing Chang Hao give himself up, Gao Yan was somewhat speechless, and the class looked at Gao Yan a little differently. They originally thought that this store was opened by Chang Hao alone, but they didn't realize that it was actually opened in partnership with Gao Yan. Brother Yan, why don't you say a few words? Chang Hao said with a smile. Gao Yan's face flashed a touch of helplessness. Classmates, I don't have anything to say. I only hope that everyone can eat happily, drink painfully. What needs to be greeted despite greetings to greet me and Chang Hao. We guarantee that we will all serve you with baba suitably. Pa 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 pa. Everyone applauded in unison. Some people also shouted that Boss Chang was mighty. Boss Gao was mighty. and that he was going to eat you all and so on. However, Zhou Yuchao didn't come today. He had a conflict with Gao Yan, and Chang Hao was his good friend. So naturally, his relationship with Zhou Yuchao was no better. Moreover, the two guys he didn't deal with suddenly turned over. One opened a milk tea store and the other opened a hot pot store. And his heart also felt very bad. Soon, there was a waiter who brought up the bottom of the pot. There was also no letting everyone order, directly sending a plate of various types of meat and vegetables. At the same time, each box carried 6 cases of frozen beer as well as drinks. Gao Yan, how come there is no dipping sauce? Where do you go to mix the dipping sauce in your house? Suddenly, the flamboyantly dressed Zheng Fei called out to Gao Yan. Gao Yan said, "Our family's hot pot is different from other hot pots. We don't need dipping sauce. You guys try the flavor first. If you think it still tastes good with dipping sauce, I'll adjust it for you. Hot pot without dipping sauce is soulless. Gao Yan, better get us some dipping sauce," Lu Wei said loudly. This guy also turned out to be in the same dorm room as Gao Yan. However, he and his other roommate, Wan Ming, were both quite close to Zhou Yuchao, and were not on good terms with Gao Yan and Chang Hao. "Alright then, I'll have the kitchen side get you guys some dipping sauces." Gao Yan didn't bother arguing with Lu Wei, because the hot pot with dipping sauce would instead lose its original flavor. This was the result of Chang Hao bringing people to test it many times. Soon, the bottom of the pot opened, emitting an extremely tantalizing and fragrant flavor. Everyone couldn't help but put dishes into the pot. The first to cook were naturally the duck intestines, goose intestines, and ingredients like tripe. Wow, it's so delicious. It also carries a medicinal flavor. Zheng Fei fished out a slice of tripe and put it into her mouth, and was instantly overwhelmed by the texture of the hot pot. After the others tasted it, they also nodded their heads, and many foodies even let their eyes go. This? Yang Yu also took a mouthful. Then her entire body was shocked. Her family's hot pot base had spent a lot of money to specially ask someone to research it. Its taste was quite a bit higher than other hot pot stores in the market, but compared to the taste of Chang Hao and Gao Yan's hot pot store, the gap was a bit big. As far as she knew, the Chang family's business had nothing to do with the food industry at all. Why did the Chang family's heir open a hot pot restaurant? Could it be? She suddenly recalled that on Monday, Gao Yan had approached her to sell a hot pot base. Could it be that this hot pot base was provided by Gao Yan? If that was the case, she had missed a heavenly opportunity. Chapter 22 Brother's Sister or Sister-in-Law. This group of classmates had already been completely overwhelmed by the flavor of the hot pot, and one by one, they were busy pouring ingredients into the pot, and once they were hot, they hurriedly fished them out and stuffed them into their mouths. They didn't even care about chatting and drinking. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan and Chang Hao couldn't help but look at each other with a smile. This wave is stable. Such a delicious hot pot. No worries about no business. This group of students started eating at 10 o'clock. They ate until 11:30 before finishing. They were also quite satisfied with the taste of the hot pot, because they knew that people still had to do business. They expressed their thanks to Chang Hao and Gao Yan and left. When they left, Gao Yan and Chang Hao gave each student a 100 yuan cash consumption coupon, which could be deducted for the next time they came back to consume. Meanwhile, as the hot pot aroma wafted out, from 11 o'clock onwards, there were guests coming to the door of their own accord. Currently, there are 2 seats for guests in the upstairs box, and there are already 7 seats for guests in the downstairs hall. As these guests dined, the aroma of the hot pot quickly spread out in all directions, and anyone passing by from outside the store couldn't help but inhale the aroma. At this time, Gao Yan's phone rang. However, it was Zhuo Jianyue who called. Gao Yan, who received the call, quickly stepped out of the brothers' hot pot restaurant, just in time to see Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei walking down from the cab. Coming, Gao Yan went forward and held Zhuo Jianyue's hand. Seeing this scene, Song Yufei couldn't help but tease. "I didn't expect you guys to hook up so quickly." When photos of the two embracing appeared on the campus website yesterday, Song Yufei was still a bit unconvinced, because in the past 2 years, there were many people chasing after Zhuo Jianyu, and there was no shortage of outstanding and handsome people among them, and she had never seen her best friend move on to any of them. Even if her best friend had a crush on Gao Yan, her high school classmate, she wouldn't be able to establish a relationship so quickly. But now, seeing the intimate hand-holding duo, how could she not understand that they were really together? "Yufei, what do you mean by hooking up together? We're squarely in love," Zhuo Jianyu protested in dissatisfaction. "Right, daughter-in-law is right," Gao Yan hastily agreed. "Shameless, who is your daughter-in-law?" Zhuo Jianyue's cheeks blushed. "Who else but you? Alright, you two should stop spreading dog food here. I'm worried that I won't be able to eat later," Song Yufei said without a trace of anger. "Come on, let's go in." Gao Yan hemmed and hawed. "This hot pot restaurant is newly opened. I wonder how it tastes. Looking at the flower baskets placed at the entrance, Song Yufei said, although the hot pot restaurant is newly opened, it definitely won't let you guys down. Gao Yan said rather confidently, the owner of this hot pot restaurant is my classmate and good brother. I also have a little share in it. Yo, not bad. So you are also the owner of the hot pot restaurant? Song Yufei teased. Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise I would have bought 2 flower baskets for you. Zhuo Jiangyu snapped. It doesn't matter. You coming is better than sending anything. Gao Yan looked at Zhuo Jiangyu and said, I say you too. Can you stop being sour? Song Yufei said in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyu both looked at each other and smiled. Gao Yan, this is the younger sibling, right? Seeing Gao Yan walk into the hot pot restaurant holding the hand of an extremely beautiful girl, Chang Hao, who was standing inside the cashier's counter, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression, and then quickly stepped up to welcome him and said, what younger sibling? You have to call sister-in-law. Gao Yan glared at Chang Hao and said, then turned his head to Zhuo Jiangyu and said, Jiangyu, Song Beauty, this is my good brother Chang Hao, also the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Rat, this is Zhuo Jiangyu. My girlfriend, this is Song Yufei, my girlfriend's best friend. Hello Chang Hao, I'm Zhuo Jiangyu, Gao Yan's girlfriend, Zhuo Jiangyu said with some shyness. At the same time, she also had some regrets inside. That guy hadn't even confessed to her yet. How did he become his girlfriend? Some pleasantries were exchanged. Gao Yan introduced the 2 women into a small box on the second floor. He didn't call the waiter, but personally served the 2 women. Gao Yan, your kid is not honest. Why did you suddenly find such a beautiful girlfriend? Just after walking out of the box, Chang Hao grabbed Gao Yan's arm and questioned with an envious face. Had, my high school deskmate, sort of a childhood friend. Gao Yan smiled smugly. How come I haven't heard about it before? Gao Yan said, in high school we each had a good feeling, but I failed to play well in the college entrance exams, while Jiang Yu was admitted into the Yangdong Science Department. Originally 2 years were not in contact. I did not expect to meet by chance in the Wanlong shopping mall this Friday, and then dated yesterday, a relationship that was rightfully established. Chang Hao exclaimed, younger sibling is actually a highly talented student of Yangdong Science Department, and so beautiful. Your kid simply walked on luck, and took it in one day. How come I haven't seen you have such a skill before? Envious, right? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Still a bit, Gao Yan said. That's not easy. Now that you've regained your identity as a rich second generation, you're still afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend. It's estimated that when you go back to school, there are a large number of girls who will be chasing after you backwards. Che, the kind of women who only focus on my wealth I can't see. If you don't care about your wealth, what do you care about? You have to have it. Chang Hao's body type is fat, not to mention his height is only 1.7 meters, and his appearance is ordinary, and he has no talent. His only advantage is his wealth, putting the only advantage not to use. So, in these 2 years, he was a single dog just like Gao Yan. Gao Yan, I'm going to cut you off. Chang Hao was furious. Come on, not messing with you. I'm going to have to order the kitchen to serve food. Gao Yan laughed and ran away. A few minutes later, Gao Yan returned to the box with a pot of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, and after giving the 2 girls a report on the ingredients he had arranged, he asked, is there any other dish you guys want to eat? If there is, I'll have someone arrange it. And also, do you guys drink alcohol? Zhuo Jiangyu said, these ingredients are more than enough. I don't need it. What about you, Yufei? Song Yufei said, eat first, add more if you don't have enough, but it's no fun to drink alone. Gao Yan, if you want to drink with me, I'll drink. Okay, do you drink white or beer? Gao Yan asked. Beer is boring. Drink white. Song Yufei waved her hand. That's fine. I'll go get some wine. Not long after, Gao Yan walked into the box with a bottle of Maotai. Song Yufei's eyes lit up. This wine is good. Hurry up and pour it. Gao Yan opened the package, unscrewed the cap, poured a glass for Song Yufei first, then poured it for himself, then looked at Zhuo Jiangyu. Jiangyu want some? Then I'll drink some too. Just pour me half a cup. After pouring the wine, Song Yufei lifted the glass and said, congratulations to the 2 of you for making a success of your marriage. I'll toast you. Thanks. Gao Yan raised his cup and the 3 of them clinked, drinking the white wine in the cup in one gulp. Gao Yan subconsciously looked at Zhuo Jiangyu, not realizing that the other party also drank half a cup of wine without blushing. Alright, the bottom of the pot is open. You guys taste the hot pot first. Gao Yan laughed, then took the initiative to clip up a piece of tripe and put it into the pot, and put it into Zhuo Jiangyu's bowl after it was scalded. Originally, Song Yufei was planning to get Gao Yan drunk, who told this guy to abduct her good girlfriend without even saying hello. but after tasting the flavor of the hot pot, she didn't have the heart for it. She couldn't wait to fish up the ingredients and eat them right after pouring them down. Chapter 23, The Minds of All Parties. At this moment, Gao Yan's trio was happily eating the hot pot. On the other hand, Deng Yu, Zhuo Jianyu's other suitor, was fuming after receiving the photo sent by Chen Mei. Because it's a photo of Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyu holding hands. In order to find out who Zhuo Jianyu's new boyfriend is so that she can get favors from Deng Yu, Chen Mei even gives up her date with her boyfriend. She knew that men and women who had just fallen in love couldn't wait to be stuck together all day long. It was very likely that Zhuo Jianyu would go and meet that man today. Therefore, she had been finding excuses to stay inside the dormitory room to wait for her chance. At 11 o'clock, Zhuo Jianyu and Song Yufei finally left the dormitory laughing and joking, so she followed behind until she arrived at the brothers' hot pot restaurant, and secretly took a picture of Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyu holding hands in the car and sent it to Deng Yu. Looking at the man in the photo, Deng Yu really couldn't see what point this guy had compared to him. Dog thing, dare to steal a woman from this young man. This young man will definitely not let you go. Tun Yu muttered to himself with a gloomy face, then picked up his cell phone and dialed a familiar phone number. The phone was connected. An old man's voice rang out. Young master, what are your orders? Tang Yu said in a cold voice. Uncle Day, I'll send you a picture later. You find out who the other party is as fast as you can. Arrogant and well-behaved was only Tang Yu's appearance, but in reality, he was still relatively cautious and knew which people could be moved and which ones could not. Therefore, although he was angry and could not wait to break Gao Yan's limbs, he would still send someone to find out his details before making a decision. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu sent the photo to Uncle Day. Staring at Gao Yan on the photo, he said sorrowfully, Kid, I hope you have a background that can make me jealous. Otherwise, I'll let you know what happens when you steal a woman from me. Gao Yan, who was accompanying Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei to eat hot pot, was completely unaware that he had been targeted. At the same time, it turned out that a conversation about Chang Hao and Gao Yan was also going on in the dormitory where Gao Yan lived. Lu Wei, where do you think those two guys Chang Hao and Gao Yan got the money from to open the hot pot restaurant? Wan Ming asked in puzzlement. In fact, on the way back, he had been thinking about this question. In his impression, Gao Yan was a poor kid who needed to work to earn money to earn his living expenses, while Chang Hao was even worse, actually having to rely on that poor kid Gao Yan for succor. Now, these two brats had actually made a big turnaround and partnered up to open such a large hot pot restaurant. You ask me, who do I ask? Lu Wei didn't have the good sense to say, although today, Gao Yan and Chang Hao treated them to an unforgettable hot pot for free, and before they left, they were also presented with a 100 yuan voucher. However, he didn't feel half grateful in his heart. Instead, it was rather uncomfortable, because in the past, he would have a sense of superiority when facing Chang Hao and Gao Yan. Now that the two guys he despised had suddenly turned over and become an existence he needed to look up to, how could he feel pain in his heart? Wan Ming continued. I have observed. That store hot pot restaurant location is very good. Annual rent at least several 100,000, plus decoration of other what? Do not invest 2 million absolutely cannot open up. Really hell. Two poor people can actually come up with 2 million. I heard that Gao Yan also disc a milk tea store in the snack street. Now also in the decoration. Lu Wei added. I don't know what kind of luck these two guys have had. Wan Ming cursed. It couldn't be that they won the lottery, right? Lu Wei guessed. Impossible. Wan Ming immediately vetoed. How stingy those two guys are. How can they afford to spend money on lottery tickets? Besides, if they really won the jackpot, the surrounding lottery stores would have already spread the word. Have you heard of anyone winning the jackpot recently? Also, Lu Wei fished out a pack of cigarettes and pulled out two, tossing one to Wan Ming and lighting it himself before continuing. Is it possible that one of those two guys is deliberately pretending to be poor, when in fact one of them is a rich second generation? That's possible. Wan Ming nodded with approval. TSK, isn't it true that Zhou Yuchao's relationship with the two of them has never been good? If he knew that those two guys joined forces and invested more than $2 million to open a hot pot restaurant, how would he feel? What do you think? Lu Wei laughed evilly. I guess it would be as hard as eating sheng. He. Wan Ming laughed strangely. The fact that they were close to Zhou Yuchao didn't mean that they were on good terms. It was just that Zhou Yuchao, that person, liked to act like a big head and invited the two of them to dinner and karaoke or something like that from time to time. On the other side, Yan Yu did not go back to school. Instead, she returned to her family's villa and saw her father sitting in the living room sofa reading newspaper and drinking tea. I heard that you went to that Cheng family kid's hot pot restaurant. How was it? Yang Yujiang asked lightly. Their Yang family mainly operated chain hotels, and in the last 2 years, they had entered the catering industry, preparing to create a large hot pot chain. As of now, It hadn't gotten out of Yangdong province yet. However, there were already 23 chain stores within Yangdong province. Dad, perhaps we will have one more opponent, Yang Yu said in a deep voice. Why do you say that? Yang Yu Jiang asked. Yang Yu said, because the Cheng family hot pot restaurant's taste is too much stronger than our store's hot pot taste. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu Jiang frowned. Are you sure? To be honest, hot pot restaurants had long been no new industry, and their Yang family had done quite a bit of market research before entering the industry, and had invested quite a bit of money in hot pot recipe research, and the effect was also remarkable. Although the business is still not as good as Hai Di Lao, but with the flavor, in the territory of Yangdong province, they are only second to Hai Di Lao. Otherwise, it is impossible to expand to 23 stores in just 2 years. Now that there was a restaurant with a better flavor than their Yang family hot pot restaurant, it would definitely become an obstacle to their Yang family's growth. If the person who opened the restaurant was just an ordinary person, they could still bring down this hot pot restaurant through various means, and then get their recipe in their hands. But on the contrary, the one who opened the hot pot restaurant was the only son of the Cheng family. The Cheng family's heritage and connections were much deeper than their Yang family, especially the Cheng family's in-law family. The Tang family was even more scary to him. Yang Yu said, Dad, you can send someone to investigate and you'll know. Yang Yu Jiang nodded, picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Ordering, Xiao Zhou, take someone to investigate a newly opened restaurant on Huaibei Road called Brothers Hot Pot. Then make a report and send it to me. Waiting for Yang Yu Jiang to hang up the phone, Yang Yu said with some hesitation, Dad, I actually suspect that the Cheng family's formula might have come from my classmate, Gao Yan. Why would you say that? Yang Yu Jiang asked. Yang Yu smiled bitterly, because Gao Yan and Cheng Hao were very close, and on this Monday, Gao Yan approached me, wanting to sell me a hot pot base recipe. Only at that time, I didn't take it seriously, and thought that he was taking advantage of the opportunity to try to strike up a conversation with me. And then less than a week later, Cheng Hao opened a hot pot restaurant. It must have been because he found out that Gao Yan's hands had a very good recipe, and only then did he give birth to the opening of the hot pot restaurant. He must have realized that Gao Yan's recipe was very good, and that's why he opened a hot pot restaurant. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu Jiang revealed a thoughtful look. In this case, tomorrow you go and contact that Gao Yan first. If he really has the formula in his hands, then we will find a way to get it over. After all, the Cheng family only has one store now, but we have 23. Once we have the same formula, we have an absolute advantage. Okay, Dad. I know. Yang Yu nodded. In her heart, she was still relatively confident in her charm. Chapter 24 Revenge. After Gao Yan's trio had eaten well and walked out from the box, they found that the hall downstairs was already full. There were even people lining up at the door, and it was estimated that the upstairs boxes were also full of people. Gao Yan, you're going to be rich. Just opened and business is so good. Song Yufei laughed. Then I'll borrow your good advice. Gao Yan responded with a smile, then handed Song Yufei a gold card. This is for you. In the future, if you take the card and come over to dine, you'll get a 30% discount. Are you trying to bribe me? Song Yufei asked with a smile. Yes, you're Jiang Yu's good BFF. You'll have to put in a good word for me in the future. Gao Yan followed her words. Don't worry. Seeing that you're so sensible, this lady will definitely help you. Song Yufei assured. Can you two make a deal behind my back? Zhuo Jian you couldn't help but say. As they spoke, the three of them went downstairs. Cheng Hao, who was inside the cashier's counter, hurriedly greeted them. Sibling, Ms. Song, are you still satisfied with our store's hot pot? Very tasty. Next time I want to eat hot pot, I will definitely come to your house. Song Yufei said. That's good. Howsy, calculate for us, how much did we eat? At this time, Gao Yan spoke up. Cheng Hao didn't have the heart to say, aren't you diabolizing me? You brought your siblings over for the first time. How can you charge money? Besides, you're the boss yourself. Gao Yan, however, shook his head. Public is public. Private is private. I can't not pay because I'm also a shareholder to eat, but for the sake of me being a shareholder, you can just give me a discount. I also think Gao Yan is right. Cheng Hao, you hurry up and help us figure out how much? Zhuo Jiang you also said. That's fine. Cheng Hao didn't insist anymore. In fact, the food that the three of them ate wasn't worth much. The most expensive thing was the bottle of Mao Tai wine, which was eventually calculated to be just under 3,000 yuan. Cheng Hao, Gao Yan, you have to settle the bill. Then I'll give you a 50% discount. Just give me 1,500 yuan. Gao Yan thought for a moment. Let's calculate it according to 60% discount. In the future, whenever we treat our guests to dinner, it will be calculated according to 60% discount. Okay. So, Gao Yan painfully took out his cell phone and swept the code to pay. After paying, Gao Yan asked again. The upstairs is also full, right? Chun Hao nodded excitedly. Except for your seat are all full, and there are 12 seats outside waiting for guests. We are going to be a hit. Then are you busy? Gao Yan asked again. Don't worry about taking your younger siblings to have fun. I've long predicted that business will be good, and I've recruited more than 10 new employees. There's absolutely no problem. That's fine. I'm leaving. Go on, have fun. Chang Hao waved his hand. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, at Song Yufei's suggestion, they took a taxi to a mass-market KTV to sing. However, because it was the weekend, the business was just too good. There were no more small private rooms, so they had to open a medium-sized one. Before, when she was busy eating at the hot pot restaurant, Song Yufei forgot to fill Gao Yan with wine, and when she came to the KTV, she was not polite. At first Gao Yan was a little worried, because he rarely drank before. He never had more than 2 bottles of beer and more than half a kilogram of white wine. Facing the aggressive Song Yufei was indeed a bit overwhelming, but soon, he realized that his drinking capacity seems to have increased a lot. A few bottles of beer down. Actually nothing at all. Just feel a little bloated stomach. He estimated that it should be related to the improvement of his physique and spirit. Thus, he decisively launched a counterattack. So in the end, Song Yufei didn't get Gao Yan drunk, but instead got drunk herself. What to do? Shuo Jianyue looked at Gao Yan somewhat angrily. This can't be blamed on me. She was the one who had the wrong mind first. Why don't we find a hotel room and let her sober up? Gao Yan proposed. After all, sending her back to school is more troublesome. Okay. Zhuo Jiangyu agreed after a little consideration. Gao Yan said, there's a hotel in this building. You watch her here first. I'll go get the room. Then you go and come back quickly. Soon, Gao Yan went to the first floor and opened a room, bringing the room card back to the KTV. Then he and Zhuo Jianyue held one of Song Yufei's arms and walked out. We all know that drunken people are not very strong, and thus appear to be exceptionally heavy. Gao Yan's increased physique could hold him up, but it was a bit difficult for such a delicate beauty like Zhuo Jianyue. Jiang Yu, why don't you let me carry her? Zhuo Jianyue didn't have any other ideas, but asked, can you do it? Don't worry, I still have a handful of strength. Alright then. Thus, Gao Yan directly picked up Song Yufei and took the elevator to the hotel room on the 13th floor. Gao Yan opened a deluxe standard room. After fixing Song Yufei, Zhuo Jianyue thoughtfully handed over a bottle of mineral water. Tired? Have a drink. Thanks. You're welcome. The next time Song Yufei didn't throw up or make a scene. She just obediently slept, which saved both Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyu a lot of heartache. Although the two had already established a relationship, they hadn't seen each other for almost 2 years and still had a lot to talk about. As they chatted, Gao Yan's hand was not honest and wrapped around Zhuo Jiangyu's slender waist, and the other party twisted unnaturally and glared at Gao Yan with her eyes. Unfortunately, Gao Yan is thick-skinned. You stare at you. I'll put my arm around me. For a while, Zhuo Jiangyu's face had more than a few points of helplessness, but fortunately, Gao Yan didn't give an inch, and she agreed with this behavior of his. On the other side, Tanyu also received the news that Uncle De had investigated. When looking at Gao Yan's identity background, Tanyu was all angry and laughed, ********. This young man actually lost to such a poor boy. If anything, he could still think past losing to Jian Chen, but to lose to a poor kid who had no background and no money, he really had some thoughts about it. So, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Brother Tiger, the usual rules, help me break a guy's legs, and I'll credit the money directly to your account. Then thank you for your care. Young Deng. A loud voice came from the phone. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Song Yufei finally woke up from her nap. She took a shower at the hotel. Then the three of them found another restaurant nearby to eat. Gao Yan was supposed to send them back to school. However, it was rejected by Zhuo Jiangyu. Yesterday had already made such a big commotion. If he sent them back today, it was more than likely that they would still be discovered. Zhuo Jiangyu didn't want to make such a big noise when she fell in love. Sending the two girls to the cab, Gao Yan also took a taxi back to the rental house. He planned to go back and study how to speculate on stocks. After all, he hadn't come into contact with stocks before. More than 20 minutes later, the cab arrived outside the neighborhood. Gao Yan just got out of the car and saw a dilapidated van parked not far away. At this moment, inside the van, the bald man with a face full of horizontal meat and tattoos on both arms narrowed his eyes and stared at Gao Yan, who got out of the car. That's the kid. You guys act fast. Got it, Brother Tiger. The car door pulled open. Two tall and strong little brothers wearing duck-tongue caps and masks jumped out of the car and went straight to Gao Yan. Looking at the two men who pushed towards him with no good intentions, Gao Yan's heart immediately increased a few points of vigilance. Sure enough, in the next moment, the speed of the two suddenly accelerated. And Gao Yan also noticed that one of them had an extra bright dagger in his hand. What do you guys want? Gao Yan shouted sternly, and his body tensed up. Kid is quite alert. Obediently come with us. Otherwise, don't blame the knife in my hand for not recognizing people. The man holding the dagger laughed. As he spoke, the two of them reached out towards Gao Yan's shoulder in unison. Chapter 25, Fighting Skills Show Their Might. Faced with this current situation, Gao Yan did not feel afraid. Instead, he was somewhat eager to try. After all, he had not yet encountered an opportunity to perform it after obtaining Fighting Master. These two people in front of him were not good things at first glance. It was just right to take them for a test move. The skill of Fighting Master did not only contain fighting moves from all major factions at home and abroad, but also included various grappling techniques, weapon fighting, and so on. Therefore, in Gao Yan's eyes, the movements of these two people grabbing at his shoulders were simply full of cracks, and in an instant, dozens of ruthless moves to kill him in a single blow arose in his mind. However, these moves obviously could not be used, or else he was afraid that he would have to get into a lawsuit for human life, only to see Gao Yan's body slightly withdrew half a step backward, both hands stretched out at the same time, accurately clasping the wrist joints of the two people, pulling them downward in a smooth manner, only to hear two clicks. The wrist joints of the two people were dislodged. At the same time, Gao Yan's right foot kicked out one after another, hitting the knee joints of the two people. Another two clicks. The two people screamed miserably and fell to the ground, and the dagger in the hands of one of them also followed and fell. Gao Yan stepped forward and hurriedly kicked the dagger to the side. The whole process didn't take more than 3 seconds, and it wasn't until they fell to the ground that the two juniors reacted to the fact that they had kicked the iron plate. Who are you guys and why are you arresting me? Gao Yan stared at the two and said, Grass, two losers. Inside the van, Tiger couldn't help but curse at the sight of this scene. He didn't expect the two little brothers to be so useless. He grabbed a baseball bat and quickly rushed out of the van, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes as he headed straight for Gao Yan. Just at this time, a Maserati president drove to the gate of the neighborhood. The one driving the car was none other than Lin Xiumin, just in time to see Tiger swing the baseball bat at Gao Yan's head. Stop, she subconsciously shouted. But how could Tiger listen to her? Seeing that Gao Yan was about to be smashed, he saw his figure shorten, his hands braced on the ground, and his legs rotated and threw out, sweeping Tiger's tall body to the ground. He then quickly stepped forward and slashed at Tiger's neck, who was struggling to get up. The other party fainted with a muffled grunt. At this time, the two junior brothers also climbed up from the ground, and seeing that their boss had been KO'd, they limped and ran towards the van in panic. Humph! Gao Yan coldly grunted, quickly caught up with the two, and knocked them out with another hand slash, while the driver of the van, who was still in the car, saw the situation and decisively drove away to escape. Xiao Gao, what's going on? At this time, Lin Xiumin got out of the car and walked over, asking, I don't recognize these three people either. Gao Yan shook his head. I just got out of the cab and was attacked by them. Are you alright? Lin Xiumin asked with concern. She hadn't paid much attention to Gao Yan before, but after the last two encounters, her perception of Gao Yan was still good. Thanks to Sister Lin's concern, I'm fine. What are you going to do about it? Lin Xiumin asked again. This kind of thing can only be reported to the police, Gao Yan said. Lin Xiumin thought for a moment and said, Don't rush to call the police first. I have a friend who works in the city's criminal police force. These people definitely won't attack you for no reason. Most likely they were instructed by someone. Then thank you, Sister Lin. Although Gao Yan was not clear about the Tao inside, but he knew that Lin Xiumin shouldn't harm him. 20 minutes after Lin Xiumin had called, there was a police car that arrived. Then 3 plainclothesmen came out from it. 2 men and 1 woman. Lin Xiumin directly said to the middle-aged plainclothesman in the lead, Wang Dong, this is Xiao Gao, my family tenant. Just took the car to return to the neighborhood and was attacked by these 3 people. You take it back to investigate to see what's going on. By the way, there's also an accomplice who drove away. Captain, this person seems to be Yin Hu. The fellow female plainclothesman could not help but shout in surprise after seeing Tiger's appearance clearly. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong followed suit and changed his face. Are you sure? Can't be wrong. It's him. I happened to look through his information 2 days ago, the plainclothes woman said with great certainty. Although this guy has gained a lot of weight compared to before, there is absolutely no mistake in recognizing him. Hurry up and cuff him, Wang Dong said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Lin Xiumin curiously asked, There is a problem with this person's identity? Wang Dong said in a deep voice, This guy is a Class A wanted criminal. I originally thought that he had long escaped from Nandu, but I did not expect that he would sneak back to Nandu and play the black under the lights routine for us. Suddenly, Wang Dong thought of something and asked, "Who knocked these three out?" "It was me, Officer Wang," Gao Yan said. Upon hearing this, all three of Wang Dong's gazes could not help but curiously fall on Gao Yan. Wang Dong laughed. "You're not bad. This Yan who used to be a sparring champion. Have you practiced?" "Yes, practiced for a while," Gao Yan casually said. "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Gao Yan." "That's right. You and I go to the city bureau with a statement." "Right. Yan who this guy is a wanted criminal. Is also considered to be you caught? When there is a bonus." Hearing that there is a bonus to take, Gao Yan can't help but be happy, and quickly said, "Okay Officer Wang, I will definitely cooperate." Half an hour later, City Bureau Criminal Police Brigade. Wang Dong led people to interrogate Yan who's three people. The plainclothes policewoman from before then gave a statement to Gao Yan. The other party's attitude was quite gentle and comforted Gao Yan not to be nervous. After asking his name, gender, and age, the policewoman Gao Weilan asked about Gao Yan's occupation. When she learned that Gao Yan was still a sophomore in school, she could not help but be a little surprised. "I didn't think you were still a college student. Tell us in detail what happened." Gao Yan nodded and gave a recount of the fight. After listening, Gao Weilan's expression was a bit weird. "Are you sure what you said is the truth?" Gao Yan nodded. "It's the truth. Sister Lin saw the scene where I knocked Yan Hu out." At this, Gao Weilan was still a bit incredulous. An ordinary college student was actually able to easily solve 3 murderers with sharp weapons in a head-on combat situation. One of them was also a sparring champion who had once created 1 death and 2 serious injuries. "By the way, there is surveillance at the entrance of our neighborhood. You can access the surveillance video," Gao Yan reminded. "The surveillance video has already been sent to retrieve it. Let's continue." Because the matter was not complicated, Gao Yan's statement was quickly done. "Officer Gao, can I go back now?" Gao Weilan said. "You wait first. The colleague who went to retrieve the CCTV will be back soon. After checking the CCTV to prove that your statement is correct, you can leave after signing it. Want some water? I'll pour you a cup." "Thanks. I don't need it." Another 5 minutes passed, and the police officer who retrieved the surveillance returned. With curiosity, Gao Weilan checked the surveillance and couldn't help but open her mouth wide, because Gao Yan really didn't lie. He did easily take care of Yan who's 3 people, and his strikes were quite crisp and clean. Even she couldn't do that in that situation. Therefore, when she reappeared, the eyes she looked at Gao Yan also became a bit more strange. "Gao Yan, who did you learn that fighting skill from?" "Watch the video," Gao Yan said. At once, Gao Weilan revealed an expression of "you're fooling around. How could that skillful fighting and grappling skills be learned by watching a video?" "Officer Gao, can I go now?" "Yes, just keep your phone open. We'll call you if we need you." "Alright then, Officer Gao. I'll be heading back." "Wait, I'll send you back. This won't delay your work, right?" Gao Yan hesitated. "It doesn't matter. I'm also a handyman here," Gao Weilan said nonchalantly. She had just graduated from the police academy. Originally her parents had planned for her to go and work as a clerk, and finally came to the city's criminal police force only at her insistence. However, under her father's care, even if she came to the criminal police force, she could still only do some miscellaneous errands, and important cases could not be her turn at all. Chapter 26, Hot Pot Restaurant's First Day's Revenue. Not long after that, Gao Yan and Gao Weilan were in the middle of the night. Gao Yan and Gao Weilan went out of the city hall building side by side, then led by Gao Weilan down to a white Grand Cherokee. I didn't expect the other party, a girl, to actually drive such an overbearing car, but thinking of the other party's occupation, Gao Yan was relieved. However, this Gao Weilan looks just 23 or 24 years old, can drive a Grand Cherokee. Obviously family conditions are good. After getting on the car and fastening the seatbelt, Gao Weilan skillfully reversed and turned around and drove out of the city council compound, immediately followed by converging into the main lane. "Xiao Gao, your fighting skills are not weak. How many years have you practiced?" Gao Weilan asked as she drove. She took the initiative to send Gao Yan back because she was interested in this fighting skill of his. She usually didn't put much effort into fighting and grappling, but at most, she could defeat 3 people with bare hands. Once she met those with weapons, it was good enough to defeat 1 person, and there was no way to ensure that she wouldn't get hurt. Therefore, in her eyes, Gao Yan was definitely an expert. "Just casually practicing when I'm free," Gao Yan casually said perfunctorily, "without anyone's guidance. You can practice to this level. It seems that you are the legendary martial arts genius. I practiced for several years in the police academy, and I am far inferior to you in terms of fighting," Gao Weilan joked. "You think so too? I also think that I am a genius in practicing martial arts. If I was born in ancient times, even if I can't be a great general who kills enemies in battle, I can still be a warrior who eliminates the strong and helps the weak." Gao Yan nodded deeply. Seeing Gao Yan just so shamelessly admit it, Gao Weilan was also a bit speechless, but her mouth continued. I saw the surveillance video. You used grappling in dealing with those 3 people, and every attack hit the other party's joints. Your kind of situation is not something that can be practiced just by practicing. Being discovered by you. Officer Gao, I'll tell you a secret. Oh, Gao Yan said mysteriously. What secret? Gao Weilan's eyes lit up. Gao Yan lowered his voice and said, actually, I'm the king of soldiers reborn, and all my fighting skills were learned in my past life. Upon hearing this, Gao Weilan couldn't help but roll her eyes violently. Soldier King reborn. Why don't you say you're the reincarnation of Heavenly Father? Officer Gao also reads web novels? Gao Yan asked smilingly. Gao Weilan said somewhat depressed. Yes, usually I'm only responsible for miscellaneous errands in the team. When I'm not doing anything, I can only read novels to pass the time. You're so good at fighting. Why don't you teach me? Don't need me to teach it. Is there no fighting expert in your police force? Gao Yan asked in surprise. There are. Gao Weilan said. Our captain's strength is very strong, but he is busy investigating cases all day long. How can he have time to teach me? I think your strength should not be weaker than Team Wang. As long as you are willing to teach me, I can give you tuition. Sorry, Officer Gao. I'm quite busy too. Che. Gao Weilan disdainfully bristled. Don't think I don't know that you college students nowadays are busy picking up girls and playing games all day long. What else can you be busy with? Gao Yan retorted. Officer Gao, you're misunderstanding our college students. I admit that there are quite a lot of people like the kind of people you're talking about. But there are also quite a few college students who also work very hard. Especially the kind who want to go to graduate school. And they have to start preparing for it since their freshman year. And it's not at all easier than the study tasks of senior year. You're also planning to go to graduate school? Gao Weilan asked. I was preparing for graduate school for the first 2 years, but recently I started a business. Starting a business in your sophomore year. What are you planning to do? Open a milk tea store. Put. Gao Weilan directly laughed and sprayed. Opening a milk tea store is also called entrepreneurship? Gao Yan wasn't embarrassed. How is a milk tea store not called entrepreneurship? If I build the milk tea store into a chain, it can still go public. Alright, then I wish you an early listing. Gao Weilan laughed. But in her heart, she didn't think that Gao Yan could really make the milk tea store go public. Along the way, the two of them arrived at their destination after talking and laughing. Before getting off the bus, Gao Weilan brought up an old issue. Xiao Gao, how are you considering what I just told you? What is it? Gao Yan pretended not to know. Gao Weilan's face darkened. It's the matter of asking you to teach me to practice fighting? That matter, but I'm very busy. I'll give you $500 a lesson? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Right now the system's earnings return multiplier was 5 times, which meant that one lesson would reap 3,000 yuan. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, I'll teach for $1,000 a lesson. Moreover, I need you to find a venue near the school. The reason why he agreed to do so actually had the intention of making connections. Good. It's a deal. When do we start? Gao Weilan said with some excitement. Let's talk about it after you find a good venue. However, there are no classes on Saturday and Sunday. Gao Yan said. Right now his relationship with Zhuo Jianyue was at a critical moment. He had to be busy dating on Saturdays and Sundays. How could he think about classes? Okay, let's add a WeChat. I'll notify you when I find a venue. Drop. The code scanning was successful. Gao Yan passed Gao Weilan's friend request. Goodbye, Officer Gao. Putting away his cell phone, Gao Yan pushed open the car door and walked down. But just as he entered the neighborhood, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated again. Picking it up to see that it was Gao Weilan transferring 20,000 to him, and sent a message saying that she first bought 20 lessons to see the effect. It seems that this Officer Gao is also a rich woman. Gao Yan secretly said. Also did not polite. Clicked on the collection. The originally emptied upgrade experience was 20,000 more, and there was 100,000 more in the system account. It was worth mentioning that for level 5 to level 6, the experience rose to 5 million. Returning to the rental house, Gao Yan sent a message to Lin Xiumin, telling her that he had returned from the city council and expressing his gratitude for her help. Lin Xiumin only sent back a, "It's okay." Today, after staying outside for a day, because the weather is hot and dry, also sweating a lot, Gao Yan first took a shower, and then lay on the bed to pick up the cell phone first and Zhuo Jianyue chat for a while. Then he searched out the stock knowledge and watched it. He now memory and comprehension are far more than before. Just watch more than an hour. He has a lot more understanding of stock knowledge. He was about to go to bed after watching for another half an hour. Chang Hao called. Gao Yan, howsy? What's up? Chang Hao, brother Yan, do you guess how much turnover we had at the hot pot restaurant today? Gao Yan thought about it. 50,000? Chang Hao, less. Keep guessing? Gao Yan, 80,000? Chang Hao, guess again. Gao Yan, 100,000. Chang Hao, I'll tell you directly. Today, in one day, we sold $138,000. Gao Yan smacked his lips. That much? Chang Hao, he. It's mainly because of the good taste of our hot pot restaurant, and also because of the first day of opening, we didn't prepare enough ingredients. Otherwise, we can surely sell $150,000. Gao Yan, then congratulations. Chang Hao, same happy. After all, you are also a shareholder. After chatting with Chang Hao for a few more sentences and hanging up the phone, Gao Yan suddenly thought of something and directly asked the system. System, I also have 30% of the shares in the hot pot restaurant. How come there is no return of earnings? System, the shares must be more than 50% to have earnings returned. If the host gets a dividend, it will also be returned. Hearing the system's explanation, Gao Yan couldn't help but show a thoughtful look. There was still more than $7 million lying in his system account. If he took this money and went to find a store to invest in, as long as he took 50% of the shares, wouldn't he be able to collect money lying down? Chapter 27 Opening for a grand opening. Time came to Monday. Today, Gao Yan got up at 6:30. Simply wash up, carry 100 fruit phone to the neighborhood outside the breakfast store to buy 2 meat buns and a cup of soybean milk to eat while walking to the University City Snack Street. Yesterday, the decoration of the milk tea store had been completed. He and Wang Qin's cousin made an appointment for acceptance at 7 o'clock this morning. The acceptance is fine, so clean up a bit and you can open. Gao Yan came to the milk tea store and opened the roll-up door. After checking the decoration of the store, there was indeed no problem, but it looked a bit messy. So, he began to clean up. Unexpectedly, after just a short while of work, the 4 women, Wang Qin, Lu Ran, Shen Lingling, and Chen Yue, all arrived one after another. Why did you guys come so early? Gao Yan asked with some surprise. Wang Qin invited credit. Yesterday, my cousin said that you, boss, will be coming to accept the renovation at 7 o'clock, and you definitely need to clean up after the acceptance. So I took it upon myself to notify them to come alone. Have you all had breakfast? Gao Yan asked again. Not yet. In that case, after cleaning up the store, I'll treat you all to breakfast. Thanks, boss. Before 7 o'clock, Wang Qin's cousin came. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gao Yan painfully paid the final payment, and the other party said that if there were any problems with the decoration, feel free to contact her. The 5 of them cleaned together and quickly sanitized the milk tea store, and also placed various machine seats and such. Senior, what are you putting in this bag? After finishing her work, Shen Lingling stared at the travel backpack filled with cell phones and asked. The latest model of fruit cell phone. Gao Yan said. No way. All cell phones? Shen Lingling obviously didn't believe it. Then open it and take a look. After getting Gao Yan's consent, Shen Lingling opened the travel bag and found that it was indeed all filled with a single fruit phone that hadn't been unpacked yet. Senior, why did you get so many fruit cell phones over here? Shen Lingling asked again. For activities, Gao Yan said. You're not going to engage in a buy milk tea and get a free cell phone activity, are you? Shen Lingling said with an odd expression. Do I look like a cutie to you? Do I? Gao Yan joked. A cup of milk tea is only how much? The activity I'm engaging in is to top up 500 renminbi. You can buy a newest cell phone worth 5,000 renminbi for 4,000 renminbi. After the last 2 times he bought a cell phone, Gao Yan realized that he had somewhat underestimated the attraction of the latest models of fruit phones to the students. Therefore, he had the bright idea of the activity of recharging and thus purchasing a cell phone at a low price at a milk tea store. If all these cell phones are genuine, it's quite a good deal, Shen Lingling said gently. The cell phones are all genuine. Absolutely no problem, Gao Yan assured. Then he took out another $100 and handed it to Lu Ran. Sister Lu, please go buy breakfast. What do you guys want to eat? Just give it to Lu Ran directly. Boss, what do you want to eat? Lu Ran asked. I've already eaten. There's no need to mind me. Gao Yan waved his hand. After Lu Ran left, Shen Lingling walked over to Gao Yan with some twists and turns. Senior brother, can you sell me one of these cell phones? You don't lack money, do you? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Shen Lingling said. Who said I'm not short of money? Besides, if you can buy a genuine cell phone at a low price, why not? In this case, whoever of you wants to buy a cell phone, take it for 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said. Wow. Thank you senior brother, Shen Lingling said happily. Boss, I also want to buy one. Wang Qin also followed. In fact, the last time she saw Gao Yan selling a cell phone, she had moved her heart, but she just didn't have enough money on her. But this time the store was renovated and her cousin gave her a 2,000 yuan referral fee. Both women paid the money very dryly. The upgrading experience was 8,000 points more, and the money stored on the system was 40,000 more. Chen Yue, are you buying? Looking at Shen Lingling and Zhang Qin, who were happily dismantling the phone cards, Gao Yan asked Chen Yue. Thanks, I don't need it. Chen Yue shook her head. Although she could save 1,000 renminbi by buying a cell phone from Gao Yan, she didn't want to waste the money. With extra money, she would rather send it back home than buy a cell phone. Not long after, Lu Ran came back from buying breakfast. Seeing Wang Qin and Shen Lingling are fiddling with the new cell phone cannot help but be very curious. Learned that the new cell phone is bought from the boss here at a low price. She is also very motivated. In the past 2 years, working in the garment factory, she has also accumulated some money. She herself has not much demand for a cell phone, as long as you can call and send WeChat on it. But her sister has always wanted a fruit cell phone. So, she also bit the bullet and took one. What time is class for you two? Gao Yan asked Shen Lingling and Chen Yue. 9 a.m. is the last class of the semester, and then it's time to review and prepare for the exam. Shen Lingling said. Is there no problem with the exam? Gao Yan asked again. Young Wei doesn't have a problem. I reckon there's a problem, Shen Lingling said with a bitter look on her face. After going through the difficult senior phase, when she arrived at the university, she was like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, which led to her failing 2 subjects last semester. And this semester she did want to study, but a wild heart is not so easy to retrieve. Good thing there was still Chen Yue around to help her with her tutoring. 8 o'clock. The contacted material supplier delivered all the materials needed for the milk tea to the store. The 4 sales clerks followed suit and got busy. Gao Yan, on the other hand, wrote up the activities on the small whiteboard. Any customer who recharges 500 renminbi in the store will get 20% off. And at the same time, they can purchase a newest model fruit cell phone with a market price of 5,000 renminbi at a price of 4,000 renminbi. The number of cell phones is limited, while stocks last. Hanging the small whiteboard outside, Gao Yan began to make milk tea powder. The time came to 8:30. The first customer finally arrived. Gao Yan priced all 6 types of milk tea at 10 yuan, going the way of thin profit and high sales. After handing the made milk tea to the girl, Zhang Qin began to sell the recharge campaign. Is it true? The girl was a bit unconvinced. Well, look for yourself. It's this kind of cell phone. Zhang Qin pulled out her own fruit cell phone and showed it to the other party. After looking at it, the girl was also quite moved. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money on her and could only give up ruthlessly. However, after tasting the flavor of the milk tea, her eyes lit up, and then her eyes narrowed into slits as she sighed in her heart. This milk tea is too good. As the first cup of milk tea was sold, the number of people who came to buy milk tea increased. Among them, 5 of them participated in the recharge activity. The time came to 8:50. Shen Lingling and Chen Yue had to go back to class, but they said that they would come to help when class was over. With the departure of the 2 women, there was a slight shortage of manpower, so Gao Yan followed suit and joined the ranks of making milk tea. When the time came to 10 o'clock, the milk tea store ushered in a wave of rush hour. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Lingling and Chen Yue both got out of class and rushed over. Otherwise, it was really a bit too busy. At the same time, the number of people who participated in recharging to buy cell phones also increased to 26 people. Gao Yan estimated that he could definitely sell all the cell phones today. Moreover, this activity could be carried out for a long time. When the time came to noon, there were quite a few students who heard the inquiries and came to participate in the activity of recharging and buying cell phones at low prices. In less than half an hour, the remaining 50 or so fruit cell phones were directly sold out. Gao Yan also hastily removed the small whiteboard. However, there were still students who came to inquire, so Gao Yan had to tell them that the activity was over. However, it would continue to be held tomorrow. Waiting to dispense with these students, Gao Yan pulled out the system interface and took a look. 100 fruit phones brought him 400,000 upgrade experience. And the milk tea store side also brought him more than 50,000 experience. More than 90% of the milk tea store's experience came from recharging. The actual revenue was just over 3,000. He estimated that as long as the milk tea store's reputation opened up, in the future, the daily revenue could reach at least 7 or 8,000, or even over 10,000. Together with the experience of buying a cell phone, 5 million upgrades was nothing. Chapter 28, Yang Yu's appointment. Nowadays, the system return multiplier was 5 times. Therefore, for every cell phone sold, Gao Yan would be able to obtain 20,000 yuan in return funds. Selling 100 cell phones, he gained a total of 2 million return funds. The milk tea store also had more than $50,000 of revenue, so it also had close to $260,000 of return funds. Together, the system's storage funds were very close to 10 million, plus the cash in his bank card. He was properly a multi-millionaire. Together with today, it had been exactly 10 days since he obtained the system. On average, he earned $1 million per day. It's just too awesome. Gao Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Now that he was carrying millions of cash, Gao Yan felt that he should buy a car. After all, he often had to run to the city. And since he had to date Zhuo Jianyue again, it wasn't convenient to take a taxi all the time. It just so happened that in the afternoon, he had to go to the city securities company to open an account. And the securities company was on lunch break, so it was a good time to take advantage of this time to get the car done. Half an hour later, Gao Yan appeared in an automobile city. The auto city was very large. Domestic cars, joint venture cars, and branded cars could all be purchased here. On the way to arrive, Gao Yan thought about what car to buy. He was still a student and the purpose of buying a car was for the convenience of traveling, so there was no need to purchase a so-called luxury car. Therefore, he planned to purchase an Audi A4 with a total value of around $300,000, because there is already a target. After the arrival of the car buying consultant, Gao Yan directly asked her to take him to see the Audi A4. Relatively speaking, the Audi A4 model is still good. Overall beautiful and smooth lines. Gao Yan pointed at a white Audi A4 and said, "How much?" "Sir, our offer for this car is 298,000 yuan. The car buying consultant replied, "If you add the purchase tax, vehicle tax as well as insurance, the landed price will cost 318,000 yuan. Is there a discount?" Gao Yan asked. "This I have to apply to the manager," the car buying consultant said. "Then go ahead and apply for it." "I'm sorry, sir. We have to make sure that you do have the intention to purchase a car before we can go apply for it. I hope you understand. How do we make sure?" "Put down a $2,000 deposit first." "Okay." After Gao Yan scanned code to pay $2,000, the car consultant went to find the manager to apply for the price. And finally some bargaining less 5,000 yuan. Negotiate a good price. The car consultant and then to Gao Yan to sell their loan services. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Gao Yan is the full purchase of the car. Previously, Gao Yan had heard people say, 4S stores sell cars. In fact, in the car on the payment is not earn any money. Their main income from loans and insurance. It is also heard that Gao Yan full payment after the purchase of the car consultant will be disappointed. After the payment, Gao Yan asked, "When can I pick up the car? If there are no accidents." "Tomorrow morning," the car buying consultant said. "By the way, Mr. Gao, do you need us to do the license plate for you? It's only $1,000 and it will save you a lot of time." "Alright, then you guys can help me with the license plate on my behalf." Gao Yan nodded. It was already 2:20 when he came out of the 4S store. So Gao Yan hurriedly took a taxi to Nandu Securities Company. There were several securities companies in Nandu. After checking online last night, he found that Nandu Securities had a pretty good reputation and service. This was also the reason why Gao Yan chose them. Under the guidance of the securities company's employee, Gao Yan quickly opened a stock account and deposited $8 million into it. The employee who served Gao Yan was shocked to learn that Gao Yan had actually deposited $8 million into the account. He instantly became very enthusiastic and said that he could help him to upgrade to a senior customer, and at the same time, he could enter the large account room to operate, and provide him with a trader for free. At the same time also pulled him into a large account group. Said the group every day will have their company's senior analysts to release some stock market analysis information. After leaving the securities company, Gao Yan hurriedly took a taxi to the cell phone store to sweep the goods. Because there was another class this afternoon, he had to hurry. In the cab, Gao Yan pulled up the system interface and checked. During the time he was away, the sales of the milk tea store remained very good, and sold nearly 2,000 yuan again. Even if he didn't count the recharge users, the total revenue exceeded 5,000 yuan, and the business didn't end until 9 p.m. It would easily reach 8,000 yuan. Because it was only a short while ago that Gao Yan came to sweep the goods, the cell phone store clerks were all very familiar with him. Gao Yan had good luck today. The first store had obtained 40 fruit cell phones. "Brother Gao, what are you doing buying so many cell phones?" After he paid and was about to leave, the manager of this cell phone store couldn't help but ask curiously, "I have a store that's taking these phones back for an event." Gao Yan said truthfully. Brother Gao is so generous that he actually took the latest model of fruit phones to do activities. The cell phone store manager looked surprised and said. Gao Yan didn't chat much with the other party and rushed to the second cell phone store with his cell phone. 3:30 in the afternoon. Gao Yan hurriedly ran into the classroom, and the teacher of the class entered right behind him. "How's the business of your milk tea store?" Chang Hao asked in a low voice. "It's not bad, together with the recharge amount. The revenue has passed $50,000. Gao Yan replied in a low voice. Originally Chang Hao had planned to come to the milk tea store in person, but let Gao Yan reject it. But he still had someone buy 2 pairs of flower baskets over. Other than that, Yang Yu also sent 2 pairs of flower baskets. This was quite a surprise to Gao Yan. After this class ended, it was time for the revision phase. In fact, university exams are still relatively easy. Basically most of the topics can be found in the textbook. As long as you usually listen carefully and use your mind when reviewing, you almost won't fail the subject. After class, Chang Hao left in a hurry, because today the business of the hot pot restaurant is still very good. For the first time as a boss, it's really uneasy not to go to the store to keep an eye on him. Student Gao Yan. Gao Yan was also ready to go to the milk tea store, but he didn't expect Yang Yu to call out to him. What's wrong with you, Ms. Yang? Gao Yan asked. How about having a cup of coffee together? Yang Yu had a hint of a smile on her face. Sure. Slightly hesitating, Gao Yan still agreed. Seeing this scene, the students around them all revealed a look of surprise and shock. Yang Yu actually took the initiative to ask Gao Yan out. Asterisk. Especially Zhou Yuchao. After seeing this scene, his heart was quite diabolical. At this time, Wan Ming, who was beside him, said, I heard that Gao Yan's kids' milk tea store is also doing quite well. Indeed. Lu Wei concurred. I've heard that almost $50,000 have been recharged at his milk tea store alone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuchao's face grew more and more gloomy. Noticing Zhou Yuchao's expression, Wan Ming and Lu Wei both looked at each other and laughed. These two guys were saying this just to intentionally stimulate Zhou Yuchao. Zhou Yuchao was a man who loved to pretend. If he didn't see that he could take advantage of him, Wan Ming and Lu Wei would have been too lazy to pay attention to him long ago. And with Gao Yan suddenly becoming rich, they were not comfortable in their hearts. If they could get Zhou Yuchao and Gao Yan to fight, they would be very happy to watch the show. Off-campus cafe. Gao Yan stirred his coffee with an iron spoon while asking, fellow student Yang Yu, you're not simply treating me to coffee, are you? To be honest, Yang Yu was still surprised at Gao Yan's change. Last week, Gao Yan was still a little transparent in her eyes, but in just a week's time, there was a huge change in the other party, confident and sunny. Thus, she was also curious as to what exactly made Gao Yan change so much. Collecting her mind, Yang Yu stared at Gao Yan and asked, indeed, if I'm not wrong, did you provide the hot pot base for Brother Hot Pot Restaurant? Yes. Gao Yan nodded his head, but there was no intention of hiding it. Last time you looked for me, did you want to sell me the hot pot base? Yang Yu asked again. Not bad. Gao Yan nodded again. After getting Gao Yan's reply, Yang Yu's heart inexplicably ached because she had already inquired that Brother Hot Pot Restaurant's daily business had exceeded 130,000 on the opening day, and today's business was even hotter than yesterday. If there were no accidents, breaking through 150,000 revenue today would not be a problem. Generally speaking, the profit of a hot pot restaurant is 30 to 50%. Even if calculated according to the lowest 30%, the daily revenue exceeded 150,000, and the profit of a single day could reach $45,000. In January, it would be 1.35 million. In a year, the profit can reach 10 million. If this hot pot base was utilized to their Yang family's 23 hot pot restaurants, at a conservative estimate, a year's profit could reach 200 million. In other words, that hot pot base provided by Gao Yan was definitely a gold doll. Chapter 29, A New Idea. So the recipe for the hot pot base is still in your hands? Yang Yu asked with a few flukes. In fact, she knew that this possibility was unlikely. After all, the Cheng family wasn't stupid, so how could this kind of crucial thing not be in their hands? It has been sold to Cheng Hao, Gao Yan said. When Yang Yu invited him for coffee, he guessed the other party's intention. For the hot pot base, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that Yang Yu had her eyes on him. Have you both signed an agreement? Yang Yu asked again without dying. Hearing this, Gao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. This Yang Yu also underestimated him too much. Even if she didn't sign the transfer agreement, so what? He wouldn't sell the formula to her. However, he didn't show it either, and said lightly, it's already signed. Cheng family gave me $2 million, and 30% of the dry shares of Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. By the way, the liquidated damages is $100 million. Now, Yang Yu was completely speechless, and said with some bitterness, then congratulations. And at this moment, her heart's intestines were almost repenting. If she hadn't rejected Gao Yan's sales pitch in the first place, and then utilizing this hot pot base to her family's hot pot restaurant, she believed that her family's hot pot restaurant could definitely become the second Hai Di Lao, or even surpass Hai Di Lao possibly. Thanks, Gao Yan replied politely, then took a big gulp of the coffee in his cup. fellow student Yang Yu. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As the words fell, Gao Yan got up and walked towards the outside of the cafe. Yang Yu, on the other hand, froze in place for a while before picking up her cell phone and dialing her father. Yang Yu John's number. Dad, I just talked to Gao Yan. The Cheng family's hot pot base did come from Gao Yan's hands. Then there is a way to get it over. Even if it costs a little more money. There is no problem, Yang Yujiang said in a deep voice. Yesterday he sent his assistant to the brothers' hot pot restaurant for an inspection. This morning, the inspection report was sent to his desk. If there were no accidents, Brother Hot Pot Restaurant would become their Yang family hot pot restaurant's biggest enemy in the future. It was precisely for this reason that he wanted to get that hot pot base recipe so urgently. Yang Yu responded with a bitter smile. Dad, it's too late. Gao Yan has already signed the transfer agreement with the Cheng family, and the liquidated damages are $100 million. There's no way for us to take it. Hearing the default payment of $100 million, Yang Yujiang was also silent. If the liquidated damages were only $10 million, they could still help Gao Yan pay the liquidated damages. But $100 million, not to say they couldn't get it out. Even if they could get it out, it was impossible to smash $100 million on a hot pot base recipe. Is there any other way to get the hot pot base in hand? Yang Yujiang asked undeterred. Dad, I really can't think of another way to do it. When she said the last word, Yang Yu's tone lurched, comprehending the meaning of her father's words, most likely wanting her to use the beauty plan. At this time, Yang Yujiang persuaded, Dad, just you such a daughter. In the future, Dad's everything will be left to you. The hotel industry is more and more difficult to do these years. The transition to do hot pot restaurant is also no way of doing things. See, we make a little bit of achievement. Is about to go out of Yangdong province. But a brother hot pot restaurant suddenly appeared. Once we let them grow bigger and stronger, where else can we live? Hearing this, Yang Yu fell silent. Finally she gritted her teeth and said, Dad, I'll try my best. Yu has made you suffer. Yang Yujiang sighed. Dad, it's alright. After all, I am also a part of the Yang family. Yang Yu sank her voice. She was the goddess of Nandu University. Every day, she didn't know how many boys were secretly paying attention to her. She still didn't believe that she couldn't take down a mere Gao Yan with her taking the initiative. As long as she could get the recipe for the hot pot base from Gao Yan. As for how he should face the Cheng family, it was not something she should worry about. On the other side, Gao Yan was initially planning to go to the milk tea store, but after thinking about it, he decided to go back to his rental house and bring his cell phone to the store to continue the recharge campaign. This time, he had brought back a full 150 units of the latest model of fruit cell phones from the city. If all of them were to go out, the system return funds would reach 3 million, deducting the lost 120,000 purchase fee, a pure profit of 2.88 million, plus the 100 units already sold today. That income was close to 5 million. When Gao Yan carried a large bag of cell phones to the milk tea store, he found that even though the 4 sales clerks were working together inside the counter, there were still 7 or 8 people lining up outside. He entered the store first. Then he put up the small whiteboard again and shouted, The recharge activity has started again. Those who want to buy the latest model fruit cell phone at a low price, please hurry. Wow, great. I heard about this in the morning, but unfortunately, the event had already ended by the time I got here. A girl in line happily said, Little boss, quickly recharge me. I want to buy a cell phone. I'll recharge 500 too. The first boy in line decisively took out his cell phone to scan the code. Gao Yan somewhat underestimated the students' pursuit of fruit cell phones, and in less than 20 minutes, a large number of students rushed in with their inquiries. In less than an hour, 150 fruit cell phones were actually snatched up, and the milk tea store's recharge amount was 75,000 more, while the students who arrived subsequently were dissatisfied. Boss, is this activity still continuing? I didn't grab it in the morning, and I didn't grab it in the afternoon. This is too unlucky. Definitely not today. There will be another event tomorrow, Gao Yan said in a hurry. When these students who didn't buy a cell phone were dismissed, Gao Yan moved on. Offline transactions were never as fast as online transactions. If a discount mall was set up online, wouldn't it make a fortune? He had heard that there was a Black Friday discount in the pretty country. He could totally follow this model and open a similar discount mall online. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and searched for Black Friday related information. Discovered that the beautiful country Black Friday goods are generally 75% to 80% off. Specials, on the other hand, could be 40% to 50% off. And these specials were mainly some low-priced daily necessities. As for the domestic e-commerce companies also made a lot of shopping festivals, such as Double 11, Double 12 and so on. And every shopping festival these e-commerce companies can earn a lot of money. If he discounted sales once a week and reached a certain scale, it was estimated that these e-commerce companies would have to be played to death by him. After all, he has a system return. On the strength of the discount, who can play over him? Mulling it over, Gao Yan became fervent inside, prepared to go back and write a detailed plan first, and then start a company to create a discount network mall. Thus, Gao Yan gave a brief explanation and hurriedly left the milk tea store. Without realizing it, the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Shaking out his sore wrists, it seemed that he had to buy a computer. After burying his head in a few hours of hard work, he had finished writing the plan. The belly had long since started to revolt. It was just a burst of inspiration. Intending to write the plan in one breath before eating, with a thought, he pulled out the system interface and took a look. Good guy. After deducting the recharge amount, the milk tea store's sales today has actually broken 10,000. It was estimated that the 4 sales clerks were tired. Thus, he re-arrived at the milk tea store. Boss, you're here? Zhang Qin greeted breathlessly. Honestly, today had exhausted her. It had been a long time since she had experienced such intense work. Have you all had dinner? Gao Yan asked. Had eaten. Gao Yan laughed. In this case, we'll close at 9 o'clock, and I'll treat you all to a late-night snack to celebrate our grand opening, and at the same time, give each of you another red packet. Upon hearing that there was a red packet to take, the 4 girls immediately came into the spirit. Chapter 30 Yan Yu takes the initiative to add friends. While it was still open, Gao Yan pulled out a few business cards from his pants pocket and dialed the phone numbers on the cards one by one. These business cards were all from the managers or store managers of the cell phone stores. Today he had already cleared out the fruit cell phones in their stores. However, he was going to continue the activity of recharging and purchasing cell phones at low prices tomorrow, so he had to remind them to stock up in advance. In response to Gao Yan's request of this big customer, the managers or store managers of several cell phone stores said that they would transfer the goods overnight, and some even offered to deliver the goods to their doorsteps. In this regard, Gao Yan naturally would not refuse. The time came to 9 o'clock. Although there were still students roaming the snack street, and continuing to operate, he would definitely still sell a lot of milk tea, but he still decisively chose to close the door. You guys have worked hard today. 1 red packet each. Gao Yan handed over the red packets that he had prepared in advance. The 4 women who received the red packets all opened their mouths to thank him as their boss. Senior brother, how much money is inside the red packet? Shen Lingling asked. You won't know if you open it yourself. Gao Yan laughed. Then, Shen Lingling really opened the red packet, and then said in surprise, wow, there are actually 400 yuan. Seeing the 4 banknotes in Shen Lingling's hand, both Zhang Qin and Lu Ran couldn't help but look at each other, because they thought that Gao Yan would at most give them a packet of 200 yuan, but they didn't expect to actually pack 400 yuan. Senior brother Gao, isn't 400 yuan too much? At this time, Chen Yue whispered, silly Nizi, just take what senior brother gives us, as long as we work hard to repay him in the future. Shen Lingling hurriedly said, although her character is straightforward, she is not stupid. If Chen Yue doesn't accept this 400 yuan and return it to Gao Yan, then should Zhang Qin and Lu Ran follow suit? If you do, you will offend Zhang Qin and Lu Ran to death. Gao Yan looked at Shen Lingling and said, not bad, Shen Lingling is right, as long as you guys work well in the future, that's the best repayment to me. Besides, today's turnover exceeded $130,000. Giving each of you 400 red packets isn't much. Man, today's turnover is actually 130,000? Shen Lingling exclaimed. Most of it is the recharge amount. The real turnover is just over 10,000, but it's already pretty good. Gao Yan explained. But this milk tea store had invested less than 60,000, and having a turnover of just over 10,000 on the first day was already quite heaven-defying. If he counted the recharge amount, he had already returned his capital. If he added the system's rebate, he had already made a wild profit of $670,000. As for the upgrade experience, it had also reached over 1.15 million. With regards to this business figure, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran also expressed their shock. Gao Yan reminded, alright, let's hurry up and go to the barbecue restaurant to get something to eat, or else the school will be closed. Both Shen Lingling and Chen Yue were still freshmen, and generally speaking, freshmen were not allowed to rent rooms outside, so they had to enter the school by 10:30 p.m. 10:25 in the evening. Gao Yan re-entered the rental house. After pulling out his cell phone and unlocking it, he tapped on WeChat and found an additional friend request. Tapping on it, it was actually Yang Yu. At that moment, Gao Yan's expression was a bit odd. Could it be that this woman hadn't died yet? After adding through friends, Gao Yan also had no intention of chatting with the other party, and put down his cell phone to first go to the shower and bath. Tomorrow there are two things to do. The first is to go to the car city to pick up the car, and the second is to buy that medicine stock. Girls' dormitory. Yang Yu stared at her cell phone with some annoyance. It was clear that Gao Yan had passed her friend ad, but 2 minutes had passed and the other party had not actively sent her a message. Is it hard to ask this young lady to take the initiative? She secretly said, although she planned to use the beauty plan on Gao Yan. Her heart was still high and proud. In her opinion, she only needed to release some signals to Gao Yan slightly. The other party should take the initiative to pursue her. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. All 5 minutes had passed, and Gao Yan still hadn't sent her a message. After taking a bath, Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and came to the bed to lie down, clicked on the stock software and searched out the stock of that pharmaceutical company. Just like the news provided by the system, the closing price of this stock was 15.5 yuan. Then he searched out some stock knowledge from the internet and watched it for a while, and when sleepiness hit him, he decisively turned off the light and went to sleep. There were no words for the night. The next morning, Gao Yan got up at 7 o'clock on time, simply washed up and came to the breakfast store outside the neighborhood to eat breakfast, then headed towards the milk tea store. The materials he had blended yesterday had been used almost to the limit. Today, he had to go and mix a new batch. Before 8 o'clock, Zhang Qin and Lu Ran arrived successively. The two consciously started cleaning up the store. Not long after, Chen Yuwei and Shen Lingling also came. They also followed and joined the cleaning ranks. At 8:30, Gao Yan received a call from the manager of a cell phone store. The other party said that they had transferred 40 fruit cell phones overnight and could send them over if he wanted them. Gao Yan of course would not refuse and gave the other party his address. Near 9 o'clock, he received another call from the other party. Gao Yan walked out of the milk tea store and saw a BMW 320 parked outside the snack street. The door opened and the manager of the cell phone store walked down from the car. The other party brought 40 sets of the latest models of fruit cell phones. Checking the correct Gao Yan also very fast payment. Brother Gao, do you want more goods tomorrow? The cell phone store manager asked. Yes, more is better. Gao Yan responded. Okay, I'll try my best to transfer the goods for you and send them to you tomorrow, the cell phone manager stated. Although the latest model of fruit cell phone was not worried about sales, he was still more than happy to meet a big buyer like Gao Yan. Then thank you Manager Huang. Gao Yan thanked. Manager Huang, wait first, this milk tea store is mine. You came all the way here. I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea. Brother Gao owns a milk tea store. Your cell phone won't be taken to the milk tea store for an event, right? Manager Huang asked. Right. Gao Yan nodded. Then how did you do this activity? Manager Huang continued to ask. Charge 500 yuan and you can buy a cell phone for 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said truthfully. I'll go. This time it was Manager Huang's turn to be dumbfounded. Even if he added the 500 recharge amount, that one cell phone would have to lose 300 yuan. Knowing that Gao Yan took the cell phone here in his place but 4,800 yuan. This master in the end, how do you think? Or is the other party a rich second generation? I don't care about losing money at all. Gao Yan carried the cell phone to the store, and in a short while, reappeared with a cup of milk tea. From Manager Huang, how about a taste? Thank you, Mr. Gao. Manager Huang identified Gao Yan as a rich second generation with too much money and no place to spend it, so his address changed with him. You're welcome. Shortly after sending Manager Huang away, Gao Yan received another call. It was from Gao Weilan. The other party told him that Yan, whose mouth was very strict, no matter how much they interrogated him, the other party refused to give an account of who instructed him. After all, the other party's previous offenses were enough to warrant a death sentence, and even if he gave an account, it was unlikely that it would be changed to life imprisonment. In that case, why should he give an account? Instead, it was his two little brothers who gave an account. Unfortunately, those two little brothers only knew that Yan who was instructed by someone, but they were not sure who it was. Meanwhile, Gao Weilan also told him his arrest of Yan who had already been reported up, and the bonus could come down this week. Gao Yan asked, and it was actually $50,000. He was quite happy, plus if the system returned it, it would be $300,000. Almost got the money back from buying the car. After chatting about business, Gao Weilan added that she had already found a venue nearby, and would arrange for someone to go over and set it up today, so she could go there tomorrow to teach her to practice fighting. With all the money received, Gao Yan naturally wouldn't refuse and said that there was no problem at all. Subsequently, Gao Yan received another call from the Audi 4S store, asking him to pick up the car at the store at 10:30. After hanging up the phone, the time just came to 9:30. Gao Yan decisively used his cell phone to log into the stock software, found that pharmaceutical stock, and then began to purchase it. Chapter 31, Purchasing Stocks. It took almost half an hour. Gao Yan exchanged the $8 million in his account completely for the A&M pharmaceutical stock. Don't look at the fact that this stock's share price had been falling, but there were genuinely not many people who were shipping out and selling. Part of it is that the share price of AUS Med has reached a point where it can't fall any further. So if you hold it in your hand, it might rebound one day. As for the other part, it is that some people are deliberately sweeping up the stock. But this has nothing to do with Gao Yan. Anyway, he should buy to hand. Just wait for the stock price to reach the highest point, and then sell. Suddenly, the phone rang. The caller was the employee of Nandu Securities who opened the account for him. The reason why the other party called is that he found that he bought all the money in his account to buy the shares of Osmax Pharmaceuticals, and reminded him that Osmax Pharmaceuticals has been falling for several years. I hope he will be more cautious. Gao Yan thanked the other party, said he has determined that A&M this stock will not be sold in a short period of time. Seeing that it was almost time, Gao Yan left the milk tea store and took a taxi to Auto City to pick up his car. The car is very smooth. Originally, the other party also arranged a small car pickup ceremony, but Gao Yan refused. The 4S store gave him a temporary license plate. As for the official license plate, still need to wait for 2 days. At that time, the 4S store side will notify him to go to the DMV to choose the number. Driving the new car, Gao Yan went to several cell phone stores. Because he called last night, these cell phone stores have mobilized a lot of cell phones. Gao Yan then came and went, adding the 40 units from the morning. It actually reached 205 units, getting back more than 200 cell phones at once. Gao Yan didn't know if he could sell them all today. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the enthusiasm of the students for the latest models of fruit cell phones. As of 3:20 p.m., all 205 units were sold. The system returned funds amounting to 4.1 million. In addition to this, there are recharge amount rebates also reached 512,500 yuan. The cash also reached 8.52 million. At the same time, the upgrade experience also reached 1.92 million. Collecting his mind, Gao Yan walked towards the school. Just as he settled down, Zhang Pengfei and Wang Bo joined hands. Something wrong? Gao Yan looked at the duo and asked. Brother Gao, don't. Gao Yan raised his hand and interrupted Zhang Pengfei's address. We are all classmates. Just call me directly by my name. Class is about to start, so feel free to say anything. Brother Gao, we want to take some cell phones from you. Zhang Pengfei lowered his voice. The news of Gao Yan engaging in recharging and buying fruit cell phones at low prices at the milk tea store had long spread, and Zhang Pengfei and Wang Bo naturally knew about it. After tasting the sweetness of reselling, they put their heads together and came together to find Gao Yan to see if they could buy a batch of cell phones from him to continue reselling. After all, a single cell phone has a profit of 600 to 800 yuan. How much are you guys going to take? Gao Yan asked. 10 units. Wang Bo said. Do you want 4,200 a unit? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Isn't it 4,000? The duo's faces changed slightly. Gao Yan explained. I think you all know. I take the phone in the milk tea store activities. Completely in short supply. I 4,000 yuan to sell the phone not only can get 500 yuan recharge, but also lock a long-term customer. I 4,200 sold to you, but also on the basis that we are all in the same class. If you want, tomorrow morning one hand to pay the money and one hand to deliver the goods. After a little consideration, the duo still decided to take it. Even if it was $4,200 a unit, they would get at least $400 profit. The duo had just left when the class bell rang. Chang Hao didn't come today, because this semester's classes were already finished. It was fine to come to class to review or review on your own, and the teacher wouldn't call the roll again. Gao Yan didn't want anything else and picked up his textbook to carefully review. However, during this time, he sensed that there were quite a few eyes that were secretly sizing him up. The owner of one of the eyes was actually Yang Yu. The bell rang and the teacher got up to leave. Gao Yan also packed up his things and prepared to leave. Gao Yan, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a movie. Looking at the slightly shy Wang Yuding, Gao Yan lightly laughed and shook his head. I'm sorry Wang, I have something to do in the evening. I can't accompany you to the movies. Everyone knew about the brothers' hot pot restaurant where he had 30% of the shares, and he also opened a milk tea store in the snack street with a booming business. Most of all, his face value and charisma had increased a lot, so he had become the target of many single girls. Wang Yuding was the first to launch an attack towards him, but definitely wouldn't be the last. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal, Wang Yuding couldn't help but flash a look of disappointment in her eyes, smiling at the other party. He then walked out of the classroom. Through the activity of recharging to buy cell phones, the meat milk tea shop had already accumulated more than 400 recharging customers, together with the fact that the 6 flavors of milk tea were indeed quite tasty. Therefore, the business of the milk tea store today was not worse than yesterday at all. It was even possible for the turnover to exceed yesterday's. Gao Yan wait. Just a short distance out of the school building. Yang Yu chased after him from behind. Gao Yan turned around and looked at her. How about having dinner together tonight? Yang Yu said. After taking the initiative to add Gao Yan's WeChat last night, until now, the other party had not sent her a single message. In this regard, Yang Yu analyzed. There may be two reasons. The first possibility. This Gao Yan is a straight man. Can't understand her hints. The second. This Gao Yan has self-awareness. Understand the gap between the two sides. And thus do not dare to pursue her. As for the possibility that Gao Yan couldn't see her, she didn't believe it. She was still extremely confident in her own looks and figure. Since Gao Yan didn't take the initiative, then she could only take the initiative. I'm sorry Ms. Yang Yu. I don't have time in the evening. Gao Yan shook his head. He didn't think that Yang Yu asked him out for dinner because she had a crush on him. Most likely it was still for that hot pot base. You don't have time even for a meal? Yang Yu was a little angry and annoyed. She had taken such initiative, and the other party actually rejected her. I have an appointment in the evening. There are still things to do. I'll leave first. Looking at Gao Yan's farther and farther back, Yang Yu's eyes had an extra wave of hatred and defiance. At the same time, she also had doubts about her own charm. Was she that unpopular? Gao Yan took out his cell phone and logged into the stock software. He found that the share price of A&M Pharmaceuticals had risen by 50 cents. But starting tomorrow, the price of this stock will have to rocket up. I came to the milk tea store. Seeing the students waiting in line to buy milk tea, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile with relief. So far, the milk tea store's turnover had broken 7,000. There were still more than 4 hours before the store closed for the night. The night was the peak time for the milk tea store, and it would easily break 10,000. As expected, it was not what Gao Yan expected. After the time came to 5:30, the business of the milk tea store ushered in a wave of peak time. For sales clerks were busy together, and the queue did not shorten at all. So, Gao Yan ordered 5 takeaways, ate one himself first, and then replaced the 4 people for dinner. It was busy until 7 o'clock, when the queue gradually disappeared, and the turnover had long since broken 10,000, instead reaching 11,000, already exceeding yesterday's turnover. Shen Lingling, Chen Yue, you guys come over here, Gao Yan shouted. Senior brother, what are your orders? Shen Lingling said breathlessly. Originally, you guys only had to come for a 6-hour shift every day, but these 2 days, you've been working for more than 8 hours, and being that senior brother isn't Huang Shirun, both of your wages have been raised to 2,500 yuan. Hearing that Gao Yan had given them a wage increase, both girls were quite happy, especially Chen Yue. A rare smile appeared on her face, but when she realized that Gao Yan was looking at her with a smile, she quickly lowered her head again. Subsequently, Gao Yan also called Zhang Qin and Lu ran over. You two's wages will remain the same for the time being. However, I plan to open a branch in the city. This store will also choose a store manager out. The one who performs well will go to the city to be the store manager, with a wage of 4,500 yuan. The other one stays here, with a wage of 4,000 yuan. Perform well. Hearing that they can both increase their wages and get promoted, both women felt energized and quickly said that they would not let Gao Yan down. Chapter 32, Both. Night. Inside the rented room, Gao Yan was lying on the bed chatting with Zhuo Jianyu about where to go on a date over the weekend. Nandu still had quite a few fun attractions. For example, Jinxia Lake, Qiyun Mountain, Ocean Zoo and so on. In the end, the two decided to go boating at Jinxia Lake. The time came to 10:30, and the two of them said goodnight to each other. For the next 2 days, Gao Yan was not going to go to class. In this class today, he had already learned from the past, and with the fact that he had already learned well in the past, he had no problem at all in dealing with the exam. In the next few days, he was going to open a milk tea branch. In addition to that, he also planned to open another fast food restaurant. After all, he still had a copy of Super Seasoning on hand. This was because the online discount mall he planned to create was far from enough with just the little bit of money he had now. After all, after the discount online mall was created, even if it was sold cheaply, it would be in vain if there was no traffic, and in order to create traffic, it was necessary to advertise on a large scale. This is not a small amount of money. Burning through tens of millions of dollars in January was nothing unusual. The next day, Wednesday, Gao Yan drove his new car, Audi A4, to the city. He first went to a few cell phone stores to sweep up 348 units, and then drove to an agency. Sir, may I ask what you need? A female employee first invited Gao Yan to take a seat and then asked with a smile after serving him a cup of tea. Gao Yan said, I'm planning to open a milk tea store. My requirements for the store, a place with relatively high foot traffic. The area doesn't have to be too big. Does your company have any suitable properties? Yes, sir. The female employee hurriedly said. There are 3 places suitable for your requirements, sir. 2 of which are stores within Bandung Plaza and Hangda Plaza respectively, and the other one is located in Nandu 7th Middle School and Nandu Primary School, of which, after listening to the female employee's detailed introduction, Gao Yan made a request if he could go to the site to have a look. Of course there is no problem. May I ask if sir has a car? The female employee asked. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Then will Mr. Gao go in my car or drive? The female employee asked again. Just take your car, Gao Yan said. The female employee who received Gao Yan was called Han Yume, slightly chubby, and should be around 30 years old. It seemed that in online novels, the protagonist would meet beautiful women whether they went to buy a house or a car. And what about him? Whether he was buying a car or renting an apartment, he didn't need a beautiful woman. Those who could obtain the system should all be considered protagonists, right? His luck as a protagonist seems to be a bit poor. They first went to the street where Nandu 7th Middle School and Nandu Primary School were located. The store was located between the 2 schools, no more than 100 meters apart. It turned out that this store was a fly tavern with a small area of just over 60 square feet. It is reasonable to say that the business of a restaurant in this place will not be too bad. But in fact, over the years, the upper face of primary and secondary school students in terms of food hygiene more and more attention, and small restaurants and low prices to win. After strict control, naturally, there is no place for small restaurants to survive. In addition, the rent of this lot is also extraordinarily expensive. Small restaurants naturally more and more cannot do. In general, everything else is good. It was just that this facade looked a bit shabby. Moreover, Gao Yan also planned to follow the example of the University City Snack Street set, to sell cell phones at low prices to attract top-up customers. And here the customer object is mainly primary and secondary school students. This set of fear is not feasible. So, with a little hesitation, Gao Yan passed this store. Didn't even ask about the price. Han Yume also saw that Gao Yan didn't fancy this store, so she took him to that store in Bandung Plaza. This store was located on the 4th floor of the Bandung Mall. The total area was much smaller than the one on the school side, only more than 10 square feet. Moreover, there were already 3 milk tea stores on this floor, making it very competitive. How is the rent calculated? Gao Yan asked. Han Yume said, the foot traffic of Wanlong Plaza is still good. The area of this store is 18 square meters. And the rent per square meter per month is 620 yuan, and the way to pay the rent is to make a deposit of 1 and pay 3. Gao Yan secretly calculated that the monthly rent was 11,160 yuan. The renovation cost would be at most 10,000 yuan, and with the investment in machinery, it would only be 60,000 yuan. It was nothing to him, although he had the idea of renting it. Gao Yan still wanted to check out another store in the mall. The store in Hangda Plaza was located on the 1st floor. The area was also larger than that of Bandung Plaza, about 30 square feet. The rent was slightly cheaper than the Bandung Plaza side, only 580 yuan per square meter per month. Mr. Gao, what do you think? Han Yume asked. Gao Yan had an idea in his mind, so he said, let's go back and talk. Good. Hearing Gao Yan say this, Han Yume instantly understood that Gao Yan should have his eye on one of the stores. Back at the agency, Gao Yan bluntly said, I've got my eye on both mall stores, and I can pay the rent once a year, but the price aspect will have to come down, and if you can satisfy me, I'll have an even bigger order to give you. Hearing that Gao Yan was actually going to take the 2 stores, Han Yume couldn't help but be delighted. As for the bigger list Gao Yan was talking about, she didn't put it on her mind. She was also an old intermediary, and it was nothing more than commonplace for many clients to casually throw down a bait in order to get them to sell at a lower price. Please don't worry, Mr. Gao. I'll go contact the 2 mall properties and try to keep the price as low as possible. Gao Yan nodded slightly, signaling that I'll wait for your news. After about 5 minutes, Han Yume re-entered. On the Wanlong Plaza side, she talked about the price to 600 yuan, and on the Hangda Plaza side, she talked about 550 yuan. But there was a requirement that it had to be paid annually, and the deposit would still be 1 month. Yes, go prepare the contract. Gao Yan nodded his head in agreement after a slight contemplation. Mr. Gao, please wait. Han Yume got up with some excitement. This order had gone too well. With 2 stores, she would at least get a commission of more than 2,000 yuan. Soon, the contract was signed. Gao Yan also paid a certain 30% of the rent. As for the rest, it would have to be paid after the official handover. Sister Han, I also plan to rent a floor of office space. The location doesn't have to be too busy. An area of 800 to 1,000 square feet will do. You can help me look for it during this time. I'll come back to you next week. Hearing this, Han Yumei couldn't help but be overjoyed. This Mr. Gao looked to be in his 20s, and actually wanted to rent an 800 square meter office building to start a company. Mostly, he was a rich second-generation entrepreneur. Don't worry Mr. Gao, if you come next week, I won't let you down. Gao Yan nodded. Alright then, I'll wait for Sister Han's good news. I'll leave first. On the way back, Gao Yan received a call from Gao Weilan. The venue was ready and asked if he had time in the afternoon. So the two sides finalized 3:30 p.m. and Gao Weilan sent him a location. Gao Yan checked. It was only 300 meters from the university town. Very close. At this moment, Zijin Lake Villa community. Inside a single villa, an old man with white hair stood in front of Deng Yu and said, "Young master, don't worry." Yan Hu didn't let go of his mouth, and the old slave also arranged for someone to deliver a message in. He definitely won't climb up the ladder indiscriminately. Hearing Uncle De say this, Teng Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the anger in his heart increased. Uncle De, I want to give that kid a deep lesson. Do you have any ideas? Uncle De hesitated slightly and said, that Gao Yan's strength is very good. I'm afraid that ordinary people will not be able to deal with him, but the old slave does know a suitable candidate. Teng Yu's eyes lit up. What person? Chapter 33, The Poltergeist. Uncle Tae said, that person is called Li Feng. He is a filial son. This person has been practicing national arts since he was a child. His strength has already reached the late stage of Mingjin. 10 yen who are not as good as him. Currently, his mother is suffering from an extremely serious liver disease and is in need of a large sum of money for treatment. In order to cure his mother's illness, he is fighting in the Wei Wu underground boxing ring. But as you know, young master, Wei Wu is notorious for his greed. But Li Feng was not willing to cooperate with Wei Wu in boxing, because he was a tough guy. This made Wei Wu very angry. Specially spent a lot of money to bring a Muay Thai expert from the Elephant Country to deal with Li Feng. It is said that the Muay Thai expert is the favorite disciple of Nai Mu, one of the top 3 Muay Thai masters in the Elephant Country. With Li Feng's strength, there was a high possibility of his defeat. That match is being held on Sunday night this week. If he is allowed to strike against Yao Yan before attending the fight, and then he is then beaten to death by that Muay Thai expert in the ring, then there will be no proof of his death. After listening to Uncle De's narration, Teng Yu felt that this Li Feng is the most suitable candidate. Uncle De, I will leave this matter to you to operate. It is best to let that Gao Yan lie in bed for a year and a half. Okay, young master. Uncle De led the order and left. After Gao Yan drove back to the school, he notified Wang Bo and Zhang Pengfei to come get his cell phone. After waiting for a few minutes, the duo hurriedly arrived. After they took away 10 fruit cell phones, Gao Yan's upgrade experience rose another 42,000, and his upgrade experience officially broke 2 million. The returned funds were also 210,000 more. Moving all the cell phones into the milk tea store, Gao Yan rehung the small whiteboard. The students who got the news hurriedly sniffed and came to recharge and buy cell phones. Not long after, in front of a small milk tea store, hundreds of people actually gathered. The owner of a milk tea store diagonally across the street looked sour. The original neat milk tea store half dead. I didn't expect the business to become so good after changing the owner. The better the business of the milk tea store, the worse his business became. Originally, his milk tea store had a daily revenue of 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. But since Monday, the turnover of his milk tea store is a continuous decline. Monday is good. The turnover at least 2,800 yuan. But Tuesday is also yesterday. Actually only sold 1,800 yuan. As for today's opening so far only sold more than 10 cups of milk tea. Brother-in-law, you don't have to worry. I've asked around. The owner of the milk tea store is just losing money, so I don't think it will be open for long. The sister-in-law who was the store manager comforted. That's true too. Ling Dong nodded. He had also inquired about the promotional tactics of this counterpart. It mainly relied on selling fruit cell phones at low prices to attract customers. A fruit cell phone with a market price of 5,000 RMB was only sold for 4,000 RMB with a recharge of 500 renminbi, and selling one cell phone would result in a loss of several hundred. He estimated that as soon as this activity ended, the other party's turnover would surely fall. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Gao Yan had a divine-level revenue system, so even if he sold it cheaper, he wouldn't lose money. 12 o'clock and 7 minutes past noon, all 338 fruit cell phones were sold out, and the milk tea shop had 338 more recharge customers. The upgrade experience skyrocketed by 1,521,000 points once again. The total experience reached over 3.53 million. It was only a million or so short of upgrading, and if there were no accidents, it would be possible to upgrade tomorrow by selling another batch of cell phones. As for the returned funds, It was even as high as 7.6 million. And the total amount of funds was close to 15 million. Thinking about this, Gao Yan took out his cell phone and logged into the stock software. Good guy. In the morning, Osmedicine's stock price had risen, and was currently at 17.05 yuan. And as for his earnings, they had almost reached 800,000 yuan. According to the display in his mind, Osmax Pharmaceuticals would continue to rise in the afternoon. Then, he can make another $880,000. Fragrance, true incense. If he added the system's 5 times rebate, it would be 8.4 million. In other words, he made 10 million in one day. Suddenly, Gao Yan didn't want to work hard anymore. It took a while for Gao Yan to recover. Checked the turnover. Not bad. Today's milk tea store's turnover hit a new high. Even without counting the recharge users, the turnover broke 5,000 yuan. It's only noon. Maybe it will break 12,000 yuan by the evening. The phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Gao Yan still picked it up. Hello, this is Gao Yan. May I ask who you are? I'm Yang Yu. The ghost was still alive. Gao Yan, oh, it's Ms. Yang Yu. What's the matter? Yang Yu, it's my birthday this Friday. I wanted to invite you in person in the morning, but you didn't come to class, so I had to ask for your phone number. Are you free to come and play on Friday? Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, if Ms. Yang is personally invited, even if I'm not free, I'm still free. Yang Yu, okay, it's a deal. I'll send you the address on Friday. Gao Yan, okay. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan was laughing coldly. He simply didn't believe that Yang Yu had a birthday this Friday, because he remembered that she had her birthday not long after the school year started. As for why he knew, it was because one of Yang Yu's suitors had sent a set of jewelry worth more than $100,000 at her birthday party. But Yang Yu didn't accept it. But this matter was also rumored in the school. Now that Yang Yu had created a birthday out of nothing, it was most likely because her invitation to dinner yesterday was rejected, so she was looking for a reason that made it impossible for him to refuse. As for Yang Yu's mind, Gao Yan was also clear. It was only for the hot pot base recipe in his hand. For a while, Gao Yan was also a bit annoyed. He had already explained to Yang Yu that he had already signed the transfer agreement, and the liquidated damages were as high as $100 million. But the other party still wanted to play with the idea. If he really let the other party to set out the formula from himself, he didn't think that the Yang family would help him to pay $100 million. Then, that $100 million of default payment would definitely fall on his head. When he thought of this, Gao Yan's eyes also had an extra touch of coldness in them. Don't you want to play the beauty trick? Then don't blame little master for taking the trick and eating it up without recognizing it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan followed the WeChat positioning to a neighborhood near the university town. After calling and asking for the specific address, he came back to the 6th floor of a unit in Building 5. After knocking on the door, Gao Weilan opened the door for him. This 1-2 sets of a pattern. The master bedroom was transformed into a training room by Gao Weilan, and installed sandbags, physical training equipment and so on. This is a set of training clothes, and the room next to it is the locker room. Gao Weilan took out a set of clothes and threw it to Gao Yan. He was not polite, and took the clothes and went next door to change, and once again came to the training room. As for Gao Weilan, she had long since changed into a close-fitting undershirt and camouflage pants without shoes. Gao Weilan's face value didn't reach 90. It should have 88 points. Not exactly fierce, but her body was extremely well proportioned, and she even possessed a pair of long legs. Teacher Gao, where do we start? Gao Weilan asked. Gao Yan mused. You came out from the police academy. You already have a fighting foundation. As for physical fitness, you should also know how to train. So I won't teach you. I'll just teach you fighting skills directly. Like this. Let's try it out with our hands first, and see how good your own fighting skills are? Yes. Gao Weilan had long been eager to try. As soon as the words fell, a flying kick came, but wanted to try Gao Yan's success. Snap. Gao Yan's body slightly bowed. His right palm landed on Gao Weilan's knee. Immediately, she felt her entire leg was numb. And then, a strong fist wind came, only to realize that Gao Yan's fist had already stayed in front of the tip of her nose. If it was a real battle, she had already lost. For a moment, she was a bit deflated. She had studied in the police academy for several years, but she actually couldn't even catch a single move from Gao Yan. But immediately her heart was happy again. Doesn't this show that Gao Yan is a real expert? With him guiding her in practicing fighting, she would definitely be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 34, Upgrade Card. Gao Yan retracted his fist and said, in modern fighting techniques there is a saying that if you can throw a punch, try not to use your legs. Modern fighting techniques are different from the national arts, and do not focus on the training of the lower body. Once you throw your legs, it's okay to deal with someone weaker than you. When you meet someone who is equal to, or stronger than you, it's very easy to lead to an imbalance in the center of gravity of the body. The fighting master skills that Gao Yan had obtained were not just fighting skills, but also contained a long memory of training from an ordinary person to a fighting master. Thus, he was not only able to fight, but also knew how to train others. Gao Yan continued, "You're a police officer and also a female, which makes you more suitable for various grappling techniques, so I'll teach you grappling first." Gao Yan then first recounted the grappling techniques he had mastered. Following closely, it was demonstrated again. Then, he broke it up and kneaded it to teach it to Gao Weilan. And when Gao Weilan heard Gao Yan's explanation, she couldn't help but let her eyes light up, feeling that she had benefited greatly, feeling that her own strength had increased quite a bit. Of course, this was all her illusion. In the end, Gao Yan summarized, "As much fighting knowledge as you have, you still need to fight in real combat to be able to do so. Now, I'll be your sparring partner and use the skills I've handed over to you on me." Rolling eyes. An hour passed. At this moment, Gao Weilan was covered in hot sweat. Even her undershirt was quite wet. The expression on her face was depressed and frustrated. It was because in the rehearsal just now, even though she had exerted all her strength, she couldn't do anything to help Gao Yan. At this time, Gao Yan spoke again. "Actually, your strength and speed are quite good, but your biggest problem is that you can't bring your strength and speed into play. I'll pass on another Xingyi 3 body stance that can help you integrate your strength and control your body." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Yan made 3 movements and then asked Gao Weilan to imitate them. The other party had good comprehension, and after just a few corrections, she grasped the essentials. This 3 body stance, you will practice it for an hour every morning. The fighting master skills that Gao Yan had mastered did not only contain the fighting techniques of the world's countries, but also the national arts of the Great Summer Kingdom. According to the realm division of the Great Xia Kingdom's national arts, his realm was at the peak of Ming Jin, but he was extremely knowledgeable about the strengths and weaknesses of the various boxing styles in the national art. And in a real fight, the early stages of Dark Jin might not be his opponent. If he utilized his weapons, he was confident that he could sweep away a Dark Force powerhouse. However, he would not be able to do so if he met a Huanjing expert, because Huanjing masters have already practiced their strength to every inch of their body. Their perception and reaction power have already surpassed that of ordinary people. Not to mention cold weapons, even utilizing hot weapons, it would be difficult to finish them off. "Teacher Xiao Gao, how about one more lesson?" Gao Weilan took the initiative to propose. "No need." Gao Yan waved his hand. "Your physical strength and energy are almost depleted. It's inevitable that you won't have enough energy to continue the lesson. As the saying goes, if you want to go fast, you can't go fast enough. By the way, Officer Gao, when will my bonus come down? Are you short of money?" Gao Weilan asked. "Of course I'm short," Gao Weilan said. "I heard that your milk tea store is doing very well, and you also have 30% dry shares in Brother Hotpot restaurant, so you shouldn't be short of money, right?" Gao Yan said. "Both stores are newly opened. Why don't I double your lesson fee?" Gao Weilan joked. "I don't have a problem with that," Gao Yan said with great approval. It was Gao Weilan's turn to be dumbfounded. "I thought you would refuse." "Why would I refuse?" Gao Yan asked rhetorically. "I'm earning money based on my skills. Besides, if my lessons didn't satisfy you, would you take the initiative to raise my price?" Hearing Gao Yan's sophistry, Gao Weilan couldn't help but cry and laugh. "All right, your lesson fee is mentioned at 2,000. Then thank you, boss," Gao Yan said happily. "What a fortune hunter." Gao Weilan rolled her eyes. Not long after, Gao Yan changed out of his training clothes, put back on his own clothes and excused himself and left. Driving back to the rental house, Gao Yan first took a shower and bath, then pulled out his cell phone and logged into the stock software. Unsurprisingly, after rising in the morning, Osmax Pharmaceuticals' stock price rose again in the afternoon, and the stock price had reached 18.75 yuan. It went up more than $3 in one day. According to the information in his head, this stock will have 2 more stops tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, that is, Thursday and Friday, and in the next 20 days or so, although it will not be as exaggerated as these 3 days, the stock price will continue to soar. In fact, Gao Yan still wanted to continue to buy some stocks. Unfortunately, there was only a buyer's market, not a seller's market. After all, Osmax Pharmaceuticals' special effect medicine is on the market, with excellent results in clinical trials. Cootie, all know that Osmax Pharmaceuticals, even if it can not rise greatly, but back to the top is no problem. How can you not hold such a stock in your hands? What's more, as early as January there was a washout by the bankers, and very few stocks were in the hands of the shareholders. If Gao Yan did not pick up the bargain yesterday, if you do today, then enter simply cannot grab the stock. Time turned to Friday noon. The beautiful system upgrade beep sounded in Gao Yan's ears. Ding! The system has reached the upgrade requirements. Please ask the host whether to upgrade. Upgrade! Gao Yan responded decisively. Ding! System upgrade in progress. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. Congratulations to the host. The godly gain system has reached level 6. The return multiplier will reach 6 times. Rewarding 1 intermediate lottery draw. Rewarding 2 points of free attributes. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Divine Profit System, level LV6. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Face value, 72. Physique, 80. Spirit, 81. Charisma, 70. Revenue return multiplier, 6x. Draw, normal draw x1. Intermediate draw x1. Experience, 0. Stored funds, 2345. 9600, to be collected. Free attribute points, 2. System, use ordinary draw first. Gao Yan ordered. Ding! Ordinary lottery is open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine grade medicinal wine formula. In the next moment, a golden light directly drilled out of the void and disappeared into Gao Yan's brow. And then, there was one more medicinal wine recipe in his mind. No! It should be said that there were 2 copies. Because of the same medicinal materials, the proportion of the portions were different. And the efficacy of the concocted medicinal wine was also different. These 2 kinds of medicinal wines possess the effects of strengthening the body and nourishing yin and yang respectively. One was a comprehensive enhancement and the other was a focused enhancement. The efficacy of the first kind of medicinal wine was too powerful for Gao Yan to dare to make it easily. But the second kind, he felt that there was a huge market for it. Once it was made, it became a new source of wealth for him after all. System, use intermediate draw. Gao Yan continued to order. Ding! Intermediate draw opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host on 1 skill enhancement card. Looking at this golden card lying in the system space, with a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to use it on the fighting master, because he also only had this 1 skill. After all, with the more wealth he had, the more people wanted to covet him, and it was inevitable that his life would be threatened. The last time he was attacked by Yan Hu with his men was the best example. The skill enhancement card turned into a golden light and fell into his body. And then, Gao Yan felt a large amount of memories being stuffed into his mind, lasting for several seconds before disappearing. At the same time, his body was being remodeled. After a minute, the transformation ended. His physical ability soared by 10 points to 90 points. His mental strength increased by 5 points to 86 points. And his charisma followed suit, increasing by 10 points to 80 points. As for strength, don't look at the fact that it had only been raised by 1 level, but the combat power had definitely soared by several times. If divided according to the national art realm, he had already reached the peak of dark strength. With the various fighting techniques and boxing skills he had mastered, he could definitely compete with the early stages of Huan Jin. Right, there are still 2 attribute points unused. Gao Yan thought about it and directly added it to face value. Immediately, the face began to itch, and after more than 10 seconds, the discomfort disappeared. Gao Yan twisted towards the restroom of the milk tea store and took a look in the mirror, realizing that he was much more handsome again. Senior brother, why do I feel as if you become much more handsome? Just as he walked out of the restroom, he happened to encounter Shen Lingling and Chen Yue entering the store. As soon as she saw Gao Yan, she subconsciously said, Gao Yan, who was in a good mood, joked, a lover's eye reveals a beauty. Senior sister, you wouldn't have a crush on me, right? Bah, only no. Shen Lingling retorted with a slight blush on her cheeks. Ugly guys molesting girls was called playing hooligans, and handsome guys molesting girls was called knowing how to be affectionate. The current Gao Yan definitely called himself a handsome guy. Therefore, for his molestation, Shen Lingling was not angry at all, but instead had a feeling of her heart beating faster. Chapter 35, Look at me with your head up. Today, Gao Yan had gotten 300 fruit cell phones back. Only 200 units had been dispatched, and the system had already been upgraded. The remaining 100 units should all be able to go out today as well. However, the system rebate will become 6 times, and the harvest will be even greater. Besides, Osmax Pharmaceuticals has risen in the past 2 days. Yesterday morning there was a stop, closing at 20.62 yuan, although there was no stop in the afternoon, but also rose 8 points, closing at 22.26 yuan. It didn't have another stop this morning, but it did go up another 9 points to close at $24.26. According to the information in my head, there will be another stop this afternoon, closing at $26.68. In just 3 days, the stock price rose 11.1 yuan. Next Monday, the price of the stock in Gao Yan's hand could double. Moreover, he estimated that when he sold the stock, he had already raised the godly gain system to level 7, and at that time, the stock gain would be returned at 7 times, and at that time, he would easily be worth more than $100 million. As expected, it was not what Gao Yan expected. When the time came to 4 in the afternoon, the remaining 100 cell phones were all sold, and the wealth grew by 2.7 million once again. Compared to the previous days, the speed of selling cell phones was a bit slower today. After all, Fruit's cell phones are not cheap. Even if Gao Yan lowered the price of sales to 4,000 yuan, ordinary students cannot afford to buy. Thinking about this, Gao Yan then decided to scale down the number of cell phones starting tomorrow. It is worth mentioning that the 2 stores in Bandung Mall and Hangda Mall have been taken care of, and currently, Zhang Qin's cousin's decoration company has already entered in the decoration. He also contacted the milk tea machines, including table and chair materials, and Gao Yan's intention was to open the 2 milk tea stores together next week. For this reason, he recruited 8 more employees. Shen Lingling, come over here. Gao Yan waved at Shen Lingling. Senior brother. What is it? After being little molested by Gao Yan at noon, Shen Lingling, who had already recovered, couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart when she heard Gao Yan's summons. Zhang Qin and Lu Ran will both be transferred to the city as store managers. Are you interested in being the store manager of this store? Gao Yan asked. Actually, Gao Yan had also considered Chen Yue. However, this niece always liked to bow her head and had a bit of an inferiority complex, so she probably couldn't be the store manager. So, there was no choice but to let Shen Lingling rise to the top. Let me be the store manager? Shen Lingling was surprised. Senior brother, I'm a part-time job. Besides, summer vacation will be over before long. I have to go back home. That's true too. Gao Yan nodded thoughtfully. Shen Lingling's family was not short of money, and she was definitely not willing to stay here and work part-time during the summer vacation as well. Senior brother, why don't we let Yue try? Shen Lingling suggested in a small voice. I've thought about her too. Gao Yan was worried, but her nature, you also know, shy and not talkative. I'm afraid she won't be able to control the other sales clerks. Elder brother. In fact, Young Wei is very good. Her grades are the best in the class, and she can get a scholarship every period, although she is a little shy, but people can grow. And I asked Young Wei, she will not go back this summer vacation. She will stay and continue to work part-time. Elder brother, you just give her a chance? Toward the end, Shen Lingling already had a petulant meaning. Alright, you call her over. I'll talk to her. Gao Yan nodded. Okay, senior brother. Shen Lingling bounced over to Chen Yue's side, and after explaining something in a low voice, Chen Yue walked over and shouted somewhat nervously. Senior brother, sit down. Gao Yan pointed to the stool. Senior sister Chen, I'm going to make you the store manager of this store. What do you think? I can't. Chen Yue waved her hand repeatedly, her pretty face a little red because she was too nervous. Why not? Gao Yan asked rhetorically. I heard senior sister Shen say that you have good academic performance. You get scholarships every semester. It shouldn't be a problem to manage a milk tea store, right? I'm sorry senior brother. I really can't. You find someone else. As she spoke, Chen Yue was about to flee away. However, Gao Yan gently drank. Sit down. Listen to me finish. Chen Yue subconsciously sat back down, but her expression was somewhat aggrieved. Gao Yan continued. I know you're soft and shy, but have you thought about it? If your nature doesn't change, what will you do after you graduate from college? Could it be that all your life you can only be a small staff at the bottom who works hard and complains? Since you have to change sooner or later, why don't you start from now? Listen to my order. Raise your head. Hold your chest out. Senior brother. Me. Chen Yue didn't dare to resist. She could only follow the order to raise her head and lift her chest. Looking at the small expression of resignation hanging on Chen Yue's extremely beautiful face, Gao Yan also had a momentary lapse of concentration. However, Chen Yue still didn't dare to gaze with him, so he droned again. Gaze ahead. Chen Yue, who had her eyebrows lowered, could not help but raise her eyes to look at Gao Yan. Normally, she seldom looked at Gao Yan squarely, but this time, after looking squarely at him, she realized that her senior brother seemed to be quite good-looking, and for a moment, she forgot to move her eyes away. Good-looking? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Ah, Chen Yue couldn't help but be extremely shy, and immediately turned into an ostrich again, the halo red on her face even spreading to her ears. Gao Yan saw the situation. The heart cannot help but give birth to a wave of bad taste, but also want to continue to flirt, but thought Chen Yue this niece is shy, and then flirting, the other party may not be able to accept, and then sank his voice. I'm not a man-eating tiger. What are you afraid of? Listen to me. From today onwards, you give me to look up to be a man. We don't steal. You are afraid of. And then again, you're also very good. And also very beautiful. No more than any girl. You are also very good and beautiful. Not inferior to any girl. Why do you feel inferior? Hearing Gao Yan's words, Chen Yue froze. At the same time, inwardly also very touched, she slowly raised her head, gazing at Gao Yan, senior brother. I will. That's right. From next Monday, you are the store manager of this store, and your salary will be raised to 4,000 yuan. Gao Yan said, while Zhang Qin is still around. You can ask her for more advice in the past few days. If she can't solve it, you can also come and ask me. I know, senior brother. Chen Yue nodded her head vigorously. But senior brother, isn't my salary too high? I'm only a part-time job. Depends on your performance. If you perform well when you take up your position, your salary will be 4,000. If you don't perform so well, then it will be reduced by $500. Thank you, senior. I'll perform well. Alright, go to work. After fixing Chen Yue, Gao Yan was quite accomplished inside. From Chen Yue's body, he vaguely saw his past shadow. If he didn't obtain the system, he probably would have continued to have an inferiority complex. 5 o'clock. Gao Yan once again received a call from Yang Yu, asking him to go to the city for dinner. The address of the restaurant. She also sent it to him via WeChat. Gao Yan had already guessed Yang Yu's intentions, specially creating a birthday dinner for him, so he didn't know how the other party planned to play it. For a while, Gao Yan also had a few moments of anticipation. After briefly explaining a few sentences, Gao Yan then got up and left the milk tea store without realizing that after he stepped out of the milk tea store, a pair of eyes silently watched his back for a few seconds. The place Yang Yu chose was not some high-end hotel. Instead, it was a private kitchen with a Suzhou garden style. Private cuisine. Gao Yan had also heard of it. After having money, he was also busy continuing to make money, and this was the first time he had come to this kind of place. However, he didn't have any stage fright. After all, in a month at most, he would become a billionaire. You're here. Gao Yan had just gotten off the bus when he saw Yang Yu, who was standing playfully not far away. Today's her had obviously gone through a deliberate dressing, looking more and more radiant. Snow white short skirt, long leg stockings, high heels. Snow white neck is also entwined with a white gold necklace pendant. Gaze down, but visible gully. Gao Yan secretly swallowed his mouth, but immediately forced down his inner restlessness and stepped forward. Ms. Yang Yu, you are so beautiful today. This is the birthday gift I bought for you. I hope you like it. To put on a show, although he knew that Yang Yu was not really celebrating her birthday, Gao Yan still spent a few $100s to buy a hairpin in the mall. Chapter 36, Yang Yu's plan. Thank you. I like it very much. Yang Yu, who had put away the gift box, said perfunctorily, then greeted Gao Yan and went inside. Yang Yu took the initiative to walk side by side with Gao Yan. The two of them were no more than 30 centimeters apart, and vaguely, there was an ethereal fragrance drilling into Gao Yan's nose. While walking, Yang Yu introduced that the owner and chef of this private kitchen was her father's friend. Before opening the private kitchen, the other party used to work in the state guest house. The most specialized cuisines were Lu cuisine and Sichuan cuisine. There were 8 major cuisines in the country of Daxia, and the 8 major cuisines were honored by the Lu cuisine. As they spoke, the two of them stepped into an antique-colored box. There were already 4 pretty girls around 20 years old in the box. Yang Yu smiled and said, Gao Yan, let me introduce you. The 4 of them are my good sisters. This is Du Wei. She is Qin Lan. This is Su Shui. And this is Zhou Yuan. Hello guys. My name is Gao Yan, Yang Yu's classmate. Gao Yan also greeted the 4 girls with a smile on his face. It had to be said that these 4 girls were all very pretty. 2 were close to 90, and there were 2 others who were over 90, and were only that much worse than Yang Yu. The 4 girls were also very facetious, greeting Gao Yan as he took a seat. They took the initiative to ask about his relationship with Yang Yu, and flirted that Yang Yu had never brought a boy to meet their group of good sisters. If it were an ordinary boy, he would have fainted and not been able to find north and south, but Gao Yan always stayed sober, because he knew that this meal today might be the Hongmen banquet. In between jokes, the waiter began to serve food, and they were all famous dishes from the Lu cuisine, such as 9-turn large intestine, scallion roasted sea cucumber, Texas steak chicken, for happiness meatballs, and so on. In addition to that, it was also paired with a few Sichuan dishes. It could be said to be quite sumptuous. Looking at Gao Yan could not help but eat his fingers. Unfortunately, did not wait for him to eat much. This group of women took turns to start toasting to Gao Yan. It had to be said that these few women were all experts. Their speech was so good that Gao Yan couldn't even drink without it. Yang Yu, on the other hand, told the 4 women not to go too far. However, the 4 women drank even more aggressively. It's a good thing that Gao Yan's physical quality has skyrocketed again today. Otherwise, if it was done before, even if his physical quality had risen greatly, he wouldn't be able to top it. No, no more. I can't drink anymore. Seeing that it was almost time, Gao Yan started to pretend to be drunk. At this time, Yang Yu also jumped out to pretend to be a good person. You guys are enough. If he drinks like this again, he'll have to go to the hospital. Gao Yan, you're okay. Come and drink a cup of tea. Thank you. Gao Yan took the cup of tea and violently poured it into his mouth. At this time, Yang Yu gave Gao Yan another piece of vegetables and said, "Quick, eat some vegetables to slow down." Seeing this, the four women began to snicker again, claiming that Yang Yu hadn't even married yet and was already protecting her husband. Gao Yan, on the other hand, giggled vigorously. Seeing this, Yang Yu's eyes flashed with a smug look. At first, it was quite easy for her to take down Gao Yan, but this guy just didn't take the bait. In desperation, she could only use her brain, thinking of getting Gao Yan drunk, then creating the illusion that they were having a relationship, then forcing Gao Yan to hand over the formula, or else she would sue him for jail time. If Gao Yan didn't want to go to jail, he would definitely obediently hand over the recipe for the hot pot base. As for these four women, they were not her good sisters, but employees of her father's company's public relations department, and they were definitely good at persuading people to drink. Out of caution, Yang Yu did not take Gao Yan to the hotel right after the meal. Instead, she had Du Wei and Xin Lan help him to the KTV. Inside the KTV box, the four women who received Yang Yu's instructions started to pour alcohol on Gao Yan again. No, can't, I need to go to the restroom. Without waiting for Yang Yu's several women to react, Gao Yan stumbled and rushed out of the box. Yang Yu didn't care either. Instead, she laughed and said, "When he comes back, you guys continue to pour it on and wait until he's completely drunk before you finish. Don't worry, Missy, with the four of us sisters joining forces, what kind of man can't be taken?" The four women confidently assured. They were the four golden flowers of the PR department under Boss Yang's command. As for Gao Yan, after he walked out of the box, the drunkenness on his face disappeared. A smile surfaced on his face instead, while in his heart, he was pondering on how Yang Yu was going to deal with him. However, he was sure that the other party would definitely want to get him drunk first. But what about after getting drunk? After getting drunk, there was no way for him to reveal the recipe for the hot pot base. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Could this woman be the intention? It had to be said that after his spiritual power had risen greatly, Gao Yan's mind had also become extremely flexible, and vaguely, had guessed Yang Yu's plan. Staggering to the restroom, Gao Yan first drained the water. Although he wasn't drunk, but with that much alcohol going down, the pressure on his bladder was still quite great. Then he simply found a cubicle and closed it. Time slowly passed. Yang Yu inside the compartment couldn't sit still because Gao Yan had already gone out for 10 minutes. She had managed to ask Gao Yan out on the pretext of his birthday. If she let him run away, wouldn't it be a failure? So, she gave an explanation to the four girls. Then she got up and went to look for someone. She came outside the restroom and first asked the waiter if he had seen Gao Yan go in. Upon realizing that Gao Yan hadn't come out yet, Yang Yu was also relieved. So, she waited outside the restroom. But after another 10 minutes or so passed, Yang Yu became impatient. So she came to the bathroom door and shouted, "Gao Yan, are you alright?" After several consecutive shouts there was no response. So Yang Yu asked the waiter to go in and take a look. Soon, the waiter finished checking and said to Yang Yu that Gao Yan was most likely in one of the restroom compartments, and that he should be drunk since he didn't get a response after knocking a few times. This, Yang Yu could not help but be greatly annoyed. He actually fell asleep in the toilet. He must go and get him out. Otherwise, her plan would fail. So, she let the waiter guard the entrance of the restroom and entered the restroom alone. Fortunately, the KTV's housekeeping cleaned diligently and there was no odor. Coming to the restroom cubicle where the waiter was, she knocked and shouted, "Gao Yan, are you in there?" Aha! Gao Yan deliberately let out a slurred sound. Yang Yu's expression was delighted. "Open the door. I'm Yang Yu." "You, wait," Gao Yan said, then dawdled and opened the toilet door. And Yang Yu also saw Gao Yan sitting on the toilet. "Hurry up," Yang Yu said with a disgusted face. Gao Yan tried to get up, but every time he got up, he sat back down powerlessly. "Waste." Yang Yu frowned and cursed lowly, and helplessly stepped into the toilet cubicle, reaching out and grabbing one of Gao Yan's arms. "I'll pull you up." Good. Just as Yang Yu was exerting her strength, a force suddenly attacked her. Caught off guard, Yang Yu was pulled into Gao Yan's arms, and one of Gao Yan's hands even wrapped around the area below her waist, and seemed to pinch it uneasily. This infuriated Yang Yu, and she couldn't help but curse. "Bastard!" In the next moment, Yang Yu struggled to get up and realized that Gao Yan was staring at her with confused eyes and giggling. Bad luck. In order not to repeat her old mistake, Yang Yu called that waiter in and helped assist Gao Yan back to the box. After returning to the box, the 4 female publicists began to pour Gao Yan wine again. Within a few cups of wine, Gao Yan was completely drunk. Seeing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief, and then recruited 2 waiters to help, giving them a tip of 200 each, and letting them send Gao Yan to the hotel room upstairs. Chapter 37, Run after taking advantage. Hotel room. The 2 KTV waiters had already been dispatched by Yang Yu. Missy, has our mission been completed? Du Wei, who came to the room with her, asked. Alright, thanks to you guys today, I'll go back. Yang Yu waved her hand. Missy, do you want us to leave one of us behind to help, in case this guy is drunk and disorderly? Du Wei said with some worry. No need. Yang Yu smiled disdainfully. This guy is already drunk as a puddle. What can he do? Du Wei's 4 girls subconsciously nodded their heads, thinking that it was also true that they had poured almost 1.5 kilograms of white wine into Gao Yan in the private room, and then poured a lot of beer into him when they came to the KTV. With his current level of drunkenness, he was afraid that he might not be able to wake up even if he slept until tomorrow, and he was definitely not threatening in any way. After Du Wei's 4 women left, Yang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what she was about to do wasn't very honorable and didn't want to be seen by others. Thinking of this, her gaze fell on Gao Yan, who was sleeping paralyzed on the bed. A flash of disgust could not help but flash in her eyes as she came to the bedside and shook Gao Yan, her mouth shouting, Gao Yan! Gao Yan! After continuously shouting several times with no response, Yang Yu felt that she could implement her plan, so she reached out to take off Gao Yan's clothes. But just at this moment, Gao Yan, who was originally drunk to death, suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to grab Yang Yu's wrist, staring at her with a playful expression. Fellow student Yang Yu, what do you want to do? At this moment, Yang Yu was also stunned. How could Gao Yan, who was obviously already dead drunk, suddenly wake up? For a moment, there were also a few more moments of panic in her expression. Gao Yan, don't misunderstand. I saw that you were drunk, so I sent you to the hotel to rest. Is that so? Gao Yan's expression was cold, sneering. Your purpose is not so simple. I'm afraid, for the sake of the hot pot base formula, the hallowed Yang family's eldest miss would actually use such an underhanded means. At the KTV, Gao Yan also only vaguely guessed Yang Yu's plan. When the other party got him to the hotel and then came to take off his clothes, he understood that the other party more than likely wanted to use a fairy jump on him, forcing him to hand over the hot pot base formula. What are you babbling about? I saw that you were drunk before I sent you to the hotel. I should have known that I shouldn't have cared about you. It's really a donkey's liver and lungs with good intentions, Yang Yu sophistically said. Ha! Gao Yan looked at her contemptuously. Looks like it's come to this. You're still sophomoric. Today is not your birthday, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's face changed, only to hear Gao Yan continue. Also, Du Wei and the others aren't your good sisters, are they? Their words of persuasion are really too professional. From the beginning to the end, they only have one purpose, to get me drunk. For a moment, Yang Yu's face became more and more ugly. Let me guess again what you will do next. Gao Yan analyzed unhurriedly. If I'm not wrong, you'll first strip me naked, then create the illusion that you've been violated by me, thus threatening me to hand over the hot pot base formula. If I'm sensible, your purpose will be achieved, but I'll have to carry $100 million in breach of contract, and if I don't agree, I'm afraid that you'll use the police as a blackmail, forcing me to hand it over. And if I'm still not sensible, if I still don't know better, your Yang family can also seize this handle to send me to jail, right? After listening to Gao Yan's analysis, Yang Yu only felt horrified inside, because Gao Yan had guessed 99% of her plan, and she planned to pay Gao Yan a sum of money even after getting the formula. Giving money was not that she was being generous, but rather blocking the Cheng family's mouth, because after giving the money, the Cheng family would have no way to blame them. They could only blame Gao Yan for forgetting his own righteousness at the sight of profit. The Yang family could also all put the blame on Gao Yan. Miss Yang, what else do you want to say? Let go of me. Yang Yu struggled twice, but realized that her wrists were as if they were encircled by iron hoops. No matter how much she struggled, there was no way to break free. Letting go of you. You counted on me. You won't think that you'll just let it go, right? Gao Yan coldly said. Then what do you want? Yang Yu gave up struggling, and gradually regained her composure. Gao Yan, it was my fault for counting on you. I apologize to you. And if you want anything, I can also compensate you. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Gao Yan secretly nodded. This was a decisive woman. After going through this incident, it was estimated that Yang Yu wouldn't dare to hit him again. and there was no way for him to completely turn his back on the Young family. Although he had a bit of money now, he was still a little brother compared to the Young family. As for extorting some money from Yang Yu, I guess Yang Yu couldn't wait for him to do so, and the other party just took this excuse to bite him back. But being counted for nothing and not taking some interest, Gao Yan felt aggrieved again. Therefore, Gao Yan's hand that grabbed Yang Yu's wrist slightly exerted force, and pulled Yang Yu into his arms, and then with a rollover, he pressed Yang Yu underneath him. Instantly, Yang Yu became panicked and her face turned white. Gao Yan, what do you want to do? I advise you not to mess around. Or else. Oh. 2 minutes later, Gao Yan got up and put on his shoes and walked towards the room door. Before he left the door, he again said towards Yang Yu on the bed, Miss Yang, this time, I'm only giving you a little lesson. If there's a next time, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as his words fell, Gao Yan decisively opened the door and left. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yang Yu on the bed rolled over and sat up, unable to stop herself from cursing. Gao Yan, this young lady won't let you go. No interest. Gao Yan, who entered the elevator, looked down and cursed. Just now, he only wanted to teach Yang Yu a small lesson, but he didn't expect that he almost didn't control himself, in order not to make a mistake. So, he had to flash early, taking a taxi back to the rental house. After taking a cold shower, only then did Gao Yan feel that the dry heat in his body was suppressed. But it wasn't the same thing to be like this. It was necessary to take down that niche Zhuo Jianyue as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to think of another way. Undeniably, with the growth of money, Gao Yan's heart also followed the restlessness. It was fine before, but after experiencing tonight's scene, he felt like opening some weird valve. Lying on his bed, he took out his cell phone, logged into WeChat in Zhuo Jianyue and chatted for most of an hour, making an appointment to meet tomorrow before he put down his cell phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning, after getting up and washing, Gao Yan hurriedly left the door. First, he took a taxi to pick up his car from the private room before driving to the neighborhood of Yangdong University to pick up someone. As soon as he arrived at Yangdong University, Gao Yan suddenly recalled what Song Yufei had said to him, and then associating it with Yan Hu's attack. He vaguely felt that the other party was more than likely under Deng Yu's orders. After all, before obtaining the system, he was a little transparent, and the only one who had a conflict was Zhou Yuchao. Zhou Yuchao was at most an ordinary family with a little bit of money, and he didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with someone like Yan Hu. And after obtaining the system, Gao Yan was busy earning money, nor did he offend anyone. That's why he thought that the one who laid hands on him was Deng Yu, one of Zhuo Jianyue's suitors. After all, this guy had a previous record. Tang Yu's father, on the other hand, was one of the shareholders of the Wanlong Group. Unless he utilized the fighting clan to hit the door, trying to use other means to deal with the Tang family was simply impossible. But now it was a legalized society. What could he do if he hit the door? At most, he could beat up the Deng family's father and son. It was hard not to kill them, but this enmity could be written down first, and when he had the strength, he would slowly retaliate back. Chapter 38, A Man's Mouth. After waiting in the car for a while, Gao Yan saw the playfully dressed Zhuo Jianyu walking out of the school gate alone. He was about to push open the car door and go down, when suddenly a black Mercedes-Benz Big G sped up and stopped right in front of Zhuo Jianyu. The car door pushed open and a handsome tall and thin youth walked out from it. Jianyu, what a coincidence. Where are you going? I happen to be free. Send you there, Deng Yu said with a smile on his face. Seeing the sudden appearance of Deng Yu, Zhuo Jianyu could not help but frown slightly as she responded coldly. No need. I have a friend to pick me up. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu was instantly enraged, because he knew that Zhuo Jianyue had always been inseparable from Song Yufei. Even when going to the restroom, they would be together. Now she came outside the school gate alone, clearly going on a date. Fortunately Chan Mei helped him to keep an eye on him and notified him in time. Otherwise, after Zhuo Jianyue went out with that poor boy, who knows what would happen to the lonely man and woman. The more he thought about it, the more angry Deng Yu could not control his emotions and roared. Is it called Gao Yan's poor boy? What kind of thing is he? He is also worthy of grabbing a woman with me? Hearing that Deng Yu knew about Gao Yan's existence, Zhuo Jianyu's face couldn't help but change slightly. Just as she was planning to warn Deng Yu not to act recklessly, a voice suddenly rang out. I don't know what I count as, but I know that you really aren't something good. You really think that it's still the old society now. I'm still high on you for pursuing Jianyu with a straight face, and you can only use some crooked tactics too. I don't think it's a good time for you, but you can only threaten your competitors by using some evil means. Just like you. Even if my family Jianyu will die alone, I won't consider you. Jianyu, don't you think so? As he spoke, Gao Yan came to stand beside Zhuo Jianyue and reached out to grab Zhuo Jianyue's hand and interlocked with her fingers. Gao Yan standing up to her made Zhuo Jiangyu quite happy. But then, a sense of worry arose in the bottom of her heart, because she knew that Tang Yu was a very impecunious person, and if Gao Yan provoked him like this, maybe the other party would use underhanded means to deal with Gao Yan. As for Tang Yu, his eyes were round. He had pursued Zhuo Jiangyu for so long, but he had not even touched his hand. Now, this brat who suddenly appeared out of nowhere was actually interlocking his fingers with Zhuo Jiangyu. Gradually, his breathing became rapid. Then he yelled at Gao Yan, "Kid, let go of her for me. Me holding my girlfriend's hand has half a cent to do with you." Ha! Gao Yan wasn't afraid in the slightest, but instead provoked. "You are looking for death." Deng Yu could no longer hold down his inner rage and hatred and swung his fist straight at Gao Yan's cheek. "Be careful." Zhuo Jiangyue's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously had to block the punch for Gao Yan. However, Gao Yan's movements were even faster, and with a kick, he sent the charging Deng Yu flying out, banging into the Mercedes-Benz Big G, causing the bodywork to dent into a large area. Rubbish! Seeing Deng Yu fell to the ground. High words with ridicule, you find yen who are not my opponent. You actually dare to me. Really unattainable. Upon hearing the word yen hu, Tang Yu quickly regained his composure. He slowly climbed up from the ground, staring at Gao Yan with resentment. After a long time, he said quietly, "Gao Yan, we'll see, you'll regret for today's behavior." As soon as the words fell, Deng Yu quickly climbed into the Big G and drove away. "Kind of underestimated this rich second generation," Gao Yan said with some disappointment. He had originally thought that in a furious and impulsive situation, Tang Yu would directly admit to finding Yen Hu to deal with him. Even he had turned on the recording in advance. Unfortunately, the other party did not fall for it. Although the recording could not be used as evidence in court, if it was handed over to the police, it could also give them a direction to investigate. "Gao Yan, what's up with Yen Hu that you just mentioned? Did Deng Yu find someone to beat you up?" Zhuo Jiangyu worriedly asked. "Don't worry, I'm fine. My hands are still good." Gao Yan smiled and said, "I suspect that Deng Yu found someone, but there is no evidence." "That's good." Zhuo Jiangyu also sighed in relief, but a look of disgust immediately appeared on her face. "I didn't expect this Deng Yu to remain deadbeat. Why don't we call the police?" "It's useless." Gao Yan shook his head. "The police don't have any evidence. At most they can tell him to cooperate with the investigation. They can't do anything about him." "Okay, let's not mention this disgusting guy. Then what if he finds someone to deal with you in the future?" Zhuo Jiangyu worried. "Don't worry, if I don't have a few skills, how do I have the nerve to provoke him? I'm not stupid." Gao Yan smiled confidently. "Then you still need to be careful. Deng Yu's family is not simple," Zhuo Jiangyu reminded. "I know. I will." Gao Yan could sense that Zhuo Jiangyu was truly concerned about him. Suddenly, Zhuo Jiangyu remembered something. "Gao Yan, how come I didn't know that you had such good hands before?" "To know, in high school, Gao Yan saw her being molested by a punk and rushed up to save her, but was instead beaten up by the punk. At that time, she felt that this boy was silly, but was inexplicably touched inside. Also, although Deng Yu was a rich second generation, he was practicing free sparring. 3 or 5 or so people were not his opponent at all. But today he was kicked by Gao Yan, which affirmed that Gao Yan's hands were very good. In this regard, Gao Yan is not nervous at all, but seriously looked at Zhuo Jiangyue and said, "No way, who called you a red face? You were born so beautiful. If I'm not good at fighting, I have no confidence in the face of your suitors. So, since the graduation of senior high school, I have been practicing hard fighting. 2 years down, the effect is still good. Hate it. People are not red-faced." Zhuo Jiangyue pouted, and even hammered at Gao Yan's chest, but inside, she was extremely happy and proud, because Gao Yan was actually willing to spend so much time learning fighting for her sake, and also defeated that Deng Yu who annoyed her. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt that the atmosphere was a bit quiet. Turning his head to look, he found Zhuo Jiangyue looking at him in a daze. "What's wrong?" "Gao Yan, thank you," Zhuo Jiangyue tenderly said. "Is there a reward? How about a kiss?" Gao Yan teased. At once, Zhuo Jiangyue's face darkened, secretly blaming this guy for destroying the atmosphere. Gao Yan hemmed and hawed, took out his car key and pressed it, and the lights of the Audi A4 2 meters away flashed. "Is this your car?" "Yeah, just bought it, considering that it's inconvenient to date you without a car. I bought one," Gao Yan said truthfully. "Where did you get the money?" Zhuo Jiangyu asked curiously. "Of course I earned it myself," Gao Yan shamelessly said. "I studied stocks in these 2 years in addition to my studies. It just so happened that the market was good in these 2 years, and I earned some. I withdrew some of the money out, opened a milk tea store, and bought a car. You haven't suffered much in these 2 years, right?" Zhuo Jiangyu felt her eyes a little moist, because she knew Gao Yan's family situation. His family should not be able to give him support, and he could only rely on himself to fight. Gao Yan lightly smiled and shook his head. It's not bitter at all, because I've always remembered someone in my heart. Every time I think of her, I'll be filled with strength. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Shuozhen Yu couldn't help but associate them again. No wonder Gao Yan hadn't contacted her in the past 2 years. It turned out that he had been working and struggling silently for them to be together. Seeing the unusually moved Shuozhen Yu, Gao Yan secretly screamed shame. If it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't have the courage to say such words to Shuozhen Yu. For a moment, he couldn't help but thank the system again. Chapter 39, Hand to Hand. On the other side, Dang Yu drove his car on the road speeding violently. He grabbed his cell phone and quickly dialed Uncle Da's number, saying spitefully, Uncle Day, advance the plan. It's best to make that kid a vegetable, a waste of space lying in bed for the rest of his life. Young master, I'm afraid this won't work, Uncle Tay said with difficulty. That Li Feng is a practitioner of national martial arts. He has pride in his heart. He may not be willing to agree if we want to change the plan. Tang Yu roared, go to arrogance. I can't wait any longer. I want him to do it right away. If it's not possible, double the price. His deadbeat old lady can't just heal and not retire. Give him twice as much money. I don't believe he won't be moved. Alright young master, I'll go and try, Uncle Tay said somewhat helplessly. Half an hour later, Uncle Tay arrived at the hospital ward with 2 bodyguards. Inside the ward, a tall-bodied man was yet patiently serving an old man at dinner. Noticing Uncle Da's arrival, Li Feng could not help but frown. However, he didn't pay any attention to it until he served the old man with thin porridge and thoughtfully wiped her mouth clean before saying, Mom, I have a friend looking for me for something. I'm going out. Li Feng got up and left the ward, walking straight to the end of the corridor. Uncle Tay waved his hand to the 2 bodyguards, signaling them to stay where they were before following. Why did you come? Didn't I already promise you? Li Feng said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for disturbing again. Things have changed. I hope you can move ahead, Uncle Tay whispered. No way. Li Feng decisively refused. If he did it today, maybe he would be targeted by the police and he would not be able to participate in tomorrow night's boxing match. With his strength, he asked himself that he had no fear of Master Wei Fifth, but he had an old mother who was seriously ill, so he couldn't default on the scheduled boxing match. Mr. Li, don't be too busy to reject it first. Please listen to the old man finish. Uncle Tay smiled faintly. If Mr. Li is willing to make a move today, the honorarium can be doubled. In addition to that, we can also provide you with a hiding place, so that you can successfully participate in tomorrow night's boxing match. No need. I will fulfill what I promised you guys, but I won't do it today. Li Feng remained unmoved. He was also a proud man, and accepting Uncle Da's employment was a desperate move, but he didn't want to be at the mercy of others either. Mr. Li, the next words of the old man are a bit offensive, but Mr. Li might as well listen. Uncle Tay continued, although Mr. Li has now raised enough money for medical expenses, but Wei Fifth Master, that person is not a good match. Tomorrow night's boxing match, you may not be able to get out of it in one piece. Once you have an accident, who will take care of your mother? But as long as you make a move today, in addition to the medical expenses, the rest of the money can be used as your mother's pension, and at the same time, we have also promised that, when your mother is healed discharged from the hospital, we will send her safely away from Nandu. After all, no one can be sure that Master Wei Fifth won't take your mother to vent his hatred. How dare he? Li Feng's eyes glared, containing killing intent. Mr. Li mustn't overestimate Wei Fifth Master's lower limit. Your unwillingness to cooperate with him in fake boxing has angered him. He has spent a large sum of money to invite experts from the Elephant Kingdom to come over to deal with you. Even if you die, he may not be willing to give up, and your mother is your only family member. You say, if he wants to vent his hatred. Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes flashed and the killing chance in his eyes intensified. Seeing this, Uncle Day continued, does Mr. Li want to kill Master Wei Fifth? What's wrong with splattering blood in a piker's anger? Li Feng said in a low voice. It's useless. Uncle Day shook his head. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Over the years there have been many people who wanted to assassinate or kill Master Wei Fifth in the open, but no one has been able to succeed. Even though Mr. Li is strong, Master Wei Fifth is too cunning and cautious. You don't even know where he is. How are you going to kill him? Hearing this, Li Feng was silent. Mr. Li, why don't you consider the old man's proposal? If you don't think about it, you have to think about your mother. Uncle Tay persuaded again. Okay, I promise you. A flash of entanglement and depression flashed in Li Feng's eyes. At that moment, Uncle Day couldn't help but smile. Taking out a bank card and handing it over to Li Feng, there is $1 million in this card. The password is 6 sixes. It's enough for your mother to spend her old age in peace. Many thanks. Li Feng's face flushed red as he took the bank card. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat a hero for a penny, even if he was a master of the national art. At this time, Uncle De took out a cell phone and handed it to Li Feng. By the way, this cell phone Mr. Li also take. We will send you the location where the target is located. After the mission is completed, please destroy the phone. By the way, when you do it, I hope that Mr. Li will cover up his real face, or it will be convenient for us to help you hide it. As for this side of the hospital, we will also arrange for someone to take care of your mother, so that you will have no worries at all. Thanks for the reminder. I know. Li Feng nodded. Then Mr. Li, the old man will take his leave first. Seize the time to say goodbye to your mother. Uncle Tae left a sentence and quickly left with his 2 bodyguards. To be honest, if it was safest to proceed according to the previous plan, once Li Feng died in the boxing match, there would be no proof of death, but the young master had to do it today. Although he was sure that he wouldn't let Li Feng be exposed, but who was sure that there wouldn't be any accidents? But there was nothing he could do. Who asked Deng Yu to be the young master and he was just a slave? On the other side, Gao Yan was floating on the sparkling lake with Zhuo Jiangyu. Every time they saw a fish swimming by the boat, Zhuo Jiangyu would innocently reach out and grab it. After floating on the lake for an hour, the sun overhead was also gradually becoming hot. So, Gao Yan plucked the oars towards the shore. Suddenly, he developed a feeling that he was being watched by wild beasts. Subconsciously, he looked, only to find a tall man wearing a mask standing under a willow tree on the shore of the lake hundreds of meters away. But with a flash of silhouette, the man disappeared. What a sharp perception! At the shore of the lake, Li Feng frowned. He was observing his target from a few hundred meters away and the other party was actually able to spot him. But now it was already an arrow that had to be fired. Not long after, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyu disembarked. Jiangyu, go to the KFC in front and buy me a Coke. Buy it and wait for me there. I'll go to the restroom first. Alright, then hurry up. Seeing Zhuo Jiangyu off, Gao Yan walked quickly in the direction of the restroom. Come out. Arriving at the back of the toilet, Gao Yan shouted in an indifferent tone. Then, the tall man wearing a mask flashed out. Little brother, I was also commissioned by someone. Sorry for the offense. Li Feng didn't have any intention of talking nonsense. As soon as he appeared, he attacked Gao Yan, and the one he performed was the 8 extreme fist. Boom! The opponent's elbow broke through the airflow with a roaring sound, like a hammer coming straight at his chest. Hidden flower at the bottom of the leaf. Gao Yan's body twisted, not only avoiding the opponent's attack, but at the same time, his palm drilled into the opponent's armpit like a swimming fish. Boom! The opponent's figure staggered back. The green bricks under his feet were even cracked by his footsteps. His mouth exclaimed in shock, Bagua fist. Good eyesight. Again. Gao Yan lightly drank. His feet stepped on the Bagua swimming dragon steps, and his arms vibrated as he pounced. Boom boom boom. After several collisions, Gao Yan's palm lightly printed on Li Feng's dantian, and with a spit of dark energy from his hand, he sent the other party flying and falling to the ground. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Li Feng's mouth. Staring at Gao Yan in shock, you actually have practiced dark energy. Say it, who sent you here? Gao Yan looked at the other party condescendingly. Li Feng was silent. If you don't say, then I'll have to call the police. Gao Yan frowned. At this time, Li Feng said in a hoarse voice, can you give me 2 days? If I don't die, I'll come back to you in 2 days to make amends. I can be at your disposal. Gao Yan stepped forward and removed Li Feng's mask, and the other party did not resist. What's your name? Gao Yan asked. Li Feng said, my name is Li Feng. I'm from Shangma village in Nandu. I have a boxing match tomorrow night. If I don't die, I'll come to you. How can I trust you? Gao Yan said again. This is my ID card, pledged to you. Li Feng took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took it and looked at it. Alright, I'll trust you once. Afterwards, he slapped Li Feng on the small of his back, dispersing the dark energy injected into the other party's body, and then twisted his body towards the direction of KFC. At the same time, he had some doubts in his mind. Are national arts experts so miserable? A late-stage Ming Jin, actually reduced to the point of giving people a beating? Chapter 40, The Terrifying Deng Family. Immediately, Gao Yan's eyes were chilled. Only an hour or so ago, he had kicked Deng Yu, and the other party had immediately found a national art expert to deal with him. Not right. Gao Yan secretly shook his head. He could tell that this 8 extreme fist expert called Li Feng was proud of his heart. It shouldn't be that easy for Tang Yu's side to get him to do something. It should be that he had wanted to use this Li Feng against him for a long time. Only that he had given Tang Yu a kick in the morning, causing the other side to advance their plans. However, he had already exposed his strength as a dark force expert today, so Tang Yu's side shouldn't act rashly anymore. 2 attacks. It couldn't just be forgotten. Thinking of this, he had to have the need to understand the Deng family's situation in detail so that he could target his retaliation plan. And Deng Yu's information was provided by Song Yufei. So, did Song Yufei know the Deng family's bottom line? After accompanying Zhuo Jianyue to play happily for a day, Gao Yan drove Zhuo Jianyue to the outside of Yangdong University. This time, Zhuo Jianyue didn't make a request to get off the car in the neighborhood. Her previous reason for getting off in the neighborhood was that she was worried about being discovered by Deng Yu, thus taking revenge on Gao Yan. Since she had already torn her face apart now, there was no need for that. Why don't we buy some fruits to take back to your roommate? Gao Yan had a bright idea and said, no need. I'll just buy some snacks back later. Zhuo Jianyue excused herself. No, it has to be bought. After all, I picked the most beautiful flower in your dorm room. I have to give some compensation, don't I? Hate it. Just good words. The duo went hand in hand to the fruit supermarket and picked some fruits. Why don't I send you directly to the dormitory downstairs? Otherwise it's quite tiring. Gao Yan proposed again. Then I'll trouble you. He drove Zhuo Jianyue to the girls' dormitory downstairs and watched his girlfriend enter the dormitory before he drove off. With a thought, calling up the system interface. Because of the sweeping of goods for several days in a row, Gao Yan had already become more familiar with several cell phone stores. As a result, now there was no need for him to go to their stores to pick up the goods at all. It was all delivered by them. Therefore, even though Gao Yan was not in the store today, he still sold 100 units of fruit cell phones, but it was also as he expected. He had already milked the students dry a few days ago, and only sold out 100 cell phones by 4 p.m. today. Today it was a six-fold rebate. Therefore, the total profit that 100 cell phones had brought him was 2.22 million. And with more than a million more to go, he was able to reach 30 million in cash. Should I buy a house? Gao Yan pondered. After thinking about it, he still decided to hold off for a while. He also planned to create the discount online mall. Nandu was at least a provincial capital city. Although University City was a suburb, it was also a school district, and the average house price was over $30,000. And the city's housing prices are also more than 20,000 yuan. To buy a house must be a one-time place to buy a villa. So, it's better to use the money on entrepreneurship first, and it's not too late to buy a house after the money in the stock market is withdrawn. After putting away the system panel, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but it was labeled Southwest Jiangsu City. So, he picked up the phone. Gao Yan, it's me. I'm eating out with my friends. I still have almost money. Transfer $500 to me. The moment he heard the voice, he knew it was Gao Lang. Gao Yan was a little speechless. Last time the other party had already flipped out with him, and he himself had pulled the phone number black and WeChat blacklisted, not thinking when the other party actually had the nerve to call and ask him for money. However, the change of heart, Gao Yan did not directly open dislike, but asked, is $500 enough? Gao Lang on the other end of the phone froze, then quickly asked, how much can you give? I just earned 2,000 yuan on my part-time job. Why don't I give you 1,000 yuan? How can 1,000 be good? Give me 500 yuan. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word in front of mom and dad, Gao Lang said proudly, but in his heart, he scolded Gao Yan for being a fool, wanting him to help put in a good word. Next life. Gao Yan, alright, I'm depositing money in the bank now. After I deposit the money, I'll transfer it to you. Gao Lang, then hurry up. Gao Yan, okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Southwest Jiangsu City. After making the phone call, Gao Lang re-stepped into the box and said with a bold face, brothers, if the food isn't enough and the wine isn't enough, keep calling, don't ever save me money. Hearing Gao Lang say this, the several young people in the box were polite, and hastily ordered a few hard dishes and 2 bottles of more than 200 yuan of white wine. Gao Yan came to the store and made a tour before leaving. The main reason was that the milk tea store was too well staffed. The employees of the 2 new stores in town were here to learn. After seeing that he couldn't help much, Gao Yan then directly flashed back to the rental house, then contacted Song Yufei on WeChat and asked if he had any details on the Deng family. Unexpectedly, the other party directly called him over. Song Yufei, Gao Yan, what do you need the Deng family's information for? Did Deng Yu find you in trouble? Gao Yan, it's for a rainy day. I want to know more about the Deng family. Song Yufei, I have the Deng family's information, but what are you taking in exchange? Gao Yan, in that case, I don't know what you want. Just tell me directly. Song Yufei, then you owe me a favor? Gao Yan, this won't work. My favors aren't worth much. How about this? I'll send you a bag worth 50,000, or you can pick it yourself. Within 100,000, I'll pay for it all. Favors may seem cheap, but sometimes they are exceptionally valuable. Song Yufei, no. I want you to owe me a favor. Hesitating slightly, Gao Yan still chose to agree. Then Song Yufei asked him to send him an email. After about 20 minutes, Gao Yan's mailbox received a piece of information. Clicking on this information, he carefully viewed it. After reading the Deng family's information, Gao Yan's mood was somewhat heavy. The strength of the Deng family was somewhat beyond his imagination. Even if he had the system, it would be difficult to defeat the other side in a moment. First of all, the Deng family operated many industries. For example, real estate, hotels, supermarkets, restaurants, entertainment, and investments. The one that held absolute weight in the Tang family was the real estate industry. First of all, the Deng family was the major shareholder of the Bandung Group, owning 17% of the shares, valued at around $30 billion. The Deng family's investment and support was indispensable for the Wanlong Group to be as large as it is today, as well as for the chairman of the Wanlong Group to be as successful as he is today. Secondly, the Deng family also had their own real estate company. However, the direction of the Bandung Group is different. The Deng family's real estate company mainly develops villa-type properties. More than 90% of the shares of this real estate company were in the hands of the Deng family, and although the market value was far worse than that of the Bandung Group, it had reached about $80 billion. Together with other industries, the Deng family's assets had properly exceeded 100 billion. Moreover, the Deng family was an old local power. Relationships are quite broad. In exchange for ordinary rich families, Dengyu that recklessness has long been cleaned up, but Dengyu is still safe and sound. Therefore, Gao Yan wanted to utilize commercial means to deal with the Tang family. It was simply hellishly difficult. Of course, he had no intention of giving up. He alone against the Deng family is weak. When he develops, can form an alliance. Because in Yangdong province, the Deng family also had many enemies. For this reason, Gao Yan had to give Song Yufei a compliment. The other party actually sent him the information of the Deng family's enemies. A favor wasn't a loss. Thus, he thanked Song Yufei again on WeChat. Chapter 41, Turning the Other Cheek. Inside the rented room, a sharp phone ringing once again. It was Gao Lang calling again. Gao Yan unhurriedly picked up the phone. Instantly, Gao Lang's roaring voice rang out. Gao Yan, what the hell is wrong with you? How come you haven't transferred the money to me by now? I'm still waiting for the money to settle the bill on my side. In the face of Gao Lang's questioning, Gao Yan pretends to apologize. Gao Lang, sorry, school near the ATM problem. Cannot be used. Originally I intend to go to the city to take, but the school teacher suddenly looking for me something delayed, and now I've been in the car to go to the city. You then wait for me more than 10 minutes. Should be able to give you to transfer the money. Gao Lang, then hurry up. I'll give you another 20 minutes. If you don't transfer the money to me again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. Hearing this, Gao Yan sneered, but his mouth said, don't worry, 20 minutes is definitely no problem. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan decisively pulled the blackout on this number as well. If Gao Lang was slightly more respectful and polite to this cheap brother of his and gave him some money, it would be fine, but Gao Lang this person never took him as a brother. To him to call and shout not to mention, a little not good is to swear. The most disgusting also liked to complain to the adoptive mother. And the foster mother has always been indiscriminate. As long as Gao Lang complained, it is sure to teach Gao Yan. He is not a white-eyed wolf. Although his foster parents are not good to him, but at least he was raised. But also for him to go to college. He intends to go back to his hometown after the summer vacation. Intends to openly and honestly and adoptive parents to talk about. Completely out of that family. As for the adoptive parents all these years to spend on his money, he will double the repayment. I have to say, in asking for money above, Gao Lang is still more resilient. Obviously, Gao Yan had already blacked out that number. 20 minutes later, he changed to another number and called. Gao Yan, are you fooling me? Gao Yan laughed. Yeah, you just realized that. Ha! These words immediately caused Gao Lang to burst into a frenzy of anger and insults. Gao Yan was too lazy to listen, directly hung up the phone and once again pulled black. A few minutes later, the adoptive mother's phone call came in. It is estimated that Gao Lang, that little brat, complained to the foster mother again. After the last phone call, Gao Yan has been completely chilled to the foster mother. Even if he picks up the phone, what he faces are accusations and counting. Therefore, Gao Yan has no intention of answering the phone at all, and hangs up directly. This made the adoptive mother, who was far away in Jiangsu City, furious enough to scold Gao Yan while redialing, but Gao Yan still hung up. The adoptive mother, whose anger was hard to dispel, had to send a message to scold Gao Yan. Looking at these hurtful words, if in the past, he would have been unusually uncomfortable, but the time and time again differential treatment, as well as the time and time again overly harsh words, had long since worn away Gao Yan's feelings towards his adoptive parents. What's more, he had already planned to completely detach himself from this family. His adoptive parents were only better than strangers in his eyes. Therefore, he had been able to treat it calmly, directly deleting the message and ignoring it. Thinking that the milk tea stores in Hangda Plaza and Wanlong Plaza would open on Monday, Gao Yan called the managers and store managers of several cell phone stores separately and asked them to help prepare a batch of cell phones. At this moment, Zijin Lake Villa community, Uncle Tae stood respectfully in front of Tangyu with a few bitter words on his face. Young master, our people have found Li Feng. According to him, that Gao Yan is a dark power expert. Dark power expert? How could that kid be a dark power expert? Tangyu said with a shocked face. Dark power expert is not some big cabbage. As far as he knows at the moment, there is only one dark power expert. The other party is the captain of his father's bodyguard team, with an annual salary of $12 million not to mention. He can also enjoy a certain amount of dividends from their family's company. The other party's name is Liang Fong and he is 48 years old. According to his father, he was able to hire Liang Fong as a bodyguard, or when his grandfather had a favor to the other side. Otherwise, not to mention the 12 million annual salary, even if the salary doubled, but also could not invite to Liang Fong. And the strength of the dark power expert is also quite perverse. Several times to resolve the assassination crisis against his father, but also effective deterrence to those who want to hit his Deng family's idea of the enemy. Uncle Tae continued, Li Feng shouldn't be lying. Young master, I'm afraid the plan against Gao Yan will have to be slowed down. Even if the Deng family had a dark force expert like Liang Feng in their ranks, Gao Yan was young. He had entered the dark force at the age of 20, and might become a harmonization force master in the future. Once he became a Huanjing grandmaster, it would be the end of the Tang family. Is there any way to get Uncle Liang to step in and take care of the other party? Tang Yu asked tentatively. Uncle Tae was startled and hurriedly advised. Young master, it's best not to. Why? Tang Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. Uncle Tae analyzed. First of all, Liang Fong may not be able to solve Gao Yan. After all, if we can't beat him, he can still escape. In this way, we will have a deadly feud. Secondly, Gao Yan has become a dark force expert at such a young age. So will there be an even stronger existence standing behind him? And if he beats up the young one, the old one may pop out. There is also a possibility that he might have a relationship with a martial arts family. Once that Gao Yan is from a martial arts family, our entire Tang family might be buried with him as a result. Young master, with your stature, what kind of woman can't you get? Why would you need to become a mortal enemy with a dark power expert for the sake of a woman? If I don't go against him, he may not let me go. Tang Yu said with an ugly face. Young master, find a chance to resolve this feud. It's better to resolve the grievances than to tie them up. Uncle Tae persuaded. After all, our Tang family is not made of clay. Although you arranged for people to attack him twice, you didn't cause him any damage. As long as the attitude is more sincere and a certain price is paid, the other party may not be unwilling to resolve this grudge. Tang Yu's face changed several times, and finally waved his hand in a depressed manner. Alright, let's leave it at that. You make a call to old Su and ask him to arrange for 2 clean ones to be sent here. I want to diarrhea the fire. Because the Tang family only had one heir like him, his father had told him some hidden secrets when he became an adult, which included the martial arts family. The martial arts families might not be as rich as their Tang family. However, it was best not to provoke these martial arts families because these martial arts families might not care much about the law. Once you messed with the other party, they might be able to let you die without you realizing it. The following morning, the morning glory sprinkled the earth. Gao Yan drove to the agency. Han Yumei had already helped him identify several office buildings that met his criteria over the past few days. Both parties had arranged to view them today. For Gao Yan, a big client, Han Yumei was quite attentive. Knowing that Gao Yan would be arriving soon, she stood waiting at the entrance of the agency. Then, led by Han Yumei, he came to an office building in the high-tech district. This office building was built 2 years ago, and the current occupancy rate is not high. Accompanied by a property manager named Zhong Maoxin, they looked at the 15th floor of this office building, an area of 1,000 square feet out. After the tour, the issue of rent came up. Zhong Maoxin's offer is 2 yuan per square meter per day. According to the calculation of 1,000 square meters, the daily rent is 2,000 yuan. January is 60,000, 720,000 a year. Han Yumei was still more attentive and prepared the information in advance. And on the way here, Gao Yan had already read it. So he said, Manager Zhong, this office floor has been vacant for most of the year, right? Coupled with the geographical location, it's not easy for you to rent out this office floor. As soon as he heard this, Zhong Maxin knew that Gao Yan had come prepared. Then what does Mr. Gao mean? Zhong Maxin asked tentatively. If it's $1.50, I can sign today, Gao Yan said. Zhong Maxin smiled bitterly. Young Master Gao, this price is just too low. There was another company 2 days ago that didn't manage to take it even with a bid of $1.60. Don't be too busy rejecting it. Gao Yan waved his hand. If you are willing to rent it to me at $1.50, I can sign a 5-year contract, and I will pay the rent once a year, so that it's convenient for you, and it's also convenient for me. After all, there aren't many companies that can rent such a large area at once, and even if there are, they won't be able to sign a contract for such a long period of time. Even if you rent it out for $2, once a window period of a few months occurs, then the loss will be huge. Even if you rent it at $2, once there is a window period of a few months, it will be a big loss. Don't you think so, Mr. Zhong? Zhong Maxin is also quite moved. High words have sense. Can take the whole floor of the company is indeed not much. As for those top companies, simply will not consider here. People directly in the CBD to rent office space is not fragrant. After all, is not bad that little bit of money. So, he said, Gao Xiao, you wait a moment. I give the leadership to make a phone call to report down. See what the leadership side is the meaning? Okay, Manager Zhong, make yourself at home. Let's continue the tour. Gao Yan nodded his head, estimating that this was almost a done deal. Chapter 42, Compensation and Escalation. Not long after, Zhong Maxin walked over after making a phone call and said with a smile on his face, Young Gao, after I communicated with the leader, he basically agreed to your conditions, but he also has a condition. Please say. Gao Yan looked at the other party and said, what the leader means is that if it's based on $1.5 per square foot, the rent will go up by 5% every year. This can't be done. Gao Yan shook his head decisively. It's undeniable that our country's housing prices are rising every year, but the office market is not good. If I don't remember wrongly, compared to last year, this year's office market has dropped quite a bit, and if it rises by 5% every year, won't I become an ingrate? Then what does Mr. Gao mean? Zhong Maxin asked back. He had known that Gao Yan could not possibly agree to such a condition. Let's do it this way. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, how about 1.5 yuan this year, 1.6 yuan next year, and an increase of 10 cents every year? An extra 10 cents per square meter would be an extra 100 a day, and he would have to pay more than $36,000 in rent a year. For this proposal of Gao Yan, Zhong Maxin still felt good. The high-tech area was not popular and the prices of office buildings were somewhat inflated. So, Zhong Maxin then said, at the risk of asking, what type of company does Mr. Gao intend to open? Gao Yan said, network company. The first-year conservative estimate will invest $1 billion. Really? Zhong Maxin's eyes lit up. The reason why this side of the high-tech zone is not developing is mainly because there are no famous companies. If Gao Yan really invests $1 billion in the first year, then it definitely won't be small. Once Gao Yan's company made it, it would be a role model for the high-tech zone. So, he said, please wait a moment, Mr. Gao. I'll call the leaders again to report. Soon, Zhong Maxin returned from the phone call. Young Mr. Gao, the leadership agrees in principle with the proposal you made, but the leadership has a request. You must invest more than 300 million in the first year. This needs to be written into the contract. If young Mr. Gao accomplishes the investment goal, the rent for the next few years, we can maintain the original price. Gao Yan agreed after a little consideration. This was because he had originally planned to treat the discount online mall as his main business in the future. Thus, both parties happily signed the contract, and the property side also gave Gao Yan 15 days of renovation time. Manager Zhong, do you have a good recommendation for a headhunter? After signing the contract, Gao Yan asked Zhong Maxin. Yes, Zhong Maxin hurriedly said. I have the phone number of the vice president of our biggest headhunting company in Nandu. I'll send it to you. Thank you then. Afterward, he exchanged a few more pleasantries with Zhong Maxin and followed Han Yumei to the agency to settle the agency fee before calling the headhunter company and talking about his requirements. Then he drove over to the milk tea store to check the progress of the renovation. Unexpectedly, he was stopped just as he entered Bandung Plaza. Something wrong with the old gentleman? Gao Yan asked as he suspiciously looked at the white-haired Uncle De. I, Chen Da, have met Mr. Gao. Can Mr. Gao move for a moment? Uncle De said in a polite tone. We don't know each other, do we? Gao Yan frowned. Uncle De replied, indeed we don't know each other, but there is a bit of a misunderstanding between my young master and Mr. Gao, and this time, the old man has come here specifically to apologize and make amends to Mr. Gao. The young master in your mouth is tongue you? Gao Yan's face turned cold. Yes, Mr. Gao. Uncle De nodded. Our young master has realized his mistake. so he sent the old man to apologize and make amends. Then why didn't he come himself? Gao Yan sneered. Upon hearing this, Uncle De's face flickered with embarrassment. In fact, he had also persuaded Tang Yu to come personally to make amends and apologize. But Tang Yu couldn't pull that face, so in order to solve his worries, he could only be the one to step in. Mr. Gao, although my young master did not come in person, he does truly want to resolve the grudge between our two parties, Uncle Tae said in a sincere tone. Oh, how do you guys want to resolve it? Gao Yan said indifferently. After realizing the power of the Deng family, he did not want to confront them right away, thus he did not have the intention to make a move. He didn't expect the other party to actually come running to apologize and make amends. He immediately guessed that it should be Tang Yu who had learned about his dark force martial artist strength from Li Feng and was afraid. Can Mr. Gao move in for a detailed discussion? Uncle Tae extended the invitation once again. Good. Not long after, the two of them came to a box in a cafe on the 4th floor. Now, you can talk, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Uncle Tae took out a brocade box and handed it over and said, Mr. Gao, this is one of our young master's reparations, so why not open it and take a look? Gao Yan opened the brocade box with doubts, but inside was a bank card, only to hear Uncle D introduce. Mr. Gao, there is 10 million in this card. I hope you can smile. Afterwards, he took a document bag from the bodyguard's hand and put it in front of Gao Yan. This is a set of villa transfer documents worth 18 million. As long as Mr. Gao signs it, he can immediately go for the transfer procedures. Your young master is really generous, Gao Yan said indifferently. If he hadn't obtained the system, he would definitely be ecstatic in the face of $10 million in cash and a set of villa close to $20 million. But now, he appeared calm. At this moment, he was considering whether to accept or reject. He and Tang Yu had only had one positive contact, but he could also see that it was a vindictive guy, and now he was in the way of his dark force martial artist strength before taking the initiative to make amends and apologize. Once he had the certainty of dealing with him in the future, he would certainly not hesitate to continue to strike at him, and he himself did not have the strength and capital to fight with the Tang family, so he also needed time to develop. Therefore, the advantages of accepting Tang Yu's compensation and apology outweighed the disadvantages. Moreover, he could also use the money to upgrade his system. Uncle De was a little puzzled by Gao Yan's thoughts and laughed. Mr. Gao is already a dark power expert at a young age, and the future of chemistry power can be expected. My Deng family is naturally unwilling to be an enemy of someone like Mr. Gao. By the way, Mr. Gao, there is also a third indemnity gift. Please accept it with a smile. As he spoke, Uncle De handed over another card inlaid with diamonds. He said, this is the diamond card of the Sky Rhythm Club, and there are no more than 10 diamond cards of the Sky Rhythm Club in the entire southern capital. If Mr. Gao is interested, I can send you the services that the diamond card can enjoy. Good. Gao Yan nodded. I accept your young master's compensation. You give your young master a message. Don't harass my girlfriend again in the future, or else, I won't settle for any more compensation. I will make him pay a heavy price. Hearing Gao Yan say this, Uncle Tae also breathed a sigh of relief. Then thank you Mr. Gao for your understanding, and please rest assured that my young master will also back off when he meets Miss Jode in the future. That's good. Gao Yan nodded. Afterward, Gao Yan signed his name on that villa transfer agreement. Uncle De guaranteed that all kinds of documents would be sent to him within 3 days, and at the same time, he would also send him the services that he could enjoy with the diamond card of Tian Yun Club. After Uncle De left, the system upgrade beep also sounded immediately after. Very quickly, the system completed its upgrade and reached LV7 level. The return multiplier was raised to 7 times, and accordingly, the upgrade experience was raised to 100 million. In addition to this, the system also rewarded an intermediate draw and 2 attribute points. System, open the lottery. Ding, the intermediate level draw begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing. Hearing the system's broadcast, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart. He didn't expect that this intermediate draw would actually open such a good thing. Chapter 43, Gambling on Stones, one more. Gao Yan had never dreamed that an intermediate lottery draw would actually open up a supernatural ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the primary golden pupil. In the next moment, a golden light directly disappeared into Gao Yan's eyes, followed by the feeling that his eyes started to become sore and swollen, and tears flowed from his eyes. He knew that this was the system transforming his eyes. After about 10 seconds, the discomfort disappeared. Taking a tissue to wipe away his tears, he began to read the information about the golden pupil in his mind. First of all, this supernatural ability he obtained was only elementary. The scanning range was 1 meter. The target is a dead object. The number of times it can be used per day is 10 times. Thinking of this, Gao Yan then urged his golden pupil to look at the coffee cup on the table. Immediately, a series of images kept flashing in his mind. And immediately afterward, he learned the origin, year of manufacture, and even the value of this coffee cup, and so on. If one used the golden pupil, an extraordinary ability, to pick up antiques, it would be difficult to hit the eye. Unfortunately, it could only be used 10 times a day. System, can golden pupil be upgraded? Gao Yan asked. System, yes. Gao Yan asked again. How do I upgrade? System, draw the upgrade card. Or draw 2 more primary golden pupils to fuse and then you can upgrade. Or directly draw the intermediate golden pupil. Anyway, the golden pupil has 10 chances to use it every day. So it's a waste if you don't use it. Gao Yan gave birth to the intention of wanting to go to the antique street to pick up leaks. By the way, it was worth mentioning that his assets had broken through $100 million. The total value of Deng Yu's compensation reached 38 million. Among them, the cash was 10 million. The villa was 18 million. And that kind of diamond card was actually worth 10 million. Gao Yan didn't realize that not only money could be returned, even objects would be converted into the corresponding money for the return. Therefore, the system directly returned 228 million to him. It directly skyrocketed his wealth to 260 million plus. It had to be said that it felt great that the enemy had made himself stronger. As for the 2 attribute points rewarded by the system, Gao Yan directly added them to his physique, bringing it to 92 points. The progress of the milk tea store's renovation was great. It would be completed this afternoon. So, he called Zhang Qin and Lu Ran separately and asked them to bring people over to clean up this afternoon when the renovation of the 2 milk tea stores was completed, and commanded the workers to put the various milk tea machines in place so that they could open tomorrow. Gao Yan, on the other hand, drove to the antique street in southern metropolis. Although he had obtained the golden pupil, Gao Yan was still a novice when it came to antiques. Therefore, after arriving at the antique street, he used his golden pupil on 5 antique-looking pieces one after another. The results were very touching. These 5 pieces of his more optimistic antiques, actually all are modern handicrafts. The shortest one, manufacturing time is only 3 days. From this, we can see how deep the water of this line of antiques. However, what he explored were all street stalls. He decided to switch to a different mode, so he fell in love with a large curio store and walked in. The name of this curio store was also very atmospheric, named Jubo Zhai. The store was divided into 2 floors. After Gao Yan entered the store, the fat shopkeeper reclining on the eunuch's chair simply said, "Please feel free to make yourself at home," in a nonchalant manner, and then no longer cared about him. So, Gao Yan to the 3 seemingly smooth curio, using the golden pupil, then secretly called out a good guy. I didn't expect that the antique store also sells handicrafts. Only then, antique store antiques look more real, more bluffing, and manufacturing process is also much more complex. For example, he used the golden pupil to view a jade pendant, with goat's blood and urine and soaked, and then buried in the soil for a few months before taking out. Forget it. Gao Yan decisively drew back and walked away. The fat shopkeeper didn't stay either, because in his opinion, a youngster like Gao Yan was not a serious buyer at all. Most likely the kind of stickman who had just entered the business and was bent on picking up leaks and making a fortune. This kind of person could not even be called a rookie. There was still one more chance to use it. Gao Yan is ready to find a piece of antique casually to the eye to the last gold pupil to the use of the flash, but just in time to hear a message. But this street's red luck stone workshop, someone opened the ice jade. Gao Yan only had a vague concept of jadeite, because the novels he had read had mentioned it, but he only remembered the glass type imperial green. With curiosity, he followed those 2 people followed into the red luck stone workshop. At the same time, he also took out his cell phone to search for knowledge on jadeite. The introduction of jadeite on the internet was very mixed. But Gao Yan's memory and comprehension were quite amazing now, and after summarizing and absorbing this knowledge, he could barely figure out the grade of jadeite. The value of jadeite mainly depends on the species, water, color, clarity and craftsmanship. Seed refers to the structure and texture, divided into glass seed, ice seed, glutinous seed and bean seed, of which, the highest value of glass seed, bean seed value is the lowest. Water refers to the transparency, color refers to the color. Imperial green is the top of a jadeite color. Clarity refers to the absence of flaws. The last process is the carving craft. The same material, the apprentice carved out of the jadeite jewelry value is certainly not as high as the master carved out of the jadeite jewelry value. At this moment, most of the people in the stone workshop are gathered in the deciphering area. There were almost hundreds of people observing the unraveling of the stones. It's up again. At this moment, a cry of alarm came out. Gao Yan followed suit and squeezed his way to the front amidst the blank stares of a few people. and found that a stone deconstruction master was using a strong flashlight to shine into the newly cut interface inwards. Don't cut it. This piece of raw stone. We, Hunjin Jewelry, charged 3 million. A middle-aged man shouted. 3 million for such a large piece of ice seed is good enough. Our Defu Jewelry is bidding 4 million. 4.2 million. 4.5 million. Looking at the rapidly soaring price, Lu Dong, who was the owner of this piece of raw stone, was so excited that his hands were trembling. Today he has sold 5 pieces of raw stone. The first 5 pieces all collapsed. More than 500,000 all hit the water. Did not expect the last desperate actually buy a good piece of raw stone actually rose. A moment back to the capital not to mention, but also wildly earn millions. Soon, or Defu Jewelry's bottom is heavier. Raise the price to 5.2 million to force back the others. Mr. Lu, still cutting or not? The stone-solving master asked Lu Dong, who was a regular customer of this stone gambling workshop and was already more familiar with the stone-solving master. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong revealed a torn look. If another face is opened, the price of this jadeite raw stone can definitely still rise by 1 or 2 million. Of course, once he sees that nothing is opened, the value of this raw stone will also follow. At this time, Gao Yan took a step forward. Exactly 1 meter left from that piece of raw stone. Then he activated his golden pupil for the last time. His eyes directly penetrated through the stone skin and saw through the entire piece of raw stone. It was found that under the 3 centimeters of stone skin, it was actually a piece of ice seed jadeite that was all in one. And the golden pupil also gave the price, 15 million. Immediately, Gao Yan had an idea and said to Lu Dong, I'll offer 6 million. To sell or not? This little brother, aren't you being a bit uncouth? The manager of Defu Jewelry frowned and said, how is it not polite? They didn't promise to sell you. If you're not convinced, you can just raise the price directly. Gao Yan said indifferently. 6,200,000. The manager of Defu Jewelry also came to temper. 7 million. Gao Yan smiled. If you continue to bid, I'll let you have it. But the manager of Defu Jewelry was caught in hesitation. Although the raw stone had a great possibility of opening out an ice jadeite, there was still a certain risk. He bid 5.2 million. That's because Defu Jewelry after the master carver, even if not in the jadeite raw materials to make money, but made into fine jewelry, but still can make a profit. But now, this sudden kid raised the price to 7 million. Even if his family has a master carver, but also cannot make money, it is estimated to lose. At the same time, he was a little more curious about Gao Yan's origin. To be so young and yet be able to come up with $7 million. It was probably not an ordinary family. Since this little brother is willing to bid 7 million, we at Defu Jewelry will withdraw. Thanks then. Gao Yan was also not aggressive. Then looked at Lu Dong. Mr. Lu, 7 million willing to transfer this piece of raw stone to me? Originally, Lu Dong was still prepared to wait for the price to be sold. But now, Defu Jewelry has already withdrawn. Plus the price has been raised by 1.8 million on top of the original price. Therefore, he is already satisfied. So he smiled and said, good, I am willing to transfer it. Chapter 44, Don't talk to me about temperament. The Red Luck Stone Workshop had a ready-made contract. Hence, in less than 5 minutes, both parties signed a formal transfer agreement. And Gao Yan also asked for Lu Dong's card number and transferred 7 million to the other party from the system account. Seeing the $7 million arrive, Lu Dong almost danced with joy. His attitude towards Gao Yan also became more and more enthusiastic and respectful. After all, a young man who could casually take out $7 million was not simple in terms of his family and background, and was worthy of his patronage. Young Gao, do you want to continue cutting this piece of raw stone? The stone-solving master politely inquired. Give me a cut on each side. Gao Yan said very decisively. Alright, you wait a moment. The master responded and started to work, and the guests in the stone workshop quickly gathered over. Soon, another side of the mouth opened. After rinsing with water, the crowd again appeared a burst of shouts of surprise, because another cut went up. Seeing this scene, for some reason, Lu Dong felt slightly lost. Young Gao, do you want to bid on this piece of raw stone? Our Defu Jewelry is bidding 8 million, the manager of Defu Jewelry said. Upon hearing this, the people around them revealed envious colors. Previously, when Gao Yan bought the original stone for 7 million, many people thought he was an ingrate. But now, only a few minutes had passed. The original stone that had arrived at $7 million had immediately risen by $1 million. As for the previous owner of the original stone, Lu Dong also revealed a look of chagrin. If he had made one more cut before selling it, then he would have earned an extra million. Not for sale, Gao Yan said. Of course, if you are willing to offer $12 million, I can consider it. Upon hearing this, the manager of Defu Jewelry was choked. At Gao Yan's signal, the stone-solving master continued to give the other side of the original stone an opening. Soon, a new opening appeared. Then, it cut up again. The people present were almost separated from the wall. Too damn jealous. As for Lu Dong, his fists were clenched and his eyes were a little red. He regretted it. Young Mr. Gao, $10 million, as long as you are willing to sell, I will immediately arrange for someone to transfer the money, the manager of Defu Jewelry said with an excited expression. Although there was still one side of the mouth that hadn't been opened, it was now basically certain that this piece of raw stone was going to come out big. Continue cutting. Gao Yan lazily ignored the other party and ordered the stone-solving master to open the last mouth as well. The result was obvious. The last opening was opened and it was still emerald. This time, the manager of Defu Jewelry didn't make another offer, because the result was already clear. So he might as well wait for Gao Yan to cut out the emerald before talking about the acquisition. Spent another half an hour. The master cut out the entire piece of jadeite, a muddy ice jadeite. The color is also relatively pure. Then, the manager of Defu Jewelry directly opened price 14 million. At the same time there is some regret. Before if he promised Gao Yan to take it at 12 million. Still can earn a lot. As for Lu Dong, the joy of harvesting a huge sum of $7 million has completely disappeared. There is only endless chagrin, and even a few points of resentment towards Gao Yan. If he had insisted on cutting out the jadeite, what he had gained would not be $7 million, but more than $14 million. 15 million? We at Hungjin Jewelry will take this piece of jade. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. Gao Yan felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, and turning his head to look, it was actually Tang Yi. Different from the last time they met. Today's Tang Yi dressed up and dressed very differently from last time. Today she was wearing a professional OL suit, with black stockings and high heels, very much a royal lady style. We, Defu Jewelry, bid 15.5 million. The manager of Defu Jewelry frowned. 16 million. Tang Yi didn't even look at the manager of Defu Jewelry, but said to Gao Yan, Mr. Tang, you're maliciously raising the price. The manager of Defu Jewelry said with dissatisfaction. Tang Yi lightly glanced at the other party and said in a contemptuous tone, You a cottage jewelry company. What qualifications do you have to compete with this lady? You. When the manager of Defu Jewelry heard this, his cheeks immediately turned red, because there was a very famous jewelry company called Chow Tai Fook, and their company was called Defu Jewelry, which did have the suspicion of being a cottage. If you don't continue to quote, get out of my way. Don't delay this lady from talking business, Tang Yi said in a very domineering manner. Then, the manager of Defu Jewelry slipped away, because he knew that continuing to stay here would be a self-inflicted humiliation. Although Tang Yi had only taken over Hungjin Jewelry for a short while, she had already squeezed quite a bit of Defu Jewelry's market with some drastic reforms. How about Gao Yan? Are you selling this piece of jade? Tang Yi asked as she looked at Gao Yan with a smile on her face. Sell, Gao Yan decisively said. Who is not selling to anyway? Besides, Tang Yi's arrival made him earn an extra million. Why not? And so, under the witness of the Red Lux Stone Workshop, both parties signed the jadeite transfer agreement again. After signing the contract, Tang Yi immediately had someone transfer the money. Not a moment later, 16 million directly to the account. The system rebate also came, a full 112 million under the sevenfold rebate. His total assets also managed to break through 300 million, and was only 10 million more away from breaking 400 million. I'll buy you a coffee. Are you free? The transaction was complete, and Tang Yi sent an invitation towards Gao Yan. She suddenly developed a bit of curiosity towards Gao Yan. She had long since read Gao Yan's profile, and there was no way he would take out $7 million to buy the original stone, but he had taken it out on the contrary. Then, where did his money come from? In fact, she was even more curious about where Gao Yan's hot pot base recipe came from. In addition to this, he also suspected that Gao Yan's attainments in stone gambling were not simple. What made him so confident? Wasn't he worried about $7 million going down the drain? In fact, when Gao Yan began to decompose the stone, she had already come. She found that, from the beginning to the end, Gao Yan did not show any tension and worry color. Seems to be sure that this piece of raw stone can rise greatly. Even she couldn't remain absolutely calm in this situation. Sorry Sister Tang, I still have things to do. Next time, Gao Yan politely refused. He didn't think he and Tang Yi would have anything to talk about. Presumably the other party wanted to pry any secrets out of him. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal, Tang Yi frowned slightly. You're still blaming me for what happened last time. Right, Gao Yan laughed. He was a bit cautious. Even though he wouldn't retaliate against Tang Yi, it was hard not to be even a little emotional. Don't give him any lectures about heart, temperament, or anything. He couldn't show it when he was angry. and had to act like he didn't care. At least now he couldn't do it. Hearing Gao Yan's reply, Tang Yi couldn't help but look stunned. To be honest, Gao Yan's reply was really a bit out of her expectation. I'm sorry, I apologize for what happened last time. No need. You already apologized last time, so I'll leave first. Seeing Gao Yan leave, Tang Yi but laughed and whispered, what an interesting kid. Leaving the antique street. Instead of going to school, Gao Yan headed to the Xinhua bookstore and purchased more than 20 books in one sitting. These books he bought were partly about antique appraisal, partly about jade, and partly about stock speculation and finance. Although he has a golden pupil, can directly see through the antique authenticity, whether the original stone within the emerald. But the corresponding knowledge still have to understand. Plus he is now learning speed thief. More knowledge is not a bad thing. Chapter 45 1000 A cup to drink or not, 3 more. Seeing that it was almost noon, the bookstore was only a kilometer away from Yangdong Science. So, Gao Yan put all the books he bought into the tailgate and drove to Yangdong Science. Soon, Gao Yan dialed Zhuo Jianyue's phone. However, she did not pick up. After a few minutes, the other party called back. Gao Yan, sorry. I was just with my mentor, not convenient to answer the phone. Right. Do you have something? Gao Yan, I happen to be near your school. I want to have lunch with you. Zhuo Jianyue, then you'll be disappointed. I've gone to the county below with my mentor. Or else, you owe me a meal? Gao Yan, out of date. By the way, is your mentor a man or a woman? Zhuo Jianyu, what? Are you jealous? But before Gao Yan could answer, Zhuo Jianyue explained. Don't worry, my mentor is a woman. The youngest associate professor of our Yangdong University. Her name is Qin Irin. You can search for her information on our school's official website. Gao Yan, that's fine. Take care of yourself. Zhuo Jianyu, well, I know. Okay, no more. My mentor is rushing me. I'll call you when I return to Nandu. Since Zhuo Jianyu wasn't at school, Gao Yan made a direct U-turn at the next intersection and prepared to go back to the rental house to cook and eat by himself. To be honest, he somewhat missed the dishes made with super seasonings. Inside the rental house, Gao Yan had already made 3 portions of dishes. 1 portion of potato stewed spare ribs, 1 portion of spicy cabbage, and 1 portion of sour vegetable vermicelli soup. He had just brought the dishes to the table and had not yet had the time to serve himself the food. The knock on the door sounded. Get up. Open the door. Seeing Lin Emoer, who was standing outside playfully, Gao Yan smiled faintly. Come in. Many thanks, brother Gao Yan. Lin Emoer smiled sweetly. Shang rice yourself. Okay. Lin Emoer wasn't polite. She ran to the kitchen and grabbed a set of bowls and chopsticks, and also gave herself a big bowl, and then began to feast. Today is the weekend. Your mom isn't home? Gao Yan asked. Lin Emoer was stuffing a piece of ribs in her mouth. She spat out the bone and swallowed the meat before saying, the company encountered an emergency that she needed to deal with. Gao Yan nodded and didn't say anything else as he realized that Lin Emoer, the snacker, had put her mind on eating. 20 minutes later, 1 meat, 1 veggie and 1 soup were wiped out clean by the 2 of them, and even half of the large pot of rice was half left. Gao Yan's physical quality had risen by more than 20 points from the original, and his food intake had at least doubled. Lin Emoer, such a young girl, was also particularly able to eat, actually eating 3 bowls of rice. Wow, the rice at brother Gao Yan's house is so delicious. I really want to eat it for the rest of my life. Lin Emoer contentedly leaned on the chair and touched her slightly protruding belly and said, but immediately realized that her actions were a bit indecent, and hurriedly lowered her hand and sat up straight. How about this? Whenever I cook in the future, I'll make an extra portion, so come straight over when you smell the aroma. Gao Yan laughed. To Lin Emoer, this girl he also liked. The other party's appearance was beautiful and delicate, not to mention, her character was straightforward and delicate. It was really annoying. Of course, this kind of liking wasn't a man's liking for a woman. It was the kind of liking a brother has for his sister. Then how embarrassing. Lin Emoer said somewhat shyly. It's okay, you're just responsible for washing the dishes every time. Brother Gao Yan, don't worry. I'm the best at washing dishes. Lin Emoer hurriedly stated. Lin Emoer didn't stay in Gao Yan's house for long. After washing the dishes and also mopping the floor of the house clean, she went back to study. The college entrance exam was just around the corner. Even though she had good grades, she didn't dare to slack off in any way. Gao Yan, on the other hand, unwrapped a newly purchased book, then brewed himself a cup of tea, and came to the balcony to lie down and read. Without realizing it, a book turned to the last page. He closed his eyes and looked back, realizing that after reading the book just once, he had already grasped the knowledge of the book. Suddenly, he thought of the fact that he had also won a medicinal wine recipe in the lottery earlier. It was just right to take advantage of today's free time to make both medicinal wines. More than an hour later, looking at the 2 extra glass wine altars in the living room, Gao Yan had some expectations. According to the recipe, these two kinds of medicinal wine only needed to be steeped for 7 days to take effect. The first one that enhanced his physique he had used for. As for the second one that enhanced his functions, he didn't need it for now. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan appeared at the milk tea shop in the University City Snack Street. Only Chen Yue, Shen Lingling, and 2 new employees remained in the store. As for Zhang Qin and Lu Ran, they had already led their men to the new milk tea store in the 2 shopping malls to clean up. Today's 50 fruit cell phones had been successfully sold in exchange for 50 recharge users, bringing Gao Yan another 1.57 million in rebates. Meanwhile, the business of the milk tea stores was also very good, especially on Chen You's side. There were more than 20 people in line, and all of them were boys. On the contrary, the other 3 girls' side also had a queue, but there were only a few people. Obviously, these more than 20 boys were all running towards Chen You's beauty. Senior sister Chen, come over here. Gao Yan called Chen Yue over. Although Chen Yue didn't lower her head anymore, she still had that hint of nervousness when facing Gao Yan. Are you still adapting in these 2 days? Gao Yan asked. Not bad, Chen Yue said softly. Tired? Gao Yan continued to ask. Not tired. It's much easier than doing work in the old country, Chen Yue replied. In this case, you rest for a while. I'll take your place, Gao Yan said again. Chen Yue froze, then gratefully said, many thanks, senior brother. Ever since she raised her head to reveal her beauty, there were many more boys who came to the milk tea store to buy milk tea to look at her. And there were even many boys who took the opportunity to ask for WeChat or phone numbers. There was even one who confessed to her this morning. But the guy who confessed was scolded directly by the spirited Shen Lingling. As for the other drunken ones, she couldn't say anything. As a result, it caused Chen Yue no small amount of trouble. Gao Yan got up and came to the operation room, replacing Chen You's position. And seeing this scene, those boys in the queue all revealed looks of dissatisfaction. Dude, what flavor of milk tea do you want? Gao Yan smiled and said to the boy at the front of the line. Someone else. I won't drink the milk tea you brewed, the boy said very nonchalantly. If you don't drink it, move over and let the next one come. Gao Yan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a nonchalant manner. Sorry buddy, I don't drink the milk tea you brewed either. We only drink the milk tea of that beautiful girl just now. The second boy in line said loudly. Right. We only drink the milk tea made by Beauty Chin. The boys in line shouted in unison. Dude heard that. Hurry up and get out of here. It's better to switch to Beauty Chen. The first boy in line said with a teasing face. Looks like you guys are planning to pick a fight? Gao Yan's eyes were cold. Facing Gao Yan's gaze, for some reason, Zhao Chong felt inexplicably flustered and colorfully said. We're not looking for a fight. We're customers. And customers are God. We also have the right to choose. Bull asterisk 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 God. Gao Yan said breathlessly, $10 a cup of milk tea you give me talk about the customer is God? You spend $1 on a public toilet. Are you going to let people wipe your ass? At once, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd, and Zhao Chang's face was even more red. However, Gao Yan's words changed, but it's not impossible for you to enjoy godlike service, 1,000 a cup to drink or not. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong, who was in the first place in line, became more and more embarrassed and was ready to leave. At this time, someone in the crowd in line shouted, I'll drink it if Beauty Chin feeds me mouth to mouth. Who said that? Stand out for me. Gao Yan's gaze turned cold as he fiercely looked at the crowd in line. Chapter 46, taking off the air with a chain kick. I said it. What's wrong? A tall and sturdy boy with a height of over 1 meter 9 stood out from the crowd and looked at Gao Yan with a provocative face. Gao Yan glanced at the other party and directly walked towards the outside of the operation room. Shen Lingling, however, reached out and pulled his arm. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Mainly because that boy's height and size was too intimidating. Shen Lingling was also worried that Gao Yan would suffer. Senior brother, don't go. Chen Yue also ran over anxiously. I heard that your name is Gao Yan. Don't you just run a crappy milk tea store? What's there to be so goddamned proud of? The tall and strong boy continued to provoke. Come out for a one-on-one fight if you have a temper. Or is it that you can only hide behind a woman's back? Right at this moment, Gao Yan directly broke away from Shen Lingling's hand, jumped more than a meter off the counter out of thin air, and quickly stepped in front of the other party. Say what you just said again. Yang Chenwei contemptuously looked down at Gao Yan and smiled disdainfully. I said I'll pay $1,000 if I let Chen Yue feed me milk tea mouth to mouth. Snap! A loud slapping sound rang out as Yang Chenwei was staggered back by Gao Yan's slap. Yang Chenwei stared at Gao Yan somewhat unbelievably. He didn't expect Gao Yan to actually dare to make a move against him. Then, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Son of a, you dare to touch my old man. You're finished. As soon as the words fell, the gigantic Yang Chenwei was like a bear charging towards Gao Yan. Seeing this scene, Chen Yue and Shen Lingling as well as the other two sales clerks couldn't help but be horrified and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, the boys in the queue." On the other hand, revealed gloating expressions. Who told the owner of this milk tea store to be so crazy that he actually dared to make a move on Yang Chenwei? Yang Chenwei was a celebrity in Yangdong Physical Education School, famous for being able to fight, even though students who specialized in martial arts were no match for him. Therefore, he was a bully in Yangdong Physical Education School, but the result of the matter deviated from everyone's imagination. It looked like Yang Chenwei was about to run into Gao Yan. At this time, Gao Yan kicked Yang Chenhui in the chest, and with a bang, Yang Chenhui was kicked back and forth, only to see Gao Yan a flying dash, body posture elegantly rise up in the air. Successive two kicks again hit Yang Chenhui chest, straight to the other party to fly out a few meters, fell to the ground in a state of disarray. Gao Yan, on the other hand, utilized the force of the recoil to flip backward and land smoothly on the ground. "I'll go, Tunchi chain kick. What a cool move." Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. Love it, so fighting boys can be so handsome. A girl standing in line to buy milk tea said with glowing eyes. Senior brother is actually this powerful. Shen Lingling was also quite shocked and said, "Boss is mighty." The two new sales clerks shouted in unison. "Boss is mighty. Boss is awesome." Those boys who were lining up to buy milk tea were also impressed by Gao Yan's strength and shouted along. As for Zhao Chong, he was also secretly glad that Gao Yan didn't strike out at him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have ended up in the same place as Yang Chenwei. Gao Yan stepped in front of Yang Chenhui and looked down on him condescendingly. "Still want to drink milk tea mouth to mouth? No more. Boss, it's my fault. I shouldn't have molested your sales clerk. I apologize." Yang Chenwei decisively conceded. In front of Gao Yan, he had no power of resistance at all, and he was a person who only obeyed those who were stronger than him. Therefore, he had now completely obeyed Gao Yan, and the students who rushed around to see what was going on asked what was going on. When they learned that Gao Yan was standing up for the molested clerk, many of them secretly praised Gao Yan for being a good boss. Some girls even said, "So secure. I wonder if the milk tea store is still hiring." "You shouldn't apologize to me. Go, apologize to Qin Yue," Gao Yan said in a deep voice. "Okay, I'll go now." Yang Chenwei hurriedly climbed up from the ground, came in front of Chen Yue, and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, classmate Chen. It's me who spoke out of turn. I hope you can forgive me." "No, it's okay, you get up," Chen Yue said somewhat nervously. "Thanks." Yang Chenwei breathed a sigh of relief, then ran to Gao Yan again. "Boss Gao, classmate Chen has already forgiven me. Do you think it's okay? Get lost." Gao Yan waved his hand. "Many thanks, Boss Gao." Yang Chenwei bowed again towards Gao Yan and flew away. The boys who had lined up earlier were also ready to run away when they saw that Yang Chenwei was all cleaned up. At this moment, Gao Yan shouted, "You guys wait." Upon hearing this, a bad feeling surfaced on the faces of these boys. "Don't you guys want to buy milk tea? What's the point of leaving? Keep lining up. I'll have Chen Yue flush it for you." Don't dare, some boys said in succession. "Don't worry, as long as you guys behave yourselves, I won't make things difficult for you." Gao Yan continued, "Many thanks, boss." Next, Chen Yue once again returned to the operation room, but those boys in the queue were extraordinarily honest, not to mention asking for WeChat and phone numbers. They didn't even dare to look at Chen Yue more than once, and this matter was also sent by some students to the short video as well as the campus network. Then, Gao Yan was on fire. Chen Yue was also on fire. Neat Milk Tea Shop was also on fire. This caused a large number of students to run to the milk tea store to buy milk tea. Buy milk tea is secondary. See Gao Yan, this calf will also martial arts boss, as well as the beautiful shopkeeper Chen Yue is true. This led to Chen Yue Shen Lingling. 4 people have been busy from 6 o'clock to closing time, cannot rest. The main reason is that the business of the milk tea store is too good. And once Gao Yan took a look at the accounts, he found that even without counting the recharge users, today's sales had broken 20,000. You guys worked hard. 1 red packet each. Gao Yan, who was happy to have made money, gave each person another red packet. Still 400 yuan per person. Early the next morning, Gao Yan received a call from the counselor. "Coming?" Seeing Gao Yan again, Counselor Fan Xin sized him up with interest before pointing to the stool. "Sit down. What are your orders for calling me here, Brother Fan?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "You've changed quite a bit in this period of time," Fan Xin said. In his impression, Gao Yan was a relatively silent student with few words and a bit of an inferiority complex who didn't really fit in. However, he was quite satisfied with Gao Yan's attitude towards learning, and had always been at the top of his class. But after seeing the video of Gao Yan's strike yesterday evening, He realized that this student who was relatively transparent in his eyes was actually so good with his hands and had opened a rather hot milk tea store in the snack street. As for why he knew it was hot, because last night he also personally went to the snack street to take a look, and would have liked to buy a cup of milk tea to support the student's business. However, there were just too many people in the queue, so he had to dismiss the idea. People, they have to grow, Gao Yan said without haste. It's also true that a man's growth is often instantaneous. Fan Xin nodded rather emotionally. I heard that you haven't come to class in the last few days. You've been doing quite well these past few semesters. Don't fail this semester? Brother Fan, don't worry. I've finished reviewing. I guarantee I won't fail the class. By the way, Brother Fan, I plan to take a few days off. Why? Today my 2 milk tea branches are opening. I have to go over and take a look. Gao Yan said truthfully. Opening branches so soon? Fan Xin was astonished. Yeah, one in Bandung Plaza and one in Hangda Plaza. Then how many days do you plan to hire? 3 days. Alright, just turn around and give the leave slip to your class president. Fan Xin waved his hand and said, also, you're good with your hands, but don't let things like yesterday happen. The impact is bad. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Fan. I'll pay attention. After coming out of the counselor's office, Gao Yan drove to the city. Chapter 47 Interview. The 2 milk tea stores opened at the same time. Lu Ran served as the store manager of the Wanlong Mall store, and Zhang Qin served as the store manager of the Hangda Mall milk tea store. For this reason, Gao Yan prepared 200 fruit cell phones for each of the 2 stores to run the campaign. Young people these days, who do not have a fruit phone, when there are many people are embarrassed to pull out. Gao Yan went to the Wanlong store first. Boss is here. Lu Ran greeted warmly. She had only been working at the milk tea store for a week and had become the store manager. Her salary also exceeded that of the electronics factory where she worked by quite a bit, so she was still quite grateful to Gao Yan. Everything went well, right? Gao Yan casually asked. Lu Ran nodded. And then, Gao Yan noticed the 4 pairs of high-class flower baskets placed outside the milk tea store. The names on 2 of the pairs of flower baskets were actually sent by an entertainment company, while the other 2 pairs were sent by Wanlong Mall. Who sent these flower baskets? Gao Yan asked as he pointed at the flower basket from the entertainment company. Lu Ran said. The other party is an old man in his 50s with 2 bodyguards behind him. He said his name is Chen Dai. I see. Gao Yan nodded. Has it opened yet? Lu Ran said. More than 10 cups of milk tea have been sold, and 3 people have recharged their cell phones. Good. I'll leave this place to you. Call me anytime you have a problem. Afterwards, Gao Yan came back to the Hangda Plaza side of the store. Generally speaking, the mall's traffic was concentrated in the middle of the day and at night. Not surprisingly to Gao Yan, the Hangda side also only sold more than 10 cups of milk tea, but there were 5 people who recharged to buy cell phones. Similarly, on the Hangda store side, Chen Di also sent a flower basket. After staying here for a while, after realizing that everything was normal, Gao Yan also left. Looking at the time, the stock market had already opened. Although he knew that Osmax Pharmaceutical stock price would still continue to rise today, but Gao Yan still couldn't help but want to take a look. As expected, the market had only been open for half an hour, and Osmax Pharmaceutical stock price had already risen by 3 points, appearing very strong. According to the information in his head, Osmax Pharmaceutical share price would rise 9 points today. The closing share price will reach $29. According to today's closing price, the 8 million invested has become 14.96 million, calculated less than a week. Afterwards, Gao Yan drove over to the high-tech district. The office building he rented has already started to be renovated, and the renovation company used is still Zhang Qin's cousin. The renovation will take about 12 days. There is no news from the headhunter yet, but speak of the devil and he will arrive. After Gao Yan had just finished inspecting the renovation of the office building, he received a call from the headhunting company. This time, the headhunting company recommended 6 people to Gao Yan, 2 general manager interviewees, 1 financial manager interviewer, and 3 senior programmers. Shortly after ending the call, the headhunter's side sent the resumes of the 6 people to Gao Yan's email. Gao Yan parked the car on the side of the road, from the mailbox to download the 6 people's information to watch, and then call the headhunter to let them arrange interviews. The headhunter company said that 4 people can be interviewed this afternoon, but there are still 2 programmers who are still over in Deep Sea City and will not be able to arrive in Nandu until tomorrow. So Gao Yan said that he would interview the 4 people first. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Starbucks Cafe. Gao Yan was conducting the interview. Sitting in front of him was a middle-aged man with a big belly named Yang Xin Yan, 42 years old this year, who had served as the vice president of a state-owned enterprise for 3 years. Then he resigned and failed to start his own business, and now he was recommended by the headhunting company to interview for the general manager in Gao Yan's company. Although Gao Yan had not had any experience in the workplace, he did not like the other party in the short few minutes of exchange just now, because the other party gave him a sense of boastfulness, and there was also a strong sense of superiority. Alright Mr. Yang, today's interview ends here. If there is any news, I will inform you in time. After dismissing Yang Sinian, Gao Yan waited in the cafe for another 10 minutes. The one who interviewed the finance manager came. The other party was a mature woman in her 30s named Zhang Hui, who had once served as the financial director of a certain large company in Nandu for a full 2 years. Before the interview, Gao Yan had supplemented his management knowledge and financial knowledge, although not to the stage of proficiency, but at least to the level of the white man. After an exchange, Gao Yan asked, Ms. Zhang, I still have one last question. Why did you leave Tongda Company? This? Zhang Hui revealed a hesitant look. Why? Is it inconvenient to say? Gao Yan continued to ask. Zhang Hui said, actually, it's not that I can't say. I wasn't willing to do false accounting and was forced to resign. Gao Yan nodded. Then what are your requirements for the salary? Zhang Hui asked a little nervously. Is $6,000 okay? Hearing that the other party only needs $6,000, Gao Yan was a bit strange. Your annual income in Tongda can reach $100,000. Why do you only need $6,000? Zhang Hui laughed bitterly. High total you just came out of the business should not be clear. In general, the company's financial director is either the boss's confidant, or senior financial promotion up. Although my ability is good, but to other companies, it is impossible for me to do as a financial director. At most, from the ordinary financial employees to do. Not afraid of your jokes. I've been out of work for 3 months, and then cannot find a job. Cannot afford to pay the mortgage and raise money. I can't find another job, so I can't afford to pay the mortgage and feed my kids. Gao Yan remembered that Zhang Hui's marital status was divorced. Ms. Zhang, congratulations. You have been accepted by our company. Internship salary of 6,000. After the transfer of 8,000 yuan, when will you be able to work? Hearing that she was accepted, Zhang Hui was very happy and thanked Gao Yan repeatedly and said that she could go to work right away. Gao Yan then said, by the way, Sister Zhang, do you understand the procedure of registering a company? I'm not afraid to laugh at you. Although I have rented the office space, the company hasn't registered yet. If you understand the registration procedure, this is the first task you will have to do after joining the company. Ah, Zhang Hui was a bit dumbfounded that Gao Yan hadn't even registered the company. She couldn't help but cry a bit, but as a senior finance, she still knew more about the company's registration procedures. However, Zhang Hui still suggested finding a scalper to help with the registration, which would save a lot of time. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The third interviewer arrived. The name of the other party was Nico Fong, and the other party had a beautiful resume. Actually a double master's degree in management and economics from Harvard University in a pretty country. After graduating from the university, she was directly employed by a large Wall Street company. In just 2 years, she has already achieved the position of supervisor. Half a year ago, she resigned and returned to China, and the position she applied for this time was also the general manager. Natalie Fong was very pretty, with a goose-egg face, thin leafy eyebrows, very fair skin, tall and slender figure, and a sense of confidence between her eyebrows. Moreover, Gao Yan also noticed her dress and the bag she was carrying. The other party should not lack money, because the bag in her hand, which Gao Yan had seen in the LV store, was worth more than $100,000. Ms. Fong, with your resume it's not hard to find a job in a big company, right? Why would you come to this small company of mine to apply for a job? Gao Yan said bluntly. Simply put, it's not challenging, and I don't like being told what to do. Natalie Fong also said very frankly. In that case, why don't you start your own business? Gao Yan asked curiously. Your own financial condition shouldn't be bad, right? I don't have any experience in starting a business, so I'm looking for a place to practice first. Natalie Fong replied still frankly. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but cry and laugh. So you're treating my place as a place to brush up your experience. Chapter 48, 300 million. Gao Yan thought about it. His main purpose of getting this online discount mall was still to get system rebates. Whether the mall is profitable or not is not important. After all, even if the company made more money, it was impossible to make as much as the system rebate. Now that this Nico Fong wanted to take his company to practice, why not just throw it to her and make money on your own? So he asked, Ms. Fong, what are your salary requirements? Natalie Fong waved her hand. Let's not talk about salary first. I have another question here. If I apply for the job successfully, will you delegate your authority? This request was estimated to be difficult for 90% of bosses to fulfill. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, I'm not hiding it from Ms. Fong. I'm still a college student now. If you apply for the job successfully, I won't interfere in any of the company's day-to-day management. However, you'll have to listen to me when it comes to the company's general direction. Natalie Fong was satisfied with Gao Yan's answer, and continued, I heard that you have rented an office building in high-tech district. What is the main direction of the company? And how much money do you plan to invest? Gao Yan said, I intend to do a network discount mall. Since you have studied in the United States, you should also know about the Black Friday. This discount network mall that I did is borrowed from this model. Nico Fong's eyes lit up. This model is not bad. There is hope to kill a bloody road. However, if you want to engage in general discounting, I'm afraid that you will be suppressed by the two major e-commerce companies just as you become a large scale, and the initial investment will definitely be less. If you are just making a small effort, I advise you to change your project. This I know. Gao Yan nodded. The discount will be very strong. As to what extent I temporarily confidential. As for the funds you do not have to worry about. This year I will invest no less than 1 billion to this project. Are you sure? Natalie Fong looked at Gao Yan with some surprise, secretly saying in her heart, is this guy a super rich second generation? Still in college, and his family is willing to give him $1 billion to start a business? Of course, my company hasn't been registered yet. Once it's registered, I will first transfer 200 million to the company account. Gao Yan said with great certainty. Alright then, let's talk about salary. Natalie Fong said, if this guy could really invest that much money, this would be an excellent opportunity to practice. Then what is Ms. Fong's expected salary? Gao Yan asked. Natalie Fong thoughtfully said, my annual salary in the United States of America is $300,000. Of course, the country can't be compared to the United States of America, so my expected salary is around $800,000 to negative $1.2 million. Gao Yan said, in this case, I'll give you a 1-month internship. The annual salary will be calculated according to $800,000, and if you perform well, it will be raised to $1.2 million after you turn around. Thank you, boss. Natalie Fong did not dwell on this issue and nodded her head in agreement. Afterward, Gao Yan pulled out an employment contract to sign. When can Ms. Fong go to work? After signing the contract, Gao Yan asked, I still have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. I'll be at work in 2 days. Natalie Fong thought about it and said, then it's a deal. Welcome Mr. Fong. Gao Yan reached out. The company was still being renovated anyway, while the matter of registering the company was left to Zhang Hui, sending Natalie Fong away. Gao Yan continued to wait for the next interviewee. Soon, the next interviewer arrived. The other party was called Han Weilin, 27 years old, a senior programmer, wearing a white shirt and jeans, somewhat inarticulate. The other party entered a game company after graduating from college and has been working until now. There are 2 reasons why he quit his job. The first is that the house price in Magic City is too expensive to buy. The second is that his family is from Nandu, and his family arranged a blind date for him, and hit it off, with the intention of marriage, and the woman is a teacher in a middle school in Nandu. Once married, either the woman will follow him to the Magic City, or he will resign and go back to Nandu to develop. But the pressure of life in the Magic City is too high. So, he finally chose to go back to Nandu for development. It just so happens that the boss of the headhunting company is his classmate. So he knew that Gao Yan was looking for a programmer and recommended him to come for an interview. After some exchanges, Gao Yan is still satisfied with Han Weilin, so the 2 sides directly signed an employment contract, a monthly salary of 25,000. At the same time, Gao Yan also entrusted the other party to help dig some senior programmers. Each dug up a. Once the signing of the contract, he was given 3,000 yuan of referral fees. Then Han Linwei patted his chest and said that he could definitely help him dig more than 10 senior programmers. After all, he had been in the industry for so long, he still knew a lot of programmers, and he was about to get married, and he needed money to buy a house, a car, and a wedding. Why not be happy to make an extra buck from his boss? After the last interviewer was also done, Gao Yan also drove towards the university town. He first went to the Snack Street milk tea store around, found that the business does not reduce yesterday. It is ready to go back to the rental house to read books. I didn't expect to just walk out of the snack street to be blocked by someone. Yang big beautiful girl something? Gao Yan looked at Yang Yu with a smiling face. Last Friday, Yang Yu, who had failed to steal the chicken, was more and more angry in the past 2 days. She didn't get anything, but was instead taken advantage of by Gao Yan. This asshole. Then, she purposely ran here today to block this guy to settle the score. Gao Yan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yang Yu coldly said. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend, Gao Yan said with a frivolous smile. Bastard, Yang Yu's anger was ignited again. She stared at Gao Yan with unkind eyes. You did that to me in the hotel. Can't you think you can just let it go? You did that to yourself. Gao Yan wasn't embarrassed at all. What do you want to do yourself? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Once you succeed, I'll have to carry $100 million in liquidated damages. If I were someone else, do you think you can be let off so easily? Yang Yu's chi stagnated, stifling her grievances. I admit that I was wrong to do that, but you can't treat me like that. I was giving you a lesson. Gao Yan sneered. You asshole. Yang Yu couldn't hold back any longer and waved her hand towards Gao Yan's face, but she was caught by Gao Yan's wrist and then said with an unkind gaze, Yang Yu, listen to me. Seeing as we are classmates and you haven't gotten your way yet, I'm just not getting into it with you. If you dare to mess around anymore, don't blame me for opening up a hot pot restaurant next door to and across the street from all of your family's hot pot restaurants. Last Friday, Gao Yan didn't have the capital to fight against the Yang family. He didn't realize that things in the world are just so marvelous. In just 3 days, he already had the qualification to break bread with the Yang family. Che, just by you. Yang Yu disdainfully said. You're just taking up some dry shares in Changhao's hot pot restaurant. You think the Chang family will listen to you? Come, let me show you something. Gao Yan directly ordered the system to transfer 300 million to his bank account, and the transfer message was sent to his cell phone afterward. Taking out his cell phone, he handed it to Yang Yu and continued. This 300 million funds, I'll take 100 million to pay for the breach of contract. Will the remaining 200 million be enough to open 23 hot pot restaurants? How did you have so much money? Yang Yu said with a shocked face. Is it hard to report to you how much money I have? Gao Yan said disdainfully. Remember, if you don't want your family's hot pot restaurant to go bankrupt, don't harass me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not speaking about classmates. As soon as the words fell, Gao Yan put away his cell phone and left in large strides. Looking at Gao Yan's departing back, Yang Yu's eyes were filled with complexity. Knowing that the Yang family's assets amounted to billions, but it was impossible to take out 300 million in cash at once. And this Gao Yan, who was so poor that he worked part-time to earn tuition and living expenses, could actually come up with 300 million in cash. What kind of background and family did he possess? Chapter 49, Refusing to Follow the Investment. That evening, Gao Yan was again taking stock of today's earnings. Unsurprisingly, a total of 450 fruit cell phones from the 3 milk tea stores were all sold out. And under the 7-fold rebate, the system accounts funds directly increased by 417,500 yuan. As for milk tea, sales are also quite good. The sales of Snack Street Milk Tea Shop broke a new high of 22,000 yuan. The first day sales of the Wanlong Mall store reached 15,000 yuan. Hongda Shopping Center store first day sales slightly closer, but also reached 13,000 yuan. The sales of the 3 stores broke exactly 50,000 yuan, which also brought Gao Yan 350,000 yuan in rebates. The funds within the system account, even after withdrawing 300 million out, all still had more than 80 million, and the upgrading experience had reaches 18.24 million. But regrettably, there were still 10 opportunities to use the golden pupil today that hadn't found a place to use it. Thinking about this, Gao Yan asked the system, can the number of times the golden pupil can be used be accumulated? System, no. Gao Yan, who had already guessed the answer, finally died. Time, in the blink of an eye, came to Thursday. The funds within the system account once again broke 100 million, and the upgrade experience reached 22.84 million. It was worth mentioning, Natalie Fong had already stepped into her position yesterday. Didn't the other party want to practice? And Gao Yan, the boss, was confident enough in her to directly transfer 10 million to her, allowing her to procure office supplies and purchase a company car. Even the matter of connecting headhunters to recommend people to interview, Gao Yan threw it to her. This made Nico Fong happy and at the same time feel a little speechless. Is it you, Gao Yan, who started the business? Or is it me? However, Natalie Fong's ability was indeed very strong. In just one day, she had completed the procurement of computers, office appliances, and automobiles, and at the same time recruited more than a dozen programmers for the company, 5 of which were recommended by Han Weilin, while the other 8 were poached by Natalie Fong's connections. Moreover, Nico Fong was more respectful to Gao Yan, and reported all the expenses to him, saying that she didn't spend money indiscriminately. And Gao Yan was also more thankful that he had chosen Nico Fong in the first place. Otherwise, how could he be so relaxed? And then there was the share price of Osmax Pharmaceuticals. Monday's closing price was 29 yuan. It rose 7 points on Tuesday and closed at 31.03 yuan. It went straight up on Wednesday, closing at $34.13. Compared to the purchase price, The increase has been close to 20 yuan. Gao Yan, hurry up and fill out your leave slip and give it to me. Gao Yan had just arrived in the classroom when class president Su Lingfeng came straight to his seat. Class president, wait a moment. I'll write it right away. Gao Yan took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a leave slip and handed it over to Su Lingfeng. You kid has been very scenic this time. Right. Before our class vacation, there is a group outing. Will you participate? Su Lingfeng said with a smile. He hadn't thought that there were actually two pig-disguised existences in their class. Luckily, he was still relatively fair as a person and hadn't done anything to bully others. When? Gao Yan asked. In the past, he used to push back when he could when it came to class group activities. But now, he was no longer poor, so there was no need for him to refuse to participate in group activities anymore. It should be after the exams. Okay, I'll participate. Gao Yan nodded. Su Lingfeng left with the leave slip, and not long after, the spirited Chang Hao arrived. 10 days had passed since the opening of the brothers' hot pot restaurant. That business was getting hotter by the day. Although the hot pot restaurant's hotness mainly came from the hot pot base recipe, Chang Hao still did not receive few compliments from his parents. Moreover, his reputation had already spread to his parents' circle. Talking about this, his parents also felt a glow on their faces. Brother Yen, do you know how much is the highest sales our hot pot restaurant has reached? Chang Hao asked triumphantly. Has it broken $200,000 yet? Broken. It broke last Friday, reaching 230,000, and then the sales have been stabilized at 200,000. Never dropped, Chang Hao said excitedly. 10 days of average daily sales reached 200,000. January sales of at least 6 million. There was also 1.8 million according to a 30% profit. A store's profit could reach more than 20 million in a year. This was a rather terrifying profit. One should know that many listed companies may not be able to reach 20 million in profit in a year. Right. After class, let's find a place to talk, Chang Hao said again. Good. Gao Yan nodded, guessing that Chang Hao was already planning to open a branch. After a review class was over, Gao Yan and Chang Hao arrived at a cafe. Brother Yan, I'm planning to expand the scale of our brother's hot pot restaurant and open 2 branches at the same time in Nandu. Do you need to follow the investment? Chang Hao asked. I won't follow the investment. Gao Yan shook his head. Chang Hao was able to give him 30% of the shares of this restaurant, also for the sake of a good brother. If he continued to follow the investment, although Chang Hao would not feel unhappy, but his family will definitely have a view of him, because everyone knew that brother hot pot restaurant was a pot of gold. Are you really not going to invest? Chang Hao asked again. Is it inconvenient at hand? If not, I can advance you the capital first, and this month, you will have at least $500,000 in dividends on your side. Thanks Haozi, I appreciate your peace of mind. I opened 2 more milk tea stores within 2 squares. I really don't have any extra funds, Gao Yan politely said. Alright then, Chang Hao didn't say anything else. Leaving from the cafe, Chang Hao returned to brother's hot pot restaurant. He didn't expect Tang Yi to be sitting in his office. You went to look for Gao Yan? Tang Yi asked. Aha, Chang Hao nodded. Did you ask him if he wants to continue investing? Tang Yi asked again. Yes. Then what did he say? He's not willing to invest. Chang Hao shook his head. He opened 2 more milk tea stores in 2 places, so he probably doesn't have any money in his hands. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi was silent, then said, You're a good brother, worth befriending. Previously, Gao Yan had only earned $9 million at the Red Luck Stone Workshop, so how could he not have any money? To be honest, even she wanted to invest in Chang Hao's hot pot restaurant now, because everyone knew that brother hot pot restaurant had a great future, and once it went public in the future, it would definitely be a big company at the 100 billion level. If Gao Yan continued to follow the investment, even if most of the shares were diluted before the listing, his fortune could reach 10 billion in one fell swoop, but he actually managed to resist this temptation. There's no need for you to say that. Chang Hao didn't have the good sense to say. To be honest, he still had some grudges against Tang Yi. He estimated that Gao Yan's reluctance to continue investing was probably because of Tang Yi. After all, he had said that he could help advance the capital, and Gao Yan still refused. I'm sorry, it was Deng's sister's fault last time. Tang Yi also saw Chang Hao's thoughts. It's fine. I know you're also doing it for my own good. Chang Hao waved his hand. While leaving the brothers' hot pot restaurant, Tang Yi developed a strong curiosity about Gao Yan. It was vaguely felt that Gao Yan had intentionally sold the hot pot base to Chang Hao, thus helping Chang Hao out. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense that he could spend $7 million on the raw stone, yet sell a hot pot base worth that much to Chang Hao for only $500,000. If that's really the case, then, she would be the villain who influenced Chang Hao and Gao Yan's brotherly bond. Thinking of this, she felt the need to re-investigate Gao Yan. Chapter 50, Bai Wei finds her door. In today's day, the trend of milk tea stores in the snack street also gradually receded, and the milk tea sales were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break 20,000. On the contrary, the two milk tea stores in the Wanlong Mall and Hangda Mall stores had already made a name for themselves. Since opening, daily sales have been climbing at a steady rate. Yesterday, the Bandung store had already broken 20,000. The Hangda store is close, but it's getting close. That afternoon, after Gao Yan went to the snack street milk tea shop to inspect it, he drove back to the rental house. Just after driving to the outside of the neighborhood, Gao Yan found a tall figure standing at the entrance of the neighborhood. However, his body was slightly stooped and his face was pale and bloodless, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. "Get in!" Gao Yan rolled down the car window and shouted towards the other party. With a slight hesitation, Li Feng walked over and pulled open the car door to sit on the passenger side. Not long after, Gao Yan parked the car under the unit and asked, "Your strength is good. How did you get injured like this?" Li Feng said, "The other party is a Muay Thai expert. After the battle with you, I broke through to the peak of Mingjin. I would have been able to securely win over the other party. I didn't expect that the other party injected a forbidden drug." His strength increased greatly. He also temporarily lost his sense of pain. "Although I beat the other party to death, I also suffered a serious injury myself. That's why I came to see you today. What do you intend to do with me? Even if I am told to go to my death, I won't even frown. Can you still recover from your injuries?" Gao Yan asked. "I can, but the injuries are heavier, so I have to recuperate for at least 3 months before I can fully recover," Li Feng said. Now that his mother's side had finished her surgery and was out of ICU, her recovery was not bad. Although he failed in his mission and returned the second amount of money, but that previous sum of money was enough for his mother to recover and be discharged from the hospital, and he was considered free of worries. "Why did you become an assassin?" Gao Yan asked again. Slightly silent, Li Feng still recounted his situation. After hearing this, Gao Yan frowned. "How could you, a Ming Jin expert, get mixed up so poorly? With Li Feng's strength, to go and work as a bodyguard for a rich man, even if he couldn't earn $1 million a year, but 500,000 to 600,000 should not be a problem, right? To actually fall to the point where he couldn't even afford to pay for his mother's medical bills, he was really a bit incomprehensible." Li Feng's face was a little red when the Wei family saw that I was good and wanted to recruit me. I didn't agree. Then I was suppressed by them. Originally I planned to leave Nandu with my old mother, but I didn't realize that my old mother suddenly became seriously ill. The Wei family is so bullish that they can actually suppress you. A Ming Jin martial artist? Gao Yan was puzzled. Li Feng looked at Gao Yan with some surprise. "Don't you know the Wei family?" "I should know." Li Feng was even more surprised. "Your strength should have reached the dark force level. Don't you know that there are 3 major martial arts families in Yangdong province?" "I'm indeed not sure." "You might as well tell me everything you know." Gao Yan came to be interested. Actually popping up a martial arts family. Li Feng organized his language and said, "In our Yangdong province, there are about 50 to 60 large and small martial arts families. Among them, the Sun family, the Wei family and the Qin family are the strongest. All 3 of these families have Huanjing grandmasters in their ranks, while the Nandu city is the Wei family's turf. The Sun family is rooted in the Nandong city, and the Qin family is entrenched in the Hanyang city. The Wei family held the herbal medicine market in Yangdong province, the Sun family owned the largest security company in Yangdong, and more than 80% of the bodyguards of the tycoons in Yangdong province came from the Sun family's security company. However, the strength of these bodyguards is only at the level of Ming Jin, and the experts at the level of Dark Jin do not care to be bodyguards. As for the Qin family, they deal in antiques, jade and jadeite. It is also the most profound of the 3 families. In our southern city there are the Qin family's antique store and gambling workshop. It is said that the Qin family also has its own raw stone mine in the Black Burma side. As you know, the Black Burma side is very chaotic. If you don't have a certain amount of strength, you won't be able to keep the raw stone mines at all." Gao Yan nodded. This he had heard of, and continued to ask, "Even if the Wei family can't recruit you, there's no need to suppress you, right?" Li Feng laughed bitterly. "At that time, I injured someone from the Wei family and enraged the Wei family. That's why I was suppressed by them. Are you interested in coming to work under me?" Suddenly, Gao Yan issued a solicitation to Li Feng. Upon hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but look at Gao Yan in surprise. "You dare to take me in? Aren't you afraid that the Wei family will find you in trouble?" "Why not?" Gao Yan smiled. "Although my strength is not as good as the Wei family, I am not afraid of the Wei family." Upon hearing this, Li Feng thought that Gao Yan had something to rely on. However, when he thought that the other party was already a dark power expert at such a young age, He must have had an expert of harmonization power or above who had coached and guided him from a young age. However, don't expose this matter for the time being until you've recovered from your injuries, Gao Yan added. If it was just the world of ordinary people, it was fine. Now that some martial arts family had actually popped up, he would have to pay attention to it. He would have to recruit some experts in advance, in case he came across a place that required a martial artist's hand in the future. He couldn't be the one to do it himself every time. Besides, didn't Li Feng have to spend 3 months recuperating from his injuries? After 3 months, he estimated that his strength should be able to break through to the Huanjing level, and he would have the capital to shelter Li Feng. Thanks boss, I won't be exposed, Li Feng hurriedly assured. Before he was still high-minded and then suffered a lot of social beatings. If he was just alone it would be fine. Yang Dong couldn't mix it up. The big deal was to change the place. But he still had an old mother who had just undergone surgery. It was very necessary to find a golden thigh to rely on. This way, while you are recuperating from your injuries, I will give you $50,000 a month. And when you are well, then I will give you a raise. Gao Yan said again. Boss, no need. When I officially go to work you will give me my salary. Alright, don't be melodramatic. You're hurt so badly now. You have to spend money on medicine. Gao Yan didn't have the good sense to say, report your card number to me. I'll transfer the money to you. Thanks boss. Li Feng didn't refuse anymore. If in the past, he definitely wouldn't have asked for it. But now that he was reduced to this state, why should he care about that pathetic bit of face? Very quickly, Gao Yan transferred $150,000 to Li Feng, and said, $150,000 is my salary for you. The other is what I borrowed from you. After you go to work in the future, then slowly deduct it. Li Feng thanked again. His eyes were vaguely moist. Seeing Li Feng off, Gao Yan turned around and went upstairs. First made himself a pot of tea, and then took out his cell phone and logged into the stock software. Discovered that compared to yesterday, it had risen another 5 points, and according to the information in his head, it could rise 9 points today. Turn off the stock software. Pouring a cup of tea from the teapot, Gao Yan picked up the books and watched. In the past few days, he would read books to gain knowledge whenever he had time. In case the system left that day, he would be able to hold on to his wealth with this learned knowledge. It was just that he had only read for 10 minutes. The door of the room was knocked. Putting down the books in his hands and getting up to open the door, finding Bai Wei standing outside the door, Gao Yan frowned slightly. Why are you here? Bai Wei, Gao Yan. I've broken up with that bastard Zhou Yu Chao. Are you still willing to accept me now? Upon hearing this, Gao Yan froze, not expecting to really be told off by Chang Hao. Only he didn't expect Bai Wei to stomp out that guy Zhou Yuchao so quickly. But what was interesting was that this Bai Wei actually had the good sense to come to him to take over. Thus, he faintly said, sorry, I'm not a scrap collector. As soon as the words fell, Gao Yan closed the door of the room straight away. Chapter 51, intending to buy a house. Boom! Looking at the room door that closed with a bang, Bai Wei's expression was a bit stunned, and then she was furious. Especially Gao Yan's sentence, I'm not a junk collector, deeply hurt her. Thinking of this, she slapped the door and shouted, Gao Yan, what do you mean? Open the door and tell me clearly. To this kind of woman, Gao Yan couldn't even muster the interest to say one more word to her, so how could he open the door? Therefore, Bai Wei screamed outside for a while, and seeing that Gao Yan still had no intention of opening the door, she could only leave in disgrace. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yan came to the house rented by Gao Weilan to teach his opponent fighting skills. This was already his third time arriving. He had also made a trip on Tuesday and found that Gao Weilan's mastery of the 3-body style was still good. The body coordination as well as the control of her strength had improved a lot. Does Officer Gao have something to be happy about? Gao Yan asked with a smile as he noticed Gao Weilan's expression was happier. This morning I competed against our team's second best, and I won, Gao Weilan said rather proudly. Because of her father's meddling, she could only do miscellaneous things in the criminal police team. In the eyes of the team members she was a vase that came to gild the lily. But today, after she successfully challenged Chen Yong, the second best player in the Interpol team, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at her. And even the way Captain Wang Dong looked at her produced some changes in his eyes. And she also took the opportunity to propose to Wang Dong whether he could bring her along next time he investigated a case. Wang Dong did not reject it directly like before, but said he would consider it. Obviously, Wang Dong had also recognized her strength. The country of Daxia was different from the country of Rice. The police in Rice would shoot once they felt they were in danger. But on the side of Daxia, the management of firearms was extremely strict. Even police officers were not allowed to shoot unless they had to, or if they encountered an extremely dangerous situation. As a result, any police officer who struggled on the front line had relatively high requirements for their hands and physical strength. Then congratulations Officer Gao. Gao Yan hurriedly sent his congratulations. Thanks to your good teaching. I feel like I've really improved a lot in 2 sessions. Gao Weilan also took the opportunity to compliment Gao Yan. Gao Weilan had already changed into her training clothes in advance. Not long after, Gao Yan also changed into his training clothes and came to the training room. This time, Gao Yan first tested Gao Weilan's mastery of grappling techniques and pointed out the areas where the other party did not do it properly. And after correcting them, he would then impart new knowledge. Because she had savored the benefits of learning, Gao Weilan studied even more diligently in today's lesson. In the blink of an eye, one lesson was over. Gao Yan changed out of his training clothes and was ready to leave. But Gao Weilan called out to him, then handed him a craft paper bag and said, "This is your bonus. I helped you to receive it. A total of 50,000. Originally this bonus could have come down last week, but only because of some delay. I hope you don't mind." "Never mind." Gao Yan smiled and took the bonus, and expressed his thanks to Gao Weilan. Although this $50,000 was nothing to Gao Yan right now, but a mosquito is meat even if it's small, so at least it could increase the upgrade experience by 50,000. "You're welcome. I'm just along for the ride. By the way, are you free this weekend? I'd like to treat you to a meal," Gao Weilan said again. Although she had paid Gao Yan to instruct her, her strength had improved considerably in just 2 sessions, so she was still more grateful to Gao Yan in her heart. "Sorry Officer Gao, I have to accompany my girlfriend on the weekend," Gao Yan said with an apologetic tone. "What about Monday?" Gao Weilan asked again. "That's no problem." Gao Yan couldn't refuse anymore and could only agree. That evening, Gao Yan checked Omiai stock again, and sure enough, it had risen 9 points and closed at 37.20 yuan. The gains of the 3 milk tea stores were: Snack Street Store, 18,000 yuan, Wanlong Store, 25,000 yuan, Hongda Store, $23,000. Total gain, 66,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the 3 stores also sold 450 fruit cell phones through the recharge campaign. Especially on the side of Wanlong Store and Hangda Store both said that the fruit cell phones were a bit insufficient. However, Gao Yan didn't have the intention to increase the number of fruit cell phones. Accordingly, the upgrade experience has also increased by 2.09 million. The system rebate has also increased by 14.63 million yuan. Even if he doesn't open new channels in the future, his daily income can reach more than 14 million, and he can get more than $4 billion of system rebates every month. Calculating his monthly income, Gao Yan had the thought of wanting to lie down. However, he still suppressed this thought. To be honest, after obtaining the system, it was already quite good that he could still keep his heart. Think about those who had won the jackpot, which wouldn't spend with a vengeance. On the contrary, Gao Yan, apart from buying an Audi A4, as well as buying some designer clothes, he had never made any major spending. Should I buy a suite? Gao Yan gave birth to the idea of buying a house again. After all, he would have to clear his relationship with his adoptive father and mother in the future. Having opened a company in Nandu again, he would definitely settle in Nandu in the future. Then, buying a house was necessary. Moreover, he felt that in the next few years, housing prices should continue to grow. Although Deng Yu had lost a villa, he didn't want to live in it. Who knew what Deng Yu had done in it? After the idea of buying a house arose again, Gao Yan began to consider whether to buy in the city, or to buy near the university city. The ones near the university city are all school district houses, and the prices are more expensive than those in the city. Take this house he rented. If it wasn't for the landlord not caring about this rent, he wouldn't be able to afford to rent it at all. Immediately afterward, Gao Yan laughed. Anyway, he wasn't short of money right now, so why bother thinking about where to buy? Buying a suite near the university town. After all, he still had 2 more years of college to go. Just buy a villa in the city. That's it. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Nico Fong calling. The other party mainly reported 2 things to him. Today she had recruited more than 10 more employees. At the same time, she appointed Han Weilin as the leader of the technical team, and took those programmers who had joined the company to start building the website. Secondly, the company's registration has been run down, but he needs to go to the capital inspection tomorrow and take the name, signature and so on. To this, Gao Yan naturally agreed wholeheartedly. The next morning, Gao Yan completed the 2 important tasks of the company's capital inspection and name-taking. The company's full name is Nandu Star Network Technology Company. The registered capital was $300 million. When he took out $300 million in real money, he startled the people at the agency. Nico Fong, who was traveling with him, also felt relieved, and the idea of going big was born in his heart. After taking care of the company's registration, this morning, Gao Yan used his cell phone to search for villas in Nandu. One of the top villa communities is the Zijin Lake Villa community. The environment and supporting facilities of this community are quite complete. Unfortunately, the developer of this villa community was the Deng family. Even though Tang Yu had already apologized to him, he, who considered the Tang family as his enemy, naturally would not let the Tang family earn his money. Slightly worse than the Zijin Lake community was the Royal View Court, which was also a villa-style community. Other than that, there was also a South Lake Farewell View, but this neighborhood was not purely a villa neighborhood. Chapter 52, School Sisters, driving to Royal View Court. At this moment, it was the noon break time. The sales department appeared somewhat quiet. Only 3 women were chatting in whispers within the front counter. Judging from the uniforms they were wearing, one was the front desk and the other 2 were salespersons in the sales department. Shao Si, go ask that handsome guy what he's here for. Old employee Wang Jin said to intern Siyu. The cheapest villa they had here would cost $4 to $5 million a set, and those who could afford it were middle-aged men with successful careers or rich women. She didn't think a youngster like Gao Yan could afford it, so she simply instructed the trainee employee to ask. Okay, Sister Wang. Siyu was quite happy and didn't mind at all. She had just come to work here not long ago. Her usual task was to memorize the information and then follow the older employees to run errands to learn from their experience. She had never received a customer before. Hello sir, I am Siyu, an intern employee of the sales department. May I ask if you are here to see the house? Yes. Gao Yan nodded. I plan to buy a villa. This trainee employee called Siyu was quite pretty. Her looks and body were very good, and her comprehensive rating was at least 92 points, allowing Gao Yan to enjoy a protagonist treatment as well. Great! Siyu shouted in her heart, then guided Gao Yan to the reception area, and busied herself with pouring water for Gao Yan again. Seeing this scene, Wang Jin frowned slightly, and the front desk employee smiled and said, Sister Wang, it looks like this should be a customer. Maybe Siyu can pick up the slack today. How could that be? Wang Jin disdainfully bristled. The other party looks to be in his early 20s. How could he afford a villa? What if the person is a rich second generation? The receptionist continued. So what if they are second generation rich? Wang Jin's tone was even more disdainful. Rich second generation that can take out $4 to $5 million can find a few in the whole of Nandu. I guess that kid sees Siyu as pretty and wants to use buying a house as an excuse to hook up with the little girl. Then don't remind her. No need. Wang Jin waved his hand. Just so she can learn a lesson. Don't treat everyone as a client. It's a waste of time and energy. Also, the front desk employee nodded. According to Siyu's introduction, there were 2 types of villas in Royal View Court. One was a townhouse, priced between $4.5 to $6 million. The other type of household was the large detached villa. The price is between $12 to $20 million. Since it wasn't bad money, it was natural to buy the best. Therefore, Gao Yan had his eye on the large villa priced at $16 million and offered to go and see the house. When Siyu heard this, her heart became happier and happier, so she asked Gao Yan to wait for a while, and then ran to the front desk to ask for help from Wang Jin, because the sun is relatively hot right now, and the detached villa is quite far away from the sales department, so she needs to drive a battery car to go there. Siyu doesn't know how to drive, so she had to ask Wang Jin for help. Hearing that Gao Yan wanted to go see the house, Wang Jin frowned and said to Siyu, go tell the other party that it's okay to see the house, but you have to check the capital first. This is not good. Siyu was a little hesitant, worried about offending Gao Yan. After all, Gao Yan was still her first client. Silly girl, I'm doing this for your own good. In case the other party can't afford it, wouldn't it be a blind alley? Wang Jin didn't have the good sense to say. Alright then. Siyu walked over somewhat apprehensively. I'm sorry Mr. Gao. If you want to go see the house, you need to do a capital inspection before you can. How to check? Just check your bank card balance. Siyu said. Alright, take me to the capital inspection. Gao Yan was not angry. On his way to the front desk, Gao Yan let the system transfer $30 million into his bank card before handing it over to the front desk to check the balance. Upon seeing the balance in Gao Yan's card, the front desk employee, who was originally a bit careless, had a steep shock in her heart, because this young man actually had more than $30 million in his account. Wang Jin on the side noticed her expression and also twisted her head to look on the computer. Then a strong sense of regret hit her. Not expecting the young man she looked down on to actually have a huge sum of more than $30 million. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan and his party of 3 entered the number 3 detached villa. After a visit, Gao Yan was still relatively satisfied. Mr. Gao, how does it feel? Wang Jin asked. It's okay. If the price is more favorable, I can sign today, Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao, I can do the honors of 2 points less, Wang Jin replied. How about this? 15 million? I'll sign and pay today, Gao Yan said again. Mr. Gao, please wait. I'll apply to the manager. Wang Jin hurriedly said. Go! Gao Yan waved his hand. Not long after, Wang Jin finished his application, stating that Gao Yan could close the deal at 15 million by signing and paying today. To this, Gao Yan had no objections and went back to the sales department to sign and pay. After swiping the card, Gao Yan asked, when can I get a license? Wang Jin replied, since you paid the full amount, Mr. Gao, you will be able to get the property certificate in 3 days at most. Alright, Ms. CU, let's add a WeChat, and when the real estate license comes down, you can directly notify me. Gao Yan added to CU. Okay, Mr. Gao. The villa was renovated, and even the home appliances and furniture were complete, so it was ready to move in at any time. I'm also a homeowner now. Leaving the sales department, Gao Yan couldn't help but clench his fist, and planned to get the second suite done today as well. So he drove back to this side of the university town and found an agent and made a request to purchase a house. Then the agent recommended to him Shangjing Neighborhood 5 Unit 6th floor 603. At once, Gao Yan's look a little weird, because this suite is located just above the suite he rented. The type of this suite is 2 suites of 1, the same as the landlord's house. 72 square feet, is a second-hand house. The selling price is 2.13 million. With a parking space, can the price of the house be less? Gao Yan asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. Shangjing District is a school district house. You're more lucky. This listing was only listed by us today, and we've contacted several customers on our side who are planning to come and see the house this afternoon, the intermediary employee said in a difficult manner. Gao Yan smiled, not taking the other party's words seriously, and said, let's go and look at the room first, then we can talk about the price. After looking at the room, Gao Yan was still satisfied. The suite was better maintained, and the room was clean and tidy, so it could be seen that the previous owner was also a hobbyist. This way, you give the landlord a call. If it's 2 million, I can sign today, Gao Yan said. Mr. Gao, I'll try. Not long after, the agent employee finished his call and came to report. Mr. Gao, I spoke to the landlord. The other party will let you have up to 30,000, but he can take care of the closing fee. Alright, tell him to come over and sign. Returning to the real estate agent, he waited for a while more, and when the landlord arrived, Gao Yan realized that the other party was actually a young and pretty girl. He vaguely felt some familiarity. A little recollection reminded him who this girl was. The other party was actually Qian Bauer, the president of their school's last student council. This Qian Bauer was a popular figure in their school. Gao Yan remembered that the year he first joined the school, this Qian Bauer wore a Chinese dress and performed a guzheng solo at the welcome party. She was worshipped as a goddess by countless boys. Hello, senior sister Qian. I'm Gao Yan. I didn't realize that house 603 was actually yours. Gao Yan took the initiative to greet him. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Investment. You are also from Nandu University? Qian Bauer asked with some surprise. Gao Yan smiled and said, yes, sister. The year I joined the school I happened to have seen sister's guzheng solo performed at the welcome party, and it's still fresh in my mind. Is that so? Qian Bauer smiled heartily, but there was a sadness between her brows. So Miss Qian and Mr. Gao know each other. Then this matter is much better. At this time, the agency employee said at the right time, schoolmate, are you the one who wants to buy a house? Qian Bauer asked with some surprise. Yes. Gao Yan nodded. Qian Bauer smiled and said, since we are all from the same school, let's do it this way. The price of the house will be calculated according to $2.05 million, and the closing costs will still be on me. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was slightly surprised, not expecting to directly save 50,000 yuan by climbing so close. Gao Yan didn't make any pretense, and gratefully said, then thank you, sister. Thus, the two sides quickly signed the house transfer agreement, and Gao Yan also paid a 30% deposit. As for the rest of the money, it had to be paid after the transfer. Sister Zhao, when will this transfer be completed? Qian Bao asked the intermediary employee, as she was still waiting to use the money. The agency employee, Sister Zhao, said, Ms. Qian, we will submit the information today. We still have a good relationship with the housing authority side. If there are no accidents, the transfer will be completed on Monday. It's going to be Monday. Qian Bauer's face had a few more points of anxiety. Ms. Qian, tomorrow is the weekend. The housing authority side is not working. There is nothing we can do. Monday is already the fastest. Sister Zhao explained. Qian Bauer said again. Then can you guys handle it down today? I'm anxiously waiting for money to use. If the transfer can be completed today, I'll give 20,000 more for the agency fee. Miss Qian, wait a moment. I'll give the boss a call. Sister Zhao was also very impressed to hear that Qian Bauer was willing to give 20,000 000 more for the brokerage fee, and immediately hit the site to call the boss to report. Sister, at the risk of asking, are you in some kind of trouble and in urgent need of money? Gao Yan hesitated slightly and inquired in a low voice. The inwardly annoyed Qian Bauer didn't want to answer, but it suddenly occurred to her that Gao Yan could take out more than $2 million to buy a house, so she definitely wasn't an ordinary student. So she nodded her head. Yes, my company has indeed encountered some trouble, and is in dire need of a sum of money to tide over the difficult times. Can you be more specific? Gao Yan tried. Meta villain. As soon as this was mentioned, Qian Bauer was a bellyful of fire. My company has newly developed a game, and it looks like it's going to be a success, but as a result, the source code has been partially destroyed by the undercover agents of the enemy company, and it just so happens that the hostile company has a game of the same type that's about to be online, and once the other party's game is online, my company's initial investment will be completely wiped out, so it now needs a sum of money to catch up with the progress and strive to grab the other party's lead to go online. So that's how it is. Gao Yan sympathized for this. Senior, you should be quite rich, right? Suddenly, Qian Bauer's tone changed and asked in a low voice. Not bad, Gao Yan said modestly. Then have you ever thought about making investments with your money? Qian Bauer asked again. Senior sister wants me to invest in your game company? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Not bad, Qian Bauer nodded. Although my company has only been created for more than a year, it has already made a good game, and we are very confident in our entire company for the second game. Once it goes online, the subscription volume will definitely be less. This? Gao Yan was a little hesitant. Please senior, don't you like senior sister playing guzheng? If you agree to invest, senior sister will play a song for you alone. Qian Bauer seduced. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was a little bit in tears. So he said, tell you what senior sister, I'll go to your company first, if it's suitable, I'll invest. Then what are you waiting for? Go now. As she spoke, Qian Bauer excitedly grabbed Gao Yan's hand and pulled him towards the outside. At this, Gao Yan was somewhat speechless. This Qian Bauer was also too acute. Senior sister, don't be in a hurry. Let's say hello to the intermediary side first, Gao Yan reminded. Also, half an hour later, the two cars stopped under an office building in the high-tech district. Coincidentally, Gao Yan's rented office was also in this building. Senior sister, your company is in this office building? After getting out of the car, Gao Yan asked. Yes, it's on the 15th floor. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan suddenly felt that he and Qian Bauer were very much related. His new company was on the other party's upper floor, and at the same time, the other party's house was also on the upper floor of the building he rented. Taking the elevator to the 15th floor, it was only 1:30 in the afternoon. But the employees of Qian Bauer's company were still working seriously. Snap! Qian Bauer clapped her hands. Seeing that she had attracted everyone's attention, she then said in a loud voice, let me introduce to you all. This is my college brother, Gao Yan, and at the same time, the investor that I have found. So everyone applaud and welcome. Upon hearing that Gao Yan was here to invest, everyone's eyes lit up, then enthusiastically clapped. For this reason, Gao Yan didn't feel embarrassed, but rather, he was a bit teary-eyed. Obviously, this was Qian Bauer's small mind, purposely lifting him up high so that he couldn't refuse later on. Afterwards, Qian Bauer brought Gao Yan to visit her game company. The company was not large, just over 100 square feet. However, there were more than 50 employees working here. It appeared rather crowded. Even Qian Bauer, the boss, only had an extremely small office that was still partitioned off. What are you drinking, schoolmate? Qian Bauer greeted warmly. School sister doesn't have to bother. Gao Yan waved his hand. Then what does school brother think of my company? Do you want to invest? Qian Bauer's heart tightened as she asked pitifully. School sister, why don't you introduce me to your new game first? Gao Yan thought about it. Okay, schoolmate, listen to me tell you about the design concept of our game. After speaking about her own company's new game, Qian Bauer instantly became radiant, completely unrecovering from her earlier nervousness. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan probably understood the content of this game, so he lifted his hand. Alright senior sister, I probably understand. Right, how much investment do you need and how many shares can I occupy? According to the system's requirements, in order to get the rebate, one must occupy 50% of the shares. Qian Bauer slightly contemplated, looked at Gao Yan and said, School brother, how about 3,030% of the shares? This company she occupies 90% of the shares, the other 10% divided to the company's employees. Out of 30%, she still has 60%. Can completely control the company. 30% is too little. So, I put up $5 million. I occupy 50% of the shares. How? Gao Yan bargained. No way. Qian Bauer decisively refused. At most, I'll let you have 40% of the shares, $6 million, or 50% of the shares. Gao Yan raised the price unhurriedly. This? Qian Bauer looked a little hesitant. If she had this $6 million, the second game would be able to go online on time, not to mention that the rest of the money could still be used for advertising. To be honest, she was a little moved. Senior sister, how about I just make a pure financial investment and not participate in company management? Gao Yan continued. Really? Qian Bauer became more and more tantalized. Of course, it's not like I know anything about games. I'm just simply optimistic about this game. Gao Yan explained. If that's the case, why don't you contribute $5 million and take up 50% of the shares? Qian Bauer said. Alright then, happy cooperation. Gao Yan extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Qian Bauer also happily extended her hand. Then, Gao Yan felt that his schoolmate's hand felt quite good. Chapter 54, Picking up a schoolmate to go home, one more. After negotiating the investment capital as well as the shares taken, the next thing became exceptionally smooth. School brother. This money when you call into the salary account. Now the company waiting for rice. Qian Bauer smiled. Senior sister, give me the company account number. I'll call the money right away. Gao Yan replied. Great. Let's add a WeChat. I'll use WeChat to send you the account number. Ding. Added on. Qian Bauer's WeChat name was just Bauer. Gao Yan wasn't ambiguous either. And after receiving the account number sent by Qian Bauer, he immediately arranged for the system to transfer $5 million over. Not long after, the company's finance came in to report that $5 million had been received on the company's account. Schoolmate, I love you. Hearing that the money arrived so quickly, Qian Bauer directly gave Gao Yan a flying kiss. Suddenly, Qian Bauer thought of something and carefully said, School brother, I sold my house before to gather funds for the company as well. Now that the company is no longer short of money, is it okay if I don't want to sell that house? School sister, you're crossing the river and breaking the bridge. Gao Yan joked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Bauer's old face turned red. Embarrassedly said, School brother, in fact, that suite was left to me by my grandfather. If not forced to choose to sell the house, and I also intend to wait for the company's game to go online and earn money to buy back. Gao Yan said, Sister, I'm afraid it's not easy to not sell it now. First of all, we've already signed the contract. We have to abide by the spirit of the contract. And secondly, under your urging, the agency has already sent the information to the housing authority for review. And once the review passes, it won't be easy to renege on the contract. School brother, when school sister's begging you, why don't I pay you a sum of money for breach of contract? Okay, and after selling the house, school sister will be homeless. Qian Bauer grabbed Gao Yan's arm and begged. School sister, how about this? This house, you still sell it to me, but how about I rent it to you to live in? Really, can't you back out? Qian Bauer was still a bit unwilling. Can't. Alright then. Qian Bauer had a depressed look on her face. But I have a request. Unless I don't rent this house myself, you can't kick me out. This I can promise. Gao Yan nodded. Then thank you, school brother. Qian Bauer said happily. Let's go, senior brother. You are now the biggest shareholder of our company. Now go and greet your employees. That won't be necessary. Gao Yan waved his hand. I said just now, I'm only making financial investments. I don't meddle in the company's management. There's no need to get acquainted with the employees. Hearing this, Qian Bauer was a bit touched and emotional. After all, people like Gao Yan who had invested $5 million and didn't meddle in the company's management couldn't really find a few. School brother. School sister, thanks you again. No need. Right. School sister, when will you honor your previous promise? Gao Yan smiled and said, What did I promise? Qian Bauer began to play dumb. To play a song alone. Gao Yan reminded. This, don't worry. When there's time, I'll definitely play it for you. You have to give me an exact time, right? Gao Yan smiled playfully. Qian Bauer's brain turned sharply. I'm too busy during this time. I have to grab the company's game online before my rivals. You've just invested $5 million. You don't want to lose money yourself, right? Then set it after this company's game goes online. Seeing that Qian Bauer was going to make excuses again, Gao Yan hurriedly added, No more excuses. Otherwise, I won't rent the room. Alright. Qian Bauer could only agree. Alright, senior sister. That's it for today. I'll say goodbye. I'll see you off. Senior sister, stay. Arriving outside the company, Gao Yan waved at Qian Bauer before stepping into the elevator. However, Gao Yan, who entered the elevator, did not go downstairs, but came to the 16th floor. After all, having come downstairs to his own company, he had to take a look in passing. After asking the renovation workers, He knew that the progress of the renovation was very good, quite a bit earlier than planned, and the renovation could be completed in 6 days at most. Zhang Qin's cousin is also very attentive to this renovation. Every day will personally come to supervise the work. In the evening, Gao Yan drove to Yangdong University to pick up Zhuo Jianyue to have a meal together and watch a movie before driving back to the rented neighborhood. Park the car and turn off the engine. Push the door off the car. Gao Yan is ready to step towards the door of the unit. Did not expect to just come to the door of the unit, but the hair of a woman staggering standing in front of the door of the unit shouting something. Closer, he heard each other's mouth constantly repeated open sesame for words. At the same time, also smelled the other body emitted a strong smell of alcohol. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan wanted to laugh, and then silently took out his cell phone and shot at Qian Bauer for a while. Not bad. This one shouting open sesame was precisely Qian Bauer. Not long after, Gao Yan put away his cell phone and shouted, "Senior sister, how much did you drink? Who are you?" Qian Bauer heard the voice and looked at Gao Yan with a bewildered wide-eyed expression of doubt. "Me, Gao Yan. Remember? Oh, you're Gao Yan ah, quick, come with me and shout open sesame together." God open sesame. Gao Yan burst into tears and laughed, reaching out to enter the password on the door key before pushing the door open to let Qian Bauer in. "Wow, you're really good. It opened in one go." Qian Bauer clapped her hands. "How much did this drink to get like this?" Gao Yan was speechless for a while. Seeing Qian Bauer still standing outside the door, he simply reached out and pulled her in, taking the elevator to the 6th floor, helping Qian Bauer to the 603 door, then asked, "Sister, where is your key?" "In the bag." "Bag?" So Gao Yan lowered his head and rummaged in Qian Bauer's bag, but after rummaging for half a day he still didn't find the key. "Sister, it's not in the bag." "Think again?" "Ah, what?" Qian Bauer looked at Gao Yan in confusion. "School sister, I'm offended." Qian Bauer was wearing jeans. Gao Yan reached out and touched the position of the pants pocket, and did not find the key at all. "What should I do?" Hesitating slightly, Gao Yan felt like taking her to his home. Holding Qian Bauer up, he re-entered the elevator and came to the 5th floor. After opening the door and entering, he turned on the electric light and first placed Qian Bauer on the sofa. Let her stay on the couch for a while first, as Gao Yan was worried that she would throw up. Finding a trash can and placing it in front of the sofa, Gao Yan went to the bathroom and found a set of clothes to enter the bathroom to shower and take a bath. While taking a shower, Gao Yan called up the system interface. Today's earnings didn't change much from yesterday, but the sales of the 3 milk tea stores exceeded $70,000, and all 450 cell phones were sold out. Therefore the upgrade experience went up by 2.09 million. The rebate earnings reached 14.66 million. According to the current progress, it was afraid that it would take more than a month to upgrade again. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to take Zhuo Jianyu to the Red Lux Stone workshop tomorrow to see if he could get some upgrade experience through gambling. After taking a bath and changing into big pants wearing slippers, Gao Yan came to the living room. Suddenly, his eyes stagnated, and then his eyes glared round. Even his breathing followed and became rapid, but it was Qian Bauer who gave herself to. Chapter 55, Visiting the Stone Gambling Workshop again, second shift. Not bad. Qian Bauer had taken off her own shirt and pants, wearing only her intimate apparel. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yan suppressed his inner restlessness, quickly entering the bedroom and taking out a new cool quilt from the closet. He once again came to the living room and covered Qian Bauer's wonderful torso. Then, Gao Yan took his cell phone and sat on the other side of the sofa. He planned to keep watch for a while. In case Qian Bauer threw up later, he still had to help clean up. Today, he hadn't checked the share price of Omni yet. So, Gao Yan logged into the stock software, then nodded with satisfaction. Today, the share price of Osmax Pharmaceuticals had risen by another 7 points, and the share price had reached 39.80 yuan, only 20 cents short of 40 yuan, and he holds the stock has been worth 20.54 million, pure income of 12.54 million. If coupled with 7 times the earnings rebate, his wealth can soar more than 100 million, which used only 8 days, and this stock will continue to rise more than 20 days. Exiting the stock software, Gao Yan glanced at Qian Bauer again, but realized that the cool quilt covering the other party had actually slipped quite a bit, and as he gazed, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The restlessness in the bottom of his heart surged up again. Hastily stepping forward and pulling up the cool quilt to cover Qian Bauer's body, Gao Yan retreated back to his original position and chanted the Buddhist scripture, Guanzi Zai Bodhisattva. When practicing deep prajna paramitha, after a long time, Gao Yan's restlessness gradually calmed down. Once again, he looked at Qian Bauer. Fortunately, the cool quilt was still covering her. In order to divert his attention, Gao Yan sent a Weibo message to Zhuo Jianyue, "Are you asleep?" Zhuo Jianyu, "Not yet. Waiting for someone to say goodnight to me. Born me talent, daughter-in-law. What if I miss you? Zhuo Jianyue, shameless. Who is your daughter-in-law? Born to be me, whoever answers is. After chatting with Zhuo Jiangyu for half an hour, seeing that it was already almost 11 o'clock, Gao Yan took the initiative to end the chat, and looked at Qian Bao again, without making a demon again. Then he went into his room to sleep. As for giving the bedroom to Qian Bao, the other party had stripped himself naked. If he got the bedroom again, it would be a bit unclear. A dreamless night. When Gao Yan woke up instantly with a sleep, he felt an abnormality, because he realized that his neck was tightly wrapped by a pair of hands, and his body was also wrapped around 2 legs. Not good. It's Qian Bao. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen a pig run. It must be Qian Bao who ran into his room last night without knowing what happened. Damn. This is a big misunderstanding. Gao Yan carefully broke free from Qian Bao's entanglement and was about to sneak out of bed, then realized that Qian Bao was looking at him with wide eyes. Qian Bao's eyes were somewhat confused, but then, her pupils abruptly shrunk and her face became extremely ugly. Seeing this, Gao Yan hurriedly explained. School sister, don't misunderstand. Last night I came back, just in time to see outside the door of the unit to see the drunken you. Gao Yan used the most concise words to quickly recount the whole thing. After listening to it, Qian Bao also vaguely recalled. It seems to sleep until midnight. She climbed up from the sofa to go to the toilet. After going to the toilet, she went straight into Gao Yan's bedroom. Moreover, she liked to sleep with a doll bear in her arms since she was a child, so she habitually thought of Gao Yan as a doll bear. Schoolmate, you go out first, Qian Bao said as she tried to ensure composure. Okay. Gao Yan hurriedly walked out of the bedroom and brought the door with him. Seeing Gao Yan leave, Qian Bao also followed with a sigh of relief. A pretty face became red. It was too embarrassing. She actually did something like this. During this period of time, the company's affairs had caused her to feel twice as much pressure. Yesterday, after Gao Yan invested $5 million in her, all the pressure disappeared, so she called her secretary to go to a clear bar to drink, and she accidentally drank too much. The secretary was supposed to send her home, but as a result, she felt fine and merely let the secretary send her outside the neighborhood. When she got out of the car, she was blown by the night breeze, and the alcohol went to her head, and then this humiliating incident happened. Suddenly, Qian Bao thought of something. Quickly checking her body, she felt that there was no abnormality before she sighed in relief. At the same time, she was also a bit thankful that she had met a decent man like Gao Yan. If it were any other man, wouldn't the innocence that she had retained for more than 20 years be handed over in confusion? In the future, I must be moderate in my drinking, and resolutely not drink too much, Qian Bao secretly said to herself. Qian Bao, who was about to get up, realized that her clothes were not in the bedroom, so she could only shout loudly, Schoolmate, are you still there? What is it, schoolmate? Gao Yan's voice came from outside the door. My clothes are outside. Please help bring them in. Okay, wait a moment. Not long after, Gao Yan knocked on the door and came in, throwing the clothes and pants to Qian Bao on the bed. Because of such an embarrassing incident, Qian Bao was not in a good position to stay in Gao Yan's house for a long time, so she came out of the bedroom and was ready to say goodbye. At this time, Gao Yan said, Senior sister, you don't have a key with you, right? Do you need to wash up in my house? If you need it, I'll go to the neighborhood supermarket to buy you a towel and toothbrush. Thank you. No need. Actually, my key is placed under the carpet in front of the door. Qian Bao waved her hand and said. Witnessing Qian Bao leave, Gao Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them had slept in their arms for so long, and their bodies were stained with each other's scent, and they still had to go on a date with Zhuo Jianyue later on, so Gao Yan felt like taking a shower first, so as not to be misunderstood by Zhuo Jianyue. 9 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yan received Zhuo Jianyu at the entrance of Yangdong University. Gao Yan, where are we going today? Zhuo Jianyu asked. I'm going to bring you to sell. Gao Yan joked. Are you willing to part with it? Of course I can't part with it. In my heart you are a priceless treasure. Yeah, you're such a meathead. Along the way, the two flirted and came to the antique street. After parking the car, Gao Yan very familiarly held onto Zhuo Jianyu's soft and delicate little hand towards the Red Luckstone workshop. What kind of place is this? After entering the Red Luckstone workshop, Zhuo Jianyu couldn't help but curiously inquire and ask. Know about emerald? Gao Yan asked. I know. I have a jadeite pendant. My mom gave it to me on my birthday. Zhuo Jianyu said. Then do you know where the emerald comes from? It seems like it was cut from the raw stone. Right. Gao Yan nodded. This place is the place that specializes in selling the raw stone. Buying the raw stone at a low price and cutting out a high-priced emerald is called up. If anything isn't cut out, or if a low-priced emerald is cut out, it's called collapsed. It's gambling on stones, right? I think I've heard someone say that. Zhuojiang, you said thoughtfully. He. There should be someone over there unraveling stones. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Suddenly, Gao Yan realized that quite a few people had gathered in the stone deciphering area again. So he pulled Zhuojiang away and decisively went up. Young Master Gao is here. Young Master Gao hasn't been here for a while. Make room for young Master Gao and his girlfriend. Let them come to the front. Last time at the Red Luck Stone Workshop, Gao Yan was considered to have become famous in one battle, so quite a few people present knew him, and instead of having to squeeze to the front like last time, some people deliberately made way for them to go to the front. Thanks a lot, gang. Gao Yan smiled at everyone. Then his eyes fell on a rough stone that was not small in size. At this moment, the stone-solving master was fixing the rough stone, while Lu Dong was standing there with a perturbed look on his face. Mr. Lu, hello again. Gao Yan took the initiative to greet him. After all, the last time he had bought that piece of raw stone from his hands had made him a lot of money. Good day, Mr. Gao. Lu Dong barely managed to squeeze out a smile in response before his gaze shifted back to the piece of raw stone. Manager Song, Mr. Lu's state seems to look a little abnormal. Gao Yan turned his head and asked the Defu jewelry manager next to him. Upon hearing this, Manager Song revealed a gloating look. Didn't this guy earn a few million from you, Gao Xiao, last time, and then drifted off, before he was still playing a small game. Now, he actually dared to play with high-priced raw stones, and as a result, not only did he lose the money he earned from you, but now he's scraping together 1.5 million to buy this raw stone intending to salty fish turnaround. Chapter 56, Bringing My Girlfriend to Gambling, 3 Shifts. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan secretly shook his head. Lu Dong was obviously a snake swallowing an elephant with a lack of heart. Of course, it was also possible that he was stimulated by him and wanted to make a big profit. With a thought, Gao Yan opened his golden pupil and looked towards Lu Dong's piece of raw stone. He knew that Lu Dong had lost money. This piece of raw stone does have emerald within it, but the emerald within it is only worth 100,000 only. Once it is unraveled, it will lose 1.4 million. Soon after, the stone unraveling master fixed the raw stone and started cutting. Snort! A piercing sound rang out, accompanied by stone powder sparks flying. After a long time, the faceplate-sized raw stone was cut from it. However, after seeing the colors revealed on the 2 cut surfaces, Lu Dong's face turned a little whiter. Mr. Lu, do you still want to continue cutting? The stone-solving master asked. Old Lu, if you give up, I'll take these 2 raw stones for $500,000, so you can lose less. At this time, Qin Lin, the manager of the Red Luck Gambling Stone Workshop, appeared and told Lu Dong. Lu Dong has been playing in their gambling stone workshop for some time, and Qin Lin also knows that Lu Dong, who has gambled until now, has mortgaged his house and car, and also borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars from others. Once this piece of raw stone completely cut down, he will not only lose his house and car, but also have to carry hundreds of thousands of dollars of external debt. As the saying goes, ghosts don't accept hanging money. In case Lu Dong couldn't bear the blow and thus chose to cut himself off, it wouldn't be a good thing for their gambling stone workshop. Therefore, he was willing to take $500,000 to buy back this piece of raw stone. After all, the entry price of this piece of raw stone was not as high as imagined, and it was all produced to their Qin family's raw stone pit in the Black Burma country. Manager Qin, I appreciate your good intentions. Even if I die, I will die to understand. Lu Dong shook his head, but he was unwilling to accept Qin Lin's good intentions, gritting his teeth and shouting, keep cutting, old Lu, why don't you listen to persuasion? People, Qin manager is also a piece of good intentions. Hurry up and sell it. That's old Lu. Less loss is also profit. This piece of raw stone is already ruined. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers and Lu Dong is more familiar with the guests have also opened their mouths to persuade. But Lu Dong is now losing red-eyed gambler. Where to listen to other people's persuasive words? But ungrateful roar, you all give the old man shut up. Even if the betting collapse, and what do you have to do with you? Good words are hard to persuade, damn ghosts. Originally, Gao Yan also wanted to persuade, but after hearing Lu Dong's words, even if he went to persuade, the other party would definitely not listen. Gao Yan, is he losing the bet? Chuo Jiangyue said. It's hard to say right now, but it's almost time. Let's go. Let's go and pick 2 raw stones to cut too. Gao Yan pulled Zhu Jiangyu out of the crowd. He already knew the result, so there was no need to continue watching. There were 2 types of raw stones in the Red Luck Stone Workshop. One type was the ones that did not have an open window. The price was lower, and it was mostly edges, so it was not easy to open good goods. A kind of is opened the window, has been confirmed within the original stone jadeite. The price will also be much higher. Gao Yan's golden pupil only has 9 chances left. It was clearly more cost-effective to use it on raw stones with open windows. How about this? We each choose a raw stone to cut. How about it? Gao Yan said to Zhuo Jianyue again. However, once Zhuo Jianyue took a look at the price tags of these raw stones, she hastily shook her head. No need. These raw stones are so expensive. Because the cheapest price tag of the raw stones with windows opened exceeded 100,000, and the expensive ones even reached tens of millions. At this time, Gao Yan whispered in Zhuo Jianyu's ear. Daughter-in-law, I have something I didn't tell you. Last time I spent $7 million to buy a piece of raw stone, cut out the jadeite and sold it upside down, and made $9 million directly, so you can choose as much as you want. Not afraid of me not having money. Really? Zhuo Jianyu surprised. Of course, otherwise those people wouldn't have been so enthusiastic about me just now. Gao Yan smiled. Ta-da! Suddenly, Zhuo Jianyue kissed Gao Yan's face and said with some blushing, Gao Yan, you're awesome. Although her family was not short of money, 9 million was still a huge sum of money to her, and she didn't expect Gao Yan to be so skillful that he actually earned 9 million in one go. Dare to sneak up on me. I'm going to get my revenge back. Gao Yan made a gesture to kiss back. Zhuo Jianyue hurriedly smiled and ran away. After a bit of jostling, the two started to choose the raw stone. In the end, Zhuo Jianyue chose a piece of just over 100,000 yuan of raw stone. This piece of raw stone, although open mouth, but revealed only bean seed jadeite. Moreover, the size of this piece of raw stone is not big. Even if it is not cut down, the possibility of a big rise is not high. Thinking of this, Gao Yan to Zhuo Jianyue selected the original stone cast a golden pupil. As expected, he did not expect. This piece of raw stone inside the jade is only worth 80,000 yuan. Will lose more than 20,000 yuan. During this period of time, Gao Yan also supplemented a lot of knowledge on gambling stones as well as emerald. There are more than 200 pieces of raw stones in the window, and it is not possible to scan all of them with the golden pupil, so he first selects the 8 pieces of raw stones from this area that he is most optimistic about, and then casts the golden pupil on the 8 pieces of raw stones to pick out the ones that earn more. In the company of Zhuo Jiangyu, Gao Yan spent more than half an hour to view all the raw stones. Then he picked out 8 raw stones numbered A009, A087, A098, A099, A118, A129, A188, and A203. Immediately afterward, Gao Yan cast his golden pupil on these 8 pieces of raw stones. In the end, A118 had the highest value. According to the information provided by the golden pupil, this piece of raw stone possessed a piece of ice seed imperial green inside, valued at $24.8 million, and the selling price of this piece of raw stone was 5.2 million. Buying it and cutting it out would be a wild profit of 19.6 million. Gao Yan called the waiter and said that he wanted to buy these 2 pieces of raw stone. After signing the contract and making the payment, the 2 raw stones belonged to Gao Yan. Although Zhuo Jiangyu didn't say anything to stop it, she was nervous. Obviously, she was worried for Gao Yan. After all, it was more than $5 million. If it was cut down, it would be a big loss. Once again coming to the stone breaking area, the people gathered here had already dispersed most of them, because Lu Dong's piece of raw stone has been divided into 16 pieces, but only one cut out the emerald face, and only the lowest grade bean seed. Even if completely cut out, the price will not exceed 100,000. Therefore, the current Lu Dong's face was disheveled, and there was also a wave of remorse in his expression. If he had chosen to sell the raw stone to Qin Lin before, he would have lost a few $100,000 less. Soon, the stone cutting master polished out the piece of raw stone with emerald, a not too big, not too small piece of bean seed jadeite. Qin Lin once again stepped in and expressed his willingness to bid $100,000 to take it. Pa! Lu Dong fiercely gave himself a slap. Then his body swayed and fell towards the ground. Fortunately Qin Lin held him in time and asked the waiter to help him to the restroom to take a breather. Our turn. Gao Yan signaled the waiter to put down the 2 raw stones for him and Zhuo Jianyue. Young Gao, which one to cut first? The stone-solving master asked. Cut the one my girlfriend chose first, Gao Yan said. Soon, the stone-solving master began to operate, and because this piece of raw stone was not large, it was quickly solved out of the emerald and valued at $80,000. The risk of this gambling on stones is too high. Right, just for a little while, I lost more than $20,000. Zhuo Jiangyu secretly smacked her lips, and secretly said in her heart, if Gao Yan's piece of raw stone also cut down must persuade him. The risk of this gambling stone is really too high. Don't be discouraged. Isn't my piece of raw stone not opened yet? Maybe more can be earned back. Gao Yan comforted. I hope so. Zhuo Jiangyu really didn't have much confidence. Young Gao, how do you plan to cut this piece of raw stone? At this time, the stone-solving master asked. Open the mouth first, Gao Yan said. Okay. The master stone breaker hurriedly fixed the raw stone. and then turned on the cutter, cutting off a piece of stone skin that was 2 centimeters thick. But looking at the color revealed by the cut, the stone decoding master hurriedly said, "Young Gao has good luck. It's cut up again." Chapter 57 Tang Ye's speculation, one more. Quick, rinse it off and see how the seed water is? Before Gao Yan could open his mouth, Manager Song of Defu Jewelry shouted ahead of him. The stone-solving master hurriedly rinsed the interface with a small-sized water gun, and then the emerald's water seed was revealed. It's ice seed. I'll go. It seems to be ice seed imperial green. Big rise ah. Gao Shao cut big rise again. Looking at the excited crowd around him, Zhuo Jianyue asked in confusion. Gao Yan, did we make a profit here? Yes. The cut went up. Gao Yan nodded and explained in Zhuo Jianyue's ear. The value of jadeite mainly depends on the seed and water. The seed is categorized into glass seed and ice seed. Young Gao, is this piece of raw stone out for bid? Our Defu Jewelry is willing to bid 8 million. Manager Song of Defu Jewelry looked at Gao Yan with eager eyes. Now that this piece of jadeite had been opened up twice, the level of risk was greatly reduced, and the chances of a large shipment were very high. Similarly, the manager of Hangjin Jewelry also wanted to make an offer. However, Gao Yan waved his hand. No hurry for now. Wait until it's cut out. At once, the manager of Hangjin Jewelry immediately swallowed the words in his mouth. Through the last contact, he had already decided that Gao Yan was a very positive person, and it was hard to make him change his mind easily. However, he took 2 photos of the raw stone and sent them to Tang Yi. President, the raw stone that Gao Yan shows has been cut up again. When are you arriving? Tang Yi, on my way, 10 minutes at most. Tang Yi had explained to this manager in advance to inform her once Gao Yan came to gamble on the stone. Inside a speeding Ferrari 488, putting down her cell phone, Tang Yi couldn't help but mutter, "This guy is really getting mysterious." The second time he gambled on a stone he actually bet up again. Ever since Gao Yan refused to call the bet last time, he had commissioned a private detective to do a full investigation on Gao Yan. Today, that private detective had already assembled the information from the investigation into a book and sent it to her. After reading this information, she realized how deeply Gao Yan was hiding. First of all, Gao Yan already had 3 milk tea stores. This she had known for a long time, but didn't take it seriously. However, according to the information provided by the private detective, these 3 milk tea stores were not to be underestimated because these 3 milk tea stores had 6 top flavors of milk tea. This made the 3 milk tea stores sell extremely well. The daily sales have stabilized at 20,000 yuan in Bandung and Hangda shopping malls, and at 15,000 yuan in the University Town Snack Street. The daily sales of the 3 milk tea stores had exceeded $50,000. Even if we calculate based on the minimum of $50,000, the milk tea store has a flow of $1.5 million in January, and the cost of the milk tea store was very low, even after labor, rent, utilities, raw materials, etc. There was at least a 50% profit. In other words, Gao Yaneng could earn 750,000 in January with these 3 milk tea stores. A year's profit can reach 9 million. And the milk tea store is extremely replicable. Gao Yan could easily open 10 stores in Nandu City. Then the profit would reach 90 million. At that time, he would continue to expand to the entire Yangdong province. And the entire Yangdong province to accommodate 100 milk tea store is not a problem. That way, Gao Yan's milk tea store's annual profit could reach 900 million. If it was expanded to the whole country, that profit was unbelievable. The potential of which was even stronger than Brother Hot Pot Restaurant. After all, copying a milk tea store could be much easier than copying a hot pot store, with a smaller footprint and smaller investment. By then, it would be listed again, and it would be another large enterprise that could reach tens of billions of dollars. No wonder Gao Yan was not willing to invest in a hot pot restaurant. He chased one hot pot restaurant, enough to open several milk tea stores. Secondly, Gao Yan also created a network company. The registered capital directly reached $300 million. With Gao Yan's family situation, he simply couldn't get 300 million. So where did he get this 300 million from? As for whether there would be any problems with this $300 million, she felt that there couldn't be a problem. If there was really a problem, the relevant authorities would have already approached Gao Yan. And would he be able to take out $300 million as registered capital in a high-profile manner? What was even more interesting was that Natalie Fong was also involved with Gao Yan. She and Natalie Fong had been arch-rivals since childhood. Because both of them were extremely outstanding and their beauty was comparable, there were always people comparing them. Originally, the Fong family was a bit weaker than their Tang family. However, in the past few years, the Fong family's industry exploded, but it surpassed the Tang family in one fell swoop. And both of them chose to study abroad. Only she chose to take over her family's jewelry company when she returned home, while Natalie Fong went to work for Gao Yan. In her opinion, a heavenly daughter like Nico Fong would definitely not work for someone for nothing. Rather, she knew Gao Yan's true identity and wanted to hook up with the connections behind Gao Yan. Not bad. She felt that there was something wrong with Gao Yan's identity. In fact, the Cheng family had previously investigated that Gao Yan's present-day parents were not biological. Before Gao Yan sold the hot pot base to Cheng Hao, he was just an ordinary college student. But during this time, he had not only obtained the milk tea recipe, but also a large amount of money. Tang Yi had reason to believe that it was mostly Gao Yan's real parents who had come to his door and offered compensation. But what kind of family could come up with hundreds of millions of dollars to toss to a student still in the ivory tower? Even if their Tang family wanted to gather $300 million, it wouldn't be easy. Not to mention coming up with $300 million to give to their children to start their own business. Therefore, the background that Gao Yan's biological parents possessed was absolutely unimaginable. Thinking about this, she then regretted it. One shouldn't be aggressive towards Gao Yan, thus affecting his relationship with Cheng Hao. Gao Yan was able to come up with $300 million to start a company, so he was definitely able to continue to follow up on the hot pot restaurant, but he had refused to do so, which showed that there was already a stigma in his heart. Fortunately, Cheng Hao forced 30% of the shares to Gao Yan. Regarding this matter, he had previously felt that Cheng Hao was a bit foolish. Now it seemed that Cheng Hao was a fool with a fool's luck. Red Luck Stone Workshop. After Gao Yan did not intend to make an early bid for the original stone, the stone-solving master continued to open the cut. Snort! Sparks and stone powder flew together. Not long after, another cut was made. Seeing the green color revealed on the cut surface, the eyes of the crowd were extremely complicated. Obviously, this Gao Xiao had cut up again. Water gun rinsed off the stone powder on the cut surface, and a side of dark green jadeite was also revealed. Manager Song secretly swallowed his saliva. If he had offered $10 million just now, he might have been able to take this piece of raw stone. As for now, even if he quoted 12 million, people might not even bother with him. Next, the crowd congratulated Gao Yan again. Gao Yan calmly smiled, signaling the master stone solver to continue to open the other side. Can cut out good goods. The master is also quite happy. Generally speaking, cut out the original stone rose. The owner of the original stone will give him a big red envelope. Refixed the raw stone. Turned on the cutting machine. Snort! The ear-piercing sound resounded once again. At this time, Tang Yi, who was stepping on high heels, hurriedly arrived. How's it going? She asked her underling manager. 2 sides opened in a row, and both sides went up big time. The manager of Hangjin Jewelry said with an envious face. Gao Yan, congratulations on cutting up again. Tang Yi walked to Gao Yan's side, then sized up Zhuo Jiangyu. This is your girlfriend. So pretty. Sister Tang is polite. This is my girlfriend Zhuo Jiangyu. Jiangyu, this is Cheng Hao's cousin. Hello Sister Tang. Hello Jiangyu. Tang Yi smiled and greeted, but in her heart, she was a little inexplicably unhappy, because Gao Yan's introduction to her as Cheng Hao's cousin clearly didn't treat her as a friend. Chapter 58, Careful Eyes, Second Shift. Because the noise generated by the cutting machine was also inconvenient for chatting. After greeting, everyone fell silent and focused on the raw stone being cut. Soon, the third side of the raw stone was cut. Again, after rinsing using the water gun, 1/3 of the cut side was emerald colored. Although it did not have a large rise, it could already prove that the emerald within the original stone was not small in size. Young Gao, do you still want to continue cutting? The stone unraveling master asked. Completely unraveled, Gao Yan said. Wait. At this time, Tang Yi shouted. Gao Yan, how about selling it to me for $20 million? That's no good. Gao Yan waved his hand. Cheng Hao and I are good brothers. Don't look at the fact that we've opened 4 sides now. But who knows if there will be a hollow break or something like that. So it's better to wait until it's completely cut. For Gao Yan's reasoning, Tang Yi really couldn't refute it. At the same time, he also felt more and more that this guy Gao Yan was just a cautious person. He had apologized twice himself, and was still holding a grudge. Alright then, after spending the next 20 minutes, the stone-solving master cut out the entire piece of jadeite. A very large piece of ice-seed jadeite. Although there were some flaws, the flaws could not be hidden. Young Master Gao, Defu Jewelry, bid 22 million. Manager Song hurriedly shouted. He had already reported in advance, and the top had given him greater authority. 25 million. Tang Yi followed closely. Asterisk. Hearing Tang Yi's offer, Manager Song cursed in his heart. This was simply an unreasonable crazy woman, because the value of this piece of jadeite, $25 million, was already at the top. However, with a good carving master to create it, there could still be a profit of $2 to $3 million. So, he gritted his teeth and said, 26 million. 27 million. Tang Yi said without hesitation. Crazy woman. Manager Song directly couldn't help but curse out. What did you say? Say it again. Tang Yi's eyes went cold as he stared at Manager Song and questioned. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. It was my mouth that was unethical. I apologize to you. Manager Song helplessly apologized, as the two were not on the same level. Humph. Tang Yi coldly grunted. Mind your own mouth. Next time, don't blame Auntie for being rude to you. Got it. Got it. Manager Song said repeatedly. How about Gao Yan? Is this piece of jade for sale? Tang Yi once again looked at Gao Yan, and there were a few more smiles on his face. In fact, taking this piece of jadeite at 27 million, even if it was made into jewelry, the profit would be extremely weak. However, this was an opportunity to make good friends with Gao Yan, who told this guy to be petty. Then, thank you Sister Tang for taking care of me. Gao Yan nodded. Gold pupil's valuation of this piece of jadeite was 24.8 million, and now that Tang Yi had given an extra 2.2 million, why wouldn't he sell it? Happy cooperation then. Happy cooperation. Next, the two signed the transfer agreement within the gambling workshop. Immediately following, after Tang Yi made a phone call, $27 million was credited into Gao Yan's account. Instantly, the system upgrade experience skyrocketed by 27 million, totaling 53.78 million. At the same time, the sevenfold rebate followed suit and was injected into the system account. The system account had an additional 189 million, and the system storage funds once again broke 300 million, reaching 331.6 million. For a while, Gao Yan couldn't wait to run to the stone gambling workshop every day to brush up his experience in money. However, he immediately suppressed this idea. First of all, cutting up every day was just too noticeable. Secondly, the stone gambling workshop was owned by the Qin family, so if he was too high profile, he would easily be targeted by the Qin family. Therefore, he decided that he would just come to the stone gambling workshop once a month. It was still during the period of obscene development, so it was better to keep a low profile. Gao Yan, thanks for selling me the jadeite. How about I treat you and your girlfriend to a meal? Tang Yi offered the invitation again. No need, Sister Tang. Zhang Yu and I are still planning to go around and have some fun. Let's talk about it when we have time. Gao Yan politely declined. What's the point of having dinner with Tang Yi? After two stimuli, he was now most interested in raiding Zhang Yu. How could he have the heart to go and make a false move with Tang Yi? Hearing this, a flash of disappointment flashed through Tang Yi's eyes. Alright, then next time there's a chance. Alright then Sister Tang, we'll leave first. Gao Yan waved his hand towards Tang Yi and led Zhang Yu out of the stone gambling workshop. Looking at Gao Yan's departing back, Tang Yi's eyes were somewhat grudging and depressed. He had expressed his sincerity one after another, but this kid still didn't appreciate it. At this moment, the office of the stone gambling workshop, General Manager Qin Lin was unhurriedly picking up a cup of tea and bringing it to his mouth. After putting down the cup of tea, he said to the tall and strong man standing in front of him, Lao Jiao, arrange for someone to feel out this Gao Yan and find out what he's really about. I'll go make arrangements. The tall and strong man nodded and twisted out of the office. The reason why Qin Lin had someone investigate Gao Yan was because he suspected that this kid had a knack for recognizing raw stones. Their Qin family had been operating in the jadeite business for many years. There were also quite a few stone gambling experts under their command. On both occasions, he had observed Gao Yan, who seemed to be extremely confident in the raw stones he had selected, and seemed to be able to see through them. If the other party really had this ability, he would suggest that the family take this person under their wing. This was because every 3 years, the Qin family would have a gambling duel with the major raw stone mine owners. This duel was about the amount of shipments each family could make every 3 years. As the saying goes, things are more expensive than they are rare. Over the years, they have been controlling the production of raw stones and speculating on jadeite. The Qin family is one of the 7 largest suppliers of raw stones. They divide their shipments into 10%. Each of the 7 families takes up 10%, and the remaining 30% of the shipments are distributed by gambling. In the previous term, the Qin family managed to come in 3rd place in the betting fight. As such, the shipments for the next 3 years would only be 1.5%, while the 1st place would be able to enjoy 2.5% exclusively, and the 2nd place would also be able to enjoy 20%. If the Qin family could obtain 1st place, then they would be able to earn more than $10 billion more in a year, and in 3 years, that would be more than $30 billion. Unfortunately, with several of the Qin family's old experts in stone gambling passing away one after another, it had become somewhat green. Gao Yan didn't know. Even though he had planned to keep a low profile, he was still being targeted by Qin Lin. Now it was the height of summer. The sun in the sky was also exceptionally hot. It was obviously inappropriate to go mountain climbing. Originally, Gao Yan had planned to go swimming, but after thinking about it, letting Zhuo Jianyue wear a bathing suit in front of so many people, his own girlfriend, how could he let other men feast their eyes on her? Suddenly, it occurred to him that he still had a diamond card for the Tianyun clubhouse. It was said that this clubhouse had all the programs for eating, drinking and playing, so why not go here for a day of fun? Jiang Yu, I'll take you to a fun place. You just make the call. Right now Zhuo Jiangyu hadn't come back to her senses. The scene just now in the stone gambling workshop still had a relatively big impact on her, because it was also just in a little more than an hour's time. Gao Yan had actually made more than $20 million. Ever since she was a child, her family had never lacked her money, but that didn't mean she didn't know what more than $20 million meant. At the same time, there were a few more worries within her. Could she grasp such an outstanding boy? The enhancement of spiritual power not only made Gao Yan become smarter, even his grasp and speculation of the human heart also improved a lot. One look at Zhuo Jianyu's expression, he vaguely guessed what was going on. So, he reached out and grabbed her palm and smiled. Silly girl, what are you rambling about? Do you have no confidence in yourself or in me? As the saying goes, loud drums don't need heavy hammers. As soon as she heard Gao Yan's words, Zhuo Jiangyu immediately comprehended the meaning, but she was a bit embarrassed and pretended to be haughty. Bah! I'm the daughter of an immortal. How could I possibly have low self-esteem? Chapter 59 Tianyun Clubhouse, 3 Shifts. The Heavenly Rhyme Clubhouse was more luxurious and huge than Gao Yan had imagined. It covered an area that was not at all inferior to Nandu University, and it was also in the center of the city. Such a large piece of land located in the center of the city was not something that an ordinary person could take down. And for a while, Gao Yan also developed a bit of curiosity about the boss behind this clubhouse. There were a total of 8 imposing young security guards standing at the main gate, and from their stance and the aura on their bodies, they were by no means ordinary security guards. Moreover, there was also a security kiosk inside the gate, which had security guards stationed inside, so that they could immediately come out to provide support in the event of a situation that couldn't be handled from the outside. Gao Yan's car was intercepted by 2 security guards just as it approached. Excuse me, sir, do you have a membership card? The security guards asked in a cold tone. Will this do? Gao Yan took out the diamond card and handed it to the security guard. The other party took the card and took out a machine and scanned it before handing it back to Gao Yan with both hands and said, Dear Diamond member, welcome to the Sky Rhythm Club. Thank you. A smile appeared on the security guard's face. You're welcome. After you enter the door, sir, drive straight for 100 meters and you'll be greeted by a special reception. Thanks for the reminder. The gate followed and opened. Gao Yan drove in. The 2 security guards also followed back to their original position, and couldn't help but whisper, I didn't expect an Audi A4 driver to be a diamond card user. Shut up. Forget our rules. You can't just talk about customers. Another security guard reminded in a deep voice. Tianyun Club's membership cards were categorized into bronze, silver, gold, diamond and crown cards. The annual fee for the bronze card was 1 million, the annual fee for the silver card was 2 million, the annual fee for the gold card was 5 million, and the annual fee for the diamond card was 10 million. And this is only the card fee. To come to the Sky Rhyme Club consumption is need to pay another money. Just different card. Can enjoy different services and discounts only. Take the lowest level copper card for example. Can only spend in the ordinary area? All consumption 10% discount. The silver card could spend as much as it wanted in the ordinary and intermediate areas, with 10% off all purchases. Gold card can spend as much as they want in the normal, intermediate and advanced areas, with 20% discount on all expenses. The diamond card users, on the other hand, could spend money in any area, and at the same time, they could also delegate some tasks to the Sky Rhythm Club, and the club side would try their best to fulfill them. As for the crown card, unlike the previous 4 types of membership cards, it wasn't something that could be bought with money, but was gifted by the owner, and users holding the crown card were free to spend everything in the clubhouse. But so far, the security guards hadn't met any crown card customers, so the diamond card was already the most honored customer. Under the guidance of the security guard, Gao Yan drove forward 100 meters. Then he saw a building, and there were 4 people standing in front of the gate waiting to receive Gao Yan and his duo. These 4 people were a middle-aged man dressed as a butler and a young man wearing a white uniform. In addition to this, there were also 2 Cheongsam beauties with a tall figure and a face value of 90 points. Just as the car stopped, the middle-aged man bent forward to pull open the car door for Gao Yan and said with a smile on his face, Respected Mr. Gao, I'm your personal butler today. Henry, I'm glad to serve you. Thank you. Gao Yan smiled at the other party and stepped out of the car, then came back to the co-pilot to pull open the door for Zhuo Jiangyu. Subsequently, the 2 Cheongsam beauties also followed forward to greet Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyu, leading them into the reception hall. As for the car left in place, It was driven away by the young man to be cleaned and maintained. After settling down on the leather sofa, the two Cheongsam beauties immediately served tea and hot towels. Henry, this is my first time arriving. Can you help me and my girlfriend introduce the program here? Gao Yan asked Henry, the butler. Okay, Mr. Gao, can you show me your membership card? Henry politely said. Gao Yan once again took out his membership card, and after Henry scanned the code, he respectfully handed it back with both hands and began to introduce it with a slight bow. First of all, the Skyrime Clubhouse had many programs, such as basketball, soccer, badminton, bowling, horseback riding, archery, shooting, indoor skiing, golf, table tennis, swimming, cinema, opera house, party house, script killing, and so on. In addition to these, there were KTVs, bars, beauty parlors, gambling parlors, and fencing. What was even more surprising to Gao Yan was that there were actually ring games here. In short, almost every item you could imagine could be found here. Of course, besides the amusement programs, this place also boasted a variety of cuisines, with the 8 major cuisines, French cuisine, Italian cuisine, and even street snacks. Jiang Yu, what do you want to play? After listening to Henry's introduction, Gao Yan asked Zhuo Jianyue, there are too many programs. I don't know what's good to play. Zhuo Jianyue appeared to have difficulty in choosing. Since you don't know, then try everything that interests you. We have more time anyway, Gao Yan proposed. Not long after, under the guidance of two Cheongsam beauties, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue arrived at the badminton hall. The service here was thoughtful. Specialized sportswear was also provided. Changing into their sportswear, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyu began to play. Originally, Gao Yan thought that Zhuo Jianyue's physical strength should not be too good, but he did not expect that after playing for more than 20 minutes, the other party would only have slight sweat stains on her forehead, so it seemed that she was also exercising regularly. Halftime, the duo came to rest on the striped chairs by the dugout. The accompanying Cheongsam beauty thoughtfully sent towels and high-grade mineral water. After resting, the duo continued. After playing for about 40 minutes, Zhuo Jianyue suggested changing the field, so the duo came to the bowling alley. There were specialized coaches here to guide them. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue's comprehension is quite good. Soon got the hang of it, excited to play. Next, the two of them switched to play archery and table tennis, and the time also followed to noon. For which restaurant to go to eat? The duo very tacitly chose the Sichuan restaurant. Have to say, the chef of Tianyun Clubhouse is quite a bully. The special grade chef can't run away. After tasting the flavor, Gao Yan even felt that the dishes made by the chef here were only slightly worse than the taste of the added super seasoning. But in terms of color and presentation, knife work is far more than the dishes made by Gao Yan with super seasoning. After the meal, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue walked hand in hand on the forest path. Gao Yan, the consumption here isn't low, right? Zhuo Jianyue asked softly. I'm not sure. After all, this is my first time here. But do you know how I got my membership card? Gao Yan asked with a smile. How did it come about? Deng Yu gave it to me. How is that possible? Zhuo Jianyu was surprised. Remember last week when we went boating to the shore? I asked you to buy drinks? Gao Yan asked. Remember, that was me purposely sidetracking you because I realized that someone was trying to disadvantage me and was afraid of accidentally injuring you. Then, the person sent by Teng Yu attacked me, but in the end, he was injured by me instead. At once, Zhuo Jianyu's face sank. He is too much, actually attacking you one after another. No, must call the police. Don't be angry. I'm not fine. Gao Yan pinched Zhuo Jianyu's small hand and comforted. After 2 failures in a row, Deng Yu sent someone to make peace with me, worrying that I won't agree to it, so he compensated me with 3 heavy gifts. I'm not greedy for this, but I'm mainly worried that the other party is going to lay hands on you, so I just pretended to agree to it, and then I'll find him again in the future when I have the chance to settle the score. Gao Yan, I've let you suffer. Zhuo Jianyu was quite touched and patted up on her toes to give Gao Yan a kiss on the cheek, but this time, Gao Yan had planned ahead and reached out to take her into his arms. Sneaking up on me again. This time I won't let you run away again. As soon as the words fell, Gao Yan kissed heavily against those 2 cherry lips. Chapter 60, Sun Menglong, one more. After a long time, Zhuo Jianyue broke away from Gao Yan's embrace and ran forward along the forest path with a red face. Don't run. I haven't kissed enough. Gao Yan made a gesture and shouted, but he followed up without slowing down. The two of them went through the forest path one by one, and what came into their eyes was a huge artificial lake. On the side of the lake stood a block of independent villas. Previously, Henry had also introduced to Gao Yan that these detached villas were only qualified to be rented by clients with a gold card or above, and were suitable to be used to hold a party or a banquet or something like that. However, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue were just 2 people and didn't intend to spend the night here. So naturally, they wouldn't go to rent a villa. Gotcha. Gao Yan took Zhuo Jianyue into his arms with a tiger pounce. Right at this moment, not far away on the second floor of a villa, a shirtless and stout youth shaking a red wine glass in one hand holding a cell phone on his ear. At this moment a respectful voice is coming from the phone. Sun Shao, things have been done. That kid is a wimp. We also threatened him a few times. Before we had time to do anything, that kid was almost scared to pee. Worrying that we will continue to look for trouble with him, he has already directly run away. That's good. Sun Menglong nodded with satisfaction. What about that woman? The caller said. He. At first she was still seeking death, but after we worked on her and told her that her boyfriend had run away, she seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Xiao Jia, good job. I'll recommend to second uncle to make you the assistant manager of the Nandu branch. Many thanks, young son. You are my bowl. From now on, your words are the holy decree. I'll do whatever I'm told. Xiao Jia hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Alright, that's it. Sun Menglong hung up the phone. The scene that happened last night flashed in his mind. He was a person who had a special hobby. He liked to steal other people's girlfriends. Last night when he first arrived in Nandu, he ran into a man and a woman in a bar, and it just so happened that they were a pair again, so he got his heart set on it. Unfortunately, he had an appointment to come to the Sky Rhyme Club to talk about something today. Otherwise, he would definitely want to play for a while longer. Suddenly, Sun Menglong's gaze inadvertently swept over the pair of men and women by the lake. But it was the old problem again. This woman in front of him was much prettier than the one he just took last night. Come on man, young master, what are your orders? Two big men in suits entered in response, bowing and asking. Sun Menglong glanced at Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue by the lake, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but conjure up an evil smile. Go and invite the pair below up. Yes. Upon hearing this, the two suits dryly turned around and went downstairs. Not long after, the two big men in suits walked out of the villa and made their way to the lake. Gao Yan was now a peak dark force expert. He had already sensed the two men when they were still a few meters away. He let go of Zhuo Jianyue, and asked the two suited big men who came a meter in front of him. What do you two want? My young master has an invitation. Please come with us. A strong man in a suit said in a stiff tone. Who is your young master? Gao Yan asked. No comment. Don't talk nonsense. You'll know when you go. The other party responded impatiently. At this time, Gao Yan steeply raised his head to look at the balcony, just in time to see a shirtless man holding a red wine glass, although separated by a distance. Gao Yan still saw the other party's appearance clearly. He was sure that he did not recognize the other party. Is your young master the one on the balcony? Still talking nonsense? Are you looking for a fight? The suit-stout man grew more and more impatient. Facing the more and more impolite suited strong man, Gao Yan also had an extra surge of anger in his heart, but he still suppressed it and said in a deep voice, Alright, I'll go with you guys. It wasn't that he was afraid of the other party, but he wanted to figure out the other party's purpose. Humph. The strong man in the suit let out a disdainful cold snort and turned around, while the other strong man in the suit fell behind Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue. Gao Yan will be alright, right? Zhuo Jianyue inquired in a somewhat nervous whisper. It's fine. Gao Yan smiled at her. Even if something is wrong, with me here, there will be no danger. He was at least at the peak of dark force, and as Li Feng said, the top experts of the three major martial arts families in Yangdong province were only Huanjing. Therefore, unless he met a Huanjing expert as well as one with firearms, he was not afraid of anyone, and Huanjing experts were all older. As for firearms, how could anyone blatantly carry a gun when the Great Xia State had such strict control? Walking before and after the two-suit strong man heard Gao Yan words, cannot help but show snicker, went into the villa cannot let you. Soon, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue entered the villa and came to the villa hall. The young man who was on the balcony before had already come to the hall and was leaning on a leather sofa, still revealing his strong upper body. Young master, the person has been brought. The two strong men in suits reported and silently stood behind the man. At this moment, the young man who was called young master was unabashedly looking up and down at Zhuo Jianyue with greedy eyes. Before, when he was far away, his vision was still a bit blurred. Now that he was closer, he was more and more moved by the woman in front of him. Such a gaze made Zhuo Jianyue very uncomfortable, so she stared back nonchalantly. Ha ha, dare to glare at me. You woman has character. This young master likes it. Sun Menglong couldn't help but laugh aloud. Immediately afterward, his gaze landed on Gao Yan with a bit of playfulness. Is she your girlfriend? None of your business, Gao Yan said extremely nonchalantly. From the other party's eyes, Gao Yan had already guessed that the other party was running towards Zhuo Jianyue, and that he was flirting with Zhuo Jianyue in front of him, making it clear that he didn't have him in his sights. So why would he need to be courteous to the other party? Seek death. The eyes of the burly man in the suit who was originally standing behind the sofa turned cold as he walked around the sofa and steeply accelerated the pace of his feet. The moment he approached Gao Yan, he smiled maliciously and slapped Gao Yan's cheek. Boom! But Gao Yan's legs were faster, kicking the strong man in the suit out of the way and directly towards Sun Menglong on the sofa. I'm going. Sun Menglong, who was prepared to watch the show, changed his face drastically and hurriedly got up to dodge. But just at this moment, a silhouette flashed by. A forceful slap swung heavily on Sun Menglong's cheek and jerked his body up and over the sofa, landing heavily on the carpet, crashing to the ground. Sun Menglong suddenly felt a foreign object in his mouth and subconsciously spat it out in one mouthful, but it was a large tooth with blood. You offended my girlfriend, knocked out one of your teeth. If you dare to have it a second time, there's no point in keeping your mouth full of teeth. Gao Yan retreated back and spoke in a threatening tone. Do you know who I am? Sun Menglong was simply furious, slowly standing up from the ground, wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring resentfully at Gao Yan as he asked, I don't care who you are. If you dare to insult my girlfriend, you deserve a beating. Gao Yan noticed the other party's resentful gaze. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. There was a ferocious light flickering in his eyes again. If it wasn't an inappropriate place, he would definitely do more than just knocking out one of the other party's teeth. Moreover, he realized that both the two suited men and Sun Menglong had kung fu in them. Especially Sun Menglong was a Ming Jin martial artist. Although not as good as Li Feng, he had reached the middle stage of Ming Jin. What a big mouth. I am a member of the Sun family in Nandong City, Sun Menglong said in a cold voice. Whether it's the Sun family or the Qin family, no matter which family it is, it's not a reason for you to insult my girlfriend. Gao Yan was slightly shocked inwardly, not realizing that the other party was a member of the Sun family, one of the three largest martial arts families in Yangdong. However, the Sun family's power was concentrated in Nandong City, and the Sun family's Huanjing was going to sit in the Sun family, so he definitely didn't dare to leave lightly. As long as it wasn't Huanjing, he didn't have anything to be afraid of. Good. You actually don't even put our Sun family in your eyes. Dare you leave a name? Listen carefully. I am your father, Gao Yan said without haste. But the somewhat tense atmosphere was instantly destroyed, and Zhuo Jiangyu was even more amused by Gao Yan's words. Let's go. Gao Yan re-grabbed onto Zhuo Jiangyu's hand and walked towards the outside of the villa. Staring at the departing back of the duo, Sun Menglong's face changed several times one after another. In the end he gave up the intention of leaving the other party behind as he did not have the slightest certainty. Now he has calmed down. At the same time also realized that in front of him this youth who does not put him in the eye is very likely to be an expert at the level of dark power. Such an expert would never be a match even if he added 2 bodyguards. Young master, are you alright? The 2 strong men in suits said with shame. It's all our fault for not being strong enough to protect you. Is it useful to say these words now? De Long, you immediately go and investigate who this guy really is. Ere long, you immediately drive me to the hospital. Sun Menglong touched his swollen cheek. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Outside the villa, Gao Yan, why don't we leave here? Zhuo Jiangyue said. Because of what happened just now. Aha! Zhuo Jiangyue gently nodded her head. Alright then, let's leave, Gao Yan said. After what happened just now, it was estimated that Zhuo Jiangyue didn't have the heart to swim anymore. After driving away from the Skyrime clubhouse, Gao Yan said, why don't we go watch a movie and relax? Go to a hotel, Zhuo Jiangyue whispered. What? Gao Yan steeply twisted his head to look at Zhuo Jiangyue, still with a few moments of incredulity. Forget it if you didn't hear it, Zhuo Jiangyue said with a red face. Hey, heard it, go to the hotel. Gao Yan rejoiced. Stepped on the foot of the gas pedal also cannot help but increase the strength. Chapter 61, Sunruoshi, Second Shift. Gao Yan did not expect happiness to come so quickly. He originally thought that it would take some time before he could take Zhuo Jiangyue. He didn't expect Zhuo Jiangyue to take the initiative to go to the hotel. In fact, he soon guessed the reason why Zhuo Jiangyue offered to go to the hotel on her own initiative, which was with the intention of compensating him. After all, the two of them had been in a relationship for just over a week. However, Gao Yan had been attacked twice by Dengyu because of her, and today he had offended Sun Menglong because of her. Since so many people coveted her, it would be better to give herself to Gao Yan earlier so that the others would die. Although it had only been a week or so since they established their relationship, but their feelings were something that had already started to build up since high school. Even in these 2 years, they never contacted each other. However, she had never been able to forget Gao Yan. Therefore, she could be sure that she loved Gao Yan. And after meeting again, Gao Yan appeared in front of her with a new look, even better than before, or because she had become even better. How could she not be moved? Since she loved him, she didn't need to squirm and consider so much, so she might as well just give herself to this man. she also believed in her own vision. This man would definitely not fail her. 20 minutes later, Gao Yan drove to the Hilton Hotel before entering the opulent hotel lobby hand in hand. Here you go. Zhuo Jiangyue slipped Gao Yan an object. Gao Yan looked down, but it was her ID card. Then Gao Yan couldn't help but heave another smile and hold her hand to the front desk. This was his girlfriend's first time. Therefore, Gao Yan didn't want to treat her poorly in other aspects, so he directly opened a 888 yuan presidential suite. Originally, the hotel party had also arranged a private butler, but before the other party brought the two to the room door, Gao Yan dismissed her. Mr. Gao, Miss Zhuo, if you two need anything, please feel free to order me. Enjoy your stay. The personal butler left a sentence before respectfully retreating. After opening the door and entering the room, Gao Yan then reached out and hugged Zhuo Jiangyu. He could feel that the other party was a bit nervous. Even his body was trembling slightly. Thus, he interrupted his next action and instead looked deeply at Zhuo Jiangyu's beautiful and innocent cheeks. Jiangyu, I love you. Gao Yan, me too. In the future, let's never separate, okay? Aha, I'll listen to you. With this confession, Zhuo Jiangyu obviously relaxed. Then Gao Yan gently lifted her chin and gently kissed her towards the location of her lips. Gao Yan's movements were gentle, and Zhuo Jiangyu also felt it, so she became proactive, reaching out and wrapping her arms around Gao Yan's neck, and actively pressed her body up. Nandong City, Sun Family Security Company headquarters, the vice president's office. A young woman wearing an OL outfit came in with an excited face and reported towards the vice president Sun Ruoshi, who was sitting in the boss chair and brushing up on her dramas. Fifth Miss, good news. I just got the news that guy Sun Menglong got a big tooth knocked out. What? There's such a thing? Brushing up on the drama. Sun Ruoshi instantly became interested. Quickly give me the details of the process. Although she and Sun Menglong were siblings, her relationship with Sun Menglong was not very good, especially despising Sun Menglong's special hobbies. Even the elders of the family were quite vocal about it. You are the young master of the Sun family. It's not easy to find a woman, no matter whether it's to fall in love or spend money on adoption. It's not a problem, but you like to steal other people's girlfriends. Although the Sun family is a big and powerful family, and cannot make a storm, but after spreading the word, after all, it's not good for the Sun family's reputation, especially if it's still in the case of an engagement. Fortunately, the engaged family is a martial arts family in a foreign province. If they were to change within the province, knowing that Sun Menglong has such a hobby, they would have already withdrawn from the marriage. The OL-suited young woman was an orphan adopted by the Sun family, named Sun Shui, currently serving as Sun Ruoshi's assistant. She was not surprised by Sun Ruoshi's gloating expression. She continued, I was informed about this from Erlong's mouth. Originally that guy Sun Menglong had arranged for someone from Starlight Entertainment to talk about cooperation at the Sky Rhyme Clubhouse. As a result, the person from Starlight Entertainment hadn't even arrived yet, and as a result, Sun Menglong's old habit got the better of him, and he looked at someone else's girlfriend again, and asked Big Dragon and Erlong to go and bring the person to the villa. Wait, Sun Ruoshi shouted. Is that guy Sun Menglong that much of a tiger? Doesn't he know that the Tianyun Clubhouse is that woman's property, and he actually dares to look for trouble there? Tianyun Clubhouse wasn't just the one in Nandu, but had her presence in developed cities all over the country. Moreover, the owner of the Sky Rhyme Clubhouse was a woman who was extremely powerful in both strength and skill, a woman that even Sun Ruoshi felt admiration for. This woman was originally the widow of the Zhao family's Grand Duke. The Zhao family's Grand Duke was a heavenly figure in the martial arts world back then. At only 24 years old, he was already in the late stage of the Dark Force, and was properly able to cross over into the Harmonization Force at the age of 30. As a result, he was never expected to be defeated and seriously injured in a martial arts competition by a pride of the Foot Basin country. He said he couldn't bear the shock of defeat and died of his injuries not long after. Most people thought that there was something fishy about it. For this reason, the Zhao family's old master, who was over 80 years old, was even so angry that he vomited blood. Shortly afterward, he also followed suit. One should know that the Zhao family's old master was one of the only remaining Danjin grandmasters in the martial arts world today. The high hopes of the genius and the pinnacle of the sea had fallen one after another, which had dealt a great blow to the Zhao family. But on the contrary, the Zhao family didn't have any outstanding figures. As a result, after Elder Zhao passed away, there were already quite a few people, both explicitly and implicitly, who wanted to hit the Zhao family, and as for the Zhao family's internal chaos, it was quite chaotic as well. Right at this moment, the widow of the Zhao Grand Duke stood out, integrating the Zhao family with a quick and easy maneuver, then using a thunderous method to clean up a few that wanted to hit the Zhao family's idea, forcing back the other forces. In the end, She even used some method to invite a Dan Jin grandmaster to support the Zhao family. Now the Zhao family had completely regained stability. However, what was surprising was that Tu Yun did not have the intention of running the Zhao family's original properties, and within a year, sold all of the Zhao family's original properties to some of the large martial arts families at prices below market value. Thus, they had befriended all the large martial arts families. Even their Sun family had gained some of the benefits from it. Subsequently, Tu Yun utilized the money from the sale of the Zhao family's properties to found the Tian Yun Club. In a short span of 6 years, the Sky Rhyme Club had opened all over the country. It became an extremely special force in the country. Some people were jealous of the Sky Rhyme Club, and as a result, Tu Yun showed her strength as a Huanjin martial artist, and even had 2 Huanjin experts as bodyguards under her command. Plus there was a Dan Jin standing behind her. Since then, no one dared to hit the idea of Tian Yun Clubhouse. In fact, these are not the things that Sun Ruwashi admires most about Tu Yun. What she admired most about Tu Yun was that she had secretly killed the genius from the Foot Basin Kingdom who had defeated Grand Duke Zhao back then, and then killed several geniuses from the Foot Basin Kingdom one after another. However, her methods were so secretive that even though the Foot Basin country's side knew it was her, they couldn't do anything about it, and even sent people to assassinate Tu Yun many times, but she managed to kill them back. As a result, Tu Yun also had an additional nickname, Poison Widow. Chapter 62 Canyon Newcomer, Third Shift. Perhaps Sun Menglong's brain was kicked by a donkey. Sun Shui also found it hard to understand why Sun Menglong dared to make a move at the Tian Yun Club. You're right. Sun Ruwashi nodded. That guy's brain just isn't normal. So what happened then? Sun Shui continued. Then things were very simple. Sun Menglong molested someone's girlfriend in front of their boyfriend, but he didn't realize that the man was actually a great dark force expert. And with a slap, he sent Sun Menglong flying, and even knocked out one of his teeth. Well played. Sun Ruwashi couldn't help but laugh. That guy finally paid the price for his special hobby. Suddenly, she had a thought in her mind. Who was that dark power expert? Did you find out? Sun Shui said. It hasn't been investigated yet. We only know that the other party is a young man in his 20s. A 20-year-old dark power. Sun Ruwashi narrowed her eyes. It seems that this person is not simple. Her martial arts talent is very good. She started practicing martial arts since she was 8 years old. After practicing for 14 years, she has only reached the peak of Mingjin. And this is still without any lack of cultivation resources and expert guidance. The other party is of a similar age as him, yet he has already stepped into Dark Jin. Either his talent is too much, or he is from the same martial arts family as the Sun family. Xiao Shui, you also send someone to investigate and find out what that person's origin is, and report back to me as soon as the investigation is clear. Okay. 5th Miss Yun Jing, inside a villa. A beautiful woman dressed as a woman with her hair pulled up in a bun and fair, flawless skin was clicking on a video file on her computer. If Gao Yan was here, he would have realized that what was playing in this video was exactly the scene where he first punched the strong man in the suit and then dodged to whip Sun Menglong. The beautiful woman watched this video 3 times. Then she murmured softly, interesting, Yang Dongside actually produced such a young one at the peak of dark power. She herself was a harmonization force martial artist with extraordinary eyesight. And although Gao Yan had not exerted his full strength and had a great deal of reservation, she still judged Gao Yan's true strength. With that, the beautiful woman looked up to the cold woman in black standing not far away and asked, Xiao Dai, do you have any information on this person? Back to ma'am. This person's name is Gao Yan. He is a sophomore student of Nandu University's business school. He is an orphan, and was later adopted by the Gao family couple. Before half a month ago, he was no different from an ordinary college student, but in just half a month, he underwent a radical change. First of all, he didn't know where to get 2 extremely high-value formulas. One is a hot pot base recipe, and the other is a milk tea recipe. Besides that, after listening to Xiao Dai's introduction of Gao Yan, a faint smile suddenly appeared on the beauty woman's face. As soon as she saw this smile, Xiao Dai, who had followed the beautiful woman for many years, knew that madam should have developed a greater interest in that Gao Yan. In this regard, she didn't know whether to say Gao Yan was lucky or unfortunate. By the way, madam, how should this matter be handled? Xiao Dai asked again. Inform the Sun family and have them give me an explanation. The beautiful woman's face turned cold. Controlling a huge intelligence channel, she naturally knew what kind of goods that Sun Menglong was. Although it was Sun Menglong who suffered a loss this time. But if it wasn't for the other party coveting someone's girlfriend, how would Gao Yan have made his move? To put it bluntly, it was still Sun Menglong who was so arrogant and accustomed to it that he didn't know how to restrain himself even when he came to her territory. Not to mention that he didn't give her, the Poison Widow, a second thought. Not bad. This beautiful woman was the Poison Widow Tu Yun who made Sun Ruwashi admire her a lot. Yes ma'am. Xiao Dai immediately retreated out. At this moment, the Hilton presidential suite, Gao Yan stood alone inside the bathroom, letting the water spraying out from the shower hit his body. He had never dreamed that he was actually a fast shooter. Entering the battlefield was only 2 minutes before he completely caved in. This made him feel very faceless. It doesn't make sense with my over 90 physique. How could it be? A knock on the door sounded, waking up Gao Yan, who was immersed in shame. Gao Yan, are you alright? Zhuo Jiangyu's worried voice came from outside. I'm fine. Gao Yan turned off the shower, perfunctorily wiped off the water stains on his body, wrapped his body in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom, just in time to meet Zhuo Jiangyu's eyes full of concern. Jiangyu, Gao Yan, I just checked online. Your body should be fine. Zhuo Jiangyu handed her cell phone to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took the phone and read the entire article in one glance, his disappearing confidence returning. At this time, Zhuo Jiangyu stuck up and whispered, Hubby, why don't we try again? At once, Gao Yan's body became hot again, but thinking that Zhuo Jiangyu was her first time, she hesitated and said, after all, it's your first time, how about next time? It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then try? Aha! Encouraged by his girlfriend, Gao Yan once again joined hands with Zhuo Jiangyu to enter the canyon battlefield. Previously, because he was playing the canyon game for the first time and didn't have the slightest bit of experience, he was quickly pushed over the crystal. This time, he learned his lesson and fought calmly. First, he played the wild to build up his economy, and then he purchased equipment. Half an hour later, Zhuo Jiangyu, who was playing against him, turned on surrender. Gao Yan took pity on his girlfriend, who was also a newcomer, and accepted her surrender. As the saying goes, the two of them who tasted the game were addicted to the game and ate and drank in the presidential suite for the next 2 days. The game experience is also rising. Monday, Gao Yan sent Zhuo Jiangyu back to Yangdong Science and then drove to Nandu University. With a thought, he called up the system interface to understand the gains of these 2 days. First, the 3 milk tea stores sold a total of 900 cell phones in these 2 days. Secondly, the milk tea sales of the 3 milk tea stores were also quite good, with a turnover of 172,000 yuan for the 2 days. Another new breakthrough in sales. The Wanlong and Hangda stores reached another record high, both exceeding 30,000 yuan in a single day. Because it was a weekend, the performance of the Snack Street store also improved, and now the system rebate is 7 times. As a result, the system storage funds increased by another $52.54 million, and the total storage funds exceeded $380 million, and the upgrading experience increased by 4.22 million again, totaling 58 million, with 42 million more to go before they could upgrade again. The 3 milk tea stores would be able to upgrade again in 10 days at most if they kept up this kind of gain. There were no appearances for 2 days, so Gao Yan first went to the Snack Street milk tea shop. The start time was 8 o'clock. Now it was still 10 minutes short, but there was already a figure inside the milk tea store already busy. Senior brother, you're here. Chen Yue, who was wiping down the bar, saw Gao Yan and hurriedly greeted him. Why don't you wait for everyone to come clean together? Gao Yan asked with a smile. There isn't much work. I'll be done soon. Chen Yue said carelessly. If it was anyone else would have thought that Chen Yue was earning her performance in front of her boss, but Gao Yan was certain that Chen Yue was not such a person, but wanted to help Gao Yan do more work. Gao Yan did not stop Chen Yue, but asked, have you eaten breakfast yet? Chen Yue said, I'll go to the cafeteria to eat later. Tell you what, for the sake of you working so hard, I'll treat you to breakfast. No need, senior brother. This outside breakfast isn't cost effective. Chen Yue shook her head. No refusing, or else your wages will be deducted. Gao Yan viciously said. Oh, seeing Chen Yue's aggravated appearance, Gao Yan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Senior brother, this is a punishment for your disobedience. Hurry up and clean up. I'll go buy breakfast. As soon as the words fell, Gao Yan twisted around and headed towards the breakfast store. Looking at Gao Yan's departing back, Chen Yue's cheeks blushed and immediately lowered her head again to continue cleaning. Chapter 63, Promoting Medicinal Wine. In the morning, Gao Yan went to school and returned to the rented house after attending a class. The 2 types of medicinal wine that he had brewed were already able to be taken, and he decided to try out the effects because when he woke up this morning, he actually felt that he had a bit of back pain. It is true that it should be the old saying that there is no plowed field, only tired and dizzy oxen. Take 2 cups, each put in a small half cup of medicinal wine. Drink the kidney tonic first. The medicinal wine entered the abdomen, and after only 2 minutes, Gao Yan clearly sensed that both of his waists were heating up. It lasted for a full 5 minutes. As it returned to normal, Gao Yan twisted his waist and realized that the little bit of lumbago had long disappeared. Good stuff, it's simply a man's gospel. Gao Yan secretly said, then picked up another cup of wine and drank it. Again, it took effect after 2 minutes. However, the medicinal effect was not as strong as the first cup, but it felt warm and extraordinarily energized. With a thought, called up the system interface. The data in the column of physique was still 92 points. However, drinking this wine that could enhance the physique for a long period of time could definitely enhance the physique. How should these two types of wine be marketed? Gao Yan revealed a thoughtful look. The price of such a good thing definitely couldn't be too low. Therefore, the corresponding consumer group couldn't be ordinary people. But before obtaining this system, he was an ordinary student and did not know any rich people. Suddenly, two objects flashed through Gao Yan's mind. One was his landlord, Lin Xiaomin, and the other was his trainee, Gao Weilan. Both of them were not short of money, and if they discovered the efficacy of the medicinal wine, they would definitely not be stingy with their money. So how should it be priced? He was sure that both medicinal wines were unique. It would definitely be pointless to sell them at a lower price. After all, he was no longer short of money now. After a little deliberation, he decided to sell 100,000 a bottle, and one bottle was exactly the amount of mineral water. But directly letting Lin Xiaomin and Gao Weilan buy the wine, they may not be willing. They have to let them feel the magical effects of the medicinal wine. It just so happens that this afternoon to teach Gao Weilan fighting skills. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Gao Yan appeared in the house where he was teaching Gao Weilan fighting skills with the medicinal wine. Teacher Gao, is that medicinal wine you're holding in your hand? Gao Weilan inquired curiously. This is good stuff. It can strengthen your body after drinking it. Are you sure? Gao Weilan was obviously a little skeptical. Gao Yan very confidently said, of course, it's hard to believe that I would lie to you. Find a cup. You taste it. Little teacher Gao, you wouldn't want to get me drunk and have some intentions, right? Gao Weilan joked. There are attempts. There is no need to get you drunk, just your little strength. If I have any bad intentions, do you think there is still room for resistance? Gao Yan didn't have the good sense to say. Also Gao Weilan nodded with approval. With these few lessons, she had a clearer and clearer understanding of Gao Yan's strength. Don't look at the fact that she had made considerable progress during this period of time, but in front of Gao Yan, she still wasn't enough to look at. Not long after, Gao Weilan came over with her own cup of water, which had already been poured out. So Gao Yan unscrewed the lid and poured a small half cup of medicinal wine in, gesturing for her to taste it. Although Gao Weilan was pretty but not a delicate girl, she drank the cup of medicinal wine in one gulp and then nodded. Taste is good. Taste is not important. What matters is the efficacy. Wait for 2 minutes and you will realize its benefits. I'll go change first. Gao Yan put down the medicinal wine, then directly entered the room to nimbly change into his training clothes. Then the two of them entered the training room together, and the medicinal effects of the medicinal wine started to take effect. Gao Weilan only felt warm all over his body, and even his strength increased quite a bit. Teacher Gao, that medicinal wine of yours is just too amazing. I feel great now. Didn't lie to you. Gao Yan laughed. Gao Weilan nodded. Then her eyes glowed and said, little teacher Gao, can you send me some of that medicinal wine? That won't do. Gao Yan shook his head decisively. The medicinal wine I brewed took a lot of effort and consumed a lot of precious herbs, so if you want it you'll have to pay for it. How much? Gao Weilan asked. $100,000 a bottle. Want it? Gao Weilan's expression stagnated. Can it be cheaper? It can't be cheaper. Let me ask you, can you find something comparable to my medicinal wine on the market? Gao Yan asked. Can't. Gao Yan laughed. Isn't that right then? If it wasn't for the sake of an acquaintance, not to mention 100,000, I wouldn't even sell it to you for $1 million. When Gao Weilan thought about it, it was indeed such a reason. The family she was from wasn't bad, but she had never heard of a medicinal wine that could possess such obvious effects. Fine. I'll buy a bottle. That's right. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. After you drink this bottle of medicinal wine, your physique will increase by at least 20%. He was slow to drink the effects. That was because he had a strong physique. But Gao Weilan was different. Her physique was just one step stronger than an ordinary person. After receiving Gao Weilan's transfer, Gao Yan was in a good mood, so he continued to instruct Gao Weilan on her fighting skills. After the class was over, Gao Yan reminded Gao Weilan that it was best to drink this wine before going to bed, just a small half cup each time. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Xiao Gao, but I have a question. If I finish this bottle of wine, can I still continue to buy wine from you? Gao Weilan asked. Of course you can. Gao Yan nodded. The first 3 times will be calculated according to 100,000. After 3 times, you have to add money. Thanks, Gao Weilan said gratefully, because in that past hour, she realized more and more the mysterious nature of that medicinal wine, and in the past, after one session, she would feel tired. But today, not only was she not tired, but she was still in high spirits and had quite enough stamina. Men and women who had just broken through the boundaries were very clingy to each other. Gao Yan and Zhuo Jiangyu were the same. Therefore, after returning home to take a shower and change clothes, Gao Yan drove to Yangdong Science. After waiting outside the school for a while, Zhuo Jiangyue's figure appeared outside the gate. However, there was also an additional light bulb. Song Yufei. Gao Yan. You're good. You took my family Jiangyu so quickly. As soon as she got into the car, Song Yufei couldn't help but flirt. To be honest, she really didn't think that Gao Yan could be better than all those suitors of Zhuo Jiangyu. Why did her own best friend prefer him for this one? Gao Yan smiled, somewhat unsure of how to respond, while Zhuo Jiangyu blushed a bit and couldn't help but tickle Song Yufei. Then the two girls made a mess in the backseat while Gao Yan started the car and drove towards the restaurant. The place to eat was chosen by Gao Yan, a Hunan restaurant, and had reserved a small private room. After waiting for the food to be served, Gao Yan smiled and took out the medicinal wine in a mineral water bottle. Yufei, you've caught up today. This wine is good stuff. Ordinary people can't drink it, Gao Yan said with a smile. Song Yufei sniffed and looked at the mineral water bottle, deeply skeptical about it. He asked the waiter to bring 2 wine glasses, then poured only half a cup inside each bottle and handed it to Zhuo Jiangyue and Song Yufei. You guys taste the flavor. You definitely won't regret it. The skeptical Song Yufei picked up the wine cups and took a sip, then commented, the taste is okay, but it's not as good as I thought it would be. It's far worse than top quality fine wine. The beauty of this medicinal wine is not reflected in the good taste. We'll see later. Jiangyu, you drink some too. Aha! Zhuo Jiangyue had already handed herself all over to Gao Yan. Although not to the extent of obeying his words, she still had more faith in Gao Yan's words. Come on, eat the vegetables. Gao Yan gave Zhuo Jiangyu a piece of chicken and greeted Song Yufei as she hurriedly moved her chopsticks. Chapter 64, Everything is Good. The three of them ate and chatted. Song Yufei and Zhuo Jiangyue took a small sip of medicinal wine from time to time. The atmosphere was quite good. Ha! Suddenly Song Yufei felt an abnormality in her body and subconsciously looked at the medicinal wine in the glass. This wine? Feel it, right? Gao Yan smiled smugly. This medicinal wine isn't just any medicinal wine. After drinking it, it can strengthen your body and energy. Is it really that amazing? Gao Yan, didn't you feel it? Indeed. Zhuo Jiangyue echoed. I feel warm and cozy all over, and I have quite a lot of energy. 2 days before, she and Gao Yan had played the canyon game within the hotel. Today, her body was slightly uncomfortable, but at this moment, that discomfort had completely disappeared, and instead, she appeared to be full of energy. Thus, she felt even more deeply about the medicinal wine than Song Yufei. Song Yufei's family conditions were quite good, and her insights far exceeded those of her age. But this kind of medicinal wine brought by Gao Yan was the first time she had come into contact with it. Immediately, she moved to ask, Gao Yan, where did you get this medicinal wine from? Call Brother Yan and I'll tell you. Gao Yan teased. Brother Yan, Song Yufei shouted decisively, because her grandmother was getting old. Even with the presence of a healthcare practitioner around her, the old lady's physiological functions were declining day by day. If she could get a few bottles of medicinal wine for the old lady to drink, she would definitely be able to live for a few more years. Gao Yan said, this wine is made by me using an ancient method. Didn't I owe you a favor before? If you're willing to take the favor and return it, I can give you 3 bottles. Upon hearing this, Song Yufei looked slightly stunned, then smiled. I still think it's better to keep this favor. Brother Yan, how about I pay for it? Forget it, this bottle of wine is for you. Gao Yan shook his head helplessly, feeling a little disappointed. Then thank you Brother Yan. Song Yufei reached out and took away the medicinal wine, placing it into her bag with extreme solemnity. On the other side, the family compound. When Gao Zhibin returned home with his black briefcase, he saw his daughter on the living room sofa and couldn't help but snicker. Why are you free to come home today? Although Gao Weilan worked right at the city council, she rarely came home. It was mainly because she was dissatisfied with her parents meddling in her work. I came back to see my mom, Gao Weilan said. What about me as a father? Gao Zhibin was in a high position and was usually unsmiling in his unit, but he was very gentle in front of his wife and daughter. By the way, I'll also take a look at you, Gao Weilan said. Not long after, the food was served on the table. Gao Zhibin instructed Gao Weilan to say, Xiaolan, go fetch that half bottle of Mao Tai within the wine cabinet. Let's father and daughter drink a couple of cups. Drink this. Gao Weilan took out a bottle of medicinal wine in a mineral water bottle and placed it on the table. Alright, let's drink this. Gao Zhibin did not refuse. The next 3 members of the family ate and chatted at the same time. There was no such thing as the so-called rule of no words in food and no words in bed. However, the topic of conversation mainly focused on Gao Weilan's work and life. This medicinal wine? When the medicinal effect kicked in, Gao Zhibin slightly froze and subconsciously looked at Gao Weilan. Dad, how does it feel? Gao Weilan asked smugly. Where did you get this medicinal wine from? Feeling the exhaustion within his body rapidly subside and his energy follow suit, Gao Zhibin's expression became grave. Paid for it, Gao Weilan said. Bought from where? Gao Zhibin continued to pursue. What do you think of this medicinal wine? Where I bought it from is a secret for now, Gao Weilan said smugly. Unless you promise to stay out of my work in the future. I'll tell you. As for this medicinal wine, it's definitely a good thing. Drinking it can enhance your physique, and it can also make you extremely energetic. By the way, Mom, you try it too. Okay, I'll try it. Gao mother hurriedly fetched a cup, and Gao Weilan poured her a small half cup. When the medicinal effect kicked in, Gao mother also realized the wonderfulness of this medicinal wine. Old Gao, this wine? Gao Zhibin waved his hand. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll have a good chat with this girl. After the meal. Study room, Gao Zhibin said in a deep voice. Say it, Lon. Where exactly did this wine come from? Agree to my conditions first. What conditions? Gao Zhibin began to play dumb. Dad, don't play dumb for me. It's that you can't meddle in my work anymore, Gao Weilan said somewhat breathlessly. Girl, you also have to understand your mom. Your mom and I only have one daughter like you. Once you are in danger, is it possible that you still want us to send the black hair to the black hair? Gao Zhibin said in a serious tone. I don't listen to this. Besides, my current stance is already the second best in the team. How can I get hurt that easily? Gao Weilan said defiantly. Drowning is all about water. No matter how high your hands are, it's hard to beat firearms. Gao Zhibin reprimanded without a good mood. Humph. Our great summer country's management of firearms is so strict. How can ordinary criminals get their hands on firearms? Gao Weilan became more and more unconvinced. Girl, can't you sympathize with us as parents? Seeing that the hard ones didn't work, Gao Zhibin started to come with the soft ones. Dad, I beg you, but Gao Weilan is not eat this set. Directly hold Gao Zhibin's arm began to pamper. In this regard, Gao Zhibin is very popular, but his face did not show it. Seeing that pampering was useless, Gao Weilan let go of her father and twisted her body to walk towards the outside of the study. Wait, Gao Zhibin shouted. Girl, in order for Dad to promise you, but you also have to promise Dad a condition. What condition? Gao Weilan looked delighted. Gao Zhibin said in a deep voice. There's no problem if you want to carry out a mission. However, you can't act alone. You have to listen to your superior's arrangement. You absolutely can't act out of your will. If you make a mistake, you have to listen to the arrangement, and be transferred to do a civilian job. Thanks, Dad. I will definitely follow the orders of my superiors, Gao Weilan happily promised. Good, then now let's talk about the medicinal wine. This time, Gao Weilan didn't hold Gao Zhibin's hand any longer, and talked about the matter of the medicinal wine she bought from Gao Yan. Like this, I'll transfer $300,000 to you, and you buy 2 more bottles from him, Gao Zhibin said. He was just now realizing the benefits of the medicinal wine. He planned to wait for a few days. If the effects of this medicinal wine were really that good, he could give away a bottle of medicinal wine. 9:30 p.m. Gao Yan sent Zhuo Jianyue and Song Yufei back to Yangdong Science, briefly kissed them goodbye, and then drove back to his rental house. On the way, Gao Yan called up the system interface and checked the data. The 3 milk tea stores had provided him with a total of 4,135,000 experience points. 4.05 million of them were provided by selling cell phones, and the other 85,000 came from milk tea sales. The sales of Wanlong Mall and Hangda Mall both exceeded 30,000. In fact, the real turnover was higher. The system didn't show the turnover generated by rechargeable cards. It was the Snack Street store that saw a drop in sales. In addition to this, under the 7 times rebate, the system storage funds have broken through 400 million, reaching 411 million. Back home, after sending an arrival WeChat to Zhuo Jianyue, he logged on to the stock software again, and today, Ogilvy and Mather Pharmaceuticals had a stop in the morning, and then rose 5 points in the afternoon, closing at 45.77 yuan. Chapter 65 Can't find out. Simply washing up. Gao Yan first drank 2 cups of medicinal wine. Then he took a book and entered the bedroom, lying on the bed and flipping through it. Meanwhile, Yunjing, it was still the same big villa. Xiao Dai, how's the investigation going? Tu Yun, who was wearing pajamas, lazily lay on the sofa, enjoying the maids pressing and pinching while asking, Madam, Xiao Dai has let you down. Suddenly, Xiao Dai bowed her head with a shameful look on her face and said, the Heavenly Rhyme Clubhouse appeared to be a gold-pinning grotto, and in the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a high-class entertainment center. But in reality, The biggest revenue of the Sky Rhyme Clubhouse was selling intelligence, and Xiao Dai was the leader of this intelligence force, with a strength of late dark force. What's going on? Tu Yun waved her hand, dismissing the maid who pressed and pinched for her, then sat up from the sofa. Xiao Dai continued to report. My subordinate has checked all of Gao Yan's past, but the weird thing is that there is no way to find out where that strength of his came from. In addition to that, my subordinate has also traced the source of his funds from an overseas futures account. This futures account was opened under Gao Yan's identity, but the strange thing is that Gao Yan has never been in contact with futures before, and even stocks he has is only now coming into contact with it. Interesting. Tu Yun's charming eyes had an extra flash of light. Keep an eye on his futures account. See if he will operate in the near future, and then follow the trail to find the melon. And also, his strength can't be out of thin air. There must be a high-level person guiding him behind the scenes. Keep an eye on him. I don't believe that he won't reveal his footsteps. Subordinate obeys. Go! Tu Yun waved his hand. Subordinate will leave. After Little Butterfly left, a flash of interest surfaced on Tu Yun's delicate cheeks. It's been very boring lately, and finally someone has appeared that interests me. So let's have some fun. Thinking of this, she called out externally. Then a woman with an icy look came in and bent over. Madam, what are your orders? Make arrangements. I'm going to the southern capital tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. Nandu, Zijin Lake Villa. Sun Menglong looked annoyed as he pushed the door into the villa study and said towards the middle-aged man sitting behind the desk. Second uncle, when exactly can I leave this villa? Sun Wei lightly glanced at Sun Menglong. Xiaolong, it's not that I won't let you go out. It's the grounding order from Big Brother. Upon hearing the Big Brother in Sun Wei's mouth, Sun Menglong immediately lost his voice and changed his tone. Second uncle, did you find out where that guy came from? Sun Wei frowned, sort of found out, but not clearly. Second uncle, can you be more direct? Sun Menglong froze, very speechless. Sun Wei said, that kid's surface identity has been checked out, but his hidden identity, for the time being, has not been checked out. I have already sent someone to the Sky Rhyme Club to buy that kid's information. Wait and see. Then second uncle, can my revenge be avenged? When he thought of being slapped and having a big tooth knocked out, a wave of hostility welled up in the bottom of Sun Menglong's heart. Sun Wei sighed lightly. Xiaolong you are not young anymore. You should have passed the age of fooling around. The other party is not as old as you, but is a dark force martial artist. It is difficult to find out one in the younger generation of our Sun family. Do you think that such a genius came out of thin air? Before checking out his followers, it's best not to act rashly, so as not to invite disaster for my Sun family. But Sun Menglong was unconvinced. Second uncle, you are too high on that kid. Not overestimating, but cautious. Sun Wei pointed out. Our Sun family has been able to stand for many years undefeated. One is that we have Huanjing martial artists sitting in our ranks from generation to generation, and the second is that we know how to advance and retreat. Sun Menglong also gradually calmed down. Second uncle, can you help my father beg for mercy? Don't blame me as the second uncle for not helping you. In the past, you fooled around just fine. After all, you didn't mess with powerful characters, but you made a move at the Tian Yun Club this time. The one behind the Tian Yun Club. Even the old master is quite scornful. After the incident, that person had someone call to let Big Brother give an explanation. Fortunately you weren't in the southeast. Or else, do you believe Big Brother would have broken your legs? Right now, you'd better not appear in Big Brother's line of sight. Otherwise, hearing this, Sun Menglong couldn't help but shiver. Thanks for reminding second uncle. I know. Don't worry. I will definitely stay in the villa honestly these days. The next morning, Gao Yan received a call from Gao Weilan. Then he went back to the rental house and fetched 2 bottles of medicinal wine to the entrance of the neighborhood. Not long after, a white Grand Cherokee arrived. Here, Gao Yan handed the 2 bottles of medicinal wine to Gao Weilan. Thank you. I'll transfer the money to you right away. You're welcome. After chatting a few more times, Gao Weilan still had to go to work, so she drove off. And at this moment, Song Yufei drove into a quiet alley. There was an ancient mansion deep in the alley. This mansion was the Song family's ancestral home. Third miss. You're back. A housekeeper watching the door saw Song Yufei and a smile appeared on his pale face. Granny Wang, how's my grandmother's health this time? Song Yufei affectionately wrapped her arms around the old housekeeper. Granny Wang was her grandmother's accompanying maid, and because she had never married in her entire life, she held a unique position in the Song family. Mrs. Body is still quite strong. She just misses third miss more, the old housekeeper said with a kind face. By the way, if I remember correctly, third miss should be in school, right? I got a good thing and brought it back to Grandma. The two of them talked and made their way through the front and middle courtyards to the backyard. Just in time, they saw a gray-haired old lady lying on a taiji chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. "Grandma, I'm back to see you." Song Yufei trotted forward. "My Nui Nui is back. Quickly let Grandma take a look." The old lady moved sluggishly and sat up from the taisha chair. Song Yufei quickened her pace and reached out to hold the old lady's arm. "Grandma, don't get excited. Be careful of flashing your old waist." "Good, good. All listen to Nui Nui." The old lady smiled happily, looking at this pair of grandparents and grandchildren. The old housekeeper withdrew with a pleased face to prepare snacks and tea. The grandparents and grandchildren chatted for a while. Song Yufei suddenly offered a treasure and took out a bottle of medicinal wine. "Grandma, I brought you back a good thing." "Good, good. My inamorata has a heart." The old lady nodded with satisfaction. She didn't care what her granddaughter brought. As long as her granddaughter had a heart, she was happy. "Grandma, don't underestimate this medicinal wine. I'll go find the cups now so you can taste it." Soon, Song Yufei found a wine cup and poured half a cup of medicinal wine and handed it to the old lady. "Grandma, try it." The old lady's drinking capacity had always been good, even at a great age. She had to drink a couple sips every day. Therefore, she didn't reject it, but took the cup and took a sip, smilingly saying, "It's good. It's delicious." "Then you hurry up and drink everything in the cup." "Good, good. Grandma will drink it now." Song Yufei didn't point out the efficacy of the medicinal wine, but planned to give the old lady a surprise. Sure enough, after 2 minutes, the old lady sensed the subtleties of the medicinal wine, but she didn't show a shocked look. Instead, she didn't move and said, "Nui Nui, where did you get this wine from?" Chapter 66, Visiting Tianyun Clubhouse again. "Grandma, what do you think of this medicinal wine? Isn't it amazing?" Hearing the old lady mention the medicinal wine, Song Yufei instantly understood that the efficacy of the medicinal wine had kicked in. The old lady nodded. "It is indeed very magical. But what Grandma is more curious about is where Nui Nui got the medicinal wine from." Song Yufei no longer sold out and smiled. "A friend gave it to me." "Then this friend of yours is really generous. Is it a man or a woman? Is it your boyfriend?" The old lady smiled and joked. Song Yufei waved her hand. "No la, he's my best friend's boyfriend. Because I did him a favor. That's why he gave me a bottle of medicinal wine." "I know that, Grandma. You're getting older. You should really need this medicinal wine. So I drove it here for you." The old lady nodded. "Nui Nui, do you know the value of this medicinal wine? It should be very valuable. At least I've never heard of such a magical medicinal wine." Song Yufei said seriously. "Not bad. Such a good thing is hard to exchange for 1,000 gold. The old lady also agreed very much. "In fact, when I was young, Grandma's body and bones were very weak. Then your grandpa went through a lot of trouble and spent a lot of money to beg for 3 ancestral pills for me from a godly doctor, so that I could take 1 pill a month. After taking these 3 pills, my body and bones became hardened, and I have rarely gotten sick since then. If it wasn't for these 3 pills, I guess I would still have to walk in front of your grandfather." Speaking here, the old lady paused before continuing to speak. "The efficacy of this medicinal wine is very similar to that pill. However, the effect is much faster. Just so half a cup of wine down. Grandma feels 5 or 6 years younger." Hearing the old lady say this, Song Yufei instantly understood that she had obviously underestimated the efficacy of the medicinal wine, and at the same time, she also hesitated to make use of the favor that Gao Yan owed her, and get some more medicinal wine from him. "Nui Nui, this bottle of medicinal wine. You can just leave a small half bottle for Grandma, and the rest you keep half for yourself, while the other half will be for your mom and dad to use," the old lady said again. "No need." Song Yufei waved her hand. "Grandma, I can actually still get this kind of medicinal wine." "Really?" The old lady suddenly became excited. Even though she was already a great deal older, she still couldn't resist the temptation of this kind of medicinal wine that could prolong her life. In her opinion, it would be good to get a bottle of this kind of precious medicinal wine, but she didn't expect that her own good granddaughter would continue to be able to get it. "Of course it's true. How dare I lie to Grandma?" Song Yufei hurriedly said. "Then where did your best friend's boyfriend get this wine from?" The old lady pursued. "I heard him say that he made it using an ancient method of brewing, and he also used a lot of precious herbs," Song Yufei explained. At this time, the old butler arrived with snacks and tea. When he set them down, the old lady said to her, "Shower, go get my brocade box." "Yes, miss." The old housekeeper went into the house and arrived a short while later with a brocade box. The old lady took the brocade box and opened it, taking out 2 things from it. One was a bank card, and the other was a bracelet carved out of glass-seeded imperial green jadeite. "Nui Nui, in this card is Grandma's coffin book, a total of more than $50 million, all of which were taken to buy medicine bars. This bracelet I had planned to pass on to you before I die, but now I'll give it to you in advance." As she spoke, The old lady picked up the bank card and shoved it to Song Yufei, and also put the bracelet on her hand. No grandma, I can't have it. Song Yufei quickly pushed back. Is the good girl not listening to grandma? The old lady pulled her face into a scowl. If you can discover this medicinal wine, you've made a great achievement for our family. This is grandma's reward for you. If you don't want it, grandma will be angry. Song Yufei excused herself for a while longer. Seeing that the old lady was really going to get angry, she reluctantly accepted it. That afternoon, Gao Yan was reading in the classroom. He had long since finished reviewing this semester's curriculum, and now he came to the classroom to read an extracurricular book as well. At this time, the cell phone vibrated slightly. When he glanced at it, it was Song Yufei who sent him a WeChat. Brother Yan, I still want to buy some medicinal wine from your hands. Is that okay? Born me talent, of course. It depends on how much you buy. Song Yufei, of course the more the better. Born to be a man, I'll sell you 3 bottles at the most, and you'll have to add a favor for more than 3 bottles. Song Yufei, okay, it's a deal. I'll come to Nandu University to find you. There were still more than 10 minutes before class ended, so Gao Yan promised her. 20 minutes later, Nandu University entrance. Gao Yan walked straight towards a red BMW parked not far away and pulled open the passenger side and sat on it, then said to Song Yufei, drive forward. Okay, Gao Yan said. How much do you want to buy? Song Yufei said, depends on how much you sell a bottle for. Gao Yan said, how about 100,000 for the first 3 bottles, and 1 million from the fourth? Song Yufei, however, didn't have the slightest intention of bargaining. Good. Not long after, Gao Yan brought Song Yufei to the rented house, and directly picked up 5 bottles of medicinal wine with empty mineral water bottles prepared in advance and handed them to her. Let's give you 5 bottles first. If you still want them, you'll have to wait for a while. Isn't this bottle full? Song Yufei pointed at the large bottle of medicinal wine next to her. Gao Yan smiled and said, this bottle of infused wine has a different effect. Then what efficacy does this bottle possess? Song Yufei asked curiously. Tonifying the kidneys, Gao Yan said. At once, Song Yufei made a big red face. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Gao Yan. It can't be that you're using it for yourself, right? This is shallow of you. This kidney, and not only men have it, women also have it. The kidney is the foundation of the innate. The stronger the kidney, the more energetic it is. These 2 kinds of medicinal wines. The one I sold you is replenishing everything. It's very comprehensive, while this one focuses on replenishing the kidney. Song Yufei nodded thoughtfully. Then can you sell me a bottle of this medicinal wine as well? Yes. Gao Yan nodded, and handily placed another bottle of kidney tonic medicinal wine for Song Yufei. After the medicinal wine arrived, Song Yufei asked Gao Yan for his bank card number and directly logged into mobile banking to transfer money. Soon, Gao Yan's bank account had an additional 3.3 million within it. After sending Song Yufei away, Gao Yan then went to the market and bought 10 more soaking bottles and 100 pounds of white wine, and then bought enough medicinal herbs to soak 10 bottles of medicinal wine. Among them, 8 bottles for strengthening the body and 2 bottles for tonifying the kidneys. After doing this, Gao Yan suddenly felt somewhat idle. Calling up the system panel and looking at it, the upgrade experience had exceeded 65 million. It seems that Tian Yun Club also has a stone gambling workshop. How about going to gamble on stones to brush up his upgrade experience? Thinking of this, he immediately drove towards the Sky Rhyme Clubhouse. When his car just drove into the Sky Rhyme Clubhouse, Tuyun received the message of Gao Yan's arrival. She couldn't help but laugh lightly. I was just thinking about how to get in touch with him, but I didn't expect him to actually come straight to my door. With a clear goal in mind, Gao Yan directly arrived at the gambling ring within the clubhouse. Comparatively speaking, the Tianyun Clubhouse's gambling stone workshop was more upscale and advanced. There weren't many raw stones here, adding up to just over 100. However, regardless of whether or not the windows were open, the price of these raw stones were all over $1 million. Especially that one-person high piece of Stone King, it was worth 88 million. A thought. Gao Yan directly used the golden pupil on that Stone King. When the golden pupil showed the true value of this piece of raw stone, Gao Yan's heartbeat couldn't help but steeply accelerate. Chapter 67 Taking Down the Stone King. This piece of Stone King is open window. And not only open a window, but open 3 windows. One window reveals a glass seed imperial green, but the second window opened out is bean seed. The third window opened out but no emerald. Glass seed imperial green is already the most top grade jadeite, which is the reason why this Stone King is priced at $80 million. Listening to the attendant accompanying the introduction. This stone is the owner spent a lot of money to get from the Black Burma side. Only pricing is too high. Placed here has been half a year. No one dares to bid. Today is the year 2015 of the Great Summer Calendar. The house prices were not that exaggerated yet. The average price of house prices in Nandu was around 20,000. If you take 80 million to buy a house, 100 meters for a set can buy 40 sets. Therefore, even if a window opened a glass seed imperial green, no one dares to bet. After all, glass seed is very valuable, not true, but it depends on the size of the volume. If only a small piece can sell a few million would be good. What's more, 80 million is really not a small amount. Even if a company with a market value of billions of dollars to mobilize 80 million is not easy, not to mention private. Many people think it should be easy for rich bosses worth billions and tens of billions to come up with tens of millions and hundreds of millions. This is actually not the case. Most rich people's assets are made up of company equity, stocks, real estate, funds, etc. And instead they don't have much cash on hand. Just like ordinary people, their main assets are mainly composed of houses and cars. And it's not bad to have 1 or 200,000 cash in hand. Back to the topic. Gao Yan already knew the true value of the Stone King through his golden pupil. Therefore, he said to the waitress beside him, "I want to buy this piece of raw stone. How should I trade?" Upon hearing this, the waitress looked at Gao Yan with eyes that instantly became different, with admiration, heat, and eagerness. "Mr. Gao, please wait. I'll go call the manager of the gambling stone workshop for you." Okay. Gao Yan had nothing else to do and cast golden pupil on the other 5 raw stones. It had to be said that the quality of the raw stones here were all quite good. 2 of the 5 raw stones actually had emeralds, and one of them could easily earn $5 million after buying it. Should we take them together? With a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to give up. As the saying goes, too much is too little. The Stone King was already able to make him a big profit. Soon, the manager of the gambling stone workshop arrived. "Hello, Mr. Gao. The manager of the gambling stone workshop first politely introduced himself and then talked about purchasing the Stone King. He said that Gao Yan was a diamond customer of their clubhouse and could get a 30% discount on all purchases, so he only needed to pay $56 million to take this Stone King. When Gao Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be secretly happy. He had just ignored the fact that he was a diamond card user. Here, he had to thank Deng Yu. The other party was simply a little boy who gave away money. When he screwed him in the future, the big deal was to show a little mercy. Sign the purchase contract, transfer money. In just a few minutes, the Stone King that hadn't been sold for most of the year had become Gao Yan's. Inside the office, Xiao Dai came to report. "Madam, Gao Yan bought that Stone King." "Yes?" Tu Yun was slightly stunned. This Stone King was actually a thank you gift given to her by a certain warlord in Black Burma. It had been placed here for half a year and still had not been able to be sold. Let's go see the action." That kid made 2 strikes at the Qin family's Red Luck Stone Workshop, and both times he made a huge profit. At this moment, the one-man high Stone King had already been carried to the stone solving area. Because the Stone King was too big, it needed 3 stone solving masters to operate together. And the news that the Stone King had been bought by someone spread quickly. Not only did the members within the gambling stone workshop run to see the fun, even the other members of the clubhouse also heard about it. Little brother is really a big spender. To be honest, I also fell in love with the Stone King, but unfortunately, due to the price, I have not dared to make a move. Or you have the courage. A middle-aged man with a country face praised. While secretly guessing Gao Yan's origin, Gao Yan smiled and did not say anything. "By the way, little brother, this is my business card." "I don't know what little brother calls himself." The middle-aged man took out his business card and handed it over. Gao Yan took the business card and looked at it. The other party was the boss of a real estate company named Yi Haiba. "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Gao Yan. I don't know what your honor is?" Yi Haiba continued to ask, as he hadn't heard of any bigwig surnamed Gao in Nandu. "Mr. Yi, I'm not from Nandu. I just went to school in Nandu," Gao Yan explained, as he also understood that the other party was probing his bottom line. "I see," Yi Haiba suddenly realized. No wonder he couldn't match the number. So he wasn't from Nandu. "By the way, Gao Xiao, my company's subsidiary has just recently developed a villa community called Royal View Court. If Gao Xiao wants to buy a villa, he can directly find me and I will give you a discount." Upon hearing that the other party was the owner of Royal View Court, Gao Yan looked a little weird. "Mr. Yi, if only I had known you a few days earlier. I just bought a villa in Royal View Court a few days ago." "Ha ha, doesn't this mean that I'm destined to be with Mr. Gao?" Yi Haiba laughed out loud and said, "How about this? Young Gao, since you've already bought a villa under my company ahead of time, how about I give you a set of high-grade furniture?" "That's not necessary." Gao Yan waved his hand. "If I buy it next time, Mr. Yi will just give me a discount. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve." How could Gao Yan easily accept things from others? Seeing Gao Yan push back, Yi Haiba didn't force himself. "That's fine. If Gao Xiao buys it next time, I'll give you a 20% discount." Then thank you Mr. Yi. While the two were chatting, the piece of Stone King had already been fixed. Right at this moment, Gao Yan realized that Yi Haiba's expression was a bit off. Following his line of sight, he happened to see a woman wearing a flag brown cheongsam with high heels. Her body was extremely graceful. Her temperament was charming and noble as she stepped into the stone gambling workshop. Behind her, there was also a young woman in black. Yi Haiba hastily withdrew his eyes after merely looking at her, fearing that he would offend the other party. Soon, that woman walked in front of Gao Yan and his duo. Yi Haiba's expression tightened and he hurriedly said politely, "Good day, Mr. Tu." "Aha!" Tu Yun gently nodded her head, but her gaze fell on Gao Yan. "Hello Gao Yan, I'm the owner of Tian Yun Club. Get acquainted." As she spoke, Tu Yun extended her hand. "Hello Mr. Tu." Gao Yan also reached out and shook hands with the other party. Originally he thought that the other party's hands would be very delicate, but unexpectedly, when shaking hands, he realized that the other party's fingers and palms had calluses. As for Yi Haiba on the side, his eyes changed. As far as he knew, this Mr. Tu was very mysterious. Even though he had been a member of Tian Yun Club for several years, he had only met him twice, and every time they met, the other party acted like a queen, extraordinarily high and cold. At first, there were people who couldn't stand it, wanted something to happen with this imperial sister. As a result, something happened that night, and directly broke both legs in a car accident. Later on, a few more such things happened, and then everyone woke up. This is a rose with thorns, not to be messed with. Now, this rose with thorns was obviously running towards Gao Yan whom he had just befriended. Could Gao Yan who could make Tu Yun look at him differently be an ordinary rich second generation? Chapter 68, Stone King. Stone King. At once, Gao Yan realized that this Tu Yun should not be an ordinary person either. Most likely a martial artist. However, this was the real world, unlike inside a novel, where one was able to judge the other party's cultivation and realm through their breath. Although Gao Yan suspected that Tu Yun was a martial arts practitioner, but what level the other party was at, only by fighting, or watching her do it, could he tell. "Gao Yan, when you finish solving the stone, let's have a drink together." Tu Yun issued an invitation. Sure, Gao Yan nodded. She was the owner of Tian Yun Club. This face had to be given. At this time, the stone deciphering master also greeted Tu Yun, his top boss, and then asked Gao Yan what he thought about stone deciphering. "I don't know how to decode stones either. You guys discuss it." Gao Yan waved his hand. Although he had already mapped out the entire raw stone clearly through his golden pupil, there was no need to show anything more. The stone-solving master had a discussion and decided to use a more conservative method of solving the stone, starting from the glass seed interface, expanding the interface first. After all, this is the king of the stone worth $80 million. Sloppiness is not allowed. At this time, the members who rushed to watch the fun were also whispering about Gao Yan's identity and origin, because the pressure Tu Yun brought to him was too great. After starting to unravel the stone, Yi Haiba took the initiative to pull away. When asked by someone familiar with him, he also briefly introduced Gao Yan's identity. He was not a native of Nandu, but a super-rich second generation from somewhere else. The reason why he was recognized as a super-rich second generation was simple. Those who could stand here were all of a certain status, as they also understood groups like the rich second generation. It sounds very lofty. In fact, it is not as mysterious as imagined. Before the rich second generation took over their family's industry, at most, their living expenses were a bit higher than ordinary people, not to mention ordinary rich second generation. Even 99% of the people present could not easily come up with tens of millions of dollars. Snort! Ear-piercing grinding sounds continuously resounded, as well as drifting stone powder. Under the polishing of several stone-solving masters, the interface of the glass seed was also rapidly expanded. Not long after, a stone disintegration master used a small water gun to rinse it off, and found that the interfaces polished from both directions were both glass seed emeralds. Originally, the interface of the glass-type jadeite was only 3 centimeters in diameter, but now it was more than doubled. Immediately, the masters revealed their excitement and continued to expand the interface in the direction of the emerald. Time gradually passed. Half an hour later, a brand new glass seed Emperor Green interface appeared, with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters, and after irradiating with a strong flashlight, it could be concluded that the depth of this piece of glass seed was more than 10 centimeters. Then the volume of this piece of glass seed emerald could almost be judged already. Young Gao, congratulations. I'm afraid that this piece of raw stone is going to rise greatly. Yi Haiba came up to congratulate, because just by the revealed glass seed, it had already exceeded the price of the original stone, and now Gao Yan had already made a small profit of a few $1,000,000. Thanks. Gao Yan smiled, but in his heart he said, this is only to where. Behind there are you more shocked. After judging the approximate size of the emerald, a few stone-solving masters were more and more careful, again taking the most conservative solving method. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. The entire piece of imperial green glass seed was completely solved out. For a while, the people present looked at Gao Yan with envy, because there were already people who knew the industry who had given a price of at least $120 million, and the entire Stone King had only been solved less than 1/6 of it. Mr. Gao, are you selling this jade? Tu Yun asked with a smile. Mr. Tu has an idea? Gao Yan asked. Yeah, this jadeite is a good size, suitable for carving into a pendant. Tu Yun nodded. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people were not very tasteful. Taking such a top-grade jadeite and carving a pendant was simply a waste, knowing that no matter if it was used to create a bracelet, earrings, ring or something like that, it was the top-grade jadeite jewelry. At the same time, it also directly reveals Tu Yun's wealth, completely not put more than 100 million in the eyes. Then how much is Mr. Tu willing to bid? Gao Yan asked. How about 130 million? Tu Yun said with a smiling face. Just 120 million, Gao Yan said. After all, this Stone King is labeled at 80 million. I've already made a bargain by only spending 56 million to buy it, but I have a request. What request? Tu Yun asked. Is it hard to believe that you have something in mind for me? Mr. Tu, don't misunderstand. My request is whether this 120 million can be paid to me in batches. Gao Yan hurriedly said. If 120 million was directly credited to the account, the extra experience that was still available would be swallowed by the system after the upgrade. That's no problem. In the end, the two parties agreed to first call 35 million, and the remaining 85 million. 10 minutes later, soon after, both parties signed the transfer agreement. Tu Yun also ordered the huge sum of 35 million to be paid into Gao Yan's account, and the $35 million of experience followed suit, and the upgrade experience exceeded 100 million. Ding! The system has reached the upgrade requirements. Please ask if you want to upgrade. Upgrade. Soon, the system was successfully upgraded, with one more advanced draw, 2 more free attribute points, and the system return multiplier reached 8 times. However, the experience from level 8 to level 9 skyrocketed to 500 million. When Gao Yan re-entered the stone decomposition area, Gao Yan issued a tip of 18,018 to each of the several stone decomposition masters and told them to continue to start decomposing the stones. The next process of stone deciphering was a lot faster, and there was no need to be as careful as earlier. System, use advanced draw. Anyway, the period of time spent on unraveling the stone was rather boring. Gao Yan decided to use the lottery draw. Ding! Opening advanced draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill data I. May I ask if the host fuses it? Later, Gao Yan shouted. With the experience of fusing the golden pupil, Gao Yan estimated that there would be some problems with the eyes, and it was definitely inappropriate to fuse them in front of everyone. Thus, he walked straight towards the direction of the restroom. Locking himself into the restroom cubicle, Gao Yan began to order the fusion of the data eyes. As expected, it was not what he expected. Just as he started fusing, his pair of eyes became sour and uncontrollable, with tears pouring out uncontrollably. It was fortunate that he had come to the restroom, otherwise if he fused on sight, he would inexplicably shed tears, and he was afraid that he would be taken for a psychopath. Soon, the fusion was completed. Gao Yan also learned about the usage of the data eye. The data eye is somewhat similar to the golden pupil. The golden pupil reads the data and value of dead things, while the data eye reads the data of a woman. Gao Yan is very skeptical that the guy who created the data eye is an LSP. What was different was that the data eye had no restrictions on its use. After washing his face, Gao Yan walked out of the restroom and reappeared in the stone unlocking area, then used the data eye once towards Tu Yun. Immediately following, the opponent's information was revealed in his mind. Name, Tu Yun. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Face value, 96. Body, 95. Charm, 98. Physique, 90. Spirit, 85. Strength, middle stage of Huanjin. Identity, owner of Sky Rhyme Club. Favorability, 50. Special, 100. Face value, body charisma and whatnot. Able to intuitively feel out. Let Gao Yan feel surprised. Tu Yun is actually the middle stage of the Walhua force of the national art expert. No wonder the other party has calluses on his hands. However, the other party's physique was only 90 points. On the contrary, it was him. Obviously his strength was only the peak of dark power, but his physique reached 92 points. This was mainly due to the fact that he had added points through. Otherwise, a peak dark power wouldn't have such a strong physique. There were still 2 free attribute points on hand, and he had offended the Sun family's son Meng long before. So with a slight hesitation, he decided to add the 2 attribute points to his physique to enhance his strength. Chapter 69, Wealth Skyrocketing, One Shift. With a thought, Gao Yan added a point of physique. Then a hot current surged out from his body, which disappeared after a while, but Gao Yan felt that his physique had strengthened a bit more. Continuing to add a little, another familiar hot stream surged out, calling up the system interface again. The data in the column of physique had become 94 points. If one were to talk about physique alone, it should be comparable to a late-stage harmonization force martial artist. After all, Tu Yun, a mid-stage harmonization force martial artist, only had a physique of 90 points. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated, but it was the other 85 million that arrived. The system had now been upgraded to level 8, so the 85 million would be returned 8 times by the system. The previous 35 million was still returned 7 times. When the original stone was purchased before, 20 million was transferred from within the system account, leaving 402 million. The 35 million 7 times return was 245 million. 85 million 8 times return was 680 million. Thus, the system account storage funds had reached 1.327 billion. Looking at this number, Gao Yan's expression was in such a trance. A few weeks ago, he was still a poor student working for living expenses and tuition fees, and he didn't expect that in just a few weeks, he already possessed a wealth that many people would find it difficult to earn in a lifetime. For a while, an extra impulse arose within him. Should I get a wave of revenge spending? Only he used to be poor. So much money, how should he spend it? He only thought of buying a house, a car, clothes or something, but now there are so many talents on the internet. When he goes back, go online to check how to spend money. Time passed slowly. In more than an hour, the size of the Stone King continued to shrink, and under the efforts of several stone-solving masters, more than a dozen pieces of emerald in large and small sizes were solved. The size and quality of these emeralds varied. The best was a piece of icy emperor green, but it was not large, and was valued at around 8 million. The other 10 pieces of jadeite together, the value of more than 10 million. The other members then looked on with sighs of relief. The previous glass seed emperor green had already been sold for $120 million. Even if all the rest were cut down, it would be considered a big profit. Now, another $18 million worth of emerald was cut out. The key is that half of this king of stone is still left to be unraveled. It took another 2 hours. The remaining half of the original stone is finally cut, and cut out more than 20 pieces of emerald of varying value, valued at 32 million. In the words of the onlookers, this has stabbed the emerald nest. 120 million plus 0.18 plus 0.32 is equal to 170 million. The emerald cut by the Stone King is worth 170 million. Deduct 56 million. That's 114 million. In just a few hours, earned more than a small goal. In fact, they don't know that Gao Yan also has a system rebate. Otherwise they would go crazy with jealousy. The surrounding area was full of voices praising and complimenting Gao Yan, and Gao Yan had dozens more business cards in his hands. Afterwards, Gao Yan used his cell phone to take a few photos of dozens of jadeites, then sent them to Defu Jewelry Song Manager and asked on WeChat, Song Manager, do you accept these jadeites? Manager Song replied almost in seconds, Gao Xiao, where are you? I'll come over to you right away. This guy had participated in 2 bidding sessions and was considered to have helped Gao Yan raise the price. So Gao Yan was also prepared to give him a little favor. 30 minutes later, Manager Song was led into a private room by Gao Yan's butler at the Sky Rhyme Club, accompanied by a jade appraiser. After an appraisal, Manager Song gave a price of $48 million. Gao Yan said, 50 million, no bargaining. Slightly hesitant, Manager Song agreed, because Defu Jewelry recently took a new batch of high-grade jadeite jewelry orders, and was worried about where to purchase jadeite from. And Gao Yan, this batch of emerald, there happened to be 2 pieces of ice-type emerald, can be said to be a sleepy person to send a pillow. And through the 2 contacts, he also knows that Gao Yan is a person who says one thing and does not say another. So, that's why he will be so quick to agree to this price. Shortly after signing the contract, Gao Yan's bank account received another 50 million, and his experience reached 135 million, and the system account went up another 4 million to 1.727 billion. Seeing that Gao Yan had received the money, Manager Song hurriedly left with the jade. Mr. Gao, my lady has an invitation. Just after the transaction was over, the woman in black who had previously stood beside Tu Yun came to invite each other. Following the other party onto a battery car, Gao Yan took out his cell phone and logged into the stock software. The share price of Osmax Pharmaceuticals didn't rise greatly today. It only rose by 3 points. According to the information in his head, from Tuesday to Friday, the share price of Osmax Pharmaceuticals will not rise greatly. After reading many books on stocks, Gao Yan vaguely guessed the intention of the banker. most likely to want to shake out the previous batch of retail investors who still hold the share price of A&M. After all, A&M Pharmaceuticals has been down for so long, just 2 weeks less than has risen $30, is also considered to be a high level of cash. But in the next week, the stock price will soar again. Because next week, Osmax Pharmaceuticals' new drug will be officially launched. A few minutes later, the battery car arrived outside the pavilion of a lake. When the lake breeze blew, a strong smell of hot pot floated towards Gao Yan. He looked towards the pavilion and realized that a table of hot pot had already been set up within the pavilion. Here you are. Come in and sit down. Tu Yun, who had changed into a different set of clothes, greeted Gao Yan. Knowing that you are from the southwest, so I ordered a table of hot pot to be prepared. General Manager Tu is kind, Gao Yan politely said. After taking his seat, Gao Yan was not polite, and seeing that the bottom of the pot was already open, he pinched vegetables and put them into the pot. The dipping sauce was seasoned, and after more than 10 seconds, Gao Yan chucked in a piece of scalded fatty beef and wrapped it in the dipping sauce before sending it into his mouth. To be honest, the flavor of this hot pot was not as good as the hot pot made by the super hot pot base. However, Gao Yan found that the texture of this fatty beef was quite great. It sort of made up for the lack of flavor of the hot pot base. Subsequently, Gao Yan tried the other dishes one by one, and he all found that the taste of these dishes was far superior to the taste on the surface of the supermarket. What made Gao Yan even more surprised was, Tu Yun also followed him and picked up chopsticks to shabu-shabu the hot pot. Her eating style was elegant, but her eating speed was not slower than his at all. Thus, it took less than 20 minutes. The 20 or so prepared dishes with not so small portions were all eaten up by the two of them. If Tu Yun was an ordinary person, Gao Yan would have been surprised at how much she could eat, but she was a Huan Jin martial artist, so she was willing to do so. Generally speaking, the stronger the physique, the greater the amount of food. Soon, someone brought in new ingredients, and the duo continued to eat. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Gao Yan finally ate his fill, then poured himself a cup of frozen watermelon juice, and said contentedly, "Painful. Thanks for the hospitality, Mr. Tu. Mr. Tu, I'm a person with an impatient nature, so I might as well be straightforward if I have something to say." "What? Can't I treat you to hot pot if there's nothing else?" Tu Yun asked with a smile. "So, Mr. Tu is simply treating me to hot pot? Otherwise, in that case, I'm already full, so I'll take my leave first." As soon as the words fell, Gao Yan got up and headed out of the pavilion. Tu Yun didn't show any indication, but there was more than a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, because she felt that this little brat Gao Yan was playing the trick of retreating in order to advance. But gradually, her expression froze, and then she laughed somewhat breathlessly, because this fellow, Gao Yan, actually really did not return. "Madam, should we go and invite him back?" Xiao Dai, who had been standing outside the pavilion, asked. "No need." Tu Yun waved her hand, although she was a bit depressed, but more than that, it was interesting. Anyway, this kid is in Nandu. There will be plenty of opportunities to slowly play with this brat in the future. Chapter 70, High School Classmates, Second Shift. After driving away from the Tianyun clubhouse, Gao Yan's brows were furrowed. He didn't understand why Tu Yun would look at him differently. If she was just a rich woman, it would be fine, but the other party was also an expert in the middle stage of Huan Jin, which was worth his vigilance. Originally a little floating mentality also stabilized again. Back to the rental house. First take a shower, then flirted with Zhuo Jianyue on WeChat some more. However, very soon, Gao Yan shouted that he had missed the boat, because since breaking through that layer of relationship, Zhuo Jianyue, who was originally quite reserved, actually became bold as well. After being molested by him, she also started to fight back, sending him a few pictures that made him look hot. Ending the chat, Gao Yan took the last book and flipped through it. In less than 10 minutes, he finished the rest of the content, closed his eyes to reflect on it, and felt that he had gained a lot. Decided to go buy some more books back tomorrow. The 10 or so books he bought last time had all been read. With a thought, the system panel surfaced again. Today, the total revenue of the 3 milk tea shops had been boosted by a few $1,000s again, just reaching 90,000. But the growth mainly came from the Wanlong shop and the Hangda shop. The potential of the snack street was limited, and it was already very good to maintain a turnover of more than 15,000 per day. The upgrade experience increased by 2.11 million again. Under the 8-fold rebate, the system funds grew by another 16.88 million. At this time, Tianyun Clubhouse, inside a villa, Xiao Dai was reporting, "Madam, that futures account you asked me to keep an eye on has made a new move today, earning at least $200 million in the foreign futures market. So impressive?" Tu Yun was slightly stunned. "It seems that I have somewhat underestimated that kid. There should be a very powerful manipulation team behind him. Is there any way to find out that team? Xiao Dai shook her head. Xiao Hei has already tried her best. She can't catch the slightest hint of the other side. Tu Yun waved her hand. Alright, keep staring. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that it was the system that was manipulating the account. And although Xiao Hei's hacking skills were very powerful, it was simply impossible to catch the system's footsteps. As for them being able to discover that account, it was just the system deliberately putting it out, in order to give Gao Yan's funds a legitimate source. The night was silent. Early Wednesday morning, the weather in early fall was getting hotter and hotter. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt that his body had become a lot stronger again, and called up the system interface to see that his physique had reached 95 points. If he wasn't wrong, this point of physique came from the medicinal wine. Suddenly, his mind moved. My physique is even stronger than Tu Yun in the middle stage of harmonization strength. Perhaps I can try to break through to harmonization strength by virtue of myself. Thinking of this, Gao Yan simply washed up, changed his clothes and went downstairs, practicing his boxing. After a few sets of boxing, Gao Yan only felt refreshed. He, who had already reached the peak of dark force, had already vaguely touched the threshold of harmonization force. This made him very elated. If he broke through to Huanjin with his true ability, he would have saved an upgrade card, and when he drew an upgrade card in the future, he would be able to raise his strength to Danjin. The strongest person in the whole Yangdong province is Huanjin. If he reaches Danjin, he will be able to make as many waves as he wants. I went back to the rental house to take a shower, changed my clothes and went back downstairs. Just entered the elevator, but found Xian Bauer was also inside. Gao Yan smiled at her. Good morning, senior sister. Good morning, school brother. Xian Bauer said with a little twinkle in her eyes. Although she had acted fairly calm that morning, she couldn't help but blush for a while whenever she remembered that incident. Therefore, she didn't go home for the past few days for fear of bumping into Gao Yan, and even when she went to the housing authority to sign, she intentionally staggered the time with Gao Yan. Unexpectedly last night for the first time to go home. Today as soon as she went out, she bumped into Gao Yan. Have you eaten breakfast? If you haven't, eat together? Gao Yan took the initiative to issue an invitation. No need. Xian Bauer hastily refused. There's still a meeting over at the company. I have to be busy going over to the meeting. Senior sister has worked hard, but even if you're busy, you have to take care of your body. Gao Yan smiled. Thanks, I know. The elevator reached the first floor. Xian Bauer sped up and exited the unit door, then drove off at speed. Seeing this, Gao Yan secretly touched his nose. It seems that this school sister is somewhat afraid of me. Time, in an instant, came to Friday again, and next week, it would usher in the exams for this period. On Wednesday, the share price of A&M Pharmaceuticals only rose by 2 points, and on Thursday, the share price of A&M Pharmaceuticals only rose by 1 point. As expected by Gao Yan, there were a lot of retail investors who cashed out at high prices. Unfortunately, as soon as the stock was put up, it was snatched up, and it wasn't even his turn. And this morning, not only did the share price of Osmax Pharmaceuticals not rise, but fell 2 points. Gao Yan used his cell phone to search for news about Osmax Pharmaceuticals, and sure enough, he found that there was unfavorable news about Osmax Pharmaceuticals on the internet. If he hadn't known the results earlier, maybe he would have also dumped the stock and cashed out like other retail investors. As for the milk tea shop's earnings, it entered a plateau on both Wednesday and Thursday, providing 2.11 million upgrade experience per day, and the system return could reach 16.88 million per day. In other words, he could earn more than 16 million every day. That was almost $500 million a month. At lunchtime, Gao Yan's phone rang and the caller was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Gao Yan. Which one are you? Gao Yan, it's me. I'm Xia Tao. Hearing this name, Gao Yan thought for 2 seconds before remembering who the other party was. Xia Tao was his high school classmate. The relationship between the two sides could not be considered good or bad. It was just an ordinary classmate, and he had not been in contact for 2 years. But the other party suddenly contacted him, which made Gao Yan quite surprised. So, Gao Yan asked, Xia Tao, do you have something? Xia Tao, hey, it's like this. I accompanied Han Fei to Nandu to buy a car. Didn't I remember that you're in Nandu University? So I called to let you have a meal together. The Han Fei in Xia Tao's mouth is also their high school classmate, and is still Zhuo Jianyue's suitor, who confessed his love to Zhuo Jianyue 3 times in high school. And the first 2 times Zhuo Jianyue just rejected him. The first 2 times, Zhuo Jianyue just rejected him, after seeing that the other party is still not dead-hearted. After the third confession, Zhuo Jianyue told the teacher, because Zhuo Jianyue was a top student and the college entrance exam was around the corner. The teacher then severely reprimanded Han Fei in class, making Han Fei lose face. Thinking back to this, Gao Yan instantly understood that this Han Fei's invitation to him for dinner was fake, and most likely he wanted to ask Zhuo Jiangyu out, because he was the only one who could talk to Zhuo Jiangyu in high school. So, Gao Yan asked, "Besides me, who else?" Xia Tao said, "Originally, I also invited big school flower Zhuo, but she refused. Weren't you on the best terms with her in high school? Let's see if we can ask her out for a meal together." As soon as he heard this, Gao Yan laughed. It was more than likely that Han Fei had failed to invite Zhuo Jiangyu, and only then remembered him, wanting him to help ask someone out. But they didn't even know that Zhuo Jiangyu was now his girlfriend. Thinking of this, he said, "Alright, I'll call her right now. There shouldn't be any problems." Xia Tao happily said, "Ha ha, Gao Yan, you're really on the ball." "Don't worry," Brother Fei said. "If you really ask someone out, he'll send you a 500 red packet." Chapter 71, She's My Girlfriend, 3 shifts. After hanging up Xia Tao's phone, Gao Yan called Zhuo Jiangyu again and said that Han Fei, through him, wanted to invite her for dinner. At this, Zhuo Jiangyu was speechless, but joked, that Han Fei is so interesting, actually asking someone's boyfriend to help ask his girlfriend out. That's not true. Gao Yan also laughed. "Why don't we just go and have dinner together, just so he can die?" "Alright, I'll listen to you," Zhuo Jiangyu said. "Gao Yan, then I'll pick you up at 5 p.m. Zhuo Jiangyu, okay. Gao Yan, give me a kiss. Zhuo Jiangyu, Muma. Ending the call, Gao Yan called Xia Tao again and told him that Zhuo Jiangyu had agreed. About 2 minutes passed. Gao Yan received a WeChat friend request, and the avatar was none other than that Han Fei guy. His avatar was taken while sitting in a BMW, and he was also flirtatiously wearing sunglasses. After clicking through, Han Fei then sent a voiceover, "Is it Gao Yan? I am Han Fei. Born me talent, it's me. Flying life, brothers. Thanks for inviting Zhuo Jiangyu. The place to eat has been set. It's at Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant." Hearing Han Fei set the place to eat at Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant, his expression became a bit weird. "Flying life, okay, I got it. What time is it set for?" "Flying life, 6 o'clock. Please tell Zhuo Jiangyu. Born to be me, okay." Subsequently, Han Fei sent a transfer of $500 over. Looking at the 500 yuan red packet sent by Han Fei, Gao Yan was a bit speechless. Would he who was worth more than $1 billion care about 500 yuan? So it was not collected. On the other side, in a restaurant, Xia Tao and Han Fei were also eating. "Taozi, do you think I can succeed in my confession this time?" Han Fei asked with some apprehension. "That will definitely work," Xia Tao said in an affirmative tone. "Brother Fei, you're now a man who drives a BMW X3. Not to mention, you've also prepared a name table worth $88,000 for her. So if I were a woman, I'd definitely be moved to throw my arms around her." "Screw you," Han Fei didn't have the good sense to say, but his mood was much better. Then he picked up his cell phone and looked at it, sneering, Gao Yan that actually didn't receive a red envelope. Xia Tao teased, "The poorer the person, the heavier the self-esteem. Of course, it's also possible that Guy wants to take the opportunity to flatter you, Brother Fei." "That's also true." Han Fei nodded. In the last 2 years, his old man had flattered a big boss, and that big boss gave his old man 2 projects, earning almost $10 million in 2 years. So he took the opportunity to ask his old man for a sum of money to buy a car. He studied in South Central Media University. In fact, he bought a car in South Central Kanbi. Although South Central was not a provincial capital city, it was quite developed. Only he knew that Zhuo Jiangyu went to school in Nandu, so he purposely ran to buy a car, taking the opportunity to show off his strength, while also biting the bullet and buying a watch worth 88,000. To see if he could impress Zhuo Jiangyu and let her become his girlfriend. Hanyang City, Qin family ancestral residence. Nowadays, the one who is the head of the Qin family is not the oldest Qin Jijun, but the second Qin Jiahui. The reason was simple. The oldest Qin Jijun served in the military and was the chief fighting instructor of a special forces unit. Second master, this is the information you wanted. The henchman handed a folder to Qin Jiahui. Although Qin Jiahui could also use a computer, he had a habit of preferring to read paper materials and disliked viewing them on a computer. Taking the folder and opening it, Qin Jiahui lowered his head and watched. 5 minutes later, he looked up at his subordinate. "What do you think of this Gao Yan?" the subordinate said in a deep voice. "Second master, according to the information we have investigated, this Gao Yan has conducted 3 times of gambling on stones before and after, but each time, he has gone up big. As the saying goes, things don't come in threes. Even if he is lucky, it is impossible for him to win the bets every time. Therefore, my subordinate concluded that the other party must have something superior in the area of gambling on stones. We might as well get in touch with the contact." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiwei couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful look. In late August, the Qin family was about to send someone to Black Main for the triennial gambling fight. This fight is related to the Qin family's share of shipments in the next 3 years, which involves the interests of tens of billions of dollars. But the Qin family side is not sure at all. Originally, the Qin family side is 2 masters of stone gambling. One died 5 years ago due to old age. The other is in the last session of the fight in January before the accident. Serious injuries, paralyzed in bed. Although the Qin family has also deliberately cultivated a number of gambling experts, but compared with the 2 gambling masters, there is still a large gap. Otherwise, in the last session, they wouldn't have only gotten the 3rd place in the gambling competition. Now that the fight was imminent, the Qin family had also gathered quite a bit of news from the other 6 families. Those 6 families had all invited top-notch stone experts to compete, making it clear that they wanted to exclude the Qin family from the top 3. As a result, Qin Zhiwei was very distressed about this matter. Some time ago, Qin Lin, the manager of the Red Lux Stone Workshop in Nandu, had reported news to him that he had discovered a stone gambling expert. Thus, he ordered his men to investigate. Although Nandu was not their Qin family's territory, it was still relatively simple to investigate information about a person. Slightly pondering, Qin Zhiwei made a decision. You send someone to get in touch with Gao Yan. If his level of stone gambling is really great, he can be recruited to join our Qin family. Alright, second master. My subordinate will personally handle this matter. The subordinate nodded. The time came to 5 in the afternoon. Gao Yan arrived outside the gates of Yangdong University of Science on time. Zhuo Jianyue had long been waiting at the gate in advance, and when she saw Gao Yan's car she hurriedly pulled open the door and sat up. Wipe it off. Gao Yan pulled a tissue and handed it to Zhuo Jianyue. This weather was really hot. Even after standing at the school gate for a few minutes, there was sweat on her forehead. You help me. Zhuo Jianyue pouted. Gao Yan smiled, picked up a paper towel and seriously helped Zhuo Jianyue wipe the sweat on her forehead, and after wiping it, he also kissed her on her moist lips like a dragonfly. Hate. Just taking advantage of people. Zhuo Jianyue pouted. Do you want me to take advantage of other people? Gao Yan started the car while saying, how dare you? Zhuo Jianyue was instantly like a cat with fried hair. Just as Gao Yan drove Zhuo Jianyue on her way to the brothers' hot pot restaurant, Han Fei and Xia Tao had already arrived at the hot pot restaurant ahead of time, and Han Fei was holding a bouquet of fiery red roses in his hands. His expression was permeated with excitement, a bit of anticipation, and a bit of apprehension. 5:25. An Audi A4 arrived at Brothers Hot Pot Restaurant. After parking the car, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue pushed the door together and got off. Then Zhuo Jianyue wrapped her arms around Gao Yan. Han Fei, who was standing at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the scene. The goddess he had been in love with for many years actually wrapped her arms around a man intimately. I'll go. That man seems to be Gao Yan. Xia Tao shouted in shock. He never dreamed that Gao Yan the beggar could actually chase after Zhuo Jianyue. In his opinion, although Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue were close, but the only thing Gao Yan could hold was his grades. But on the contrary, he also failed in the college entrance exams. So in his and Han Fei's opinion, Gao Yan and Zhuo Jianyue were not possible at all. But on the contrary, for a while, in addition to envy, a strong jealousy welled up in the bottom of his heart, as well as a few moments of schadenfreude, because Han Fei wanted to pursue Zhuo Jianyue with all his heart and soul, but Zhuo Jianyue already had a boyfriend, and even found one who was inferior to him in every aspect, so now there was a good show to watch. The next moment, Han Fei angrily greeted him, staring resentfully at Gao Yan. Gao Yan, what do you kid mean? Nothing much, Gao Yan calmly said. I forgot to tell you at noon. Jianyue is my girlfriend. Are you worthy? Let go of her. Han Fei couldn't accept this reality and roared angrily.